Grandfather is a master of the flying type. Father is a master of the dragon type. As for me, I, Chu Yuntian, am a champion of the shining type. Achieving the rank of a demigod is merely my starting point. Mythical beasts are my ultimate destination. Shining Metagross, Shining Zygarde, Shining Ninetales, Shining Rayquaza, all shall come to my embrace. Chapter 1. It has been a long time since the young master has smiled like this. My name is Chu Yuntian, an utterly foolish university student. Due to my long nights spent online, I found myself transported into this world, both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. Leaning against the corner of a classroom desk, I gazed out at the flying Bobo outside, my heart yearning for my initial Pokémon. Classmates, the results of the final comprehensive examination have been announced, declared our homeroom teacher, Luli, from the podium. First and foremost, let us congratulate Chu Yuntian, Zhang Xian, and Lu Yi. For all three students have managed to secure a place in the top 10 of the grade, earning the right to receive a Pokémon for free. Upon completing her statement, Lu Li's smile almost reached the back of her head. With so many classes and students, to have 3 representatives from our class in the top 10 is indeed remarkable. Especially noteworthy is Chu Yuntian, who ranked first and has been awarded the only opportunity in our school to choose from the 3 starter Pokémon. Let's applaud him. Applause erupted within the classroom in her heart. Lu Li felt elated. Not only was Chu Yuntian an exemplary student, but being the son of a master also brought her considerable benefits as a homeroom teacher. Congratulations, host, for completing the task ranking first in the comprehensive examination. Reward Novice Gift Pack. Chu Yuntian calmly recited the command to open it in his mind, having already been astonished when the system appeared on the day of the exam's conclusion. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Eye of Data, a 100 cubic space backpack, and a clue to a Pokémon of champion-level potential. The Eye of Data, Chu Yuntian had a rough idea of what it entailed. The space backpack was also easy to comprehend. It was available on the market, albeit with limited capacity. However, the most significant aspect was the clue regarding the champion-level Pokémon. System, display the clue. The host classmate, Lin Fan, will confess to the campus belle, Zhang Xian, in 10 minutes and will be rejected in a fit of anger. He sells his family heirloom, a Mega Evolution Stone, at a low price of 500,000, and after paying the fee, secures the right to claim a Pokémon subsequently, capturing a champion potential Froakie that strayed into the breeding base. Note, his family heirloom is a Mega Evolution Stone of Metagross. Note, the system has locked onto the location of Froakie. Impressive. For a moment, Chu Yuntian was at a loss as to whether to marvel at the champion potential Froakie or to ponder the act of selling the Mega Evolution Stone for 500,000. However, based on the information he gathered, it appeared that no news regarding Mega Evolution had surfaced in this world. Thus, it seems that the Mega Evolution Stone of Metagross was sold off as a collectible. But does this clue imply that I should intercept? Though not well acquainted with Lin Fan, Chu Yuntian understood him quite well. From the very first day Lin Fan laid eyes on Chu Yuntian, hostility had been evident. Though they seldom exchanged words, Lin Fan always regarded him with a gaze reminiscent of one who looks upon refuse. Chu Yuntian had heard rumors from others. It seemed that Lin Fan had once been a target of bullying, led by a scion of a wealthy family. Furthermore, 2.5 years ago, Lin Fan's parents tragically perished in a car accident, plunging him into a shadowy despair ever since. While Chu Yuntian felt sympathy for Lin Fan's plight, the animosity reflected in Lin Fan's eyes was a classic case of misplaced resentment. This opportunity must be seized. Chu Yuntian resolved with determination to that moment. Lu Li on stage continued. Other students need not fret if you pay the required fees within 3 days. You too shall receive your very own Pokémon. Ordinary Pokémon 100,000. The starter Pokémon 500,000. Is that clear? Then, I shall see you all in 3 days. One by one, the students exited the classroom, with Chu Yunfei trailing behind Lin Fan, contemplating how to acquire the Mega Evolution Stone for the Gyarados. In the deserted corridor, Lin Fan and Zhang Qian engaged in a heated argument. Lin Fan, can you please stop bothering me? Zhang Qian shouted, who decided that childhood sweethearts must end up together. Besides, we are merely neighbors. And after your uncle and aunt passed away, look at what you've become. You've wallowed in self-pity and stagnation. It's truly pathetic. With that, Zhang Qian stormed off without a moment's hesitation. Once she was far away, Lin Fan remained rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to accept reality. Ahem. Chu Yuntian emerged from the shadows. Approaching Lin Fan, and placing a comforting arm around his shoulder. Lin Fan, my brother, do not be disheartened. I witnessed it all, and it is not worth it for a woman. Although Chu Yuntian did not believe Zhang Qian had done anything wrong, he feigned consolation in pursuit of the evolution stone. Get away. Are you here to mock me? Lin Fan disdainfully shook off Chu Yuntian's hand. Then, lowering his head in a state of despondency, he muttered, "You wouldn't understand. Indeed, I do not comprehend. However, what are your plans, Lin Fan? Are you truly going to give up?" Chu Yuntian inquired. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, as if making a resolution. No, I shall not surrender. I will become a Pokémon trainer. I must make her see me in a new light. I believe she loves me. To this, Chu Yuntian scoffed inwardly, wondering which of his eyes had seen any affection from Zhang Qian. Nevertheless, he donned a mask of concern. "I want to believe in you, but time is of the essence. What are your plans? Do you need assistance?" In response, Lin Fan suddenly retorted fiercely, "What? Is being wealthy so impressive? Does having money grant one the right to humiliate others at will? What a lunatic!" Chu Yuntian inwardly cursed. "I merely cannot bear to witness human suffering at my core. I am a kind-hearted person." "You'd better be." Lin Fan clearly did not buy into such platitudes at all. Sighed Chu Yuntian, "Though I am uncertain as to the reasons behind your hostility towards me, I firmly believe that the essence of humanity remains inherently benevolent. Lin Fan, since you harbor doubts about my intentions, I shall take my leave. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Monetary matters are of no concern." With that, he turned to depart, leaving Lin Fan with a desolate silhouette. With a glimmer of sincerity and regret in his gaze, he glanced back and said, "I had hoped we could be friends." Then, without further delay, he walked away, mentally counting as he went. 1, 2, 3, 6. Wait a moment. Nice. Chu Yuntian felt a wave of triumph. He had this situation effortlessly under control. Turning back, he donned an expression of feigned confusion, his eyes sparkling with an innocence reminiscent of a university student. "What is it?" "Chu Yuntian, I acknowledge that my previous demeanor was less than cordial. Please do not take offense." "So you recognize your poor attitude, yet you offer no apology? What does it mean to say, 'Don't take offense'?" Lin Fan, however, paid little heed to such thoughts and produced a small box from his backpack, opening it before presenting it to Chu Yuntian. "Take a look at this." "Oh, what is it?" The instant Lin Fan unveiled the contents, Chu Yuntian discerned that it was an evolution stone belonging to the giant gold monster. "I am not entirely certain, but this was passed down from my grandfather. Though I do not know its exact nature. Just observe this stone. It resembles a gem and must be worth a fortune." That he picked up the evolution stone and examined it with feigned intrigue. "Indeed, I have never encountered anything like it. So, what is your intention, Brother Lin Fan?" "I propose selling you this gem." "Ah, he went straight to calling it a gem. This fellow is quite shrewd," Chu Yuntian thought disdainfully. "Really? That seems inappropriate after all. It is a keepsake from your family. I cannot partake in such underhanded dealings." Seeing Chu Yuntian's refusal, Lin Fan grew anxious. "This gem must be incredibly valuable. Did you not claim we were friends? I am offering it to you out of friendship." "What audacity!" Chu Yuntian nearly burst into laughter. "How much do you intend to sell it for?" he inquired. "1. How does 1 million sound?" Lin Fan ventured tentatively. 1 million? Brother Lin Fan, you cannot possibly be serious. Chu Yuntian feigned irritation. "I genuinely wish to be your friend. Do you take me for a fool?" He swiftly returned the evolution stone to its box. "I shall pass." As he turned to leave, Lin Fan grasped his sleeve. 50,000, how about that? "Ah, still dreaming of a fortune. How naive. 50,000 is out of the question. Let's drop a 10,000. Chu Yuntian considered himself quite generous. While 10,000 may not secure one of the prestigious Pokémon, it was sufficient for an ordinary one. Lin Fan was taken aback by such a method of bargaining. Is this truly how one negotiates? Gritting his teeth, he looked at Chu Yuntian and declared, "Fine. Got it." Chu Yuntian felt a sense of quiet triumph. "Oh, not feel as though you are lost. The likelihood is that this stone is merely an ordinary rock." Yes, he spoke. Chu Yuntian retrieved the evolution stone once more. "Here, let me transfer the funds to you. 10 minutes later, Chu Yuntian settled into his private vehicle. "Uncle Wong, please drive us home." Uncle Wong acknowledged with a nod and pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. On the road, with a buoyant spirit, Chu Yuntian hummed a cheerful tune that he noticed Uncle Wong glancing at him through the rearview mirror from time to time, prompting him to inquire, "Uncle Wong, focus on driving. Why do you keep looking at me?" Uncle Wong suddenly adopted a look of satisfaction. "Young master, it has been quite some time since I have seen you smile like this." Are you out of your mind? Isn't this how it's depicted in novels? Just drive. Understood. Chapter 2. The Throne? No. A semi-divine being shall inherit it. The vehicle gradually departed from the urban sprawl, entering the serene countryside where a grand estate awaited. I have returned. Pushing the door open, Chu Yuntian bellowed. Soon, a silver-haired maiden clad in a maid's outfit emerged from the kitchen, followed closely by a suction cup magical doll. What is happening here? Chu Yuntian pondered curiously. Young master, you have returned. Madam and sir have gone out, claiming they are preparing a surprise for you, the girl said sweetly, advancing towards him with an alluring fragrance enveloping Chu Yuntian. Her name was Chu Xinhua, the adopted daughter of Chu Yuntian's mother, Wen Ryun, currently a freshman in the cultivation department at DD University. Sister, what are you up to? Chu Yuntian casually tossed his bag aside and plopped onto the sofa. The magical doll, Mani, offered him a glass of orange juice, while Ai Guan, the servant, held a warm towel, and Deja, the doll, presented a small cream cake. What? Is it not appealing? Chu Xinhua stood before the sofa, pouting. It looks great. Hurry and check your kitchen. It's smoking. Ah, Chu Xinhua exclaimed as she dashed toward the kitchen. As Chu Yuntian sipped his orange juice, he speculated about the surprise she had mentioned. Their family belonged to the illustrious Tianwang clan, with his grandfather, Chu Jingxiong, being one of the 8 kings of Huaxia, specifically the flying-type king and the most formidable among them, possessing a level 99 Dragonite. His father, Chu Nanfeng, became a king at the age of 30, ranking among the top within the 8 kings, identifying himself as the Dragon-type king. Both of their signature Pokémon were Dragonites, and it was evident that upon his return, Chu Nanfeng would undoubtedly bring back a dragon egg, or rather, a mini dragon egg. For others, acquiring a semi-divine Pokémon would be a dream come true, but for Chu Yuntian, it was merely an expected occurrence. He was certain that the surprise would not stem from Chu Nanfeng, but rather from his mother, Wen Ryun. Wen Ryun hailed from a distinguished family of Pokémon doctors, possessing extensive connections and managing a Pokémon pharmaceutical company. Additionally, she was a Pokémon breeding master, employed at Rongqing University. Contemplating this, Chu Yuntian couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation, for it is the unknown that truly embodies surprise. Hey, you little rascal, you're back. A rugged male voice boomed from the entrance half an hour later. Chu Yuntian turned to see Chu Nanfeng entering, gleefully cradling a Pokémon egg. Oh, the flying-type king has returned? I am the dragon-type king. Dragon-type, Chu Nanfeng vehemently defended. Chu Yuntian took a sip of his orange juice, casually remarking, is that so? The dragon-type king with a Xiang Qingniao and a Ch Me and Elling? Just as Chu Nanfeng placed the Pokémon egg down, he nearly choked on his indignation. A traitor of the dragon clan, a disgrace to the dragon lineage. If it weren't for his Dragonite and Noivern providing support, he would be the subject of ridicule as a dragon-type king. Following Chu Nanfeng into the room was Chu Yuntian's mother, Wen Ryun, who also held a Pokémon egg, smiling as she observed the playful banter between father and son. Chu Yuntian immediately rose to greet her, taking the Pokémon egg from her hands. Mom, you've worked hard. Let me take it. Humph, you only care about your mother. Chu Nanfeng plopped down onto the sofa, feigning annoyance, though his eyes sparkled with happiness. Wen Ryun affectionately ruffled her son's hair. Good boy, don't mind that big lug. Now, guess what surprise your mother has prepared for you? Chu Yuntian gazed at the Pokémon egg in his arms, a flash of light illuminating his right eye. Pokémon egg, Shiny Galarponita. Gender, female. Type, psychic, fairy. Level, ability. Skills. Potential, king level. A Shiny Galarponita. King level potential. Chu Yuntian stifled his joy, looking at Wen Ryun's expectant expression. Mom, please don't tease me. Just tell me. Wen Ryun nodded with satisfaction, tapping her finger gently on Chu Yuntian's forehead. It's a handsome steed Pokémon, just as you desired. I put in considerable effort to procure it from New Zealand. New Zealand? Could it be the Galarponita? Chu Yuntian feigned surprise, observing Wen Ryun's proud demeanor. Exactly. Wen Ryun clapped her hands together. This little Ponita has excellent potential. You must nurture it diligently. You're amazing, Mom. Chu Yuntian set down the Pokémon egg and enveloped Wen Ryun in a warm embrace, witnessing her son's delight. Wen Ryun beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Chu Nanfeng, sitting on the sofa, was increasingly irked, feeling overshadowed by the attention given to the new Pokémon. Finally, after appeasing his mother, Chu Yuntian turned his gaze towards Chu Nanfeng. Oh, Dad, did you bring me a gift too? I didn't see it earlier. Chu Nanfeng shot him a glare. What are you imagining? It's not for you. Ah, is the temper rising? A grown man being all shy, Chu Yuntian chuckled, moving closer to the mini dragon egg, gently caressing it. Champion level potential. Truly, the dragon-type king possesses discerning taste, effortlessly selecting such a fine mini dragon egg. Though the compliment sounded insincere, Chu Nanfeng felt pleased. Do you like it? Absolutely. Chu Nanfeng, with a look of satisfaction, stroked his non-existent beard. This was entrusted to me personally by the leader of the Dragonite clan. Its potential is certainly promising. Take good care of it. You can rest assured. Mom, Dad, Xiaodian. Dinner is ready. Chu Xinyue's voice echoed from the kitchen. In the Chu household, meals were typically prepared by servants, with only Wen Ruiyun and Chu Xinyue cooking on special occasions. At the dining table, the family of four, along with the suction cup magical doll, enjoyed their meal while engaging in lively conversation. Chu Xinyue had changed into casual home attire and was enthusiastically serving Chu Yuntian food. Son, have you decided which starter Pokémon you will choose in 3 days? Wen Ruiyun inquired. Since both the Dragonite and Ponyta had yet to hatch, the Pokémon chosen in 3 days would be Chu Yuntian's true initial Pokémon. I think I'll go with Froakie. I really like Gekuga, Chu Yuntian replied, contemplating whether he and Gekuga could achieve a bond evolution, which would be quite splendid. Weren't you saying you wanted Charmander? Have you changed your mind so quickly? Chu Xinyue teased, adopting a contemplative expression. Oh, fickle-minded. Please don't make me sound like a playboy. All right. You two siblings quarreling all day. Aren't you tired? Wen Ruiyun interjected. What about the other one? Don't you have 2 slots? We'll see. It's hard to say right now, Chu Yuntian replied. Should we make arrangements in advance? Wen Ruiyun asked, knowing that with the capabilities of the Chu or Wen families, it would be a simple task to facilitate. No need. Let it happen naturally. After the meal, Chu Yuntian was summoned to the study. Come in, have a seat, Chu Nanfeng said, adopting a rare stern demeanor. Noticing this shift, Chu Yuntian nearly burst into laughter. Dad, is there something serious? Ignoring Chu Yuntian's playful demeanor, Chu Nanfeng continued. Your mother and I have prepared gifts for you. And of course, your grandfather has not forgotten either. Do you know why he hasn't come today? Chu Yuntian shook his head, puzzled. It was unusual for his grandfather, who often made time to visit his eldest grandson, to be absent. Your 2 aunts have come to Rongqing, Chu Nanfeng revealed. Chu Yuntian was taken aback. His aunts had their own stories. 20 years ago, they defied family opposition and married into the imperial capital. Though their father was saddened, the situation had become irreversible. So, are my aunts here to get the mini dragon? Chu Yuntian inquired. Sometimes, things are just so coincidental. Both of your aunt's sons are also 18 years old, at the age of graduating and heading to university. Of course not. They understand the rules, Chu Nanfeng clarified. CHYNTI and nodded slightly. Although the CH family had no throne to inherit, they did have a divine entity to succeed. Therefore, if the daughters of the CH family were to marry outside, their offspring would be ineligible to obtain a Ku Iling. However, if the male partner were to take on the CH surname, their children would then have the opportunity to acquire a M.N.Ling. Would you refuse such a proposition? CHYNTI believed that most would not. Yet, his 2 aunts, who were utterly inept and burdened by their overinflated egos, declined the offer, as if their family were entitled to inherit a divine being. What then? Was their objective? CHNNF scoffed, stating that what they desired was the gift your grandfather prepared for you, the egg of Obiling. Indeed, CHNNF held great affection for his 2 younger sisters and had assisted them significantly over the years, providing them with numerous gifts. However, this time was different. No one would succeed in stealing his son's Pokémon. A gift? What gift? That was a reward from my grandfather for my excellent performance. Once those words were uttered, time seemed to stand still. After a few seconds, CHNNF finally realized, laughing heartily, indeed, it is a reward. The father and son shared an unspoken understanding, and the room echoed with their laughter. The following day, CHYNTI was awakened by CHXNYU stepping on him. Shortly after the family finished breakfast, grandfather CHXNYU arrived, cradling a Pokémon egg. Naturally, his 2 aunts and their boisterous son were not far behind. The system detected that someone coveted the host's egg and was quite indignant, declaring that it was utterly impossible for the host to take advantage of others while being taken advantage of in return. The task, Pokémon competition. The reward, Dragon Mastery. Already distributed in advance. CHYNTIN, who was just about to greet the elder, felt a warm current surge within him as he stood, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. After a while, he snapped back to reality, only to find the elder vigorously shaking his shoulders, repeatedly calling out DSN. Grandson. Grandfather, please stop shaking me, or I might fall apart. CHYNTI instinctively grasped the elder's arm, causing CHXNYU to exclaim in surprise. Father. What's wrong? CHNNF rushed forward to check, noticing that CHXNYU's wrist was reddened from the grip, unsure if it was injured. WNRUYN swiftly produced a Pokémon ball, declaring, come forth, XNGFDN. XNGFDN used the life water drop. As CHZHNYU moved his wrist, his gaze fell upon the faint golden light emanating from CHYNTIN's palm, causing his lips to tremble. DSN, what is this? CHYNTI looked down. It seems I have awakened the power of Dragon Mastery. What? CHNNF was the first to shout in disbelief. Dragon Mastery? WNRUYN's excitement was palpable. Is it true? CHXNYU cradled her face with both hands. At that moment, Ing, disregarding his wrist, rushed over to examine it closely, then burst into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, it truly is the power of dragon mastery, wonderful. The laughter reverberated within the room, and with Ing's affirmation, Ing, Wu and CHXNYU were equally elated. However, human joys and sorrows do not resonate with one another. Although CHYNTIN's two ants also expressed their congratulations, the bitterness on their faces was glaringly apparent. Clearly, with CHYNTI and awakening the power of dragon mastery, their chances of securing the BOBIL from the elder had diminished significantly. The jealousy in the eyes of the two younger cousins was also glaringly evident. Eldest ant, second ant, what brings you here? Have you come to celebrate my first place in the unified exam? CHYNTI inquired, directing his gaze towards CHYO and CHT. The two ants were at a loss for words. Admitting to the celebration would imply they were there merely for the gifts, yet denying it might provoke the elder's ire. Fortunately, CHYNTI preferred not to put them in an awkward position, swiftly changing the subject. By the way, have my younger cousins completed their exams? How did you fare? I placed first in the unified exam, and grandfather rewarded me with a Pokémon, this one right here. What a heartless revelation. Zhang Xian and Chun Shi-in were seething with frustration at CHYNTI's tone, witnessing the silence among them. Wu stepped in to ease the tension. As the elder sister and aunt, she felt the need to maintain appearances. Meanwhile, CHYNTI briskly cradled the BOBIL egg and, alongside CHXNYU, swiftly made his way toward the nurturing room, leaving them no opportunity to respond. Inside the nurturing room, CHYNTI caressed the 3-round Pokémon eggs with fondness. Checking the hatching timer, he noted that the MNL would hatch in 7 days, while the BOBIL and the Shi-O-Hu would emerge in 5 days. It seemed that the 3 eggs sensed CHYNTI's anticipation, gently shifting as if in response. After nearly 3 hours of bonding with the eggs in the nurturing room, he emerged to find that his aunts had already departed. Grandfather, thank you for the BOBIL. CHZH patted CHYNTI's shoulder heartily, proclaiming, of course. My grandson has the potential to be a champion. Let us keep a low profile. By the way, how long will you be staying this time? CHYNTI inquired. What? Are you tired of your grandfather? CHZH feigned sorrow. My grandson no longer wants me. Trying to chase me out of the house. Of course not. I'm merely concerned for you, CHYNTI replied, exasperated at the antics of the two. Once he had placated the elder, he gathered CHNF WNRUYN and CHXNYU. Perhaps seeing CHYNTI's serious demeanor made them sit up straight, even appearing somewhat anxious. I have something important to tell you, CHYNTI stated. Son, you're not gravely ill, are you? CHNF asked with concern. Stop joking around. Oh. He produced the Mega Evolution Stone he had acquired from LNFN, placing it on the table. What is this? CHXNYU peered curiously but refrained from touching it. The other 3 gazed at the stone with eager curiosity. I call it the Mega Evolution Stone. It allows certain Pokémon that have reached their final stage to evolve once more. CHYNTI handed the stone to CHZH while explaining the existence of Mega Evolution to the others. Grandfather, I would like to ask you to collect as many Mega Evolution Stones in Keystone as possible. This presents an opportunity for me and for our entire CH family. CHZH examined the Mega Evolution Stone meticulously, as if he wished to imprint its form in his mind. I believe in you. The 3 simple words were imbued with the elder's affection and trust in CHYNTI. With a sigh of relief, CHYNTI continued. The Mega Evolution Stones may appear similar, but their colors vary, while the Keystone is considerably smaller in size. Nodding gravely, CHZH recognized that seizing this opportunity could elevate the CH family to new heights. I will keep this matter discreet. We must avoid drawing attention. CHNF added. At that moment, WNRUYN raised a finger. 1 year. We should aim to collect them within a year. If it takes too long, it will be difficult to conceal. If we do attract attention, I will spread the word that these stones are related to my research to divert suspicion. Once the details were agreed upon, CHZH and CHNF immediately set out to arrange the necessary matters. In the following 2 days, CHYNTI spent nearly all his time in the nurturing room, attending to the Pokémon eggs. On January 19th, at the Pokémon nurturing base No. 1 in our NGCH, the luxurious school bus arrived at the entrance. Of the 30 students, only 22 showed up. After all, not everyone aspired to become a trainer. Nor could every family afford the expenses of nurturing a trainer. Even among those present, not all would ultimately become trainers. Some are simply enamored with Pokémon and are seizing this opportunity to capture one. If this chance is missed, acquiring a Pokémon in the future may become quite challenging. It is worth noting that a mere 100,000 can secure a Pokémon, while 500,000 can procure one of the starter trio, a benefit afforded to each graduating class by the Alliance. In external Pokémon shops, prices soar to at least 3 times that amount. The group of 22 students is divided into 2 lines, one of which qualifies for the starter Pokémon. Counting 7 individuals in that line. Classmates, it will soon be our turn. Once we enter the breeding facility, please refrain from loud noises. Capturing Pokémon should be undertaken with prudence. Do not attempt to force a capture, instructed the homeroom teacher, Lu Li, as she recounted the important guidelines. System announcement. Task, obtain your initial Pokémon. Task reward, charcoal. Charcoal. Is this not a treasured item for fire-type Pokémon? What a splendid find. Chu Yuntian clenched his fist. Although he could not utilize the charcoal, Chu Nanfeng possessed a level 90 Charizard. This Charizard, constrained by its potential, might remain at the pinnacle of the Elite Four without further opportunities. This charcoal would be perfect for Chu Nanfeng, enabling the Dragon-type Elite to have an additional champion-level Fire-type Pokémon. Shortly thereafter, staff members arrived to guide them. In the central hall of the breeding facility, they received their Pokéwatches and Pokéballs. The Pokéwatch, aside from its communication and internet capabilities, allows for the identification of encountered Pokémon, detailing their species, gender, level, and other basic information. However, traits and potential remain undiscoverable via the Pokéwatch. The breeding facility, replete with mountains and water, spans a vast expanse, ensuring that most Pokémon can be found here, albeit at lower levels. Upon entering, Chu Yuntian activated his data eye. Scanning the area, he observed Diglett with elite potential, Oddish with ordinary potential, and Geodude with professional potential. Indeed, high-potential Pokémon are a rarity. Classmates, you may now move freely. You have 3 hours. If you do not successfully capture a Pokémon by then, the facility will randomly assign you one, the staff member concluded. With that, dozens of students dispersed rapidly to capture their Pokémon. Following the system's guidance towards the location of Froakie, Chu Yuntian assessed the qualifications of nearby Pokémon. Caterpie exhibited ordinary potential, Squirtle displayed gym-level potential, Chikorita showed professional potential, and Trico possessed quasi-elite potential. After half an hour, he finally reached a small lake, where he spotted numerous water-type Pokémon from a distance. Not far from the shore, he noticed a blue Pokémon. Overjoyed, Chu Yuntian hurriedly retrieved an energy cube suited for Froakie's palate and approached carefully. Froakie, would you like to have a bite? The Froakie, seemingly bold, did not shy away from the newcomer. Instead, it hopped eagerly towards Chu Yuntian and accepted the energy cube. After taking a bite, Froakie's face lit up with a smile. Froakie, may I pet you? Chu Yuntian cautiously extended his hand. Cool. That seemed to be an agreement. Gently stroking Froakie's head, he continued, would you like to join me? There are many exciting adventures and delicious treats outside. If you become my Pokémon, I shall give you another energy cube. After finishing the last bite, Froakie gazed at Chu Yuntian, creating an awkward silence. Ahem, 2 cubes. Froakie excitedly raised its hand, as if celebrating a victory. Chu Yuntian was delighted. He hadn't anticipated this little fellow would be so easy to persuade, and he presented the Pokéball to Froakie. Come, little one, do not resist. With a gentle tap on Froakie's head, a flash of red light enveloped it, and Froakie was drawn into the Pokéball. The Pokéball wobbled momentarily before emitting a soft ding and coming to a stop. Haha, Chu Yuntian exclaimed with excitement, lifting the Pokéball and glancing around. No one. Wonderful, I have captured Froakie. He jumped on the spot, holding the Pokéball aloft. Chapter 4, The Lazy Pokémon with Champion Potential? Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards have been issued to your backpack. After the initial excitement, Chu Yuntian released Froakie to examine its specific data. Froakie, gender, male. Type, water. Level, LV8, novice. Ability, torrent, changes type to match that of its moves. Skills, Mind's Eye, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Water Gun, Quick Attack. Potential, champion level. It is safe to say that Froakie, with its champion level potential, boasts not only a commendable ability, but also possesses 5 skills. In high spirits, Chu Yuntian cradled Froakie in his arms. Froakie, let us seek out our next companion. Due to having one remaining slot, Chu Yuntian strolled through the mountains with Froakie. An hour passed, yet he still had not found a satisfactory Pokémon. Thus, he led Froakie to the breeding ground for the starter Pokémon eggs. After a brief exploration, he discovered a grass-type Turtwig egg with elite potential and a fire-type Scorbunny egg with quasi-elite potential. Unfortunately, neither was what Chu Yuntian desired, so he decided to check the ordinary Pokémon breeding room. If he found nothing suitable, he would return to secure the elite potential Turtwig. Upon entering a new breeding room, Chu Yuntian was left speechless by the sight of a Pokémon egg before him. Pokémon egg, sloth. Gender, male. Type, normal. Level, NA. Ability, lazy. Skills, NA. Potential, champion level. This is absurd. Chu Yuntian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A champion level potential sloth? Can you believe it? It is well known that sloth's final form, the Sleep King, is invincible beneath the demigods and exchanges equally with those above. However, the unfortunate truth is that the lazy ability is tremendously detrimental. Always lounging about, it either eats or sleeps. Regardless of its potential, if it cannot be realized, it is of no consequence. Even if one were to painstakingly raise the Sleep King, it would be futile if it could not be commanded. Consequently, despite its formidable prowess, the Sleep King is less popular than Caterpie. After all, who would want to take care of something that eats a lot and is unproductive? System. Do you possess any items to alter abilities? Chu Yuntian, being quite discerning in aesthetics, found Sloth's appearance below his standards. However, if its ability could be changed, the threshold might be negotiable. Indeed, as long as the host actively completes tasks, there is a chance to acquire a trait override card as a reward. System. I appreciate you. Chu Yuntian promptly resolved to take action. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the staff, he cradled the egg and approached the registration desk to log Froakie and the sloth egg. Subsequently, he destroyed Froakie's Pokeball and replaced it with a luxurious ball of his own. Outside the breeding facility, when Chu Yuntian arrived, most of his classmates had already returned. Zhang Qian was squatting on the ground, playing with Squirtle and Bidoof. Lu Yi cradled a charming Eevee, while a mischievous Scorbunny nestled against her shoulder, making the already timid girl feel awkward in the crowd. Spotting Lin Fan, Chu Yuntian noticed him squatting down, conversing with a Nidoran. Quasi-elite potential? This fellow is quite fortunate. He must be on a lucky streak. It seems I am the one on a lucky streak, so all is well. Chu Yuntian. Why did you choose a Pokémon egg? Rushed over the homeroom teacher, Lu Li, in a flurry. The egg is rather splendid. I hold it in high regard. What Pokémon is this? Lazy King. Stunned, not only Lu Li but everyone who heard the name Lazy King was rendered speechless. There is also a Froakie. Chynti and gently placed the Pokémon egg into Lu Li's embrace, assisting her in holding it. Come forth, Froakie. Upon emerging, Froakie, noticing the multitude of gazes fixed upon him, crossed his arms in a rather haughty manner, lifting his chin defiantly. Lu Li exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for Froakie. Otherwise, she couldn't fathom the scene of her most promising student sending a Lazy King into the upcoming competition in her NGCH next semester. After half an hour, once all the members of Class 1 had exited, Lu Li beckoned everyone to board the vehicle. Due to holding the egg, Chynti and had no desire to jostle with others for a seat and boarded last. Spotting an empty spot in the last row, he approached only to find Li YY seated beside it. Li classmate, could you assist me by holding my egg? I'll place my backpack down. Li YY silently extended her hand to accept the Pokémon egg, avoiding eye contact with Chynti throughout the exchange. After placing his backpack securely, Chynti reclaimed the egg, yet his gaze lingered on Li YY. You. Please do not stare at me, she stammered. Her face flushed from her cheeks to her neck. Ahem, my apologies. Chynti swore that his intentions were not driven by lewd thoughts. He merely felt that this socially anxious girl might find it challenging to become a trainer if she couldn't even muster the courage to speak. He initially intended to inquire further, but decided against it given the circumstances. Upon arriving at the school gate, Chynti turned and entered the luxurious SUV driven by Uncle Wing. Once home, he first released Froakie, allowing it to play with the other Pokémon under the care of the assistant, then carefully placed the Lazy King egg in its designated spot. Observing the 4 Pokémon eggs in the nursery, he mused about the merits of wealth and power. Once they all hatched, he would possess 5 Pokémon. With the financial backing of the CH family, he had no concerns about nurturing them. The only pressure he felt was the potential strain of training 5 Pokémon simultaneously. After exiting the nursery, Chynti began to formulate a training plan for Froakie. As evening approached and no one had returned, he contemplated making a phone call when someone arrived at the door. Son, let your mother see your Pokémon. Yn called out, jogging over. Froakie and the assistant had gone to play in the back mountains and should be returning soon. Just then, the assistant returned, leading Froakie back. How adorable! CHXNYU exclaimed, producing an energy cube to bond with Froakie. The two women fussed over Froakie, having encountered many before, yet this one was special. This was Chynti's Froakie, and it was no wonder the two women exhibited such enthusiasm. CHNNF cast a glance, feeling he could not compete, and opted to sit beside Chyntin. Is there another? In the nursery. Oh, CHNNF raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Chyntin to continue. A Lazy King. CHNNF paused momentarily before suggesting, let's take a look. In the nursery, two breeders frowned as they examined the Lazy King egg for some time, but could not discern any unique qualities. They could only assess its decent potential, unable to ascertain anything further. Yn felt somewhat disheartened, unable to believe that Chyntin would bring back the egg without reason. Surely there was something special about it. I know. You want a Pokémon that matches your temperament, right? CHXNYU believed she had uncovered the truth. Oh. After playfully tapping her on the head, Chynti, turned to CHNF and said, "You will learn about the lazy king later. For now, let's head to the backyard." "What's in the backyard?" "A delightful surprise," Chynti replied mysteriously, prompting the three to follow. Although referred to as a backyard, it resembled more of a pasture, with a stream flowing from the wooded hills. Numerous Pokémon roamed the pasture, including those captured by CHNF and WNRUYN in earlier years, as well as Pokémon belonging to WNRUYN students and the Pokémon of the maids and servants working in the estate. For instance, Uncle W. CHYNTIN's dedicated driver, was actually a quasi-champion trainer, and his Pokémon resided here year-round. Upon seeing the CH family approach, the caretakers of the backyard promptly set aside their tasks and hurried over. After a brief word to have them retreat, CHYNTIN then said, "Dad, summon your Charizard." Although CHNF was puzzled about the purpose, he retrieved Charizard's Pokeball. "Come forth, Charizard." With a roar, Charizard emerged, unleashing a burst of flames into the sky. "Hello, Charizard." CHYNTI affectionately patted Charizard's belly, who recognized him immediately. Charizard, male, fire and flying type. Ability, Blaze, level 89, peak champion. Skills, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, Inferno, potential, champion level. Level 89, having reached the limit of its potential. It must be said that this Charizard was exceptionally well trained by CHNF, with much credit also due to WNRUYN. Reflecting on this, CHYNTI turned his gaze towards CHXNYU, feeling fortunate to have a breeding expert as a wife. He produced the charcoal he had prepared earlier, waving it enticingly in front of Charizard. "Would you like this?" Charizard, sensing the energy within the charcoal, became increasingly agitated. "You little rascal, what is this?" CHNF, upon seeing the charcoal, took a few steps forward, incredulous, nearly kneeling in excitement. "Treasures such as this are rare and cannot be sought after with money. Fire-type treasures are beyond my use. Dad, you should give it to Charizard. Then, you will possess a second champion-level Pokémon. Good son, let me see." CHNF trembled as he accepted it, marveling that the charcoal he had searched for years had appeared before him in such an unassuming manner. "Ha!" CHNF suddenly burst into laughter. As he was on the verge of acquiring his second champion-level Pokémon, becoming a quasi-champion trainer like his father, CHDHNXing. Meanwhile, Charizard looked on eagerly, as CHNF and the others examined the charcoal, each taking turns to admire it. Charizard, feeling neglected, protested, "Can someone pay attention to me?" Level system, Novice level, 1 to 9. Regular level, 10 to 19. Elite level, 20 to 29. Professional level, 30 to 39. Gym level, 40 to 49. Quasi-champion, 50 to 69. Champion level, 70 to 89. Chapter 5. The Birth of BOBIL and Little Fire Horse. Charizard, take it. After satisfying his curiosity, CHNF tossed the charcoal to Charizard, who appeared amusingly anxious, scratching its head. As soon as the charcoal entered Charizard's mouth, it rapidly decomposed into countless fire-type energies that surged into Charizard's body. "Quick, everyone stand back." CHNF called out loudly, retreating several dozen meters. CHYNTI activated his data eye, continuously monitoring Charizard. The data showed no immediate changes. However, Charizard's aura was steadily rising. Among those present, the most anxious was undoubtedly CHNF, who felt WNRUYN grasp his hand tightly upon sensing his tension. CHXNYU, hiding behind CHYNTIN, peeked around him to observe Charizard. Suddenly, a torrent of flames erupted from Charizard, sweeping outward. Gyarados, hold the line. Beautifly, defend. Chunanfeng and Winroyan simultaneously unleashed their Pokémon to protect several individuals. The formidable flames spread throughout the space, incinerating the grass within a 100-meter radius. Charizard soared over, its size having grown considerably. Success! Chunanfeng joyfully rushed towards Charizard, but it glided past him, heading towards Chu Yuntian. Roar! Charizard scooped Chu Yuntian up and hurled him into the air. Ha ha! Charizard. Alright, I'm getting dizzy. Thanks to the power of Dragon Mastery, Chu Yuntian could distinctly sense Charizard's excitement, momentarily forgetting to express his gratitude to Chunanfeng. He pondered how to elevate his Dragon Mastery to a level conducive to free communication with Dragon-type Pokémon. After being set down by Charizard, Chu Yuntian examined its data. Level 92, with a strength increase of 3 levels, and potential reaching the champion tier. Excellent. Chunanfeng, having taken a leisurely flight atop Charizard, gradually calmed his exhilaration. Upon landing, he embraced Chu Yuntian and inquired, "My dear son, where did you procure this charcoal?" Chu Yuntian, smiling broadly at his father, disdainfully replied, "Stop daydreaming. I was merely fortunate in my acquisition." In response, Chunanfeng pouted in reluctance. "If only I could obtain a dragon-type or flying-type treasure. Then my Noivern would surely break through to champion level, and I could become a champion trainer." Throughout the evening, Lin Fan fondled the Pokeball containing Charizard, marveling at Chu Yuntian as the family's lucky star, contemplating the bright future of the Chu clan. 2 days later, on a bright morning, Gua Pow Frog, use water gun. The water gun shot forth towards Chuxinya's white Eevee. Eevee dig. Chuxinya commanded. Just as the water gun was about to hit, Eevee burrowed into the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. Gua Pow Frog, jump up and use water gun again. Gua Pow Frog leaped high, aiming at the spot where Eevee had dug. Now, with a flash of electricity, Chuxinya commanded Eevee to use quick attack, shooting out of the burrow and charging directly at Gua Pow Frog. Undeterred by the water gun. Victory, Chuxinya thought, knowing that her level 8 Gua Pow Frog lacked the skills to counter quick attack. Gua Pow Frog. Use the move slash. What? Bang. Eevee was struck down to the ground, its eyes spiraling. Since when did your Gua Pow Frog learn slash? Chuxinya rushed over to scoop up Eevee, glancing back to inquire. Chu Yuntian replied, having rewarded Gua Pow Frog with an energy cube just yesterday. Impressive, Chuxinya remarked. And the two proceeded to the medical room, where Wenren, hailing from a family of Pokémon doctors, had access to comprehensive medical facilities. By the way, which evolution are you considering for your shiny Eevee? This was Chu Yuntian's first encounter with a shiny Eevee, piquing his curiosity about Chuxinya's choice. In this world, 5 Eevee evolutions had already been discovered: Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Leafeon, and Glaceon. The remaining evolutions, Solarian, Lunarion, and Sylveon, had yet to appear. I haven't decided yet, Chuxinya said while treating Eevee. Just as Chu Yuntian was about to discuss the remaining 3 evolutions, a voice resonated in his mind. Mission issued. Own 3 Pokémon. Reward. Perfect Energy Cube Recipe. Own your first Quasi-Divine Pokémon. Reward. A random treasure. Perfect Energy Cube promotes Pokémon growth, maximizing their potential at each stage. Upon hearing the system's mission, Chu Yuntian exclaimed, "System, you are indeed a benevolent entity." Minutes later, Eevee was nestled in a luxury ball to rest, and the two made their way to the nurturing room. Today marked the birth of Baobei Long and Galarian Ponyta, yet despite Wenroyan's vigil throughout the morning, neither of the eggs had shown any signs of hatching. The trio spent nearly 2 hours in anticipation when suddenly, Ponyta's egg began to stir, followed by a crack. Quick! We must exit, Wenroyan urged Chuxinya, pulling her along. Upon the birth of a Pokémon, it tends to form a bond with the first individual it encounters, treating them as family. As Chu Yuntian awaited the arrival of his Pokémon, he felt as anxious as a father outside a delivery room. With the crack widening, a black horn emerged, and the eggshell shattered completely. A small creature, pure white in color, appeared, its mane a blend of light yellow and bluish green, devoid of any fiery characteristics, with its hooves covered in light yellow fur. The Galarian Ponyta emitted a gentle whinny, attempting to rise. Stand up, Ponyta, stand. With encouragement from Lin Fan. No, Chu Yuntian, the little Ponyta wobbled to its feet. Marvelous. After patting Ponyta's head, Chu Yuntian offered it a bottle of moo milk he had prepared earlier. Knock knock. May we enter? Wenroyan's voice called from outside. Receiving a response, Wenroyan and Chuxinya cautiously entered, fearful of startling Ponyta. Oh, a shiny Pokémon. The two gasped in astonishment upon seeing Ponyta's coloration. Shouting, could it be that mother did not misjudge? This truly is a shiny Galarian Ponyta, Wenroyan exclaimed, one hand covering her mouth while the other pointed at Ponyta. Hee. Chu Yuntian cradled Ponyta, rubbing his face against it. I'm quite surprised as well. Wow. It's so adorable, almost dreamlike, just like my Glaceon. Chuxinya gazed at the Ponyta in Chu Yuntian's arms, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, your Glaceon is also beautiful. I envy it, Chu Yuntian remarked, having once contemplated acquiring a Glaceon himself. Unfortunately, in this world, this breed of Vulpix resided in a region called Alola in northern Europe, where their numbers were scarce. Occasionally, a few with high potential were already claimed. However, all credit goes to my mother. Yes, mother is the best. Chuxinya linked her arm with Wenroyan, recalling how her Glaceon had been a gift from Wenroyan last year. The two chatted animatedly, while Wenroyan beamed between them. Click. A crisp sound echoed. Quick, we must go. The two women hurriedly exited. Chu Yuntian set Ponyta down and turned his attention to the egg of Baobei Long, which was on the verge of hatching. Soon, the shell cracked, revealing an adorable blue creature. Unlike Ponyta, Baobei Long was bursting with energy upon birth, calling out to Chu Yuntian as it leaped directly into his embrace. Haha, so clingy. Gently stroking Baobei Long's hard skull, Chu Yuntian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. He placed Baobei Long on the ground and offered it a bottle of moo milk, then activated his data viewer. Baobei Long. Gender, male. Type, dragon. Level, LV5, beginner. Ability, hard head. Moves, dragon dive, glare, ember, bite. Potential, champion level. Excellent, an immediate level 5 at birth, having inherited dragon dive. Truly a quasi-divine Pokémon with champion level potential. His gaze then shifted to Ponyta. Shiny Ponyta, Galarian. Gender, Female. Type, Psychic. Level, LV3, Beginner. Ability, Pastel Veil. Moves, Double Kick, Tackle, Growl. Potential, Elite level. The potential of the little Huoma is merely at the level of a king. It appears that in the future, one must acquire treasures with extraordinary abilities. Satisfied, I gently patted the two little creatures and took out two luxury Pokeballs, addressing Baobei Long and Xiao Huoma. Little ones, do not resist, I will release you soon. A light tap on their heads, and with two beams of red light, they were drawn into the Pokeballs. The two chimes signified that Chu Yuntian had acquired his second and third Pokémon, simultaneously completing his task. Chapter 6, The Shiny Solar EV? A green that causes unease in the heart. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards are as follows. Perfect Energy Cube Recipe, item leftover. New task, own 3 ordinary level Pokémon. Reward, Beautiful Scales. Own a second Semi-Divine Pokémon. Reward, a random secret treasure. Oh dear, could this be a long-term task? Am I destined to embark on the path of collecting semi-divine beings? I hope there isn't a task later on for gathering divine beasts. That would be quite the jest. Not pondering further, Chu Yuntian released the 3 Pokémon and said to Guagua Paofro, from today onward, they will be your younger siblings. So take good care of them. Guagua. Guagua Paofro looked at Baobei Long and Xiao Huoma, curiously edging closer. The 3 little ones quickly established a friendship, with no signs of discord. As Chu Yuntian exited the nurturing room with his 3 Pokémon, when Ryun and Chu Xinyue immediately surrounded him. Wow, semi-divine beings, how enviable. Chu Xinyue glanced at Baobei Long and suddenly tugged at Chu Yuntian's sleeve with a hushed voice. Isn't your mini Long also semi-divine? Chu Yuntian pinched her cheek. Noting that it had reached level 28 in just a year, and by April, during the national freshman competition, it would likely evolve into Hakron. Chu Xinyue, also pinching Chu Yuntian, remarked, with the best resources, the finest training and guidance from the kings and outstanding nurturing masters, such results are to be expected. Hearing their conversation, when Ryun affectionately patted their heads. For an entire day, Chu Yuntian played with his 3 Pokémon in the backyard, deepening their bond. By evening, Chu Nanfeng had yet to return. As one of the 8 kings of Huaxia, he oversaw Rongqing and was responsible for maintaining order in the entire southwestern region. Issues such as smuggling Pokémon and violent crimes persisted, along with some nefarious organizations stirring trouble from the shadows. These matters kept Chu Nanfeng exceedingly busy. However, while he was absent, Chu Jingxiong arrived, grinning widely just in time for dinner. In the kitchen, when Ryun and Chu Xinyue were still busy. After preparing a cup of tea for the elder, Chu Yuntian asked, Elder, haven't you been busy lately? It is no surprise that Chu Yuntian would inquire. For this man was also quite the busybody. Since declaring himself a king, he had guarded the 10,000 Great Mountains for nearly 30 years, where countless wild Pokémon resided in various secret realms. Unlike the Pokémon on Earth, those in the secret realms had never encountered humans. And if they were to appear on Earth, it could easily lead to complications. You brat, Chu Jingxiong laughed, pointing at the suitcase on the table. What's this? The Mega Evolution stones you requested. He spoke with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian, who had been lounging lazily, shot up and quickly opened the suitcase. Inside were 8 Mega Evolution stones and 4 Keystone stones. Your efficiency is commendable, Chu Yuntian praised, giving a thumbs up. And what do you think? Chu Jingxiong bragged, stroking his beard. Which Pokémon are these evolution stones for? Shenado, Shui Jian Gue, Biao Li Long, De Zue Hua, De Gang Shi, Bai Jiao, Ju Qian Tang Long. Gung Gue. Of these 8, the only ones currently usable are your Bai Jiao and your father's Biao Li Long. After Chu Yuntian finished speaking, Chu Jingxiong held the keystone in one hand and the Mega Evolution Stone for Bai Jiao in the other, looking eager to try. Elder, don't get too excited. The Mega Evolution creates quite a commotion. Be careful not to let the news leak. Chu Yuntian couldn't help but remind him. Chu Jingxiong looked up at Chu Yuntian with puppy eyes. Can I try it in the backyard? No way. Everything is for the Chu family. Fine. Seeing the old man so pitiful, Chu Yuntian had to find a way to divert his attention. Sorry, Dragon-type King. Elder, you might not know, but Dad's Charizard is already champion level. What? When did that happen? As expected, the distraction technique worked wonders. Just a couple of days ago. I suspect he deliberately kept it from you, waiting for the right moment to surprise you during a practice battle. Really? Him? The elder puffed up his cheeks. Not that I look down on him. No matter how strong he is, I can still make him call me Dad. This. Chu Yuntian was left speechless, noting that he was indeed his father. Suddenly, Chu Jingxiong packed the suitcase and handed it to Chu Yuntian. Take it away. From now on, I will have someone deliver it here directly. Otherwise, I fear I might not be able to resist. So out of sight, out of mind. Accepting it with a smile, Chu Yuntian said, Tomorrow, let the servants clear out a room for it, treating it as a collection room. As you wish. The elder stayed for dinner before leaving. That night, Chu Yuntian returned to his room to retrieve the recipe for the perfect energy cube. while also organizing the remaining 3 evolution forms of EV into written form before heading to the living room. Wen Ruiyun and Chu Xinyue were snuggled together on the sofa watching a movie, with Pokémon sprawled around them. Upon seeing Chu Yuntian approach, they made room in the middle. Shall we pause for a moment? Only then did the two notice the book and A4 paper in Chu Yuntian's hands. What's that? Chu Xinyue asked, pausing the movie. He handed the book to Wen Ruiyun and the A4 paper to Chu Xinyue. Both looked confused as they received the items. But after glancing at them, their mouths dropped open wide in astonishment. Eevee has 3 more evolution forms. What? Let me see. They exchanged glances, each equally shocked. Son, did you discover this? Wen Ruiyun's mood could only be described as ecstatic. She had only skimmed through the perfect energy cube recipe and was unaware of its effects. However, the A4 paper's few words were quickly read, and if what was written about Eevee was true, it would undoubtedly ignite a fervor. Indeed, your son is impressive, isn't he? Chu Yuntian, with a touch of pride, readily acknowledged it. All right, I will find someone to conduct an experiment tomorrow. If all goes well, you will surely gain fame. As soon as Wen Ruiyun finished her statement, she opened her pocket watch to contact someone, preparing for the experiment the following day. Meanwhile, Chu Xinyue pondered for a moment before declaring, I've decided, I want Solar EV. Oh, why? Chu Yuntian asked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I still don't have a super ability Pokémon. I suggest you reconsider. Why not? Chu Xinyue asked, unwilling to relent. Chu Yuntian thought about how the Shiny EV evolved into Solar EV, which was green. It started green from the head down to the tail. And a deep green at that. The Shiny EV evolving into Solar EV was quite unsightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinyue felt disheartened, unable to fathom how unattractive a green EV would be. Wen Ruiyun curiously observed Chu Yuntian, as his recent actions and the items he presented were astonishing, leading her to question whether he had been possessed. If Chu Yuntian knew, he would surely cry out in protest. He was merely a reincarnated soul. Late at night, Chu Yuntian lay in bed, contemplating the plans for the upcoming month-long holiday. First, for Guagua Paofro, the focus would be on mastering the skills already acquired, particularly honing speed. As for Xiao Huoma and Bao Beilong, ensuring they eat well, drink well, and grow healthily would suffice. Indeed, one must keep a watchful eye on the precious Mini Long, ensuring it does not leap from heights. During this period, Chu Yuntian had no intention of embarking on any secret realm adventures, primarily due to his insufficient strength, but also because he seemed to lack any pressing needs that required him to take risks. In the ensuing days, both the Mini Long and the Lazy Wong were born successfully, bringing Chu Yuntian's collection of Pokémon to 5, with the addition of a quasi-deity. The system rewarded him with a treasure magnet, which left Chu Yuntian quite displeased. Why, he thought, should Lazy Wong be deemed unworthy of a reward? This was infuriating. As time swiftly passed, a month went by, marking the end of the final holiday before the college entrance examination. During this time, Chu Jingxiong and Chu Nanfeng sent over more than 20 Mega Evolution Stones and Keystones, all of which Chu Yuntian carefully stored away. Meanwhile, Wen Ruiyun spent her days immersed in the laboratory, diligently researching various formulas for the perfect energy cube. Due to the intricate complexity of these formulas, with some ingredients and herbs being quite rare, Wen Ruiyun and Chu Yuntian decided that the perfect energy cube would temporarily be reserved for personal use, with a limited quantity available for sale to trusted friends or family in exchange for benefits. The 3 evolutionary forms of Ebu had already been confirmed, which naturally attracted widespread attention from the outside world. At Chu Yuntian's request, Wen Ruiyun refrained from publicizing this discovery as his own. During these days, Chu Yuntian spent his time leisurely playing and training with his Pokémon. On the day of school reopening, as Chu Yuntian stepped outside to head to school, he noticed 2 cars parked at the entrance. Subsequently, Chu Xinyue emerged from one of the vehicles. This girl would not commence her studies until March. Throughout this period, she had been frequenting various battle clubs in Rongqing, searching for suitable opponents to engage in exhilarating duels. Were it not for her background, who would believe she was a student of the cultivation department? Moreover, this cultivation student had defeated numerous strong contenders from the battle department of the Imperial Capital University, earning her the title of Rookie King among her peers, much to the chagrin of the battle department. Come, sister will take you to school, Chu Xinyue said, linking her arm with Chu Yuntian's and resting her head against his shoulder, beaming sweetly. What is this? Aren't you cold? Chu Yuntian remarked, glancing at her form-fitting dress, feeling a headache coming on. As long as my dear brother likes it, I am not afraid of the cold, she replied in a teasing tone. With no other option, Chu Yuntian resigned himself to letting Uncle Wang return home to rest before joining Chu Xinyue in her vehicle. Songjia, let's go. Chu Xinyue affectionately called to the driver from the back seat. Understood, miss, the driver replied. Throughout the journey, Chu Yuntian speculated about what tricks Chu Xinyue might be up to, but nothing out of the ordinary occurred, and they arrived safely at the school gate. Just as he prepared to enter, he suddenly sensed a wave of deep malice approaching. Good little brother, you performed splendidly last night. I really enjoyed it. I shall seek you out again next time. Chu Yuntian turned around through gritted teeth to see Chu Xinyu leaning against the car with her arms crossed, wearing a sweet smile. This enchantress. Once again, he had fallen into her trap. It was evident that rumors of him being supported by a wealthy woman would soon circulate within the school. You little minx, just wait. Upon entering the school, he located his new classroom, Pokémon Class A. Starting this semester, students who opted to enter the Pokémon class would be separated from the others, a decision confirmed by their respective homeroom teachers during the holiday. Chu Yuntian was uncertain how many of the original 30 students had chosen to join the Pokémon class, estimating perhaps only around 10. According to the school's historical data, out of approximately 600 students each year, less than 200 ultimately selected the Pokémon class. After all, from a realistic standpoint, being a trainer hardly constituted a viable career. Even if one invested a substantial portion of their savings to acquire a starter Pokémon, what would that yield? It was akin to purchasing a Lamborghini. While one might afford the initial purchase, maintaining it would require far more funds. And this was merely for one Pokémon. Consequently, among those fewer than 200, a significant portion would be aspiring to become breeders, a profession that could sustain a household. Upon entering the classroom, Chu Yuntian spotted several familiar faces. Zhang Qian, Lu Yi, and Lin Fan were all present. What a coincidence. We are reunited, he thought. Noticing an unoccupied corner of the classroom, he hastened over, for this was indeed a throne. Ah, Lu Yi, what a delightful surprise to see you again, he greeted. As Lu Yi was seated directly to his right, this shy and introverted girl preferred to linger in the corners. Originally, she had intended to occupy the very spot Chu Yuntian now claimed, but upon seeing his name on the list sent by their new homeroom teacher, she quickly relinquished the position in favor of the next best, which happened to be beside him. Hello, she greeted in a soft voice. How adorable, Chu Yuntian exclaimed, feeling a pang of regret for not having noticed it before. Was she not preferable to the cunning Chu Xinyu? Indeed, only a good sister would show concern for her brother, while an elder sister would only tease. Chu Tongxue, you must not have joined the class group. As you seem unaware we are in the same class, someone from the front row remarked. It was Zhang Qian. Ah, I see. I must have overlooked it. Chu Yuntian chuckled, only to realize he was surrounded by girls. At that moment, the instructor arrived, marking the beginning of a tedious and monotonous class. Basic Pokémon care, Pokémon first aid, outdoor survival, Pokémon psychology. These foundational subjects were already ingrained in Chu Yuntian's mind through mere exposure. Meanwhile, Lu Yi listened intently, and Chu Yuntian felt reluctant to disturb her in search of a conversation partner. This state of affairs continued until noon when the homeroom teacher for Pokémon Class A arrived. To his surprise, it was Lu Li. Chu Yuntian was aware that Lu Li was also a Pokémon trainer who had taught several cohorts of the Pokémon class. But he had not anticipated such a coincidence. Classmates, I have two announcements. First, we are currently in need of a class monitor for Class A. Does anyone wish to nominate themselves? As soon as Lu Li finished speaking, two hands were raised, one belonging to Zhang Qian and the other to a boy whom Chu Yuntian did not recognize. Upon seeing Zhang Qian's hand, the boy hesitated before lowering his own. Observing this scene, Chu Yuntian mused about Zhang Qian's undeniable charm. It seemed she attracted admirers wherever she went. Lu Li squinted at the boy, Chen Yan, who had performed well academically and had previously served as a class monitor. Yet, given the current circumstances, she was not oblivious to the underlying dynamics. She simply did not wish to intervene. Very well, from today onward, Zhang Qian will be the class monitor for Class A. The second announcement is that from today, the battle training ground will be open. After lunch, we will have practical lessons and training sessions. And the monitor must remember to take attendance. Understood, teacher, Zhang Qian nodded. Finally, it was over. After Lu Li departed, Chu Yuntian stretched his arms. Chu Tongxue. Not paying attention in class makes you a bad student, Zhang Qian teased, glancing back at him. Then what should I do? Will the class monitor help me catch up? He replied with a playful glint in his eye. Just the two of us? Zhang Qian was not completely clueless. She had encountered themes like private tutoring before. Their gazes locked in the air, neither willing to avert their eyes, as if the first to look away would be the loser. She is so beautiful. He is so handsome. At that moment, both thoughts crossed their minds. Meanwhile, Lu Yi cleared her throat lightly, pulling the two from their reverie. As they turned to look, they saw her face flushed with embarrassment. Wow, I didn't know you also watched those. Without another word, Lu Yi dashed out of the classroom. Chu Yuntian sighed, glancing at Zhang Qian and making a face as if to say, it's your fault. Zhang Qian raised an eyebrow, retorting, what does that have to do with me? In another corner, a man with a face as dark as coal was watching the two exchange glances, his anger boiling to the point of explosion. Lin Fan initially intended to invite Zhang Qian to dinner, to apologize and express his determination to improve himself. However, the current scene rendered him utterly speechless. Chu Yuntian also noticed Lin Fan and scoffed, a defeated dog. After lunch, Chu Yuntian arrived at the training ground with Zhang Qian, surveying the vast expanse of barren land, devoid of anything but yellow earth. Although it was not yet time for practical lessons, the youthful exuberance of the students was palpable. as many from the Pokémon training class had arrived early, releasing their Pokémon to either play or battle. A glance around revealed that most of the Pokémon were between levels 5 and 9. Come forth, Guaguapowo. Upon its arrival, Guaguapowo immediately fixed its gaze on Chu Yuntian. I understand, Chu Yuntian said, retrieving an energy cube for Guaguapowo, casually offering another to Zhang Qian's Piku. He did not notice Zhang Qian's momentary surprise upon seeing the energy cube. After half an hour of casual conversation, Zhang Qian began counting the number of students in Class A, confirming there were 15 without fail, and Lu Li soon arrived. Today is our first practical lesson. We will only know your levels and how well you have trained your Pokémon after you demonstrate, Lu Li announced, standing at the front of the line. Now, groups of 3 will take turns battling. Without further ado, let us get started, Lu Li stated, adhering to her straightforward style. Hey, Chu Yuntian, let us team up, Zhang Qian said, turning her head. Lin Fan, who had just extended his hand behind her, froze. We still need one more person, Chu Yuntian remarked, noticing Lin Fan's suspended hand. Oh, isn't that Lin Fan? Lin Fan quickly retracted his hand, awkwardly greeting. Hello. By the way, Lin Fan, would you like to join our group? Although Xiao Qian rejected you, you cannot blame her. After all, relationships require mutual effort, and your previous lack of ambition and neglect of your studies made rejection unsurprising, Chu Yuntian continued. Zhang Qian shot Chu Yuntian a glare and pinched his arm fiercely, annoyed that he had called her Xiao Qian. However, to outsiders, this looked like a couple teasing each other. Lin Fan's eyes turned red, unmasked hatred evident within them. Chu Yuntian feigned ignorance and continued. But it seems you have turned over a new leaf, and I am willing to assist you further. Just as I did when you made me spend $1 million to buy your stone. Oh dear, I misspoke. I meant gemstone. Upon finishing his words, Chu Yuntian felt as if he were a villain, both shameless and cunning. Oh, so that is how Lin Fan acquired his Pokémon. Chu Yuntian is truly a good person, spending $1 million to help Lin Fan, the students murmured. Are you foolish? That was probably just a worthless rock. So, Lin Fan must be truly despicable, not only deceiving others, but also exploiting their sympathy. Chu Yuntian is kind-hearted. He truly is. I'm in tears, the classmates speculated, while Lin Fan clenched his teeth, seething at the mention of $1 million when it was only 100,000. At that moment, Chu Yuntian suddenly grasped Zhang Qian's hand. Feigning a pitiful expression, Xiao Qian, I'm sorry. I happened to be there when you and Lin Fan were talking in the corridor. I did not eavesdrop intentionally. Please believe me. Zhang Qian struggled to suppress laughter, feeling the situation was inappropriate, yet she could not stifle herself entirely. No laughing, no laughing. Almost unable to maintain her composure, Zhang Qian took a step back and hid behind Chu Yuntian, using Piku to shield her face as she exhaled deeply. All right. What are you all doing gathered here? Have you formed your teams? Lu Li could no longer tolerate it, questioning the youth's behavior. Was it truly this alarming? She even felt as if she were watching a palace intrigue drama. Lu Li's words prompted the crowd to disperse. Chapter 8. Pokémon Battle. Let us go? Chu Yuntian tightly grasped Zhang Qian's delicate hand, regardless of her struggles. Zhang Qian felt her heart race, secretly pleased. Indeed, Chu Yuntian was quite remarkable, tall, handsome, academically gifted, and from a wealthy family, a splendid choice for a boyfriend. Moreover, he had a sense of humor. Recalling Chu Yuntian's earlier remarks mocking Lin Fan, Zhang Qian smiled again. If Lin Fan knew, he would likely be devastated. He humiliates me, and you find that humorous? Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Qian was abruptly pulled before Lu Yi by Chu Yuntian. Let us team up with Zhang Qian. Lu Yi was taken aback. He actually called her Yi. A sharp pain shot through Chu Yuntian's waist, and when he turned to look, he found Zhang Qian glaring at him, displeased. This rascal had just called her Xiao Qian and now referred to her as Zhang Qian. Dragging Lu Yi into their group, Chu Yuntian and Zhang Qian began their battle. Guaguapowo. Use water gun. Genie Gue. We will use water gun too. The two jets of water collided, obscuring both sides' vision. Quick, lightning flash. Chu Yuntian shouted. Guaguapowo deftly maneuvered, swiftly closing in on Genie Gue. Genie Gue, withdraw into your shell. Bang. Genie Gue was sent flying by Guaguapowo's charge. Genie Gue, are you alright? Zhang Qian called out. Genie Gue, it responded, indicating it was still capable. Zhang Qian nodded. Then let us continue. Although Zhang Qian knew they would lose, she did not wish to be utterly humiliated. It felt like there was no room for retaliation at all. Guaguapowo. Use blade of water. Chu Yuntian was ruthless, showing no mercy. Genie Gue bubble beam. A multitude of colorful bubbles surged from Genie Gue's mouth, aimed at the approaching Guaguapowo. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuntian immediately commanded, jump. Wave of water. Guaguapowo leaped, evading Genie Gue's attack, swiftly forming a water blue orb with its hands. As Genie Gue was struck by the wave of water, the battle came to an end. Congratulations, host, on achieving your first victory on campus. Reward, Essence of Water, absorbable by water-type Pokémon below the gym level. can enhance by 13 levels. Mission, winning streak. Achieve 3 consecutive victories, 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, and 100 consecutive victories within a month. The same Pokémon can only defeat once. Rewards for consecutive victories are unknown. Keep it up, host. Hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Chu Yuntian's smile gradually morphed into something sinister. I apologize, classmates. Prepare to endure my onslaught. Genie Gui, return. Zhang Qian retrieved Genie Gui into its Pokeball for recovery, then cast a complex gaze at Chu Yuntian. How is this guy so powerful? She had no opportunity to resist whatsoever. Moreover, why did his smile seem so wicked? The battle concluded, and Chu Yuntian emerged victorious. At that moment, Lu Yi, who had been temporarily serving as a referee, voiced, "You two performed admirably." Lu Li approached, having noted the battle while instructing other students. Although the match was one-sided, Zhang Qian remained composed, calmly strategizing her responses, an essential trait for a trainer. Zhang Qian, you possess great talent, and Genie Gui is well-trained. With more experience, you can achieve remarkable success on your trainer journey. Just as Zhang Qian rejoiced at the teacher's recognition, Lu Li continued, however, you made 2 glaring mistakes. First, when the water gun obscured your vision, Chu Yuntian seized the opportunity to launch an attack. What were you doing at that moment? Were you just standing there, waiting for the mist to clear? As a result, Guaguapao charged at you before you could react. Battles are not games. They are not turn-based. Why did you not anticipate the attack, defend, or reposition? Zhang Qian found herself at a loss for words. Secondly, when the Pow launched its attack with a single slash, you could have easily chosen to evade and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Instead, you allowed the weakened Gu to confront it head-on, especially considering that the level of Pow is inherently superior. At that moment, I admit, I was somewhat swept away by fervor. Lu Li nodded, glancing at Chyntian, praising him for his Pow, which remarkably learned Water Pulse at such an early stage. It's all just luck, he replied modestly. After Lu Li departed, Chyntian turned to Lu Yi and proposed, how about a vigorous battle between us? Lu Yi's embarrassment was palpable as her face flushed from her neck to her ears. I can't possibly win against you. Just as she was about to dissuade him, someone approached from behind. Chyntian, I am here to challenge you. It was Lin Fan, who had been waiting to confront Chyntian after the battle with Zhang concluded. Although he was taken aback by the prowess of Pow, he seized the opportunity. Having just emerged from a fierce battle and having expended considerable energy on multiple high-cost moves. You're here? Of course. Are you afraid? Lin Fan proclaimed loudly. Eager for attention. As expected, onlookers turned their heads to observe. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Lin Fan queried Zhang, sensing his malicious intent. However, Lin Fan ignored her, patiently awaiting Chyntian's response. Convinced that defeating him would prove his superiority and perhaps win back Zhang's affections. Speak up. Afraid, are you? Whether you choose Pow or Ln or NWing, it matters not. Chyntian chuckled. Recognizing Lin Fan's targeting of both the energy-draining Pow and the lethargic Ln or NWing, he was somewhat clever. Though unfortunately, Lin Fan was unaware that Pow bore the item leftovers, significantly enhancing its recovery capabilities. Let us do this. With Chyntian's consent, Lin Fan's spirits soared as the crowd dispersed, clearing a space for the impending duel. Come forth, and dueling. Lin Fan shouted exuberantly, releasing his Pokémon from its Pokeball. And dueling. Gender, male. Type, poison. Level, 11, normal. Ability, poison point, may poison opponents that make contact. Moves, Leer, poison sting, horn attack, focus energy, double kick. Potential, nearly champion level. Level 11. Could it be that he encountered some fortuitous event during the holidays? Zhang and Lu Yi's Pokémon reaching level 11 was already astonishing, rivaling last year's CHXNU. Hurry up. Are you scared? Lin Fan taunted. As you wish. Chyntian retrieved a Pokeball. Come forth, Bobiling. With a thunderous roar, Bobiling made its grand entrance. The scene fell silent for a good 30 seconds before erupting into gasps of awe, as spectators took photos and videos. Divine Pokémon are exceedingly rare, and most had only seen them in videos. Lin Fan's astonishment quickly turned to dismay. What did it matter if it was a divine Pokémon when it was only level 11? Upon checking the Pokémon watch for its level, relief washed over Lin Fan. If he could defeat Chyntian, who possessed a divine Pokémon, wouldn't he that only served to highlight his own prowess? Xiao Qian, would you like to officiate the match? Chyntian inquired. Zhang snapped back to reality. Oh sure? At that moment, she perceived Chyntian as increasingly enigmatic. Previously, she merely viewed him as affluent. But now he appeared powerful and influential. The battle begins. In dueling, focus your energy. Bobiling Leer. Starting with focus energy made it challenging to evaluate. The opponent would either use Poison Sting or Horn Attack after focusing. Chyntn remained calm, responding to change with steadiness. First, he utilized Leer to instill fear in dueling, lowering its defenses, then executed a defensive counterattack. Bobiling. Dodge. In dueling, use Poison Sting. The two issued commands in succession. As anticipated, too bad I predicted your attack. Bobiling, use Headbutt. Leer instilled fear, and Headbutt made in dueling tremble as Bobiling lunged forward with its hardened head. Horn Attack. In dueling charged straight ahead. Bobiling halt. Finish it with Dragon Breath. The energy emitted from Bobiling sent in dueling flying. Charge. Seizing the moment to capitalize on its misfortune. Bobiling surged forward with astonishing momentum, soon finding in dueling sprawled motionless on the ground. One-hit knockout. The battle concludes with Chyntn as the victor. Chyntn exclaimed excitedly, noting that throughout the encounter, in dueling failed to inflict any damage on Bobiling. Well done, Bobiling. Here's your reward. Yeah. Bobiling happily consumed the energy cube. Meanwhile, Lin, unwilling to concede defeat, retrieved another Pokeball. Let us go again. Oh, you have a second one. Xiaoqian, you and YY keep an eye on Bobiling. Bobiling remained preoccupied with its food, unhurried to return to its Pokeball. Chyntn nodded eagerly. Sure. A divine Pokemon, indeed. She thought, feeling a rush of excitement, even imagining how she would be able to pet Bobiling once it evolved into Bobiling. Lu YY shared her anticipation, and together they took Bobiling aside to play. Chapter 9. 10 Little Shiny eggs. Here, Lin Fan sent out his second Pokemon, a Wnexy in K2. Wnexy in K2. Gender, male. Type, water. Level, 10 normal. Ability, Rain Dish, receives healing when hit by water-type attacks. Moves, Water Gun, Hypnosis, Pound, Bubble, Splash. Potential, King level. Note, Lin Fan captured Wnexy in K2 at HF in H half a month ago. Chyntn was taken aback. H was merely a scenic spot on the outskirts of our Ch, not even considered wilderness. Could Lin Fan have fortuitously captured a king-level potential Wnexy in K2 while on an outing? Moreover, Chyntn faced another dilemma. This Wnexy in K2 possessed the ability Rain Dish. No wonder Lin Fan was so confident in challenging him. He had a strategy specifically against Pow. In light of this, there was little he could do. MNLing, come forth. Chyntn threw out his Pokeball. The graceful presence of MNLing incited a commotion that surpassed that of Bobiling. How is this possible? Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot with envy. Why does he possess another divine Pokemon? Consumed by jealousy, Lin Fan's anger clouded his judgment. Simplifying the forthcoming battle. Amid MNLing's adorable calls, Wnexy in K2 was ultimately swept away by a single whirlwind. Congratulations, host, on achieving 3 consecutive victories. Reward, 10 little Shiny eggs. What did you say the reward was? I won 10 little Shiny. Are you out of your mind? All with nearly champion potential, and 1 with king potential. Well, that's fine. I do quite like them. Little Shiny, a delightful cream Pokemon, is small and charming, with almost all of its skills focused on support and healing, and it can even eat. However, the system's sudden generosity seemed excessive. Perhaps I'll raise them at home as pets. The disgruntled Lin Fan left in defeat, and after dispersing the onlookers, Luli turned to Chyntn and asked, Are you no longer planning to conceal your identity? Well, it wasn't my intention to hide. I simply wish to avoid trouble. Chyntn replied with a smile. Hiding for 2.5 years is quite impressive. I thought you would at least maintain this until next month's our new trainer competition. Luli jested, glancing at Bobiling playing with Chyntn and Lu YY, then at MNLing, who was affectionately nuzzling Chyntn. Envy welled up within Lu Li as she mused. It is often said that all roads lead to Rome, yet some are born amidst its grandeur. Very well, enjoy yourselves, young ones. I shall not intrude upon your revelry. Noticing the glances exchanged between the 2 young ladies nearby, Lu Li smiled with amusement and proceeded to guide others. Chu Yuntian, with a resigned shake of his head, led the mini-dragon to Zhang Qian and Lu Yi. Upon seeing the mini-dragon approach, Zhang Qian's eyes sparkled with delight, fortunate that this brave little creature was not easily frightened. In contrast, Lu Yi displayed an adorable hesitance, wanting to touch but appearing too timid, prompting Chu Yuntian to exclaim her cuteness. The mini-dragon, a truly benevolent spirit, took the initiative to cozy up to Lu Yi. After allowing the Pokémon a brief respite, Chu Yuntian triumphed in 3 battles against Zhang Qian's Piku, Lu Yi's EV, and the Fiery Bunnyary. As the afternoon practical class concluded, bidding farewell to the 2 young ladies, Chu Yuntian hurried home, promptly placing the 10 little fresh milk Pokémon eggs rewarded by the system into the nurturing room. This spectacle startled the household servants. Was not the young master off to school? Why did it seem as though he had returned from a procurement expedition? Son, are you planning to raise all these little fresh milk Pokémon as children? When Ryun, upon witnessing the multitude of fresh milk Pokémon eggs, could only express her bewilderment. What is the intention here? Are you preparing to create a little fresh milk 101 ensemble? Pretty much, aren't they adorable? Chu Yuntian replied. Especially the evolved form, Shuang Naixian, which is simply explosively cute, is it not? It is said that Shuang Naixian boasts 64 flavors. And with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies and collector's spirit, Chu Yuntian had resolved to rear 64 Shuang Naixian. At that time, you can each choose one. When Ryun and Chu Xinhua nodded, as adorable Pokémon girls generally do not decline such offerings. All right, you two go wash up and change your clothes. We have guests arriving shortly. I shall instruct the servants to prepare dinner, when Ryun stated. Guests? Do you know who they are? Chu Yuntian inquired of Chu Xinhua. It seems they are 2 students sponsored by Mother this year, Chu Xinhua replied, nudging Chu Yuntian towards the 2nd floor. Hurry along. And do not concern yourself with such matters. On the 2nd floor, Chu Yuntian's and Chu Xinhua's rooms were adjacent. No locking the door, understood? I may need to find you shortly, Chu Xinhua admonished as she closed her bedroom door with a decisive thud. Chu Yuntian had grown accustomed to such antics from Chu Xinhua. Regardless of the mischief she might conjure, he felt well prepared to handle it. At least, that was his belief. Moments later, a figure stealthily entered Chu Yuntian's bedroom, twisting the doorknob of the bathroom. What the? Are you actually guarding against a gentleman? Chu Xinhua huffed as she exited Chu Yuntian's room. Not long after, Chu Yuntian emerged from the bathroom, only to be met with a swift reprimand. I told you not to lock the door. Who were you guarding against, you little rascal? Stand right there. Half an hour later, the two emerged from their rooms. Chu Xinhua held her head high, exuding the poise of a victor, while Chu Yuntian awkwardly leaned against the wall, one hand cradling his rear, feeling quite sore. Meanwhile, within a lavish business vehicle, 2 vibrant young girls occupied the rear seats. The girl with red hair gazed determinately out the window, while the girl with aquamarine locks fidgeted nervously, her thumb rubbing incessantly. Louis, was it also teacher one who sponsored you? Upon seeing Louis bored, Zhang Qian was initially taken aback, but soon connected the dots regarding Louis's fiery bunnyary. It dawned on her that they shared the same fortune, thus gaining the opportunity to capture the 3 legendary Pokémon. Louis raised her head. I was merely fortunate. In response, Zhang Qian took Louis's hand. Not at all. If teacher one has taken notice of you, there must be a compelling reason. We shall be good sisters from now on. Louis softly acknowledged. Good sisters, is it? Chapter 10, a surprise? The vehicle departed the city, transitioning onto an untraveled road flanked by sycamore trees. Before long, an opulent manor came into view. Though they were aware that their benefactor was an esteemed professor at Rongqing University, a renowned breeding master of considerable wealth and influence, witnessing such an extravagant estate in person was profoundly awe-inspiring. Upon entering the manor, a long path adorned with meticulously crafted landscapes greeted them, with Pokémon occasionally frolicking upon the expansive lawns. At the forefront of the main building stood a magnificent fountain, centered around an imposing statue of a Dragonite. Arriving at this locale, even Zhang Qian felt a twinge of anxiety. Her limited encounters with Ryun had evoked genuine warmth and kindness, akin to that of a maternal figure. While she would not feel nervous merely meeting Ryun, this was the home of a champion, and she held both respect and trepidation for the dragon-type champion of the Dragon Kingdom. Louis shared similar sentiments. After disembarking, the two were escorted to the main building by a servant. In the living room, the servant announced the arrival of guests. Oh, they've arrived? Chu Yuntian and Chu Xinhua exchanged curious glances towards the entrance. In previous years, when Ryun had sponsored exceptional students from less fortunate backgrounds, yet this was the first occasion she had invited them into her home. They are 2 exceedingly charming children, when Ryun remarked with a mysterious smile. Before long, the grand doors swung open, and 2 young girls entered in succession. Uft! Chu Yuntian sputtered, coffee spewing everywhere. What are you 2 doing here? Oh dear, son. Are you not delighted by this surprise? When Ryun stifled laughter behind her hand at her son's flustered expression. You know them? Chu Xinhua queried. They are my classmates. Chu Yuntian replied. Upon seeing Chu Yuntian, Lu Yi and Zhang Qian were less shocked. Having encountered the mini-dragon earlier at school, they had formed their own speculations. Hello, teacher one. The 2 girls bowed slightly in greeting. Excellent, excellent. Come, have a seat. When Ryun ushered them to the couch, taking each by the hand. This is my daughter, Chu Xinhua. You may call her sister. Hello, Sister Chu. I am Zhang Qian. Sister Chu, I am Lu Yi. The 2 girls introduced themselves. After greeting Chu Xinhua, Their gazes turned towards Chu Yuntian. Greetings, Chu Xinyue responded warmly with a smile. In her mind, she thought, wow, they called me sister. I want to get closer to them, especially the girl with blue hair. How delightful it would be to tease her. She must be a little crybaby. At that moment, when Ruiyun turned her attention to Chu Yuntian, my son, since you are classmates, no introduction is necessary. Mother, you really ought to be more straightforward, he retorted. Surprises are meant to be delightful. When Ruiyun held the hands of the two girls, do you like this surprise? Chu Yuntian's lips twitched at the ambiguity of her words. Had she not noticed that the young ladies were blushing? Please do not mind my mother. She has a penchant for jesting. The two girls nodded, their eyes discreetly wandering about. What are you looking at? Chu Yuntian inquired. Is the champion not at home? Zhang Qian asked in a hushed tone. At this, Chu Yuntian understood, my father will not be home today, so there is no need for concern. He is not a monster, so why fear him? Upon hearing this, both Zhang Qian and Lu Yi let out a collective sigh of relief. Mother, I would like to take my two younger sisters for a tour of the manor. Chu Xinyue proposed. When Ruiyun nodded, having noticed the girl's apprehension, and took the hands of the two young ladies, little Qian, go play with your sister. I will send Xiao Tian to call for you when it is time to eat. Thank you, teacher Wen. Once the three had departed, Chu Yuntian promptly asked, Mother, what are your thoughts on this? Regardless of the perspective, Chu Yuntian found his mother's actions rather perplexing. What do you mean, thoughts? Two well-behaved and charming children who excel academically. How could I not like them? Is there a problem? When Ruiyun huffed, do you intend for them to become breeders? Chu Yuntian shifted the topic, sensing that continuing the conversation would lead to an undesirable direction. No, I have asked them, and they all aspire to become trainers. Oh, Lu Yi also wishes to become a trainer? As Chu Yuntian recalled the scene of battling Lu Yi in the afternoon, he shook his head. Her temperament might make it challenging for her to become an exceptional trainer. When Ruiyun playfully tapped Chu Yuntian on the head, questioning, what? Do you look down on her? Not at all. It's just her personality. What's wrong with her personality? She is human, not a fixed program without change. A timid nature can be nurtured, and deep down, that girl possesses great strength. When Ruiyun stated this with conviction, believing she would eventually achieve great things, Chu Yuntian was taken aback by when Ruiyun's high regard for Lu Yi. All right, as long as you are happy. He refrained from further comment, knowing that his mother's decisions were beyond his questioning. During dinner, the two girls appeared much more relaxed compared to when they first arrived. Even Lu Yi shed her usual timid demeanor and engaged in lively conversation with Chu Xinyue, affectionately calling her sister Chu. Chu Xinyue even invited the two girls to stay overnight, prompting Chu Yuntian to suspect that they were up to some mischief. So, the reason your Pokémon leveled up to level 11 so quickly is due to the energy cubes? Indeed, after capturing the Pokémon, teacher Wen sent someone to deliver them to me shortly after. Zhang Qian replied gratefully, glancing at Wenrun. Me too, Lu Yi added. Chu Yuntian set down his chopsticks. I thought I was seeing things today. Everyone's levels were so high. Haha, were you scared? Zhang Qian became increasingly animated in the conversation. At that moment, Lu Yi unexpectedly spoke up. Chu classmates' Pokémon are truly impressive. I am no match for them. Don't compare me to you. I have a cheat. Your target is her, Chu Yuntian said, gesturing towards Chu Xinyue. Chu Xinyue, feeling displeased, retorted, what? Are you implying that I am weaker than you? Oh, how many times has your EV lost to me? Recently, Chu Xinyue had been bringing her EV to challenge him, only to face defeat each time. You little brat. Chu Xinyue found herself at a loss for words. Despite her EV being 2 levels higher than his Froakie, it still could not secure a victory, with their best outcome being a tie. That night, to Chu Yuntian's astonishment, Zhang Qian and Lu Yi entered Chu Xinyue's room. As if to tease him, the last one to enter, Chu Xinyue poked her head out and smiled at him. Back in his own room, lying on his bed, Chu Yuntian found it impossible to stop pondering what the three girls were doing in Chu Xinyue's room, eventually drifting off to sleep without realizing it. The next day, as Chu Yuntian descended the stairs, he found when Ruiyun and the three girls had already prepared breakfast. Hearing Zhang Qian and Lu Yi affectionately calling when Ruiyun Annie, Chu Yuntian doubted whether he had truly awakened or was still dreaming. Had he really gained 2 younger sisters overnight? Oh, young Master Chu, what happened? You look so tired. Chu Xinyue approached him, her warm breath brushing against his face. Startled, Chu Yuntian immediately became alert and replied, I was thinking of you. Really? Were you thinking of me or my feet? Ahem, let us eat. Noticing that everyone at the table was watching him and Chu Xinyue, he hurried over. Chapter 11, Shiny Alolan Vulpix. After finishing breakfast, Uncle Wang was already waiting outside. In the car, Chu Yuntian felt uneasy as Zhang Qian constantly stole glances at him, while Lu Yi occasionally looked his way. Forget it. If I can't understand it, I want to think about it. He shook his head and opened a bottle of energy drink, determined to achieve at least 20 consecutive victories today. At the school gate, the trio got out of the car one after another and walked side by side into the school. Behind them, Lin Fan glared at their backs with a face full of anger. Early in the morning, Zhang Qian had gotten out of Chu Yuntian's car, and the implications were clear. Was she rejecting his confession just to be with him? Was it merely because he was wealthy? How disgusting. She accused me of being self-indulgent and lacking ambition, yet she, Zhang Qian, was also climbing into someone else's bed for money. Lin Fan berated himself silently, his anger simmering even as he entered the classroom. Meanwhile, Chu Yuntian spent the entire morning joking and laughing with his two younger sisters. When the afternoon practical class began, he unleashed a merciless onslaught on his classmates. In less than half an hour, his Bagon and Dratini secured 4 victories in quick succession, as the opponents were simply too weak, resulting in instant defeats. Chu Yuntian even felt embarrassed to summon Froki to bully them. Congratulations, host, on achieving a 10-game winning streak. Reward, Great Fishing Rod. A great fishing rod. It could only be described as mediocre. Perhaps he could go fishing one day when he had the time. Chu Yuntian, may I challenge you to a match? At that moment, a seemingly honest boy approached, a classmate named Chun Yen. Of course, will it be Bagon or Dratini? Chu Yuntian inquired. As the previous challengers had come solely to battle his semi-divine Pokémon, Chun Yen shook his head. No, I want to battle your Froki. Oh, alright. Chu Yuntian didn't ask why and readily took out a Pokeball. Come out, Froki. Froki, if you win this match, we'll have extra rations today. Chu Yuntian said earnestly, knowing that if his opponent dared to choose Froki, he must be prepared for a challenge. Upon hearing this, Froki was immediately fired up. Seeing this, Chun Yen also took out his Pokeball. Come out, Chase Spin. A grass type? Chu Yuntian frowned slightly and activated his data eye. Chase Spin. Gender, male. Type, grass. Level, 10 normal. Ability, overgrow. Moves, leaf, scratch, bite, rollout, magical leaf. Potential, gym level. Ha. Chu Yuntian laughed outright. Although Froki was at a disadvantage against Chespin's type, this particular Chase Spin would never be a match for Froki. If Chun Yen believed that type advantage alone would secure him victory, he was sorely mistaken. Chase Spin, use leaf. Chase Spin. Chase Spin scratched the ground with its front paws, gathering a multitude of glowing green leaves that swirled together like a tornado heading towards Froki. Hey, you're trying to ambush me. Froki, use bubble. Froki unleashed a torrent of bubbles to counter the attack, then used quick attack to close the distance. Froki's form swiftly vanished, racing toward Chase Spin. Chase Spin, use magical leaf. Magical leaf had tracking capabilities, and if it hit, it would deal double damage. However, Chu Yuntian had no intention of letting Froki take the hit. He quickly shouted dodge, circle around, and slice it with a cut. Since water-type moves would deal half damage, it was best not to use them. The magical leaf pursued Froki until it reached its back, and Froki raised its right hand, forming a blade that struck Chase Spin directly. Hit it with water pulse. Froki seized the opportunity, and a blue orb exploded against Chase Spin, delivering a close-range blow. Seeing this, Chun Yen recalled Chase Spin and sighed. You are truly impressive. No, you were just too weak. Your level is lower, and your moves are limited. Do you really think you can win just because of type advantage? Froki returned to Chu Yuntian's side, and he handed it an energy cube along with some sashimi. Well done, Froki. Froki, call me again next time. Chu Yuntian then turned to Chun Yen and asked, care to challenge me again? Yes, Chun Yen shouted, rallying his spirits. Ghastly, it's your turn. Chun Yen sent out his second Pokémon, which surprisingly was the relatively rare Ghastly. Guac, the gaseous Pokémon, is rarely cultivated in breeding centers, making encounters with it a matter of chance in the wild. Guac is quite impressive, Chu Yuntian remarked. Acknowledging that Guac's ultimate evolution, Gung Gua, is also a formidable Pokémon. If he were to encounter one with high potential in the future, he would consider capturing it. Guagua, I'm coming. Haha, Guagua Frog. Let's give it our all, Chu Yuntian replied cheerfully. Currently, he had no Pokémon to counter ghost types. And since Guagua Frog was eager to battle, he had no intention of stifling its enthusiasm. A minute later, as Guac was struck by Water Pulse and lost its fighting capability, Guagua Frog achieved a consecutive victory. The gap is still significant. Neither of your Pokémon could take down my Guagua Frog, Chun Yen said with a wry smile. Not only did the new Leaf Meow, which had the type advantage over Guagua Frog, fall, but even the Guac he risked capturing in the wild proved futile, which was quite disheartening. Keep it up. This Guac has great potential and will become a valuable ally, Chu Yuntian encouraged. For most trainers, a potential of near king level is already quite impressive. Chun Yen sincerely thanked him, saying, I will continue to strive and hope we can meet in official competitions in the future. The entire afternoon was spent in battles. And by the end, relying on defeating Pokémon around level 7 or 8, Chu Yuntian had achieved a remarkable 20 consecutive victories. Congratulations, host, on achieving 20 consecutive victories. The system has sensed your strong will and grants you a special reward, a shiny Alolan Vulpix egg, 2 days until hatching. At that moment, Chu Yuntian felt like shouting to the sky, is there anyone else whose system is as understanding as mine? Now this is a good system. In the evening, after escorting Lu Yi and Zhang Qian home, Chu Yuntian returned home with the Vulpix egg. Upon entering, he saw his grandfather Chu Zhengxiong and his uncle Chu Nanfeng. who he hadn't seen for a few days. "Grandson, what egg are you playing with?" Chu Yuntian's booming voice echoed in the living room. The others were momentarily taken aback at the sight of Chu Yuntian cradling the egg, particularly Chu Xinyue and Wenryun, who knew that just yesterday he had acquired 10 small Xian'ai eggs, were astonished. "Son, is that an Alolan Vulpix egg? Where did you get it from?" Wenryun's composure began to waver as she recalled the effort and money she had spent to acquire a high-quality Alolan Vulpix for Chu Xinyue, only for Chu Yuntian to bring one home after a day at school. Luck, I'm heading to the breeding room now," Chu Yuntian said as he made his way there. "This kid has secrets," Chu Nanfeng remarked instinctively. Smack. The old man playfully slapped Chu Nanfeng on the back of the head. "So what if he has secrets? It shows that my grandson is destined for greatness in novels. This is referred to as the chosen one. No one is allowed to pry, understood?" Chapter 12, Fishing. After placing the Vulpix egg safely, Chu Yuntian sat beside Chu Xinyue in the living room. She wrapped her arms around his and said, "Good brother, can you take me with you when you go out in the future? I want to share in your good fortune." "Sure. How about we go fishing this Saturday?" "Fishing? Can I come too?" The old man raised his hand eagerly. "Grandpa, don't be silly." "Oh." After some thought, Chu Xinyue agreed. "What do you want to catch? A Magikarp?" Naturally, she did not believe that Chu Yuntian's suggestion was merely about fishing. He likely intended to capture water-type Pokémon. "That sounds about right. I want to see if I can find a higher quality Cho-Cho fish," Chu Yuntian said. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged strange looks. In this world, although trainers had successfully captured Milotic, no one knew that it evolved from Cho-Cho fish. To everyone, Cho-Cho fish was aptly named, ugly and useless. Sensing their thoughts, Chu Yuntian spoke up. "You all know Milotic, right?" They nodded, puzzled about why he suddenly mentioned it. Wenryun, however, appeared lost in thought, and after a moment, she suddenly looked up at Chu Yuntian. "Aha, mother is still clever." "What do you mean?" Chu Nanfeng asked impatiently. "What are you in such a hurry for?" Chu Nanfeng received another playful slap from the old man. At this moment, Wenryun uncertainly said, "If I'm not mistaken, Little Tian means that Milotic evolves from Cho-Cho fish." "Huh." Chu Jingxiong, Chu Nanfeng, and Chu Xinyue all craned their necks, their eyes wide with disbelief. That ugly Cho-Cho fish can evolve into Milotic. Only when Chu Yuntian nodded did they collectively gasp in astonishment. "Goodness, they say not to judge by appearances. And it seems this fish is no exception," Chu Jingxiong mused, showing no doubt about what Chu Yuntian had said. From assisting Chu Nanfeng's Charizard in breaking through to champion level, to the perfect energy cube and EVS-3 evolutionary forms, each instance proved that Chu Yuntian would never speak without basis. If Milotic evolves from Cho-Cho fish, what are the conditions for evolution? Chu Xinyue posed the crucial question. "Indeed, no one has discovered this for over 300 years, Chu Yuntian chuckled. "Wait a moment." He then went upstairs, retrieved the beautiful scales from his space backpack, and returned to the living room, placing them on the table. "This is it, the key to Cho-Cho fish's evolution." "Beautiful scales?" "Yes. 2 conditions exist for Cho-Cho fish's evolution. First, one must praise its beauty, adorn it, and instill confidence in it. The second condition is the beautiful scales." After explaining, he watched as they processed this information. Wenryun spoke up. "Let's start acquiring beautiful scales." "Yes, if operated properly, the benefits will be substantial," Chu Jingxiong remarked, habitually stroking his non-existent beard. "Perhaps our Chu family will not only be known for Dragonite, but also for Milotic in the future." "Ha. Indeed. We need to gather more high-quality Cho-Cho fish," Chu Nanfeng added. The group excitedly envisioned a glorious future for the Chu family. Unperturbed by the conversation, Chu Xinyue leaned against Chu Yuntian, looking pitiful as she said, "You must take me fishing." "Absolutely. I promise to catch you an impressive Cho-Cho fish." Upon hearing this, Chu Xinyue feigned distress. "Then how should I reward you?" Meanwhile, at Lu Yi's home, after being dropped off by Chu Yuntian, she did not head straight home, but went to the market instead. Having been away for a day, she wondered if her father might starve. Upon returning home with her groceries, she overheard her father seemingly on the phone with someone. She didn't want to eavesdrop, but her father's voice was too loud. She soon realized he was discussing a romantic relationship, and the thought of having a stepmother made her anxious. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yi opened the door and walked in. "Daughter, you're back?" Her father, Lu Cheng, nervously hung up the phone and quickly hid his device behind his back. "Did you hear everything?" Lu Yi was speechless. While she knew her father didn't mean to be careless, the words still stung. Even though Lu Yi typically kept quiet, Lu Cheng understood how stubborn she could be. If she disapproved, he would truly be at a loss. Seeing Lu Yi with her head down, Lu Cheng sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yi said, "I'm fine with it, as long as you're happy, Dad." "Huh." Lu Cheng was taken aback, then overjoyed. "Really, daughter?" After realizing he might have shown too much excitement, he quickly added, "What I mean is, you don't have to compromise if you don't like it." "I can't. I mean it, Dad. You've been alone for so many years, taking care of me. It's time for you to consider yourself," Lu Yi said, raising her head with determination. Lu Ba, with tears streaming down his face, was deeply moved and immediately began to recount his romantic history, while Lu Yi quietly listened nearby. By the way, your Aunt Lu has a daughter named Zhang Qian, who attends the same school as you. As Friday arrived, Chu Yuntian's winning streak had reached an impressive 50 victories. The rewards he received included Super Essence, Regular Essence, and Ice Essence. Like the Water Essence from before, Chu Yuntian did not rush to utilize these valuable items, knowing that such treasures should be reserved for the most opportune moments. In the backyard, Chu Yuntian held the newly born Lu Wei in his arms, training with his Pokémon, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He turned to see the lazy Ren Wang lounging under a large tree not far away, and he could not help but feel a surge of irritation. Gua Gua Pow Frog Go. Give Ren Wang a blast of water. Upon being hit by the water gun, Ren Wang squawked in displeasure, reluctantly changing positions to continue lounging. Chu Yuntian felt helpless against Ren Wang, pondering how, once it evolved into a lively bouncing monkey, it would become a spirited little rascal, giving him a headache. The following morning, Chu Yuntian was once again awakened by someone stepping on him. Upon opening his eyes, he found a pair of small feet clad in white knee-high socks rubbing against his face. Fragrant. He quickly got up. For Yi and Xiao Qian were already on their way. Chu Xinyue remarked. The three girls had become inseparable, sharing everything with one another. As he descended the stairs, he found Lu Yi and Zhang Qian already seated on the sofa, chatting with Wen Ruiyun. Hurry over and have breakfast. How can you keep the three girls waiting? Wen Ruiyun playfully scolded him. Hey, it's my honor to have three beautiful ladies wait for me. It's a skill, he retorted cheekily. After finishing breakfast, Chu Yuntian and the three girls hopped into the car, heading towards a resort located in the northern part of Rongcheng. The resort was built along the banks of the Qishui River, which not only housed a plethora of king carp, but also various other water-type Pokémon. Legend has it that, in the past, someone even spotted a golden king carp there. I didn't expect so many people. They murmured upon seeing a row of small benches by the riverbank. These were true fishing enthusiasts. Chapter 13, Mieli Yang. Let's head upstream. The three girls, carrying fishing rods, followed behind Chu Yuntian, while Uncle Wang carried 2 buckets filled with fishing supplies. After walking along the riverbank for nearly half an hour and finding no one in sight, they finally settled on a good spot to cast their lines. Following Uncle Wang's suggestion, how about we have a little competition to see who can catch the ugliest fish? Chu Xinyue proposed, donning a fisherman's hat while balancing the fishing rod on her shoulder. Sure, but the loser has to bark like a dog, replied Chu Yuntian. Huh, are you scared? Count me in. Zhang Qian raised her hand. Chu Yuntian glanced at the silent Lu Yi, who had seemed a bit off in recent days. Yi, are you joining us? Lu Yi, lost in thought, snapped back to reality and instinctively replied, sure. Under Uncle Wang's guidance, she baited her hook with food favored by water-type Pokémon and cast her line. 5 minutes later, Zhang Qian excitedly reeled in a king carp. 10 minutes later, Chu Xinyue triumphantly caught another king carp. 20 minutes later, Lu Yi calmly pulled in her own king carp. Chu Yuntian's experience was quite different, as he hooked 5 fish in half an hour, all of them king carp. As 2 hours passed, aside from catching dozens of king carp, he also reeled in a few goldfish and starfish. Damn it. System, come out. Do you have any bait that ugly fish likes? Are you trying to cheat? Can a trainer's strategy be called cheating? Impressive. So, do you have it or not? No. Fine, you can go now. But I can tell the host some news. Oh, Chu Yuntian's interest peaked. There's a high-quality shiny king carp nearby. How good is it? Although their goal for the day was to catch the ugly fish, a decent king carp would be welcome as well. King level. Excited, Chu Yuntian's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Uncle Wang. Young master, what's wrong? Uncle Wang nearly dropped the fishing rod into the river in surprise. Have more fishing rods and bait sent over, along with tents and food. We're not going back today. Understood, young master. Uncle Wang didn't understand, but complied. The three girls exchanged glances at the conversation, not displeased with Chu Yuntian's decision. Staying out for a night was no big deal. Just as Chu Yuntian was about to concoct an excuse, Lu Yi's fishing rod suddenly jerked. Quick, reel it in. Lu Yi firmly grasped the rod and yanked it upwards, pulling a fish onto the shore. It's the ugly fish. Chu Xinyue exclaimed in delight. It's the ugly fish. Zhang Qian echoed, but her reason for excitement was, you lost. Woof. Chu Yuntian casually barked, causing Zhang Qian's previously enthusiastic demeanor to vanish. He was so shameless. All right. Enough of that. Chu Yuntian pointed at the wriggling, ugly fish on the ground. Capture this ugly fish. Hearing this, Lu Yi looked over with a dazed expression, while Zhang Qian mirrored her confusion, not understanding why they should capture such a seemingly worthless Pokémon. When Chu Xinyue explained the relationship between the ugly fish and Mei Na Si, both girls were left wide-eyed in astonishment, promising to keep it a secret. Without further hesitation, Lu Yi took out an empty Pokeball and tossed it. After a symbolic jiggle, the ball emitted a satisfying ping. Quick, release it so we can take another look. Zhang Qian exclaimed excitedly. Who wouldn't be enamored by Mei Na Si? The three girls gathered around the ugly fish, which usually would not attract a second glance, engaging in lively discussion. Ugly fish. Gender: female. Type: water. Level: LV12 normal. Ability: oblivious. Skills: dragon breath, bounce, tackle. Potential: king level. Weight: king level. Potential: ugly fish, dragon breath. Who are your parents? Ugly fish. The ugly fish species generally possessed low potential, so finding one with gym level potential was already commendable, let alone one of king level. Chu Yuntian felt a pang of jealousy, even doubting the authenticity of his impressive fishing rod. With Lu Yi's example to inspire them, the group was filled with renewed vigor and determination. Unfortunately, as night fell, no one caught another ugly fish. Instead, they were greeted by a flock of Pokémon arriving at the shore for a drink. Activating his data eye, Chu Yuntian scanned the area and discovered a Pokémon with king-level potential among them. Miaoyong, the wool Pokémon, appears harmless, yet its evolved form, the electric dragon, is incredibly powerful, albeit a bit slow. Especially when it mega-evolves, it can be deemed the strongest electric-type Pokémon, despite its sluggishness. You three, do you see that Miaoyong over there? Chu Yuntian turned to the girls. What's up? Chu Xinyue inquired. That Miaoyong is quite impressive. Who wants to capture it? He said this, but Chu Yuntian was not particularly interested. He had no shortage of Pokémon with king-level potential unless it was one he particularly liked. Pokémon like Kadigo or Shiny. Even if their potential was not champion level, he would still capture. I'll pass. Chu Xinyue shook her head, as her sole goal this time was the ugly fish. Me too, Lu Yi remarked, already satisfied with her ugly fish catch. The remaining individual was Zhang Qian, who wore a bitter smile as she glanced at the spirit watch on her wrist and remarked, I would like to. But this Milying is at level 12, and my GN Gu might not be a match. Upon hearing this, Chynti and realized that Zhang Qian's GN Gu was only level 11 and was also at a disadvantage due to type resistance. The Milying was quite different from the Chuqy, which was utterly useless before its evolution. Just as Zhang Qian felt troubled, CHXNYU swiftly produced a Pokeball, summoned the QNGT-NGSH, and stealthily approached to eliminate the Milying. The others watched in astonishment as the QNGT-NGSH darted into a nearby thicket, quickly positioning itself behind the Milying and unleashed a leaf tornado, instantly defeating it. It was quite brutal, Chynti, and couldn't bear to watch. The Milying seemed to cry out in indignation. Is there no sense of decorum? Zhang Qian, hurry and catch that Milying, urged CHXNYU. Once Zhang Qian successfully captured the Milying, CHXNYU proudly stated, see, that's how it's done. Quietly take it out, and then nurture your bond afterward. It's a good method, but it seems rather sneaky. Chynti retorted sharply. If you keep talking, I'll block you with my foot. Zhang Qian, now exhilarated after capturing the Milying, suddenly remembered a crucial issue. Oh no, she exclaimed. What's wrong? Inquired Chyntin, with CHXNYU and Li YY looking on curiously. The league has a rule that capturing a Pokémon of a higher level than the trainer requires a video upload. Otherwise, the Pokémon cannot be used in competitions. Zhang Qian lamented as if the sky were falling. The league indeed had such a regulation, designed to ensure fairness in competitions. A trainer's level is determined by the highest level Pokémon they possess. Capturing a Pokémon below a trainer's level is inconsequential, but capturing one above it necessitates recording a complete capture video. This rule was also intended to prevent individuals from utilizing Pokémon obtained through dubious means or belonging to others. Are you foolish? Chyntin replied. Simply wait until your GN Gu is at a higher level than the Milying, then take it to the Pokémon Center for registration. Oh, you're right, Zhang Qian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Then I want to feed the Milying any perfect energy cubes for now. Chapter 14, the 100 consecutive victories reward. The next day, the group spent another day fishing, but alas, with no success. Consequently, Chynti decided to take a week off, determined to persevere. Zhang Qian and Li YY also took leave to assist him, feeling a bit embarrassed to leave early after having made progress, akin to wanting to flee after winning at the mahjong table. On the third day, Chynti finally caught a Chuqy with gym-level potential. Both he and CHXNYU dismissed it, but Uncle W. standing nearby, captured the Chuqy. On the fourth day, there were still no catches. During this time, Chynti experimented with countless baits, reeling in numerous KLY, yet the elusive shiny one remained absent. It wasn't until the evening of the fifth day that perhaps the KLY, witnessing so many of its kind being caught and released, realized that the person on the shore was an angel come to feed them, and finally took the bait. Chynti immediately checked the attributes of this KLY, shiny KLY. Gender, male. Type, water. Level, LV13, normal level. Ability, timid, increases speed when hit by dark, ghost, or bug-type moves. Moves, bounce, tackle. Potential, champion level. Excellent. This is the fish I sought. Damn it. I finally caught you. After all this time, do you think you're something special? In truth, Chyntin misjudged the KLY. It wasn't that it didn't want to bite, but rather that being different from other KLY, it was ostracized and simply couldn't get a chance. Grasping the golden KLY, Chyntin's expression twisted with intensity. I'm capturing you now. If you dare resist, I'll stew you. The KLY, which had been thrashing about, suddenly went still, as if sensing Chyntin's murderous intent, once ensnared in the Pokeball. It did not move. Luck is a mysterious thing. When it eludes you, no amount of effort suffices, but when it arrives, it comes in abundance. After handing the superior fishing rod to CHXNYU, she astonishingly caught a CHUQY within half an hour, matching Li YY's potential. Chyntin silently observed, his heart heavy with sorrow. Hey, system, am I just not cut out for fishing? Perhaps yes. Sigh. Don't be disheartened, host. Believe that hard work pays off. After all, you've only fished for 5 days and caught a total of 284 KLY. Ultimately, you succeeded. Didn't you? Enough. From now on, when I fish, I'll be a dog. With the fishing journey concluded, each returned home and promptly enjoyed a refreshing bath. Embracing the Li WI while lying in bed, surrounded by the QQPL, BOBIL-ing, MNL-ing, and Shi-O-Hu-M. Chyntin, and finally drifted into a deep slumber. For the next fortnight, Chyntin engaged in battles with classmates every afternoon at school, causing the students in the Pokémon class to wail in despair. Eventually, no one was willing to battle him. In exasperation, Chyntin set up a fighting arena in the academy. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. Under the influence of financial incentives, Chyntin quickly amassed a streak of 99 consecutive victories. During this time, rewards for achievements included an exotic incense at 60 wins, a metallic film at 70 wins, a tidal incense at 80 wins, and a regular gem at 90 wins. All these treasures could enhance Pokémon potential. Highly sought after even by elite trainers. QQPL. Use Shadow Clone. With a swift motion, numerous clones of QQPL appeared on the battlefield. The opposing TSH and its trainer were left dumbfounded. As they closed the distance, QQPL unleashed a water pulse, striking directly. Congratulations, host. For achieving 100 consecutive victories, rewards include the power of TNGWN and a shiny TGU Pokémon egg. The reward for 100 consecutive victories was indeed bounteous and formidable. The power of TNGWN, akin to the power of YL-ing, enhances affinity with Pokémon, the former benefiting all Pokémon while the latter is exclusive to Dragon-type Pokémon. Additionally, the power of TNGWN also boosts human recovery, heals Pokémon, increases affinity, calms agitated Pokémon, and accelerates Pokémon growth, making it immensely practical and powerful. The other reward, the shiny KTGU Pokémon egg, was something Chyntin had long desired. KTGU is a legendary Pokémon unique to the Dragon Kingdom, cherished by countless people due to its rarity. After all, who wouldn't want a majestic and impressive canine companion? Mission: win the Rongqing New Trainer Competition. Reward: 3 magical candies. Magical candies, when consumed by Pokémon, they enable an elevation by 1 level, with no restrictions whatsoever. This implies that Pokémon can surpass the limits of their innate potential. Much like the Pokémon held by CHZH-ing and CHNNF-ing, which have been confined to the pinnacle of champion-level potential for many years. However, consuming just 1 magical candy could allow them to break through to champion level. What a remarkable item. Chyntin mused. It is said that reaching level 100 is akin to achieving divinity. If his GNGW-ing were to reach level 99 and then consume a magical candy, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Upon returning home, as soon as Chyntin stepped through the door, he was surrounded by 10 little Shi-O-Nin. Hello, Shi-O-Shi-Nin. MH10. A flock of little Shi-O-Nin surrounded him, trailing behind Chyntin into the bedroom, bouncing around adorably, making his heart melt. Initially, Chyntin thought there were too many little Shi-O-Nin and considered giving some away. Now, anyone who dared to lay a hand on his children would face dire consequences. How he adored these little Shi-O-Nin. The melodious voice of CHXNYU resonated from the entrance, as she gracefully approached and seated herself beside Chyntin. How adorable. I aspire to collect 64 little Xian-Nai, Chyntin remarked. Indeed, then we could open a grand dessert shop. CHXNYU gestured enthusiastically. Is little Xian-Nai working part-time? What do you know? This is about helping little Xian-Nai realize their life's value. Haha, well, I truly appreciate that. Chapter 15, The Stallion Class of JLS. The following morning, after escorting CHXNYU to the airport, Chyntin proceeded to school. In just a few days, the annual rookie trainer competition in our NGCH would commence, and the entry requirements were well known among everyone. In Pokémon Class A, Duel held a stack of registration forms and began. Firstly, participants must be graduating third-year students. Secondly, they must own 2 ordinary-level Pokémon. Anyone meeting these criteria may register for the competition. The rewards for this tournament were quite substantial. The first prize would grant the winner the opportunity to select from the starter Pokémon, while the second and third places would receive a cash prize of 500,000 and the chance to choose an ordinary Pokémon. Upon hearing this, the students in Class A turned their gazes towards Chyntin, all too aware of his prowess from previous encounters. Among them, a few girls looked at him with admiration. After all, he excelled academically, was exceptionally handsome, and hailed from a prestigious family, making the term tall, rich, and handsome seem insufficient. A gentleman takes his revenge. A decade is not too long to wait. Just you wait. The days ahead are still long. I will unleash my potential later. Lin Fan mused quietly in the corner. A clever lad who had no intention of competing directly with Chyntin in this rookie trainer contest. Teacher Lu, may I ask a question? Chyntin propped his chin on one hand, raising a finger. Luel, noticing him speak, warmly inquired, "What question do you have, Chyntin? Well, can the first prize for selecting a starter Pokémon be transferred to someone else?" The classroom buzzed with murmurs. Many students had yet to acquire a single starter Pokémon, and here was Chyntin contemplating giving it away. Lin Fan clenched his teeth. Was he flaunting his wealth? Luel paused, then chuckled softly. This is the first time I've encountered such a question in my years of teaching. The quota can indeed be transferred. The league is not so petty. Once granted to you, it is yours to use as you wish. After explaining, Luel internally scoffed at the notion that the league would trouble him over such trivial matters. Following her response, Chyntin tapped Zhang Qian's shoulder with his left hand and poked Li Y's arm with his right. I have no use for this quota. What do you both think? He asked the 2 young women, not wanting to make the decision for them. He considered their dignity, not wanting them to feel as if they were being pitted, and understood that with only one quota available, it was not appropriate to simply hand it over. I would really like it, but accepting it outright feels a bit awkward. Zhang Qian chuckled, scratching her head and sticking out her tongue, candidly expressing her thoughts. Chyntin admired her straightforwardness, unlike some girls who, despite wanting something, pretended otherwise, hoping for someone to act like a sycophant and offer it, only to feign disdain upon accepting it. And you, YY? Li Y nodded. Given her family's circumstances, acquiring a starter Pokémon was entirely out of reach. Her original plan was to place in the top 10 in the standardized exam to earn a free capture opportunity for a Pokémon, then diligently study Pokémon knowledge. And, after entering university, pursue a major in cultivation, eventually returning to fulfill her dream of becoming a trainer once she earned enough money. Fortunately, luck was on her side. She recalled her first encounter with Wen and still felt as if she were dreaming, as her life underwent a dramatic transformation. Only later did she learn that her classmate Chyntin was Wen's son, realizing that everything stemmed from him. Otherwise, how could Wen have sponsored 2 individuals who were both classmates of Chyntin? Li Y felt gratitude towards Wen, yet she was uncertain about her feelings towards Chyntin, her emotions a tangled web. At some point, she began to cherish the sensation of being near Chyntin. Was it when he first spoke to her in the car, asking her to help him with an egg? Or perhaps during their practical lesson when he invited her to team up? Or was it during their daily interactions, when he cared for her like an older brother? In her heart, Chyntin felt different from others, despite being the scion of a prominent family. He lacked any air of superiority. He treated everyone with kindness and sincerity, devoid of any pretense. Especially towards her, she sensed what might be a hint of favoritism. Someone once said, I simply like you. Since you both desire it, why not compete in this tournament to see who achieves a higher ranking? Chyntin proposed. Zhang Qian nodded and said to Li Y, let's give it our all. I won to lose, Li Y declared resolutely. Their bond had grown stronger over time. Notably, Li Y's father and Zhang Qian's mother had transitioned from a clandestine romance to an open relationship, and both girls had shown no objection, as everything unfolded naturally. The 2 young women were not only supported by the same benefactor, but also shared a common godmother. And now, they found themselves with similar parents. Perhaps in the future, they might find themselves intertwined even further, which could be interpreted as a form of fate. On March 21st, at the RNGCH Inc. Pokémon League's central venue, the largest Pokémon battle arena in the southwest region awaited. Surrounding the venue were dozens of battle zones, where the preliminary rounds of the tournament would take place. 5 students from Pokémon Class A had registered for the competition. Chyntin, Li Y, Zhang Qian, Chnyn, and Lin Fan. That night, Zhang Qian and Li Y spent the night at Chyntin's home, much to the relief, or perhaps delight, of their parents, who were eager for them to stay away. At 7 a.m., the trio arrived at the venue, where they encountered Chnyn at the registration desk. You've all come. Let's go register the Pokémon we'll be using later, CHNYN urged the group. You're quite early, CHYNTIN noted. CHNYN replied with a smile. I was just so excited that I couldn't sleep last night. CHYNTIN chuckled. Aware that Zhang Qi-in and Li YY had also been awake, having played Monopoly all night. Let's go register. He said to the two girls before turning to CHNYN. Are you here alone? Want to join us? Sure, I'll wait for you. CHNYN watched as the three lined up, muttering to himself, I'm not unattractive, either. At the registration desk, they finally reached CHYNTIN's turn. Gugu POW, BOBIL ing, Shi O Hu M. He handed over the 3 Pokeballs to the staff, awaiting confirmation. The preliminary round would be a 1v1 format, transitioning to 2v2 in the top 32, but registration was unrestricted. Upon hearing CHYNTIN's Pokémon names, nearby competitors glanced over, particularly intrigued by BOBIL ing. Wow, is that already the second quasi-divine Pokémon? Indeed. There was only one quasi-divine Pokémon last year, and the year before as well. Then why are we even participating? We might as well go home and have some milk. Participation is what matters. Listening to the discussions around him, CHYNTIN speculated. In our NGCHing. Aside from the CH family, the only other family capable of acquiring a quasi-divine Pokémon would be the W-ing family. One of the 8 national-level gyms in WHO11 was located in our NGCHing, and the head of the W-ing family, W-ing CHNGF-ing, was also its master. Wang Xingfeng is an exceptionally formidable king-level trainer, having once claimed victory in the Pokémon Alliance National Championship. Regrettably, none of the Pokémon in his primary team have transcended to the champion level, thus preventing him from attaining the title of a true king. Ultimately, he became the esteemed leader of the National Ground-type Gym in Rongqing, collaborating with Chu Nanfeng to oversee the defense and security of the entire southwest region. Wang Xingfeng is a father of 2. His daughter, Wang Mingming, participated in the new trainer competition 2 years prior, where she emerged victorious and is currently a sophomore at Moda University. However, it is known to Chu Yuntian that Wang Chengfeng's ace Pokémon is an 89-level Bangiris, which he fortuitously encountered and captured during his earlier adventures in a mystical realm. Furthermore, his daughter Wang Mingming debuted with a young Jirachi 2 years ago, likely a descendant of that very Bangiris. This leads one to ponder whether Wang Chengfeng's son also possesses a Bangiris. Could it be that Wang Chengfeng treats the Bangiris as a stud? Otherwise, how could it reproduce so prolifically? Chapter 16. The competition begins. Battling the Shiwei Bear. After completing his registration, Chu Yuntian received his assigned number and stood aside to await Zhang Qian and Lu Yi. The two had registered their Pokémon, Squirtle, Mareep, Eevee, and Fire Rabbit. With 3 hours remaining until the official start of the competition at 10 a.m., the trio, accompanied by Chen Yan, wandered around the vicinity of the venue. Quick, let us head over there. Zhang Qian pointed towards a stall selling snacks. What a long queue. Are you out of your mind? Chu Yuntian glanced at the seemingly endless line with reluctance. But with so many people waiting, it must be delicious. Zhang Qian took a few steps back, tugging at Chu Yuntian's sleeve with a pitiful expression. Yuntian-ji, let us go, please. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Chu Yuntian relented, taking Lu Yi's hand and saying, Come on, let us go over. Behind them, Chen Yan once again felt the world's disdain for single individuals. An hour later, registration for the competition closed, and all participant information was uploaded, allowing both spectators and contestants to access it freely. Wow, over 200 people have registered, Chen Yan remarked while checking the information on his Pokémon watch. Hearing this, Chu Yuntian turned back and asked, What is the name of the one with the quasi-legendary Pokémon? Chen Yan nodded and swiftly scrolled through the information, finally exclaiming, It's called Chen Yan. Chen Yan? Chu Yuntian responded, incredulous. Are you joking? Zhang Qian added, intrigued. Could it be someone we know? Chen Yan took a deep breath, his expression somewhat peculiar. Yes, it's Chen Yan. You must be kidding. Chu Yuntian exclaimed. Stop messing around. Just speak plainly, Zhang Qian insisted. Exactly, Lu Yi concurred. Chen Yan found himself in a humorous predicament, feeling quite helpless. You can see for yourselves. The trio then activated their Pokémon watches, soon donning expressions of disbelief. Chu Yuntian patted Chen Yan on the shoulder and reassured him, Brother, it's all right. Get lost. Looking at the name on the list, Chen Yan felt the weight of ironic fate, pondering the absurdity of it all. At 9 a.m., in the central venue, all participants gathered. The expansive battlefield appeared sparse with over 200 individuals present. It was that time of year again, the annual new trainer competition. The host, riding on a soaring BB bird, passionately shouted to the audience. The spectators echoed enthusiastically, although it was merely the lowest tier of competitions. The fervor and adoration for Pokémon were undeniable, not to mention the affordable ticket prices. Soon, the host concluded, and it was time for the president of the Rongqing Pokémon Association to speak. The Pokémon Alliance is dedicated to creating a space where true Pokémon enthusiasts can engage in friendly battles. Every year on this day marks the beginning of the journey for new trainers. I hope all trainers showcase their talents and strength, fighting valiantly and without regret. With that, the opening ceremony came to a close. Chu Yuntian and his companions chose not to watch the subsequent performances, as the matchups had already been announced. Of the 251 participants, one was given a bye, and fortunately, none of Chu Yuntian's group drew that lucky spot. I'm in the A4 venue for the first match. What about you guys? Chu Yuntian inquired after locating his match. I'm in B5 for the second match, Zhang Qian replied. I'm in D1 for the third match, Lu Yi added. I'm in G3 for the first match, Chen Yin chimed in. In the first 3 rounds of the preliminaries, the format will be 1v1. So let us not take it lightly, Chu Yuntian reminded them. Don't worry, I'll give it my all, Zhang Qian declared, clenching her fists in determination. I won T lose, Lu Yi asserted, her voice soft yet resolute. After this period of training with Chu Yuntian, she had become adept at standard battles, though it remained to be seen how she would perform under the scrutiny of so many spectators. Me too, Chen Yin shouted, seemingly feeling insufficiently spirited, and added. I still want to get revenge on you. Oh, is that so? Then you'd better work hard, Chu Yuntian responded, clapping his hands. Let us find our respective venues. Chen Yin, our matches are both first, so after we finish, let us meet up at B5 to watch Zhang Qian's match. And finally head to G3 to support E. All right, Chen Yin nodded, glad for the company. Let us go. The 4 then departed in different directions, each heading to their respective battlegrounds. At 11 a.m., the competition officially commenced. In the A4 venue, Chu Yuntian and his opponent were ready. In the A4 battle zone, we welcome our first match of the preliminaries. Contestants Chu Yuntian and Zhao Cheng, please enter the arena. The referee announced from the center of the field. Chu Yuntian and Zhao Cheng stepped out from opposite corners, taking their positions at either end of the arena. The referee quickly retreated to the side as both trainers prepared to release their Pokémon. Go, Shiwei Bear. I choose you, Frogadier. For his very first official match, Chu Yuntian wished to showcase his initial Pokémon, signifying a sense of ritual. The battle began. As the referee's voice faded, Zhao Cheng was the first to launch an attack. Shiwei Bear, use Tackle. Frogadier, Water Pulse. The blue orb of water coalesced in Frogadier's hands and shot directly at Shiwei Bear's face as it charged forward. With the water pulse hitting its mark, the match concluded. The swift defeat did not surprise Chu Yuntian. After all, Shiwei Bear was only level 12, while Frogadier had already reached level 15. Shiwei Bear has lost its fighting capability. The match is won by contestant Chu Yuntian. Amid the audience's astonished gasps, Chu Yuntian calmly exited the arena, ready to head to B5 to watch Zhang Qian's match. Hoping her first match would not conclude so quickly, Squirtle, use Water Gun. Upon arriving at the B5 battle zone, Chu Yuntian immediately heard Zhang Qian's voice. Looking over, he saw that Squirtle's opponent was a level 10 Bulbasaur. Although the type matchup was unfavorable, it was evident that the opposing Pokémon was merely there to fill the numbers. Indeed, despite the type disadvantage, Zhang Qian's level and battle experience far surpassed her opponents. By the time Zhang Qian finished her match, Chen Yin had just arrived. Did you see? I won. Zhang Qian joyfully rushed over to embrace Chu Yuntian, eliciting envy from Chen Yin. That is fantastic. Winning so convincingly despite the type disadvantage, Chu Yuntian praised her without reservation, making Zhang Qian beam with pride. Let us hurry to see Yi. The 3 quickly made their way to the D1 battle zone, where Lu Yi was competing. On the way, Chen Yin recounted his recent match, still a bit shaken. I almost lost. I was up against an 11-level Charmander, and my new Leaf Meow almost flopped, but thankfully, I outsmarted my opponent. Chu Yuntian nodded while listening, surprised that both of these individuals triumphed with their opposing attributes. He wondered about the situation on Lu Yi's side. Chapter 17, Battling Barreling. The trio swiftly arrived at the D1 battle zone, just in time to witness the referee announcing the entrance of the contestants. Lu Yi's petite figure appeared remarkably fragile compared to her opponent, a towering figure nearly 9 meters tall, named Gaoren. This name momentarily stunned Chu Yuntian. Would Yi be intimidated by the opponent's imposing presence? Zhang Qian looked at Lu Yi with concern. It's possible, Chen Yin admitted, feeling somewhat anxious. What do you think? Chu Yuntian, she won't be as fragile as you think. On the battlefield, both competitors released their Pokémon at the referee's signal. Gaoren shouted, go, Little Fist Stone. Lu Yi replied, I entrust you with this, EV. Chu Yuntian let out a sigh of relief. After reviewing the battle roster and noting that Lu Yi's opponent had a Little Fist Stone, he had begun to worry. He feared that her Flame Bunny would face Gaoren's Little Fist Stone, which had a quadruple advantage. If that happened, wouldn't it be utterly disastrous? On the battlefield, Little Fist Stone first used Rock Polish to enhance its speed, then launched an attack towards Lu Yi's EV. EV, use Sand Attack. EV sprang into action, sending a flurry of sand and gravel towards the charging Little Fist Stone, obscuring its vision and causing the attack to miss. Little Fist Stone. Roll out. The previously hovering Little Fist Stone descended, rolling like a large sphere towards EV. EV. Use double team. A flurry of EVs appeared on the field, causing Little Fist Stone to lose its target, as it careened chaotically, knocking out one after another of the illusory copies. Once Little Fist Stone's rolling attack concluded, Lu immediately commanded, EV, quick attack. Just as the rolling ended and Little Fist Stone had not yet turned around, it was struck in the back by EV's quick attack, rendering it completely incapacitated. The match concluded, declaring Lu the victor. Come back, EV. After recalling EV, the contestants exchanged gestures, and Lu walked towards the exit. Upon seeing Chu Yuntian and the others, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. How do you feel? Chu Yuntian inquired. Pretty good, just a bit nervous. That's fine. Just think of the audience as mere carrots, he said, ruffling Lui's fluffy hair. Let us go have lunch. We won't have to wait until 1 o'clock for the next match. Zhang Qian pouted. Oh, some people didn't show this much concern for me earlier. You'll pay for your own meal later. How rude. The day's competition concluded with all 4 advancing to the top 32. Chun Yin nearly stumbled again during the matches, while Zhang Qian managed to navigate her third match without significant trouble. By the end of the day, the audience had gained some insight into the list of 32 competitors. The frontrunner for the championship was undoubtedly Chu Yuntian, who had garnered immense popularity by swiftly defeating opponents with his level 15 Froakie. The second most favored was Chun Yan, who possessed a Dratini. The third was Wang Mengmeng, the younger brother of Wang Chengfeng. Chu Yuntian mused whether Wang Chengfeng lacked education. Upon returning home, Chu Yuntian received a video invitation from Chu Xinyue. After congratulating him, she promptly hung up, busy with her training for her upcoming match. As the first in the classic Triple Crown, the National Freshman League is a competition that garners nationwide attention. The second crown is the National College Student League Professional Group, which students can only participate in during their second year. The final crown can only be contested by third-year students in the National College Student League Gym Group events. Securing all 3 championships is a dream for every trainer during their student years, as it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, one must ponder, what relevance does a breeder have in the dreams of trainers? If Chu Xinyue were to secure all 3 crowns, wouldn't that infuriate the trainers? The thought of such a scenario amused Chu Yuntian, and he found himself looking forward to it. As the second day dawned, the champion would be determined among the 32 contestants. Compared to the previous day, the audience had more than doubled, filling about half of the 100,000 seats in the central venue, creating a lively atmosphere. The 32 participants entered the venue under the guidance of the staff to commence the drawing ceremony. The 5th match, Chu Yuntian retrieved a number 5 ball from the box. Subsequently, everyone selected their respective numbers, and Chu Yuntian noticed another contestant who had drawn number 5. A muscular young man with dark skin named Zhang Chong. According to the battle roster, he was registered with a level 12 Barrelang and a level 13 Butterfree. This opponent seemed somewhat formidable. Although Butterfree was only level 13, it had already reached its final evolution and could learn a variety of skills. However, upon discovering that his opponent was Chu Yuntian, Zhang Chong displayed no sign of discouragement. Instead, he radiated fighting spirit, striding confidently towards Chu Yuntian and extending his right hand, ready for a fair and spirited match. Of course, Chu Yuntian replied with a smile as he shook Zhang Chong's hand. At 10 o'clock, the first match's contestants had entered the arena. Zhang Qian stood up, saying, I'm heading to the waiting area. You all better cheer for me. Don't hold back. Defeat your opponent. Go for it. The trio encouraged Zhang Qian, and at that moment, the match within the arena commenced amidst the cheers of the audience. The 2 competitors battled fiercely, and after a few glances, Chu Yuntian began to look around. Having noticed Lin Fan during the draw, he wondered where he had gone. In the registration information, Lin Fan, like Zhang Chong, had a fully evolved Pokémon, a level 13 Beedrill. Minutes later, the first match concluded, and it was Zhang Qian's turn. Her opponent was not particularly strong, featuring a level 12 Rattata and a level 12 Diglett. Quickly, her Squirtle knocked out the opposing Rattata and swiftly eliminated Diglett, achieving a double knockout. Upon her return, Zhang Qian was elated, having advanced to the top 16. As the matches progressed, Chu Yuntian found himself in the waiting area alongside the passionate Zhang Chong. Contestants, enter. As the referee announced Zhang Chong's name, he waved and dashed out. Following him was Chu Yuntian. A thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. You are quite popular, Zhang Chong remarked, noting the difference in reception he had received. I'm almost embarrassed, Chu Yuntian replied. The match begins. Let us go, Barrelang. Little Fire Horse, we're up. Both competitors sent forth their Pokémon. Barrelang was relatively common, yet when Chu Yuntian's shiny Galarian Ponyta appeared, it elicited a wave of gasps throughout the arena. Oh my, a Galarian Ponyta. And it's a shiny Pokémon. What a sight to behold. This ticket was certainly worth it. Discussions erupted among the audience. And for quite some time, they didn't cease. Some students who had come from school to spectate even began to share the story of Chu Yuntian's consecutive victories. Galarian Ponyta was a rare sight in Huaxia, and a shiny variant was even more elusive, rivaling that of semi-divine Pokémon. In the arena, the battle had commenced. As soon as Borreling appeared, it attempted a surprise attack to intimidate Little Fire Horse. Little Fire Horse used confusion. The Ponyta lifted its front hoof and brought it down, unleashing a powerful psychic attack. As the formidable charged forward, it was struck by a psychic attack, instantly halting in its tracks, cradling its head in agony. Zhang Chong bellowed, but unfortunately, this assault had plunged into a state of confusion. Even more regrettably, the creature's ability was not determination but the tenacity of spirit. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Yuntian commanded his to attack, Fairy Wind. Spirals of wind swirled around, enveloping and lifting it into the air, only to drop it with a thud upon the ground. Has lost its fighting capability, the referee proclaimed. Return, Zhang Chong said, recalling it into its Pokeball. Devoid of any significant emotion, for his success in the preliminary round was not solely reliant on. Chapter 18, Lu Yi vs. Lin Fan. Zhang Chong swiftly sent forth his second Pokemon. It's time. With a flutter, soared into the air. Wind arise. Upon the command, flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a tempest within the arena. Fairy Wind. The two powerful gusts collided in midair, causing both and to be pushed back. Observing, Zhang Chong shouted to use sleep powder. Once more, flapped its wings, dispersing countless particles of sleep powder towards vicinity. Dodge it, Chu Yuntian yelled, but at that moment, abruptly ceased its release of sleep powder, expelling a silvery thread from its mouth, string shot. The ensnared opponent would experience a significant reduction in speed, and being a bug-type attack, it would inflict double damage upon. There's no need to continue the fight, Chu Yuntian declared, producing a Pokeball. Return. A beam of red light shot forth, recalling into its ball. Chu Yuntian regarded Zhang Chong, and said, next, your opponent shall be this. It's your turn. Smoke screen. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the arena, obscuring vision. Use gust to clear the smoke. As the mighty wind blew, visibility gradually improved, and at that moment, luminous bubbles erupted from the haze. Bubble beam. Incessantly launched bubbles at, striking it down from the air with several successive hits. However, had not yet lost its fighting capability. It staggered back into the air. Retaliate with poison powder. Poison powder? That could be troublesome if it hits. Chu Yuntian promptly issued a command. Use water gun to disperse those poison powder. The water gun surged through the poisonous particles, aimed directly at the airborne. Evade. Now Rock Tomb. With a flurry, rocks cascaded toward, obstructing its path. One rock struck, sending it crashing down, leaving it incapacitated. The match is over. The victor is Chu Yuntian. As Zhang Chong withdrew, he glanced at Chu Yuntian with a hint of resignation. You played dirty, using rock-type moves as well. Chu Yuntian chuckled. This isn't my fault. Learned it on its own. Not only Rock Tomb, but also Mud Shot from the ground type. Together, they returned to the contestant area, where Zhang Qian and Lu Yi swiftly applauded in congratulations. And Chun Yin seized Chu Yuntian's arm. Damn, you even have a shiny Pokémon. I've never seen you bring it out at school. I thought it best to remain understated. Chu Yuntian replied with a smirk. He was not one to flaunt. Afterward, he produced a Pokeball, releasing the shiny. Wow. The little creature immediately began to lick Chu Yuntian's face with fervor. Chen Yin, feeling disheartened, lamented, you truly are infuriating. For a Pokémon trainer, witnessing another possess a rare Pokémon was far more disheartening than seeing someone with numerous spouses. Chen Yin grumbled, yet his trembling hand reached toward. A woo. Yelped in discontent at Chen Yin. On the verge of tears, Chen Yin watched as gracefully leapt into Lu Yi's embrace, settling between Lu Yi and Zhang Qian. Chu Yuntian inquired, your match is approaching. Have you familiarized yourself with your opponent? Lu Yi strokes cool fur, flashing a sweet smile. I have already gathered information. My opponent has two Pokémon. One is a level 12, and the other is a level 12. Just be aware of that. Shortly thereafter, two more matches concluded, and it was Lu Yi's turn to compete. True to her words, her opponent had been thoroughly outmatched. Lu Yi's effortlessly triumphed by defeating both adversaries. Meanwhile, Chen Yin faltered in the 11th match, unable to overcome his opponent, yet he felt no deep sorrow. Merely making it past the preliminaries was fortune enough. The remaining matches of interest included Chen Yin with his single-headed dragon and the encounters of Wang Mengmeng and Lin Fan. In this round, Chen Yin faced Wang Mengmeng, and they exchanged blows until ultimately, Wang Mengmeng faced a disappointing defeat. His and succumbed to Chen Yan's and single-headed dragon. Conversely, Lin Fan's match was rather lackluster, with only the notable presence of his sniper ability, which ultimately lacked sufficient potential. Before noon, the first round of matches concluded, and after a brief hour of rest, the 8 finalists would engage in the second round. The top 16 competitors drew lots once more, and Chu Yuntian's opponent was of little consequence, having thoroughly assessed their capabilities in previous matches. Notably, Lu Yi was set to face Lin Fan in this round. At 1 p.m., the matches commenced. Zhang Qian's third match and Chu Yuntian's fourth match progressed smoothly, devoid of any significant disturbances, until the 6th match, when Lu Yi stepped onto the arena. Her opponent Lin Fan appeared visibly strained. Both sides, please send out your Pokémon. Upon the command, Lu Yi tossed forth her Pokeball. Eevee, I entrust you. Lin Fan possessed 3 Pokémon of various types, 1 water type, 1 poison type, and 1 poison bug type, regardless of which he sent out first. Eevee would be well equipped to counter, avoiding any disadvantage. Come forth. Eevee quick attack. Lu Yi displayed no hesitation, launching an aggressive opening move to seize control of the situation. Eevee darted swiftly, closing in on within mere moments. Use bubble. Eevee. Evade those bubbles, and then use tackle. Amid the barrage of bubbles, Eevee's petite form, bolstered by the acceleration of quick attack, nimbly dodged to the side before charging toward Water Gun to stop it. Lin Fan shouted, suddenly realizing that the rhythm of the match had been entirely out of his hands from the very beginning. With Lu Yi dictating the pace, Water Gun hit Eevee, interrupting its advance and inflicting minor damage. Eevee, once more, use Shadow Clone. With a series of blurs, dozens of Eevee clones emerged, all racing toward. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately commanded to unleash a flurry of slap attacks, shattering each approaching Eevee clone. Yet, even this onslaught had its limits, and after dispersing 5 clones, it finally ceased. Eevee quick attack, this time, could not evade. Eevee's quick attack struck a critical point, delivering a decisive blow. Has lost its fighting capability. The referee confirmed. With a pallid expression, Lin Fan recalled, contemplating his next Pokémon. This was his initial Pokémon, and he hoped it could assist him in this dire moment. Lin Fan hurled the Pokeball, calling, I entrust you. Are you not using your? Smiled as he observed the match below, and Lu Yi could essentially ascertain the outcome. At that moment, Zhang Qian remarked that although Lin Fan was quite bothersome, he was not dim-witted. Knowing that Yi possessed Yen-2 air, it was improbable for him to deploy Dazzlefang. Indeed, it seemed there was little suspense left. Lin Fan's Nidoran swiftly defeated the nearly exhausted Eevee, only to be annihilated by Lu Yi's Yen-2 air immediately thereafter. Lin Fan, unwilling to accept defeat, cast a reluctant glance at the player's bench. Upon seeing Zhang Qian and Chu Yuntian sharing a lighthearted exchange, he vanished from the crowd's sight. The 8th round concluded rapidly, leading into the quarterfinals. This time, Chu Yuntian and Zhang Qian once again advanced to the top 4, while Lu Yi faced an unexpected challenge against Chen Yan, who wielded a single-headed dragon. Chapter 19. Truly Vile Words. Single-headed dragon. Unleashed dragon breath upon Yen-2 air. A surge of violet energy erupted. Yen-2 air, evade swiftly. Lu Yi furrowed her brow. At no point had she held the upper hand in this battle. Yen-2 air was utterly fatigued, and although the single-headed dragon had also been struck by Yen-2 air's flame attack, the damage inflicted upon Yen-2 air was significantly greater. What should I do? Lu Yi pondered incessantly. Fortunately, the single-headed dragon's aim was somewhat lacking. However, just as Yen-2 air narrowly avoided the dragon breath, Chun Yin shouted, Single-headed dragon, use Dragon Rage. The single-headed dragon unleashed a shockwave that struck Yen-2 air squarely. Chun Yin claimed the first victory. Lu Yi recalled Yen-2 air and sent out Eevee. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to bring down the single-headed dragon. Eevee, use Sand Attack. The single-headed dragon, already possessing a lackluster hit rate, found its accuracy further diminished by the sand attack. Single-headed dragon, dispersed the sand with dragon breath. The violet energy shot toward Eevee, but unfortunately missed. Observing this, Lu Yi commanded, Eevee, use quick attack. Single-headed dragon, counter with dual chop. With no time for further reaction, Chun Yin had no choice but to allow the single-headed dragon to confront Eevee head-on. The 2 Pokémon collided in the arena. Eevee gritted its teeth, summoning all its strength. Bolstered by its adaptability ability, the power of quick attack was slightly enhanced, yet it was utterly insufficient against the dual chop. Boom. Both Eevee and the single-headed dragon were sent flying, collapsing to the ground. This result was primarily due to the single-headed dragon's dual chop. This tactic of trading damage ultimately led to Lu Yi's Eevee's defeat. It could be said that the single-headed dragon had effectively taken itself down. Had the single-headed dragon been struck by quick attack before being knocked out, its remaining Bulbasaur might not have stood a chance against Eevee. Lu Yi recalled Eevee, biting her lip in frustration as she glanced toward the player's bench, where Chu Yuntian gave her a thumbs up. Thus, Lu Yi fell just short of the top 4. The final 4 consisted of Chu Yuntian, Zhang Qian, Chen Yan, and a girl named Su Xiaoxiao. The matchups were announced shortly thereafter. Chu Yuntian faced Su Xiaoxiao, while Zhang Qian confronted Chen Yan. 2 hours later, following treatment and a brief respite, the competition resumed. As expected, no matter how cautiously Zhang Qian approached it, the combination of single-headed dragon and Bulbasaur was a natural counter to Zhang Qian's Squirtle and Mareep, leading to a swift defeat, even more devastating than Lu Yi's loss. In the second semifinal, Chu Yuntian faced Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao's registered Pokémon were a level 13 Oddish and a level 13 Chikorita. Progressing into the semifinals, she had demonstrated both skill and fortune. In the arena, after exchanging signals, Su Xiaoxiao grinned sheepishly, saying, Big shot, go easy on me. Chu Yuntian was charmed by this somewhat silly girl, replying, "That won't do. The referee is watching. Why not ask if it's allowed?" Forget it. Without waiting for the referee's command, Su Xiaoxiao threw her Pokeball, exclaiming, "Come forth, Oddish. Baby Dragon, step in for some warm-up." Chu Yuntian deployed his Baby Dragon. Launching a Spark Attack, Su Xiaoxiao panicked, thinking, what the heck? A Quasi-God, and now a higher level. How is he using a Fire-type move right off the bat? Oddish, dodge. The little Oddish squeaked and scampered aside. Baby Dragon, use Flamethrower. At this point, Su Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her frustration. He's cheating. Chu Yuntian paid no heed to her thoughts. Baby Dragon unleashed a flamethrower that engulfed Oddish. By the time the flames subsided, Oddish was nearly cooked. What on earth is wrong with your Baby Dragon? Su Xiaoxiao lamented as she recalled her pitiful Oddish, turning to Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian cleared his throat twice, stating, "I can only say I have a good teacher." Reflecting on how Baby Dragon had learned from Chu Nanfeng's Charizard, he couldn't help but marvel. Having an elder in the family is indeed a treasure. With champion-level potential, Baby Dragon learned from a champion-level Charizard. The effectiveness was unquestionable. Originally, Chu Yuntian planned to let his Pokémon learn other skills only after reaching level 20. But who would have thought they would be so eager to learn on their own? I feel so wronged. How could someone play so dirty? Using 2 skills without even needing to use a type move? Su Xiaoxiao, please send out your Pokémon, the referee urged. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoxiao reluctantly complied. All right, Chikorita, let's go. This time, she reminded herself to be cautious of his Fire-type skills. Chikorita, use Growl. Given Baby Dragon's level and Fire-type moves, it would exert significant pressure on Chikorita. Su Xiaoxiao thought to start by using Growl to divert attention and decrease its attack. Baby Dragon, use Tackle. Chikorita, use Leaf Blade. A flurry of sharp leaves whirled towards them, but Baby Dragon stood firm, charging straight ahead, absorbing the Leaf Blade's impact and sending Chikorita reeling. Finish it off with Dragon Breath. Chu Yuntian decisively commanded, determining Chikorita's fate. Chikorita is unable to battle. The victor is Chu Yuntian. The referee proclaimed loudly. Chu Yuntian presented Baby Dragon with an energy cube before approaching Su Xiaoxiao, saying, "This time, I didn't use any Fire-type skills." Su Xiaoxiao, flustered, sighed, "I admit defeat. You should do well in the finals." "Thank you, but I suggest that in the future, when capturing Pokémon, you might want to consider different types. Sticking to a single type has its limitations." The two chatted as they walked off the stage. But Grass-type Pokémon are easy to raise. And training a single-type Pokémon is convenient, Su Xiaoxiao argued. "Look at those champions. Many of them are single-type." "Oh, you aspire to be a champion?" Chu Yuntian inquired. "What? Is that not possible?" Su Xiaoxiao puffed her cheeks, feeling underestimated. Chu Yuntian shrugged nonchalantly. "Your 2 Pokémon lack potential. One has quasi-champion potential, and the other is at gym level." "Really?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Then she declared, "Even so, I won't abandon them. Of course, it's true, my judgment is quite keen." Chu Yuntian was somewhat surprised. Had Su Xiaoxiao never had her Pokémon evaluated at a Pokémon Center after capturing them? Was it a matter of finances, or simply forgetfulness? "Regardless, I will definitely become a champion, I believe." Su Xiaoxiao turned back to the arena, her gaze resolute. After returning to the player's bench, the third-place match was set to commence in 1 hour, followed by the finals. Most spectators began to rise, heading to the restroom or to grab a bite to eat. As for the finals, may I ask our popular contestant for their thoughts? Zhang Qian held out a corn cob, which she had procured from somewhere, as a makeshift microphone for Chu Yuntian. "Just a little warm-up." As confident as ever, she replied, "If you win, you must treat me. Dream on." At that moment, Chun Yin poked Chu Yuntian in the back, and Chun Yin approached. Upon turning his head, Chu Yuntian saw Chun Yin striding towards them. "Chu Yuntian?" Chun Yin stood before them, looking down at Chu Yuntian, and spoke. "Is there something you need?" A facade of insincerity adorned Chun Yan's face as he feigned a smile, expressing his supposed honor in being his opponent in the finals, begrudgingly admitting, "You are indeed formidable." "Well, you have a discerning eye. I believe I am not yet your match," Chu Yuntian interjected, interrupting Chun Yan's bewildered remarks. The man wore an insipid grin, which made him appear quite detestable. Chun Yin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that one should never strike a smiling face? "I have come to propose a collaboration." "Collaboration? What sort of collaboration?" Chu Yuntian's curiosity was piqued, though he had already resolved in his heart that he would refuse whatever this fellow had to propose. Especially since he was putting on such an arrogant front while seeking an alliance. "What I mean is, could you relinquish the opportunity to choose from the Yuzhen family to me?" "Relinquish it to you?" Chu Yuntian frowned. "Are you suggesting that I throw the match?" "Referee, of course not." Chun Yin hastily clarified, "I mean, after you win the championship, you would transfer the opportunity to me." Chu Yuntian feigned comprehension, nodding, "I see. But why should I do that for you?" Upon hearing this question, Chun Yin confidently replied, "If you grant me this, I can assist you unconditionally with any future matters." "Huh, is this a joke?" Chu Yuntian felt he had encountered a rare comedic gem in human history. Unexpectedly, Chen Yan continued, after all, you wouldn't be interested in a Yuzhen family member, would you? Why not hand over the opportunity to someone who needs it more? Oh, so you're resorting to moral coercion now. Someone who needs it more? Are you referring to yourself? Chu Yuntian's lips twitched in disbelief. This fellow was truly shameless. At that moment, Chen Yan's companion, Chen Yan, spoke up. Brother Tian, I too am in need. Me too, Zhang Qian added. I need it as well. Lu Yi chimed in. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian innocently looked at Chen Yan. It appears there are others in need besides you. Chen Yan's face darkened as he glared at them, gritting his teeth. What gives them the right to compare themselves to me? This remark was quite offensive. And Chen Yan's temper flared as he cursed. Did you eat shit this morning? Why is your mouth so foul? Didn't your mother teach you how to brush your teeth when you were little? Did stepping in dog dung make you forget who your father is? You little chick hatching eggs, pretending to be something. Chen Yan's tirade left Chen Yan utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, Zhang Qian suddenly exclaimed, You're Lin Fan. Chu Yuntian interjected, Young ladies should refrain from such coarse language. Zhang Qian replied, I apologize. Chapter 20. The Championship. The trio continued to taunt Chen Yan incessantly, causing his face to flush with anger. Fortunately, he understood that one person could not outshout three, so he could only shoot them a fierce glare before turning to leave. This person is truly like a dung beetle wearing a mask, utterly shameless. Zhang Qian made a face at Chen Yan's retreating figure, clearly displeased with his attempt to seize her Yuzhen family member. As the break came to an end, the final of the Rongqing new trainer competition was about to commence, and the audience took their seats. The first event was the match for third place between Zhang Qian and Su Xiaoxiao. In terms of levels, Zhang Qian's Pokémon were all at level 14, one level higher than Su Xiaoxiao, giving her a slight advantage. However, in terms of type matchups, she was severely disadvantaged, as Squirtle, Piku, and Mareep were all weak to grass-type Pokémon, making the battle challenging. Su Xiaoxiao was more likely to emerge victorious. However, both trainers' Pokémon were not in optimal condition. One was suppressed by Chen Yan's type advantage, while the other had nearly been brought to tears by Chu Yuntian. After a brief period of recovery and treatment, it was uncertain how well both could perform. 10 minutes later, Zhang Qian returned to the contestant area, dejected. Fourth place is commendable, Chu Yuntian consoled her. 500,000 is gone, and I've lost my Pokémon, Zhang Qian lamented, contrasting sharply with the spirited Su Xiaoxiao behind her. Ruffling Zhang Qian's hair, Chu Yuntian turned his gaze towards Su Xiaoxiao, noting that this seemingly simple-minded girl had some talent. He wondered if she would choose another grass-type Pokémon with this opportunity to select a Pokémon, and a curiosity arose within him. Could it be that a grass-type champion would truly emerge in the future? After a while, the finals finally began. Make sure to teach him a lesson, Zhang Qian told Chu Yuntian before stepping onto the field, clearly irked by Chen Yan's attempt to snatch her Yuzhen family member. Chu Yuntian smiled, calmly entering the waiting area just as he had in every previous match. The upcoming battle would determine the champion of the Rongqing new trainer competition. The first contestant to take the stage was Chen Yan, whose remarkable performance throughout the tournament had captivated the audience. Everyone present was well aware of the might of his single-headed dragon. What kind of splendid display would he offer us next? Let us await with bated breath. Chen Yan stepped into the center of the arena amid the host's impassioned speech. Next up is contestant Chu Yuntian. Since the preliminary rounds, Chu Yuntian had maintained his status as the most popular contender, and his performance in the matches had justified this acclaim, as he had dominated each opponent with overwhelming strength. His powerful Froakie, Dragonite, and the awe-inspiring Ponyta had left a lasting impression on the audience. As Chu Yuntian walked towards the arena, he waved to the crowd. Chu Yuntian, go! A familiar voice suddenly called out, and turning around, he saw his homeroom teacher Lu Li, accompanied by a large group of students. If there was a significant winner in this new trainer competition besides the contestants, it was undoubtedly Lu Li. Among her students, one had reached the top 32, another the top 16, one the top 8, and one the top 4. Soon, there would be another champion added to her accolades. What greater victory could there be? Both trainers sent out their Pokémon simultaneously. Go, single-headed dragon. Chen Yan immediately unleashed his ace, clearly intending to take risks. It's settled then, Dragonite. Chu Yuntian also sent forth Dragonite to lead the charge, as Froakie was at a disadvantage against both single-headed dragon and Bulbasaur, so it was prudent to play it safe. Single-headed dragon, use Dragon Breath. Dragonite, we will also use Dragon Breath. Both sides launched the same attack, but Dragonite, benefiting from its higher level, gained the upper hand. Single-headed dragon, use Tackle. This time, Chen Yan dared not employ Double Edge. Whether he could defeat his opponent was uncertain, but the single-headed dragon would certainly not withstand it. Dragonite, use Dragon Dive. You want to tackle me? Let us see if my Dragon Dive can take you out. Dragonite charged forward, exuding an intimidating aura. Do you not know that my head is the hardest? Boom. The single-headed dragon was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Before Dragonite could revel in its triumph, Chu Yuntian commanded, chase after it, and use Dragon Claw. Dragonite swiftly caught up, and its claws struck the single-headed dragon. which rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Single-headed dragon. Get up, Chu Yuntian shouted. As the single-headed dragon struggled to regain its footing after suffering 2 consecutive attacks. At this moment, Chu Yuntian did not rush to attack. Dragonite stood with its arms akimbo, gazing at the opponent from a distance, its contemptuous gaze mocking. The single-headed dragon fought to stand, but it was evident that it had lost the will to continue. The damage inflicted by Dragon Claw was substantial. What a useless creature, return to me. Chu Yuntian cursed as he retracted his single-headed dragon. His gaze fixed on the opposing precious dragon, his frustration palpable. How infuriating. His master was being ostentatious, and even the Pokémon was flaunting itself. Although he did not wish to continue battling, the multitude of spectators made surrender seem disgraceful. Regardless, he resolved to put forth his utmost effort to attract the attention of major corporate sponsors. Come forth, Mio Wzh Ingz, he called. Leaf Blade swiftly. Chu Yuntian launched his assault, determined to maintain a commanding presence. Precious dragon, unleash flamethrower, he shouted, cursing under his breath. He realized it was too late to evade the attack. The leaf blade of Mio Wzh Ingz was consumed by flames, engulfing it entirely. In the contestants' area, Sushi washed with excitement, reveling in the shared agony. After the flames subsided, Mio Wzh Ingz emerged charred, as if it had just been unearthed from a coal mine, still coughing in distress. Mio Wzh Ingz, use Vine Whip. It had not yet succumbed, and Chu Yuntian was determined to endure at least 2 more rounds to captivate the audience's attention. You have no chance, Chu Yuntian sneered, clearly reading Chu Yuntian's thoughts written across his face. Once more, flamethrower. With a howl, the precious dragon unleashed another torrent of flames. And the moment Mio Wzh Ingz's Vine Whip met the fire, it recoiled in pain. The flamethrower struck decisively, rendering Mio Wzh Ingz completely incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. Mio Wzh Ingz has lost the ability to battle. The victor of this match is contestant Chu Yuntian, the referee announced loudly. Thus, the Rongqing New Trainer competition concluded, determining the champion to be contestant Chu Yuntian. As the host took the stage, the atmosphere ignited, and the audience erupted in applause. The award ceremony was next, honoring the top 3 competitors, Chu Yuntian, Chen Yan, and Su Xiao. Following the event, Chu Yuntian, surrounded by his homeroom teacher Lu Li and a group of classmates, arrived at the pre-booked hotel for a celebratory evening. Chapter 21, Secret Realm Task. The next day, upon awakening, Chu Yuntian remembered to check the system's rewards. 3 rare candies, an irresistible temptation, truly priceless. He then noticed the task released by the system the previous day. Secret Realm Exploration. Enter E-Class Fire Flow Cloud Secret Realm to find the lost charcoal. Reward, Cursed Armor. Cursed Armor? System. Is that the armor that allows TNCOSH to evolve into Seeing YN Rengu? Chu Yuntian inquired. Indeed. Excellent. The Seeing YN Rengu, regardless of its strength, was undeniably stylish. Moreover, E-Class Secret Realms typically housed few high-level Pokémon, posing a lower danger. Descending to the first floor, he found ZH Ing Chi In and Li YY sitting quietly beside W In Ru YN, engaging her in conversation. Son, later you will accompany Shio Chi In to select Pokémon, understood? W In Ru YN instructed. She was quite pleased with ZH Ing Chi In and Li YY's performance in the new trainer competition and had prepared rewards for both as part of their sponsorship. Yes, I will certainly go, Chu Yuntian replied as he settled at the dining table. Li YY sweetly offered him a bowl of porridge. Thank you. Also, I plan to keep Shio Chi In and YY by my side for personal guidance, and I have arranged for them to take leave from school. W In Ru YN stated, inspecting them as if they were prospective daughters-in-law. This is wonderful. I wholeheartedly support it, Chu Yuntian remarked, glancing at ZH Ing Chi In and Li YY. Being under W In Ru YN's tutelage would greatly benefit them, affording them knowledge unattainable in school. Moreover, W In Ru YN was a champion-level trainer, making her guidance invaluable. And what about you? Are you planning to return to school? W In Ru YN asked, fully aware of her son's capabilities, having absorbed knowledge about Pokémon breeding and training from a young age. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuntian replied, I will also take leave. I intend to explore the Fire Flow Cloud Secret Realm. You are going to the Secret Realm? Yes, it is time to venture out. Remaining cooped up at home hinders progress. W In Ru YN nodded, reminding him to remember to select 2 high-level Pokémon from the back mountain before he left. Chu Yuntian nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of self-preservation while out in the world. After breakfast, Uncle Wang entered, carrying a suitcase. Madam, young master, young ladies, he greeted, placing the suitcase on the table. Inside were 2 Pokeballs. While aware of his mother's intentions, Chu Yuntian was nonetheless curious about the Pokémon within. In previous years, W In Ru YN rewarded those who excelled with Pokémon of near-champion potential. However, given her fondness for these 2 young ladies, he surmised that the contents of the Pokeballs would likely possess champion-level potential. These are two flying-type Pokémon prepared for you both, and their potential has been tested to be of champion caliber, Wen said, placing their hands on her lap. What you receive depends on your luck. Zhang and stared at the two Pokeballs in astonishment. So generous. She knew that Chu Yunti's family was affluent, but she did not expect such extravagance. The terms of the sponsorship had not indicated this. Mom is truly indulgent. I love it. Li Wai gazed wide-eyed, and while she could not deny her desire, she felt a sense of anxiety. Godmother, this is not what was outlined in the sponsorship terms. Understanding what Li Wai was about to say, Wen laughed. Silly girl, since you called me godmother, the previous contract has become null and void. This is now a reward from a mother to her daughters. As she spoke, Wen exchanged knowing glances with Chu Yunti. Receiving the signal, Chu Yunti quickly added, Indeed, they are merely two Pokémon. We have several like these in our breeding facility every year. This was not a deceitful claim. Champion-level potential Pokémon were rare, yet those with champion-level potential were not. According to incomplete statistics, across all breeding facilities in the Long Kingdom, at least 1,000 champion-level potential Pokémon were born annually. Most were pre-ordered by the affluent and powerful, with only a few occasionally making their way to the market as Pokémon eggs. Thus, acquiring high-quality Pokémon from street-side shops was nearly impossible unless one were to gamble on Pokémon eggs. The Chu family also possessed their own breeding facility, specializing in flying-type Pokémon, currently managed by Wen and her research team. Shall I help you select? Chu Yunti offered. We'll manage ourselves. Zhang replied, hugging Wen tightly. Thank you, godmother. Li Wai also grasped Wen's hand, expressing her gratitude. The two then chose the Pokeballs nearest to them, knowing it was all a matter of luck, and with equal potential, there was little to differentiate them. Upon releasing the Pokémon, Zhang found herself with a Qingmi, while Li Wai received a BKB. Both were quite pleased, appreciating their high potential and appearance. Qingmi, gender, female, type, normal, flying, level, LV12 normal. Ability, unaffected by weather, the effects of any weather will disappear. Moves, quick attack, charm, mystical guard, fury attack. Potential, champion level. This is quite splendid. The inherited skill of quick attack perfectly compensates for Qingmi's lack of speed, Chu Yunti mused, then turned his attention to BKB. BKB, gender, male, type, fairy, level, LV12 normal. Ability, super luck, attacks are more likely to strike critical hits. Skills, spirit transfer, angel's kiss, life droplet. Acting cute, calls slaps. Potential, king level. My mother has truly put in effort. Both have inherited skills. With this thought, Chu Yuntian gazed into the distance. Mother, why am I not included? At this moment, Chu Yuntian made such a remark, earning a roll of the eyes from Wenryun. How many Pokémon do you have? Can you manage them? Besides, you are already the father of 10 children. Isn't that enough for you to care for? Chu Yuntian nearly choked on his porridge. 10 children? How could he possibly maintain his reputation if that rumor spread? However, recalling those 10 adorable little Xianai, his mood brightened. They were all lovely and kind-hearted children. System, when will you reward me with a few more? No, dozens of little Xianai? Chu Yuntian internally inquired. For if he truly wished to gather 64, the Chu family could easily manage it. Yet, the system's rewards were different. All were TM King level. Imagine in the future, when engaging in battles, having 64 King level caretakers standing behind him. Who could possibly defeat him? How many Pokémon will the reward for this secret realm mission grant you? System, you are truly a benevolent being. An hour later, Chu Yuntian and Lu Yi accompanied Zhangqian to the Rongqing No. 2 breeding base, where the Pokémon bred were of relatively high levels, unlike the No. 1 base, which primarily focused on nurturing novice Pokémon for the numerous new trainers each year, most of whom were students. The No. 2 base catered to the market, supplying major Pokémon retail stores. Young Master Chu, please follow me this way. Due to prior arrangements, the No. 2 base presented all their top-tier Pokémon for Chu Yuntian to select. Naturally, this was also because only the 3 of them were present. Had it been like last time with all the students, it would have been less convenient to be so overt with the backdoor dealings. Soon, the trio followed the manager into a research room, where the manager opened a list on the computer and said, all the Pokémon in our base are listed here. However, one king-level potential Big Jaw and has already been reserved by Master Wang. Master Wang, Wang Qingfeng. Chu Yuntian nodded and began to browse the list. Behind him, Zhangqian and Lu Yi were left in astonishment, once again experiencing the power of influence. Chu Yuntian quickly finished browsing. Among the more than 8,000 Pokémon at the No. 2 base, there were 4 with king-level potential and 93 with quasi-king level potential. Chapter 22. Selecting Pokémon. Take a look yourself. See if there is anything you like. Chu Yuntian turned to Zhangqian and said, alright. Zhangqian began to frantically check. Chu Yuntian then addressed Lu Yi. You should also take a look. See if there is something you fancy. Me? ISNT there only one slot? Louis pointed to herself. Huh, that is a free slot, Chu Yuntian explained. Since we are already here, if you find one you like, just defeat it. And then capture it to take home. Someone will cover the cost. This is also a restriction imposed on the offspring of various families. If the back door is open and you cannot even capture one yourself, then it is best not to pursue being a trainer, lest you waste resources. Louis was momentarily taken aback by this, and just then, the manager spoke. Young Master Chu, 2 students have also come today to select Pokémon. Are they your friends? A boy and a girl? Chu Yuntian inquired. Yes, the manager nodded. Have that girl come over. As for the boy, I am not familiar with him. Remembering the silly girl who claimed she would become a grass-type king, Chu Yuntian felt quite interested. The manager, understanding the implication, began to make arrangements. The female student was a connection, so she had to be brought over. As for the male, being unfamiliar meant he wasn't favored, so he would be arranged to a region with less qualified Pokémon. Excellent. I wonder if this arrangement will please young Master Chu. After browsing, Zhang Qian found herself uncertain about how to choose. She no longer cared about the starter Pokémon and was troubled by the selection of the 4 king-level potential Pokémon. Yuntian, how should I choose? Zhang Qian asked. The big jaw and is not an option, Chu Yuntian replied. The remaining choices are Pidgey, Cacnea, and Snorunt. I suggest you select Cacnea. After saying this, Chu Yuntian was also taken aback. None of the 4 king-level potentials were starters. Then I will choose Cacnea, Zhang Qian obediently agreed. The manager immediately said, Miss Zhang, you can exit through this door, someone will guide you. Zhang Qian nodded and stepped out. Chu Yuntian looked at the Snorunt on the list and asked Louis, what about this one? This one seems too expensive, Louis replied. A Pokémon with king-level potential costs at least 10 million, especially an adorable type like Snorunt, which is quite rare. In fact, she was being too conservative. This Snorunt would not go for less than 30 million outside. Zhang Qian's Cacnea was essentially a favor from the Rongqing Pokémon Association, given due to the Chu family's influence. Otherwise, they would have merely assigned a random starter to an ordinary person. It's all right. Our family is not lacking in money, Chu Yuntian said calmly. The manager nodded repeatedly. To these prestigious families, money is just a trivial matter. There are many wealthy individuals in this world, but without connections, it is a common occurrence. Money can always be earned, but power is finite. Dividing it among ourselves means it is diminished. The Chu family holds significant weight in the entire Longhua, especially in the southwestern region, where they command both respect and authority. As long as they do not engage in despicable acts, they typically enjoy a smooth path. Phew. Then I will select it, Louis said, pointing at Snorunt. She was absolutely enamored with this little creature. Yes, do not feel burdened. Striving to become a formidable trainer is the best repayment, Chu Yuntian cautioned, fearing that this girl might feel too much pressure. Louis nodded vigorously. In a single day, she had acquired the king-level potential Pokémon, Piplup and Snorunt, which was certainly a matter of joy. However, as Chu Yuntian mentioned, to repay the Chu family, she had no choice but to become a powerful trainer. Suddenly, Louis recalled what transpired that night in Chu Xinyue's room, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Subsequently, Louis was taken to capture Snorunt, while Chu Yuntian awaited Su Xiaoxiao's arrival. Ah, the future grass-type king. We meet again, Chu Yuntian teased upon seeing her. Su Xiaoxiao scoffed. Young master, why did you summon me here? Is it because you heard the grass-type king has arrived? So, did you find a Pokémon you fancy? Chu Yuntian inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao deflated. It was not that simple. Indeed, you do not possess the ability to discern a Pokémon's potential. Chu Yuntian remarked. Huh, do you even understand? Only the most skilled breeders can discern potential. How could I possibly know? Su Xiaoxiao was quite displeased with Chu Yuntian's condescending attitude. Although she was somewhat adept at nurturing Pokémon, she lacked the ability to identify potential with her naked eye. I'm going to check out Pokémon eggs. Would you like to join? Chu Yuntian asked. Humph. Let us go. Before long, the two arrived at the breeding room for Pokémon eggs outside the starters. And the sight of hundreds of Pokémon eggs was indeed impressive. Why don't you check out the starters? Su Xiaoxiao asked. I'm not interested, he replied coolly. As they wandered through the breeding room, Chu Yuntian activated his data vision, examining each egg, but found no grass-type Pokémon eggs with king-level potential. Do you like Eevee? Chu Yuntian suddenly asked, pointing at a Pokémon egg ahead. Su Xiaoxiao had been lost in thought following Chu Yuntian, startled when he spoke. Eevee. I find it quite delightful. YYB is truly beautiful. After a moment of contemplation, Shio remarked. Huh, Ms. Grass, CHYNTN, uninterested in further inquiries, approached the Pokémon egg of YB and declared, this one. If you trust me, take it. If not, you may attempt to capture it yourself. Shio gazed at the Pokémon egg for a considerable time, her heart in turmoil. What if this was merely a trick by CHYNTN? Such a rare opportunity must be cherished. After an internal struggle, she turned around only to find that CHYNTN had departed without her noticing. YNTN, thank you. On their way back, Chu suddenly addressed Chyntn. Huh? No need to thank me. This comes at a price. Chyntn waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. Chyntn smiled, recognizing that Chyntn was genuinely unconcerned. But for her, it was a different matter altogether. Seeing that Chyntn was about to say something, Chyntn interjected, if you doubt it, just ask why. The price is rather substantial. At the very least, one must become a champion-level trainer and serve the CH family for life. Chyntn deemed this the minimum requirement. However, when Chyntn turned to inquire about the price from Li Yy, she noticed the rosy flush on her cheeks and immediately grasped the situation. After a brief silence in the car, Chyntn whispered, I can do it. Li Yy abruptly turned her head, disbelief written all over her face. What can you do? Chyntn, oblivious to the misunderstanding between the two girls, shrugged. It's nothing. We can discuss it later. Chyntn buried her head in Li Y's embrace, thoroughly embarrassed. Upon returning home, the two girls eagerly rushed to the backyard to release the two Pokémon they had each obtained that day, beginning to foster their bonds. Chyntn, meanwhile, set about organizing training plans for Gugu Pow, Bobiling, MNLing, and Xiaohuem. The focus was primarily on enhancing skill proficiency and learning new abilities, as his Pokémon possessed exceptional potential that warranted thorough development. As for Li Wi and the recently hatched KDGU, one was level 10 and the other level 5, rendering them temporarily useless. And what could be said about LNRNWing and LYWing? Chapter 23, A Reunion in the Secret Realm. 3 days later, amidst the worried gazes of the three women in Chyntn's household, he set forth towards the Hu Li Y and Secret Realm. This time, Chyntn brought along Gugu Pow, Bobiling, MNLing, and the champion potential Xiaohuem, along with two bodyguards selected from the back mountain, BBNIO and BSHOSH. The Hu Li Y and Secret Realm is classified as an E-grade secret realm, where most residing Pokémon are below level 30. However, this does not imply the absence of higher-level Pokémon. They are simply less common. The classification of levels is determined by the exit of the secret realm. In the case of E-grade secret realms, only Pokémon below level 30 can enter and exit freely. The road stretched westward, terminating 5 kilometers from the secret realm, where Chyntn disembarked. The remainder of the journey required walking, during which he encountered several trainers and frequently spotted wild Pokémon along the roadside. Before long, a small outpost emerged ahead, serving to monitor the secret realm and prevent any disturbances. A handful of soldiers and trainers were stationed there. Upon seeing Chyntn approach, they recorded some basic personal information and briefed him on the precautions before granting passage. The entrance to the Hu Li Y and Secret Realm resembled a spatial tunnel. As an E-grade secret realm, only Pokémon not exceeding level 30 could enter and exit freely. Thus, both BBNIO and BSHOSH that Chyntn brought along were precisely level 30. Upon entering the secret realm, Chyntn immediately began to observe his surroundings and released Gugu Pow and Xiaohuem. He found himself within a forest, gazing up at towering trees reaching heights of over 100 meters. Just as he had previously learned, this place boasted mountains, rivers, and sunlight. Confirming that there were no immediate dangers, Chyntn ventured deeper into the thicket, noting numerous footprints on the ground, indicating that this area had been thoroughly explored by trainers. The Hu Li Y and Secret Realm is vast. Despite being the lowest grade, it spans nearly 20,000 square kilometers. Chyntn was curious about the nature of the secret realms, pondering whether they were originally part of Earth or a fusion of two worlds. After all, secret realms do not exist in isolation. For instance, upon reaching the edge of the Hu Li Y and Secret Realm, one would encounter an invisible wall. While the scenery beyond this wall can be seen with the naked eye, it is impassable, except for Pokémon. Therefore, Chyntn speculated that all secret realms appearing on Earth are likely situated within the same world, with their entrances merely connecting to another region beyond. Gugu. What is it, Gugu Pow? Chyntn inquired, surprised that any anomalies had been detected so soon after entering. Gu. Hungry? Chyntn sighed, initially thinking there was something significant to worry about, which had made him tense for a moment. He retrieved a bag of crispy noodles from his backpack, and Gugu Pow eagerly opened it and began to eat. Finish it and give me the packaging. Do not litter, Chyntn reminded. He was unsure why Gugu Pow had developed a fondness for crispy noodles, particularly the tomato flavor. The little Xiaohuem on his shoulder also chimed in with its soft cries. Chyntn provided it with an energy cube. Together, the trio, one person, one frog, and one milk Pokémon, strolled along the forest path for about half an hour. To be precise, Chyntn was carrying Shioshi Nni while Gugu Pow perched on his neck. Having just entered the secret realm, Chyntn was not in a hurry to search for the lost charcoal, as he had previously glanced at the address provided by the system, which was several dozen kilometers away from the entrance. He ambled along leisurely, encountering numerous Pokémon, including She-Old, Zulco, and BB. Most Pokémon bore no malice towards humans, and Chyntn was not the type to seek out trouble. Goo, what? Are you hungry again? Chyntn asked. Gugu Pow tapped his head and pointed towards a large tree nearby. Who bohu? Chyntn gasped in alarm. There was no need to check with his data eye. This who bohu was undoubtedly formidable. Run. Chyntn dashed away. The temperament of a who bohu was as fiery as its name suggested. Being caught would spell disaster. Pooh. The who bohu screeched in the direction Chyntn fled, as if driving away an intruder. Phew. Fortunately, it did not pursue. After running a distance and arriving at a small riverbank, Chyntn glanced back to find the who bohu had not followed. And he breathed a sigh of relief. It would be quite embarrassing to need bodyguards right after entering. Goo. The call of Gugu Pow jolted Chyntn's heart, which had just settled. Buzz buzz buzz. Oh no. It's a DZHNFing. Chyntn turned to see a swarm of DZHNFing emerging from the thicket. Leading the swarm was a person fully clad in protective gear. Chyntn watched as the figure burst from the forest, sprinted to the riverbank, and jumped in. Hey, look at that poor soul. With the DZHNFing losing its target, they redirected their attention towards Chyntn, buzzing as they approached. Let us talk this out, shall we? We are all civilized individuals here. No sooner had he spoken than the leader of the DZHNFing unleashed a spray of venom towards Chyntn. Damn it. Chyntn dove into the river with a splash. He floated downstream for a solid 2 minutes before finally surfacing. What the hell? Why are you coming after me? I didn't provoke you. Cursing, Chyntn clawed his way up the riverbank, drenched from head to toe. Just as he contemplated stripping off his wet clothes, he suddenly recalled the unfortunate individual who had jumped into the river. Ugh, they wouldn't have drowned, would they? As he thought this, his peripheral vision caught sight of a dark figure lying motionless on the bank downstream. Chu Yuntian hurried over, flipping the person onto their back. Just as he was about to check for their breath, he froze upon seeing the person's face. Su Xiaoxiao. How could it be her? There was still a pulse. She was not yet lifeless. Chu Yuntian quickly commenced first aid, ensuring Su Xiaoxiao's airway was clear before administering artificial respiration and chest compressions. After a series of efforts, Su Xiaoxiao finally stirred awake, her eyes opening to find Chu Yuntian leaning in with puckered lips. Startled, Su Xiaoxiao bolted upright, her head colliding with Chu Yuntian's nose, causing blood to spurt forth instantly. Ouch, 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 he exclaimed, clutching his nose. Don't misunderstand, I was saving you. In her dazed state, Su Xiaoxiao found his voice somewhat familiar and upon closer inspection, recognized him. Her tension eased and she collapsed back onto the ground. Hey, Chu Yuntian exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his own injury as he hurriedly gathered Su Xiaoxiao into his arms to assess her condition. She had a fever, likely from exhaustion and immersion in river water, and there were marks on her thigh from poisonous needles. What an unfortunate girl, he thought. Holding his nose, Chu Yuntian retrieved an antidote, tore open Su Xiaoxiao's pants, and sprayed the remedy on her wounds. He glanced at Su Xiaoxiao's backpack lying on the riverbank. It was just an ordinary bag, thoroughly soaked. With no other option, he took off his outer garment and spread it on the ground. Swiftly, he removed all of Su Xiaoxiao's clothing, carefully wiping her down from top to bottom. Finally, he provided her with a change of clothes, wiping the sweat from his brow. This task was exhausting. After administering antipyretic medication, he placed Su Xiaoxiao in a relatively safe spot, releasing his Pokémon, Bibi Niao and Bu Xiaoshu, to keep watch while he and Guagua Pao Frog gathered dry wood in a nearby grove. Chapter 24. The Glimmering Charmeleon. 2 hours later, Chu Yuntian sat against a large rock, holding Su Xiaoxiao close as flames danced before them. Her body temperature gradually returned to normal, her cheeks flushed adorably. Chu Yuntian was not surprised to encounter Su Xiaoxiao in the secret realm. Most novice trainers at this stage opted to enter the secret realm for training. However, while others typically entered in pairs for safety or hired Pokémon as bodyguards when alone, Su Xiaoxiao had ventured in alone, seemingly lacking any sense of danger. Had she perhaps lost her companions? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chu Yuntian's eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Su Xiaoxiao stirred, awakening without the previous panic. Finding herself cradled in Chu Yuntian's embrace, she gazed quietly at him. How fortunate she was to have met him. He was quite splendid. As she nestled her head against his strong chest, the rhythmic thumping of his heart provided her with a profound sense of security. Not long after, Chu Yuntian awoke. Their eyes met, and Su Xiaoxiao shyly turned her head, burying her face in his embrace. You should get up now. What are you hiding for? He chuckled, ruffling her hair. The girl, feeling bashful, nestled deeper into Chu Yuntian's arms, refusing to rise. Suddenly, the realization struck her that her clothes had been changed. Who could have done such a thing? The thought of having been exposed filled her with embarrassment. She was certain he had also performed artificial respiration on her. Oh no. Her first kiss had been taken, and she hadn't even felt it. Chu Yuntian, feeling helpless, thought if she preferred to stay put, he wouldn't mind. However, moments later, Su Xiaoxiao fell asleep again. He gently laid her down and began setting up a tent. Noticing that it was still early, he took out a collection of ingredients and cooking utensils to prepare a meal. Initially, he had no intention of bringing these supplies. Self-heating rice would have sufficed. Yet, when Ryun insisted he take them, and unable to refuse, he had packed them into his spacious backpack. With ample time at hand, he decided to use up the ingredients. Eager for Su Xiaoxiao to sample his culinary skills. Whistling a cheerful tune, Chu Yuntian busied himself, oblivious to Su Xiaoxiao's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. He was so gentle, nurturing, and capable in the kitchen, and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes began to glaze over. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she bolted upright. No, men are poison. You're awake? Chu Yuntian asked, approaching with a bowl of radish and pork soup. Wow, really? Just poison me. Su Xiaoxiao muttered softly. Drink the soup to warm yourself. He urged. Thank you. Chu Yuntian nodded in satisfaction as she drank the soup, then summoned his Pokémon, Baobei Long and Mini Long Guaguapao Frog, Bibi Niao. Bu Xiao Shu, come eat. In a flash, the 5 Pokémon gathered around him. Chu Yuntian distributed the food he had prepared for them, while Xiao Xiannai snuggled atop his head, dozing off. Just then, he noticed Su Xiaoxiao had stood up, barefoot and stealthily attempting to slip away. He promptly inquired, Where are you going? Su Xiaoxiao stiffened, awkwardly turning her head. Hee, I need to use the restroom. 10 minutes later, Su Xiaoxiao sat beside Chu Yuntian. Her delicate feet nestled in his embrace. While he idly played with her feet, he also handled a leaf stone, teasing, Is this what you braved the Beedrill territory for? Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed. She felt deceived by his claim that foot massages could ward off the cold. Is that so? I'm not like a young master. To you? A leaf stone is likely no more than a common stone. Ah, yes, Chu Yuntian said, playfully tickling the sole of her foot. Are you out of your mind? No matter what, you shouldn't risk your life. Humph, Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away, eventually murmuring, I must seize every opportunity, even at the cost of my life. Hearing this, Chu Yuntian ceased his inquiries and picked up another round stone. Do you know what this is? Su Xiaoxiao glanced over, her brow furrowed. I don't recognize it. I only took it because it was next to the leaf stone. This is a valuable item. Its worth exceeds that of 10 leaf stones. Chu Yuntian explained, stroking the Mega Evolution Stone of the Venusaur in his hand. He couldn't help but acknowledge Su Xiaoxiao's luck in acquiring both a leaf stone and a Mega Evolution Stone in the same location. What did you say? This thing is so valuable. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, snatching it to examine closely. What is it for? Chu Yuntian shook his head. I can't tell you yet. It's a secret. How stingy, Su Xiaoxiao murmured as she tucked the Mega Evolution Stone away. Keep it safe. You will find it useful one day. Although Su Xiaoxiao didn't even possess a Bulbasaur, who could predict the future? Alright. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Chu Yuntian's mind. Host, good news, good news. The excitement in the voice was palpable, prompting Chu Yuntian to ask what was happening. A formidable Pokémon has been detected within a 300-meter radius behind you. You have a detection function? Always have, otherwise. How would your shiny Magikarp have appeared? However, the daily detection time is limited to 3 hours. Tell me, what Pokémon is it? How formidable is it? It's a Charmeleon, shiny, and has champion potential, the system boasted, leaving Chu Yuntian momentarily speechless, hastily placing down the jade foot in his hand. You wait here for me, Guaguapaowa, follow me. Where are you going? For a stroll. Su Xiaoxiao stretched out her arms, gazing at the departing figure of Chu Yuntian, resembling a stone statue waiting for her husband. Entering the dense forest, Chu Yuntian cautiously surveyed his surroundings, fearful of startling his little fire dragon. System. Where is the little fire dragon located? 43 meters to the left. Chu Yuntian gently moved closer, and soon, after parting some bushes, he spotted a golden little fire dragon diligently digging for worms to eat. Shiny little fire dragon. Gender, male. Attribute, fire. Level, LV15, normal. Ability, solar power, in sunny weather. Special attack increases, HP decreases each turn. Skills, Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower, Dragon Rage, Fire Fong, Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, Heat Wave, Smokescreen, Spark, Fury Swipes, Roar. Potential, Champion level. Invincible. Chu Yuntian examined this little fire dragon from every angle, and it screamed invincible in bold letters. With so many skills, you are still wild? How did you learn them? Noticing Chu Yuntian's approach, the little fire dragon turned and shot out a small flame as a warning. This was thanks to Chu Yuntian's affinity boost from the power of the everlasting tree. Otherwise, the little fire dragon would have already unleashed a flamethrower. Little fire dragon. Do not fear, I mean no harm. Chu Yuntian took out a spicy energy cube prepared for the treasure dragon. Little fire dragon, fear? How did you discern my fear? However, this bipedal creature's offering smells delightful. I want to eat it. Cacna. The little short arm pointed at the energy cube, letting out a call. Chu Yuntian nodded vigorously. Yes, it's for you. The little fire dragon slowly approached, took a small bite of the energy cube, and was soon conquered, beginning to feast heartily. Watching the little fire dragon eat, Chu Yuntian began to fantasize about future plans. Yes, going for the Y-spray route. A shiny Y-spray would be incredibly cool. And considering the shiny fire dragon is black, it essentially means having both X-spray and Y-spray simultaneously. What a tremendous gain. Chapter 25, Hentai. Before long, the little fire dragon finished eating, and Chu Yuntian immediately began his persuasion. Little fire dragon, would you like to come with me? There are many delicious treats outside. Even better than this. The little fire dragon tilted its head as if pondering. There are also many fun things, numerous friends you haven't met yet. The little fire dragon gazed at Chu Yuntian with intense eyes. Is the password correct? Sensing the little fire dragon's intent, Chu Yuntian quickly said, look, it can be your friend too. The little fire dragon looked towards Guagua Paua, Cacna Cacna, Guagulu. The two little creatures began to communicate, and Chu Yuntian could only understand a little, roughly translating to, are you willing? I am willing. After conversing for a while, the little fire dragon suddenly looked at Chu Yuntian with a fierce determination. Are you saying that I must defeat you before you will come with me? Cacna. The little fire dragon nodded. Chu Yuntian was instantly elated. Guagua Paua, prepare yourself. Guag. Guagua Paua, water gun. Knowing this little fire dragon's prowess, Chu Yuntian decided to test the waters first. Guagua Paua unleashed a water gun, and then the little fire dragon countered with a spark. No, what are you doing? Oh. The little fire dragon was struck by the water gun, spun around, and collapsed on the ground after 2 seconds. I lost. Chu Yuntian stared in disbelief at this scene. It was simply too impressive. What about your dignity? Little fire dragon, where is your pride? How can you be even less dignified than I am? At this moment, Chu Yuntian felt that, based on the little fire dragon's low bar, it would undoubtedly master the skill of dirtiness in battles in no time. Guag, quick, throw the Pokeball, Guagua Paua urged. Coming back to his senses, Chu Yuntian threw a luxury ball, successfully capturing the little fire dragon. Did I just capture a little fire dragon? Chu Yuntian gazed at the Pokeball in his hand, feeling a lack of reality. Upon returning to the tent, Su Xiaoxiao, with a piece of grass in her mouth, held the treasure dragon with one arm and stroked the mini dragon's head with the other, exuding a sense of leisure. Seeing Chu Yuntian return, she quickly inquired, where have you been? Pointing behind him, he replied, I went to capture a Pokémon. The little fire dragon poked its head out. Nah, I am the captured Pokémon. If this were a two-dimensional world, Su Xiaoxiao's jaw would have dropped to the ground. Wait, you went for a stroll and brought back a shiny Pokémon? Are you the reincarnation of a lucky koi? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't comprehend. Considering she was risking her life for a leaf stone, the process is unimportant. What matters is the outcome. Chu Yuntian lifted the little fire dragon and sat beside Su Xiaoxiao, enviously asking, are you jealous? Go away. In the evening, Chu Yuntian and Su Xiaoxiao leaned against each other, watching the unique sunset in the secret realm of fire flow clouds. The crimson clouds rushed through the low sky, yet not a hint of wind could be felt. How marvelous. This is the first time I've witnessed such a scene, and it's in the embrace of a man. Su Xiaoxiao looked up at the man's face, so close. Before today, she could never have imagined the story unfolding this way. This was only their third meeting, yet she found herself. Who said otherwise? Life is always filled with surprises. Chu Yuntian sighed, suddenly shifting the topic. To prevent unexpected occurrences, come. Give me your foot. I will massage it to ward off the cold. Roll away, hentai. A few seconds later, while massaging Su Xiaoxiao's foot, Chu Yuntian asked, how will you sleep tonight? Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, feeling helpless against this hentai, muttering softly, it's not impossible to sleep like during the day. Do you like to sleep while being hugged? Su Xiaoxiao felt the urge to strangle this scoundrel. Why did he have to say that out loud? Carry me into the tent. Su Xiaoxiao's face was stern, but the blush on her cheeks, illuminated by the firelight, became increasingly evident. Chu Yuntian wasted no time, directly scooping Su Xiaoxiao up in a princess carry and entering the tent. The next day, Su Xiaoxiao woke up in Chu Yuntian's embrace, pushing against him with satisfaction. This was perhaps the most restful sleep she had experienced in the past 3 years. Su Xiaoxiao sighed. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Chu Yuntian's voice rang in her ear. No, hold me tighter. Chu Yuntian embraced the girl tightly in his arms, feeling a complex array of emotions. He never expected to become so intimate with a girl he had only known for a few days, not even with Zhang Qian or Lu Yi. That should be considered normal, right? As the sun gradually rose, Chu Yuntian and Su Xiaoxiao packed up and prepared to delve deeper into the secret realm. Especially for Chu Yuntian, after entering, he had accomplished almost nothing. No, he had gained a girlfriend and a little fire dragon. After retrieving the lookout mouse that had just finished its energy cube from the night watch, Chu Yuntian and Su Xiaoxiao walked upstream along the river. Our goal today is 30 kilometers. The distance to the lost charcoal is 57 kilometers. At the current pace, it would take 2 days to reach. And a round trip would take 4 days. If any unexpected situations arise, the time required would only increase. What? 30 kilometers, and it's uphill. Su Xiaoxiao jumped up, exclaiming, it will be exhausting. Chu Yuntian pinched Su Xiaoxiao's little face. You chose to follow me. You could leave the secret realm right now. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao instantly wore a pitiful expression. Are you trying to drive me away? After what you did to me, you don't want to take responsibility. Hey, I only held you while sleeping for one night. I didn't do anything. Besides, we were both fully dressed while sleeping, Chu Yuntian added in his mind. Truly regrettable. Su Xiaoxiao pouted and hurriedly set off, determined to capture an exceptionally powerful Pokémon and defeat you soundly. I shall await that day. 2 days later, at Rongqing University, Zhang Qian and Lu Yi, having taken a long leave, followed Wen Ruiyun closely, hardly leaving her side. At this moment, as the honorary professor of Rongqing University, Wen Ruiyun stood at the podium, imparting knowledge to her students. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi sat in the back, absorbing information they had never encountered before, though their minds occasionally wandered. After class, the two accompanied Wen Ruiyun to her laboratory. What's wrong today? You seem distracted, Wen Ruiyun remarked gently, having noticed their unusual demeanor during her lecture. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qian spoke up. He has been in the secret realm for 3 days and hasn't come out. We're worried. Seeing the two girls so concerned for her son, Wen Ruiyun felt a surge of joy within her. Xiao Tian will be fine. What you need to do now is work hard. When he returns, give him a surprise. Xiao Tian is looking forward to your growth even more than I am. Upon hearing this, the girl's spirits brightened. He is looking forward to me? I will work hard. Lu Yi declared, taking the lead over Zhang Qian this time. So will I, Zhang Qian added. Wen Ruiyun nodded in satisfaction. Let us continue with practical training this afternoon. I will arrange suitable opponents for you. What you both lack the most is battle experience, and you must strive harder in this aspect. The two girls exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with determination. Oh, Wen Ruiyun suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong, godmother? I just remembered that I promised Xiao Tian I would personally make his favorite dessert for him when he returns, but I've been so busy lately, she said, sneaking glances at their reactions. If only someone could make the dessert for me. It's quite a dilemma. I'll do it. Zhang Qian offered. I'll help too. Lu Yi chimed in. Really? That would be a tremendous help. Wen Ruiyun feigned surprise as she regarded the two girls. You must make an extraordinary dessert. Both girls silently resolved to do their utmost. Chapter 26. Poachers. Since Chu Yuntian entered the Fire Flow Cloud secret realm, nearly 3 days had passed. In a spacious valley, both Chu Yuntian and Su Xiaoxiao found themselves in a rather disheveled state. Finally, Wei Yi arrived. Su Xiaoxiao gasped, leaning on her knees. From now on, I must capture a flying Pokémon. Since yesterday, she had tirelessly followed Chu Yuntian, traversing mountains and covering dozens of kilometers of rugged terrain. A grass and flying type mount Pokémon. Chu Yuntian, also panting heavily, turned to inquire. Of course not. I'm not foolish, Su Xiaoxiao retorted. There were scarcely any grass and flying type Pokémon, with less than 10 known, and even fewer suitable as mounts. Chu Yuntian smiled, but said nothing, his heart yearning for his mini dragon, baby dragon, and the recently captured Charmander. Once they completed their final evolutions, traveling would become much easier. Additionally, the prospect of Ponyta and Houndour evolving into Rapidash and Manectric also promised to yield impressive mounts. Let us go. It's just ahead, Chu Yuntian said, checking the location of the lost charcoal and pointing to a low area in the valley. As they approached, they discovered numerous chaotic footprints on the ground. Someone has been here, Su Xiaoxiao remarked. I can see that, Chu Yuntian replied, quickening his pace, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Upon reaching the site of the lost charcoal, they found no trace of it, only the disordered footprints and signs of battle. System. Does this mean the lost charcoal is gone? Yes, please locate the lost charcoal, the system responded. Chu Yuntian fell silent. It was evident that someone had gotten there first. Let us go, these footprints are still fresh. We need to catch up, he urged. What exactly are you looking for? After 2 days of restraint, Su Xiaoxiao finally asked. You'll know once we find it, Chu Yuntian replied. With a sigh of resignation, Su Xiaoxiao followed him. The two pursued the footprints along with other traces for nearly 3 hours, arriving at a lakeside where they finally made a discovery. By the lake, 3 men were cooking, their backs turned towards a tent. One man with a scarred face expressed his displeasure. Damn it, we let that brat Ten Xiaosher get away. What bad luck. Why rush? If we can't catch him, so be it. We've already gathered enough to enjoy wealth and luxury for a lifetime, one of the men, bald-headed, said with a burning gaze directed at a nearby box. A bearded man across from him patted the box and commented, wealth and luxury my foot. In the end, we still have to hand over 70 of the profits to the organization. That is still a lot, right? Each of us should be able to pocket over 10 million. The bald man exclaimed, astonished that the bearded man was not satisfied with such an amount. The bearded man chuckled softly. Is that not enough? Who knows? The bald man nodded vigorously. Even though we didn't catch Tanxiaoshu, we captured plenty of other Pokémon. Selling them will net us a fortune. Concealed behind a large tree not far from the three men, Chu Yuntian and Su Xiaoxiao were discreetly observing them. Who are these people? Su Xiaoxiao whispered. Poachers, or rather, Pokémon traffickers, Chu Yuntian replied, his gaze sweeping over the trio, enhanced by the power of dragon control and the strength of Jike. Though they were a distance away, he could still barely hear their conversation. Realizing the truth, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. Are they the scoundrels who illegally capture and sell Pokémon? Wait, is what you're looking for in their possession? Chu Yuntian nodded, feeling troubled about how to retrieve the charcoal. There were 3 of them, and he was uncertain about their Pokémon's strength, so acting recklessly could be perilous. Look, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed. Chu Yuntian immediately turned to the lakeside, his eyes widening in astonishment. The bearded man and the bald man had moved behind the tent, seemingly to relieve themselves. However, the bearded man stealthily drew a dagger from behind, swiftly slitting the bald man's throat. He killed him. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, her hands covering her mouth as she trembled. Chu Yuntian quickly wrapped his arms around her, recognizing that such a scene could be quite frightening. After dispatching the bald man, the bearded man exhibited no signs of emotion, calmly wiping the blood from the blade before turning to the scarred man who was still eating. Where's the bald guy? The scarred man casually inquired upon noticing the bearded man return alone. That dead pig said he needed to take a dump and went into the woods, the bearded man replied as if nothing had occurred, before suddenly stabbing the scarred man in the throat from behind. The scarred man clutched his neck, falling to the ground with disbelief in his eyes. Don't blame me. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. You can only blame your bad luck for encountering someone like me, the bearded man said slowly, his gaze filled with indifference towards life. At that moment, a red figure suddenly leaped out from the nearby thicket, swiftly darting toward the box beside the bearded man. Tanxiaoshu. The bearded man immediately released his Pokémon upon spotting the intruder. On Chu Yuntian's side, having witnessed the bearded man kill the scarred man, he had prepared to strike at the opportune moment, but Tanxiaoshu was quicker. However, Tanxiaoshu was only level 12. How could it possibly contend against the level 25 Kingler? Soon, Tanxiaoshu was knocked down by a foam burst, lying in agony on the ground. Yet its gaze remained fixed on the box containing the charcoal. The charcoal is the birthplace of its life, and it holds more significance for it than anything else. To my surprise, fortune has smiled upon me, as it has come to me unbidden. The bearded man gazed in astonishment at Tanxiaoshu. They had originally come for Tanxiaoshu, but had lost it during the previous capture attempt. Go, Dark Ball. The bearded man hurled a pitch-black Pokeball towards Tanxiaoshu. At that moment, a flurry of green leaves shot from the forest, deflecting the Dark Ball. Leaf Blade. The bearded man was startled by this unexpected attack. Immediately following, 2 purple shockwaves surged towards him. One aimed at the giant claw crab and the other at the bearded man. This is Dragon Pulse. The bearded man turned to flee. Being struck was not an option. Just as he took 2 steps, a burst of flames erupted, cutting off his escape route. Guagua Pow Frog. Strike it with a flash of electricity. In the narrow space between the fire and Dragon Pulse, the figure of Guagua Pow Frog darted in like an arrow, crashing directly into the bearded man. He instantly coughed up blood and was propelled backward into the lake. At that moment, the giant claw crab also regained its composure, ready to counterattack. But it realized its trainer had fallen into the water. Should it attack or rescue? The giant claw crab began to ponder, only to be besieged. BB Bird descended from the sky, delivering the final blow to the giant claw crab. As the dust settled, Chu Yuntian and Su Xiaoxiao emerged from the thicket, observing the lifeless bodies of the bald man and the scarred one on the ground. Even Chu Yuntian felt a wave of discomfort. These were truly desperate individuals, capable of killing without a second thought. Is that person dead? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. I don't know, and it doesn't matter, Chu Yuntian replied, aware that Su Xiaoxiao was referring to the bearded man who had plunged into the lake. Approaching the tent of the 3 individuals, Chu Yuntian opened the box on the ground, discovering it indeed contained charcoal. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward: cursed armor and 10 small fairy milk Pokémon eggs. Chu Yuntian closed the box with satisfaction, believing that today's harvest would be substantial. Chapter 27. Deceiving Tanxiaoshu. Xiao. Go inside this tent and see if there's anything else. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao nimbly entered the tent, while Chu Yuntian approached the unconscious Tanxiaoshu. He applied healing ointment and the power of J-Ban on Tanxiaoshu. Soon, Tanxiaoshu slowly opened its eyes. Upon seeing Chu Yuntian, the little creature immediately jumped back, retreating to a distance. Tanxiaoshu, do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Chu Yuntian spoke gently, attempting to soothe it. Hearing this, Tanxiaoshu took a few more steps back, its gaze fixed intently on the box in Chu Yuntian's hand. I can give you this. And I have dealt with those who harmed you. Tan Xiaoxue fell silent, its expression shifting from hostility as it regarded Chu Yuntian. Yet the memories of having been harmed by humans lingered. Gua Gua Pao Frog, take this and speak to it. Chu Yuntian handed the box to Gua Gua Pao Frog. Gua, what are you waiting for? Go. Gua Gua Pao Frog was at a loss. When it was captured, it had relied on its wit. And now it was expected to use the same tactic to convince Tan Xiaoxue? What else could Gua Gua Pao Frog do? It felt quite helpless. Chu Yuntian shared the same sentiment, blaming the wretched individuals who had harmed Tan Xiaoxue. Otherwise, he was certain he could have easily persuaded the little creature. Gua Gua Pao Frog, holding the box larger than itself, hopped in front of Tan Xiaoxue and exclaimed, Gua. Just then, Su Xiaoxiao approached, cradling a pile of dark Pokeballs. These should be the Pokémon captured by those individuals. Should we release them all? Chu Yuntian nodded. Release them one by one. They have been harmed by humans and may not hesitate to attack us. Su Xiaoxiao agreed, casually selecting one and pressing the button before tossing it out. The dark ball emitted a beam of black light, releasing a Pokémon, a Psyduck. The Psyduck, suffering from a headache, began to run around in a frenzy, quickly disappearing from sight. How unique, Su Xiaoxiao remarked. Chu Yuntian chuckled. Psyduck was indeed amusing. The two then began to release the Pokémon one by one. And to prevent any attacks, Chu Yuntian stationed BB Bird and Bu Xiaoshu nearby. Kudzu Flower, Tongue Shell, Caracara, Starfish, Dowdu Pigeon, Mufon Ball. Su Xiaoxiao released each of these Pokémon, allowing them to depart. By the time she reached the last one, Mufon Ball, she hesitated. Mufon Ball, a grass and fairy type, was exactly to Su Xiaoxiao's liking, and it was undeniably adorable. If you like it, capture it and take it with you. Tell it that following you means it can enjoy a life of luxury. Chu Yuntian teased, but he acknowledged that this Mufon Ball indeed had potential. Su Xiaoxiao was speechless. Capturing Pokémon in such a manner was hardly conventional. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Gua Gua Pao Frog returned with Tan Xiaoxue. Gua, did you succeed? Chu Yuntian asked, and Gua Gua Pao Frog nodded proudly. Well done. From now on, leave such matters to you. Keep up the good work. Chu Yuntian rewarded Gua Gua Pao Frog with a bag of crispy noodles, then crouched down to Tan Xiaoxue, saying so? Gua Gua Pao Frog has explained everything to you. Do you want to leave this place? Gua. Tan Xiaoxue nodded. This person had helped it reclaim its charcoal and heal its wounds, proving to be a good person. Then you shall follow me from now on. Chu Yuntian gently patted Tan Xiaoxue's head while checking the little one's data. Tan Xiaoxue instinctively wanted to shy away, but restrained itself. Tan Xiaoxue. Gender, male. Type, fire. Level, LV12, normal. Ability, blaze. When hit by fire-type moves, it absorbs the flames, enhancing its own fire-type move power. Skills, flamethrower, ember, protect, fire spin, smokescreen, spark. Leer scare. Potential, champion level. Quite impressive. As expected from a Pokémon born from the precious charcoal, it is incomparable to a Tan Xiaoxue born from ordinary firewood. Good child. The power of Jade Band surged into Tan Xiaoxue's body, aiding it in recovering its strength. Gua, Tan Xiaoxue exclaimed in comfort. Gazing at the charcoal in Tan Xiaoxue's possession, Chu Yuntian inquired, Little one, why don't you absorb the charcoal? He was curious about what would happen if a Pokémon with champion-level potential absorbed this charcoal. Gua, reluctant. Chu Yuntian chuckled, then carry it with you for now. You can absorb it when you feel the need. He took out a luxury ball and gently tapped it on Tan Xiaoxue's head, capturing both Tan Xiaoxue and its charcoal within the luxury ball. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao had successfully captured Mufon Ball after it was defeated by Jikyu. Both had made their gains, and their spirits soared. Let's move to another location to set up camp. We shall depart for home tomorrow. Su Xiaoxiao pointed to the two corpses on the ground. No need to worry about them. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Fire Flow Cloud's secret realm, a man and a woman emerged from the entrance. Finally out, the girl, gazing at the familiar world, was overwhelmed with emotion. I want to be entering the secret realm again anytime soon. Chu Yuntian vigorously slapped his face until his Mount Pokémon grew. Entering the secret realm again would only bring him trouble. Opening his Poké Gear, he contacted Uncle Wong to arrange for a ride. Turning to gently pat the girl's head, he asked, shall we head home? No, Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Although she wished to stay with Chu Yuntian, now was not the time. She was unsure how to face the two individuals at Chu Yuntian's home. During the last rookie trainer competition, she had sensed that the relationship among the three was anything but ordinary. In truth, was she not the third wheel? Or perhaps the fourth? Su Xiaoxiao, however, was indifferent to such matters. This world does not adhere to a monogamous structure, and in her previous family, such occurrences were commonplace. Chu Yuntian did not press the issue further, suggesting, I shall escort you home shortly and perhaps take a glimpse at your residence, if that would not be unwelcome. She jested, I fear the young master may find my humble abode lacking. They waited by the roadside for a brief moment before Uncle Wong arrived. Ah, young master. You are finally back. I was quite worried, Uncle Wong exclaimed as he hurried over, his gaze assessing Chu Yuntian. You seem to be in one piece. Oh, who is this? He inquired. This is my girlfriend, Su Xiaoxiao, Chu Yuntian replied, taking her hand. Uncle Wong paused for a few seconds before regaining his composure. Hello. Miss Su. I have seen your performance in the newcomer competition. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed. She had been thoroughly outmatched by Chu Yuntian in that competition, and felt embarrassed to discuss it. Ha ha ha. Come, let us board the vehicle, Chu Yuntian said, wrapping an arm around Su Xiaoxiao as they settled into the back seat. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at a residential complex. This place looks quite nice, Chu Yuntian remarked as he entered Su Xiaoxiao's modest home. Despite its small size, it was tastefully decorated, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of Su Xiaoxiao herself. Indeed, while the space is limited, I still strive for a quality lifestyle, Su Xiaoxiao stated as she tossed her backpack onto the floor. Chu Yuntian glanced around and retrieved all the perfect energy cubes from his spatial backpack. Here. Take these for now. Contact me if you require more. Yes, I will, Su Xiaoxiao replied, well aware of the quality of the energy cubes after spending several days together, and felt no need to be modest, especially since they were now close. At that moment, Chu Yuntian suddenly pulled Su Xiaoxiao into his embrace and kissed her. Su Xiaoxiao was initially startled, but soon responded with equal fervor. I will come to sleep here tomorrow, Chu Yuntian stated before departing, provoking a playful scolding from her for being shameless. Upon returning home, it was just in time for dinner. Chapter 28. Let it be showcased. Oh, everyone is here. As soon as he entered, Chu Yuntian spotted Chu Jingxiong, Chu Nanfeng, Wen Ryun, along with Zhang Qian and Lu Yi. You rascal, you finally returned. Chu Nanfeng chided with a smile. Wen Ryun rushed over to embrace Chu Yuntian. You child, how could you stay in the secret realm for so many days? Do you know how worried your mother has been? It was merely an unforeseen circumstance. It won't happen again. Chu Yuntian scratched his head, having initially planned to concoct an excuse, but the incident with the poachers provided a perfect cover. What a good soul. Even in death, you continue to shine. I wish you the best in the depths of hell, he remarked, which shifted the mood in the room. No one had anticipated that Chu Yuntian would encounter poachers on his first venture into the secret realm, and thankfully, he had emerged unscathed. Nanfeng, Chu Jingxiong spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone. Chu Nanfeng's expression turned serious. Father, please proceed. Rongqing is simply too small to accommodate those with more audacity than I, he stated. The implication was clear to all present. Even someone of Chu Jingxiong's stature adhered to the law, and those who illegally captured and sold Pokémon were indeed bolder in comparison. Chu Nanfeng exited the living room to make a call to Wang Qingfeng. The city of Rongqing was about to tighten its enforcement against poachers. To the poacher organization, I express my gratitude. Following this, it was time for Chu Yuntian to showcase his gains from the secret realm. From the shiny little fire dragon to the rare charcoal elf, the onlookers were left awestruck, unable to close their mouths for quite some time. Eventually, Chu Jingxiong sighed. What did I say? The child of destiny. Truly, I was once a skeptic of such notions, he continued. Chu Nanfeng regarded Chu Yuntian with a peculiar gaze. Previously, he had believed that fate was dictated by one's own actions. However, observing Chu Yuntian now, it was as if the heavens themselves were providing sustenance. Son, after all this talk, why don't you let us see your little fire dragon and charcoal elf? When Ruiyun expressed her interest in the shiny little fire dragon and the exceedingly rare charcoal elf. Indeed, do show us, Zhang Qian added, linking her arm with Chu Yuntian's. Lu Yi also looked at him with eager anticipation. Chu Yuntian chuckled helplessly. Please do not become too excited. Come forth, little fire dragon. A blue light burst forth from the Pokeball, revealing the golden little fire dragon before them. Upon its arrival, the little fire dragon, overwhelmed by the number of people, hurriedly burrowed into Chu Yuntian's embrace. Do not be afraid, little fire dragon. They are my family, and yours as well. Chu Yuntian gently reassured the timid creature. The little fire dragon turned its head slightly, only to find several faces nearly pressed against it. Though anxious, the little fire dragon sensed no malice, especially as these individuals held the energy cubes it adored. After spending days with Chu Yuntian, it had grown accustomed to a life of luxury. After some deliberation, the little fire dragon cautiously accepted the energy cube from Wen Ryun's hand, and her face lit up with joy as she gently patted its head. This is the first time I have seen a shiny little fire dragon. What an eye-opener. Chu Jingxiong sheepishly withdrew his hand. I find myself envious of you. So do I, Chu Nanfeng added. Both men owned champion-level Charizard. Thus their sentiments regarding the shiny little fire dragon were particularly profound. Speaking of which, it seems no shiny little fire dragons have ever appeared in the world. Zhang Qian suddenly interjected, prompting an even deeper envy from the group. I wonder what it will look like once this little fire dragon evolves into a Charizard. Lu Yi voiced the question on everyone's mind. It will surely be golden. What else could it possibly be? Chu Nanfeng speculated based on the typical evolution path of a little fire dragon. At this, a smile curled on Chu Yuntian's lips as he refrained from revealing the true answer, allowing them to speculate at their leisure. After observing the little fire dragon for a while, their attention turned once more. Quickly, let us see the charcoal elf, Chu Nanfeng urged. The charcoal elf was also exceedingly rare. Records indicated that only a few had appeared to date, when Ruiyun had previously encountered a charcoal elf belonging to a champion-level trainer. However, this trainer was unaware of how to facilitate the evolution of the charcoal elf, and as of now, no one in this world had discovered its evolutionary form. Noticing the eager expressions on their faces, Chu Yuntian felt it prudent to issue a word of caution. The charcoal elf had been harmed by poachers and thus harbored a significant wariness towards humans. Please do not frighten it, he advised. Understood, they nodded vigorously. The poachers deserve their fate. Soon after, the charcoal elf appeared, cradling a piece of charcoal. To Chu Yuntian's astonishment, the charcoal elf showed no fear in the presence of several eager eyes. Instead, it greeted them with friendliness. What is this about? Chu Yuntian was bewildered. This was unexpected. The charcoal elf seemed to sense Chu Yuntian's confusion and turned to call out to him. You mean to say you recognize them as my family? Chu Yuntian was taken aback, wondering if his powers had evolved, allowing him to comprehend Pokemon's intentions so clearly. The charcoal elf nodded, tilting its head as it observed the others. Since Chu Yuntian had previously mentioned the charcoal incident when discussing the poachers, the group did not react too dramatically. Upon seeing the charcoal, they cast envious glances at Chu Yuntian. After satisfying their curiosity, they finally released him from their scrutiny. Once all his Pokémon were placed in the backyard, Chu Yuntian returned to his room to prepare for a bath. Upon entering, a group of petite fairy-like maidens surrounded Chu Yuntian, who then recalled that he had yet to claim 10 small fairy eggs. However, he decided to first indulge in a bath, as he felt he could almost host fleas on his body, which would be an amusing culinary experience for his readers. After a refreshing bath, as he emerged from the bathroom, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, he called, wrapping himself in a towel. Droplets of water still clinging to his skin. Zhang Qian gently pushed the door open, followed by Lu Yi, who carried a beautifully crafted dessert, a strawberry milfai. Upon seeing Chu Yuntian, both women momentarily froze, particularly Lu Yi, whose ears flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. What are you standing there for? Come in, he urged. Oh, this is our strawberry milfai. Do try it, Zhang Qian said, presenting the dessert before him, while Lu Yi extended a spoon towards him. Wait a moment. I'll change into some clothes, Chu Yuntian replied, retreating into the bathroom with a garment he retrieved from the wardrobe. Shortly thereafter, he emerged to the expectant gazes of Zhang Qian and Lu Yi and took a bite of the strawberry milfai they had prepared. Not bad at all. For your first attempt, this is quite impressive, Chu Yuntian generously complimented. Instantly, both women exhaled in relief, as their many failed attempts had finally culminated in success. Chapter 29. Such great malice. After enjoying a couple of bites, Chu Yuntian passed the spoon to Lu Yi. Why don't you both have a taste? The petite dessert was soon devoured entirely. May I ask a question? Zhang Qian suddenly inquired. Chu Yuntian casually picked up a small fairy. What is it? Who is Su Xiaoxiao? She asked. Chu Yuntian nearly choked on his own saliva in surprise. Uncle Wang, why do you have such a big mouth? He had not mentioned Su Xiaoxiao when recounting the events of the secret realm. Only Uncle Wang knew of their connection. However, he had no intention of concealing it, merely fearing that his mother might rush to find a daughter-in-law, potentially scaring someone off in the process. Chu Yuntian remained silent, and a flicker of anxiety crossed Zhang Qian's eyes, while Lu Yi clenched her hands tightly. We clearly arrived first, she protested. Well, here is the truth, he began. And a few minutes later, he recounted the events that had transpired in the secret realm. Upon hearing his explanation, both Zhang Qian and Lu Yi simultaneously sighed in relief. They hurriedly exited the room, leaving no opportunity for him to ask further questions. These two girls are quite intriguing, Chu Yuntian mused with a smile. Descending the stairs, he noticed Chu Nanfeng and Chu Jingxiong casting unusual glances in his direction. How wonderful, Chu Nanfeng remarked. Upon hearing this, when Ruiyun shot him a deadly glare. What? Are you envious? Chu Nanfeng nearly jumped out of his skin and quickly clarified. That is not what I meant. I am a person of integrity, unlike that rascal. Who are you calling a rascal? When Ruiyun glared at him. I said nothing, he stammered, realizing that anything he said would be a misstep, and promptly fell silent. Observing this scene, Chu Jingxiong couldn't help but reminisce about his own wife, who was off gallivanting around the world with a group of elderly ladies, Chu Yuntian's grandmother. Why is it that both Nanfeng and I are devoted individuals, yet that little rascal Chu Yuntian is so fortunate? It must be the ancestral graves feng shui. It has to be, Chu Jingxiong pondered. On April 18th, Chu Yuntian, Zhang Qian, and Lu Yi boarded a flight to the capital. In just 2 days, the national freshman competition would commence. The trio had come to support Chu Xinyue, and although Chu Yuntian had invited Su Xiaoxiao, she had stubbornly declined, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Upon landing, they immediately headed to the arrivals hall, where Chu Xinyue had promised to greet them. There, she stood at the exit, cradling her white EV. Her floral white dress fluttered gently in the breeze, complementing her flowing silver hair and stunning features, making her an enchanting sight that would catch anyone's eye. Beside her stood a porcelain-skinned girl accompanied by an Altaria. Chu Yuntian estimated the girl to be no taller than 150 centimeters, as even the Altaria towered over her. The two girls formed a strikingly beautiful scene. However, somewhat detracting from it was a man with an unmistakable simp demeanor, persistently speaking to the two, whose expressions revealed their palpable impatience. Upon spotting Chu Yuntian emerge from the corridor, Chu Xinyue's frosty demeanor melted into a radiant smile. "Dear brother, I've missed you so much," Chu Xinyue exclaimed, leaping into a bear hug. This display shattered the hearts of many who had hoped to approach her, especially the simp, who was fuming with rage. "Why do you seem heavier? Is the food here that good?" Chu Yuntian chuckled. "You destroy the atmosphere," Chu Xinyue retorted, playfully tugging at his ear. Okay. Easy on me," he protested, playfully pinching her cheek as they engaged in light-hearted banter. "My goodness, Xinyue can actually act cute. Is this really her being adorable?" Wu Shishir, a close friend of Chu Xinyue, observed in awe. Wu Shishir knew that Xinyue was famously known as the aloof goddess at school, so this behavior was quite the revelation. "Xinyue, Chu Yuntian, I've discovered something," she thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety at the potential consequences of her realization. Chapter 30. The melon is not sweet. After their playful exchange, Chu Xinyue swiftly embraced Zhang Qian and Lu Yi before returning to Wu Shishir's side, introducing her friends. "Let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Wu Shishir." Holding the little girl's hand, she brought her to Chu Yuntian. "Hello," Chu Yuntian greeted with a smile, nodding. The girl responded with a smile of her own, though she appeared somewhat distracted. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuntian, Wu Shishir was already flustered by the so-called sibling scandal, unaware that Chu Xinyue was actually her adopted sister. At that moment, the boy trailing behind Chu Xinyue and Wu Shishir could no longer contain himself. "Xinyue, Shishir. Who is he?" he asked, pointing at Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian furrowed his brow slightly, but before he could respond, Chu Xinyue interjected, "Fei Yang, could you be any more annoying? Just leave, will you? And who gave you permission to call me that? Disgusting. A toad wishing to eat swan meat." Wu Shishir chimed in, echoing Chu Xinyue's disdain. Being publicly humiliated like this caused Fei Yang's face to flush crimson as he glanced around at the onlookers, barely managing to suppress his anger. After all, he was the son of a recently crowned champion. Wherever he went, people treated him with respect. "Chu Xinyue, I refuse to give you any." "Wu Shishir, nor will I. I don't argue with women." Fei Yang seethed as he glared at Chu Yuntian. "Who are you?" "I am your grandfather." "You, what did you say?" Not knowing how to respond, Fei Yang found himself questioning his very existence while struggling to contain his rage. He dared not provoke either Chu Xinyue or Wu Shishir. "We're leaving." The group of 1 man and 4 women bypassed Fei Yang and made their way to the parking lot, where Chu Xinyue's driver and bodyguard, Sister Song, had been waiting. The spacious vehicle accommodated all 6 of them, and Wu Shishir returned her Altaria to its Pokeball, having summoned it merely as a precaution against Fei Yang. Inside the car, Chu Xinyue unabashedly settled next to Chu Yuntian, while Zhang Qian quickly claimed the seat on his other side. "Who was that idiot just now?" Chu Yuntian inquired. "Fei Yang, son of Fei Teng," Chu Xinyue replied, her cheek resting against her beloved man's arm. "Fei Teng? The one who suddenly became a champion 3 years ago?" Chu Yuntian recalled upon hearing those words. Fei Teng, now nearing 60 years of age, had remained relatively obscure until 3 years ago, when he unexpectedly emerged, boasting 3 champion-level Pokémon, and swiftly ascended to become a newly crowned champion of the Dragon Kingdom. The Pokémon Alliance of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally wary of such sudden appearances, had taken precautions. Although he lacked substantial power, he still enjoyed certain privileges. As a champion trainer is indeed a champion trainer. Yes, it's him. Fei Yang flaunts his status as the son of a champion at school, often bullying students without backgrounds. Chu Xinyue explained. It was quite disconcerting that a prominent champion of the Dragon Kingdom would allow his son to behave so recklessly in school. Chu Xinyue's tone revealed her long-standing disdain for this individual. Chu Yuntian pinched Chu Xinyue's cheek gently, acknowledging that Fei Teng, having had a child in his later years, was bound to be indulgent. However, why would he be at the airport? Upon hearing this, the irate Wu Shishir interjected. "That annoying clingy guy has been following me and Xinyue around lately, driving me almost mad. He even thinks he can pursue both of us at once. How delusional." As her words fell, Wu Shishir noticed the peculiar gazes of everyone in the car upon her. What's wrong? Have I become so adorable?" she queried, clearing his throat. Chu Yuntian attempted to redirect the conversation. "So, where are we headed?" "Home. Where else would we go?" replied Chu Xinyue. After moving to the capital for university, the Chu family had indeed purchased a lavish villa for her. Typically, this grand residence was occupied solely by her and Sister Song, with plenty of rooms remaining unoccupied, accommodating the group effortlessly. Chu Xinyue's villa was not far from the capital university, merely a 30-minute journey from the airport. Upon entering the villa, Chu Xinyue began allocating rooms, first assigning one to Chu Yuntian, with a mischievous intention to place his room directly across from hers. Next were Lu Yi and Zhang Qian. leaving Wu Shishir as the last. This girl did not reside here, only occasionally visiting during her studies, as she was a local from the capital. Wu Shishir tugged at Chu Xinyue's sleeve, disregarding the presence of others, and they entered Chu Xinyue's room together. What are you doing? Chu Xinyue asked, perplexed as she was seated in a chair. Chu Xinyue, you need to stop this, Wu Shishir said, her gaze scrutinizing and concerned. What you are doing is not right. Chu Xinyue feigned confusion. Stop pretending. Let me tell you, your behavior is immoral and will attract public scorn. Moreover, from a biological standpoint, it is quite unscientific. Chu Xinyue felt overwhelmed, utterly bewildered. Wu Shishir grasped her hand, stating, I cannot watch you tread further down this irreversible path. Honestly tell me, how far have you two gone? Have you taken precautions? Understanding dawned upon Chu Xinyue, for it was clear what Wu Shishir was implying. Despite her words of concern, the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her true excitement. Humph, little schemer. Chu Xinyue internally criticized Wu Shishir's disingenuous facade, who merely wished to indulge in gossip. I'm going to be a mother, Chu Xinyue murmured shyly, lowering her gaze. Who can't act? I could scare you. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned tense, as Wu Shishir focused intently on Chu Xinyue's abdomen. After a moment, she lifted her head and declared, given the circumstances, I shall become the godmother. Chu Xinyue genuinely laughed at her friend's audacity. She decided to share the truth about being an adopted daughter, which left Wu Shishir momentarily speechless. TCH, false alarm. Hey, why do you sound so disappointed? It's nothing. I just suddenly find this rather dull, Wu Shishir replied, turning to leave, feeling that the excitement had waned. You little rascal. The two exited the room, followed by Chu Yuntian, Zhang Qian, and Lu Yi, who explored the villa, noting its impressive amenities. The pool, KTV, and even a small battle arena were available, perfect for Chu Xinyue's Pokémon training. Sister Xinyue, let us see your Maynas, Zhang Qian pleaded, clinging to Chu Xinyue's arm, eager to behold the Pokémon. Lu Yi, particularly envious since her Cho-Cho-Yu showed no signs of evolution, longed to see Chu Xinyue's evolved Pokémon. Of course, let us head to the swimming pool, Chu Xinyue replied. Chapter 31, The Pokémon Hotel. Outside, the pool erupted with a tremendous splash as Maynas emerged before them. Resembling a sea serpent, Maynas boasted a creamy body, striking red eyes, towering over 6 meters. Adorned with exquisite scales, living up to its reputation as the most beautiful Pokémon. Maynas, come greet an old friend, Chu Xinyue beckoned. Upon noticing Chu Yuntian and the others, Maynas affectionately lowered its head at the pool's edge. Well done. Chu Yuntian praised as he stroked the smooth head of Maynas. Maynas, gender, male, type, water, level, LV22 elite. Ability, Marvel Scale, when affected by a status condition. Marvel Scale activates, enhancing defense. Moves, Dragon Breath, Water Pulse, Ice Beam, Water Gun, Scald, Water Splash, Aqua Ring, Life Dew, Dragon Tail, Recover, Attract. Potential, Champion level. This Maynas is truly remarkable, Chu Yuntian mused as he activated the data eye. Lu Yi gazed longingly at Maynas, her eyes shimmering with hope. Envisioning her Cho-Cho-Yu evolving into a Maynas, she resolved to care for her Cho-Cho-Yu diligently, showering it with praise daily. Let your Cho-Cho-Yu come out to meet Maynas. After all, they are fellow river dwellers, Chu Yuntian jested. My Cho-Cho-Yu is a girl, Lu Yi retorted, though her hand was already retrieving the Pokeball. Come forth, Cho-Cho-Yu. A beam of blue light emerged, revealing Cho-Cho-Yu. Floating vacantly in the water, its beautiful scales swaying until it froze upon seeing Maynas. Cho-Cho-Yu, this is Maynas, Lu Yi said. Crouching beside her Pokémon. You can become like Maynas one day. You must work hard. Hearing Lu Yi's encouragement, Wu Shishir tilted her head in confusion. What does it mean for Cho-Cho-Yu to become like Maynas? I don't quite understand. Maynas, having fond memories of its own past as a Cho-Cho-Yu, viewed the latter favorably. Cho-Cho-Yu continued to gaze at Maynas, contemplating. Will I truly become so beautiful in the future? Wow, I'm amazing. Instantly, Cho-Cho-Yu's confidence surged. After days of Lu Yi's varied adornments and compliments, Cho-Cho-Yu, already on the brink of evolution, surpassed the threshold of its potential. Cho-Cho-Yu and its beautiful scales radiated a dazzling light until they were entirely enveloped. It evolved. In a state of astonishment, leapt up on the spot, her legs apart as she pointed at the Cho-Cho-Yu. Does she not know? Chu Yuntian inquired of Chu Xinyue beside him. Oh, Chu Xinyue responded. I didn't tell her. That is true. It is a secret. What shall we do now? Silence her? That might not be appropriate. Chu Xinyue, feeling a pang of compassion, reasoned that, after all, she was her dear friend, and perhaps it would be best to confine her to a small room for a few days. I saw nothing. I know nothing. I refuse to be silenced or locked away. Wu Shishir protested, bouncing in place and shaking Chu Xinyue's arm. Chu Yuntian gazed at Wu Shishir in disbelief, unable to contain his amusement. If Chu Yuntian's undergarments could speak, they would surely exclaim, it's a dragon rising. You say no, yet here I am, little girl. Just watch how I handle you. Chu Yuntian, recalling Wu Shishir's earlier desire to indulge in her gossip, seized the opportunity and promptly dragged a reluctant Wu Shishir back to the villa, where soon, pitiful cries echoed through the halls. Chu Yuntian shook his head before releasing his Kingler. You see, others have evolved, yet you remain stagnant. Kingler replied. Lu Yi added. It seems Kingler has not yet reached the level for evolution. Kingler retorted, exactly. Chu Yuntian continued, an exceptional Kingler ought to learn to evolve on its own. Kingler snapped back, you're talking nonsense. After experiencing the world's disparities, Kingler was returned to its Pokeball. Upon returning indoors, they found that Chu Yuntian had concluded her disciplinary measures against Wu Shishir. Though the details remained unclear, Wu Shishir's face was flushed. With a hum and a huff, Wu Shishir picked up her backpack and announced, let us go. It's time to eat, and I shall treat you all. The group was soon led to her family's esteemed hotel, the renowned Pokémon Hot Springs Hotel, in the capital, where many Pokémon trainers and their companions could be seen. The hotel attracted numerous trainers due to its unique offerings, including various Pokémon battle arenas, comprehensive medical facilities, and nurturing services. Daily, excellent Pokémon breeders and aspiring elite trainers would come to teach and share experiences, with a minimal entrance fee required for learning, which was the primary allure for trainers. Wu Shishir stood at the entrance, proudly declaring, today, we shall dine here, and after our meal, we can enjoy some leisure. Pokémon battles are also conveniently accessible. Observing the bustling trainers, Chu Yuntian remarked, your establishment is quite impressive. I am thoroughly satisfied. However, don't you need to train? The Freshman National League begins the day after tomorrow. Through their discussions, Chu Yuntian learned of Wu Shishir's background as the daughter of the formidable champion Wu Feng from Longhua. She too was a participant in the National League, and coincidentally, she was a teammate of Chu Yuntian. In response, Chu Yuntian shook her head, advocating for a balance of work and rest, emphasizing the importance of allowing their Pokémon to recuperate. I agree, Wu Shishir added, and with Yuntian's prowess, she will undoubtedly advance to the finals and claim victory. Wu Shishir felt a twinge of frustration, as she had previously been only slightly behind Chu Yuntian. However, upon returning from winter break, she noticed Chu Yuntian's Pokémon had progressed significantly faster. Goodness, our cohort has a true powerhouse. I can hardly fathom the scenarios awaiting others when they encounter Yuntian in next year's freshman tournament, Zhang Qian remarked, her chin resting on her hand. Lu Yi, inspired by this vision, excitedly waved her tiny fists, exclaiming, will it always be one-hit knockouts? Haha, how adorable you are, Chu Yuntian said, pulling Lu Yi into an embrace, appreciating her newfound boldness. Oh dear, there are so many people. Lu Yi playfully pounded on Chu Yuntian's solid chest. The five then entered the hotel, where Wu Shishir had already reserved accommodations. Though she appeared childlike, as the heiress, her authority was significant. The hotel manager personally welcomed them, and Chu Yuntian found Wu Shishir, hands on her hips, issuing commands, to be quite endearing. After enjoying a hearty meal, the girls decided to indulge in the hot springs, while Chu Yuntian, disinterested in that activity and unable to engage in water battles, wandered the hotel. Chapter 32, Ability Coverage Card. Host, a task has arisen. Chu Yuntian was wandering through the hotel when a voice echoed in his mind. What is the reward? Task, participate in a Pokémon battle and achieve victory against the opposing attribute. Reward, 1 ability coverage card. Excitement surged within him. Finally, his long-awaited opportunity for a powerful Kingler was at hand. Without hesitation, Chu Yuntian dashed towards the hotel's battle club. The battle arenas here simulated various environments and were accommodating to Pokémon of differing attributes. Upon arriving at the registration desk, he found many trainers signing up for battles. The receptionist smiled and nodded. Hello, sir, how may I assist you? I wish to engage in a Pokémon battle, Chu Yuntian replied. Certainly, sir. Please provide your trainer code. 800-820-8820. The receptionist entered the code, then looked up. Sir, which battle arena would you prefer? Standard arena. Would you like to choose a practice partner or match with another trainer? Match with a trainer, Chu Yuntian decided, opting for a standard Pokémon battle. The receptionist nodded and requested he register the Pokémon he intended to use along with their levels. Shiny Alolan Vulpix, level 14. Charcoal Litten, level 15. Chu Yuntian planned to let them gain experience through this battle. After handing over the 2 Pokeballs, the receptionist began scanning them, only to be left speechless upon seeing the results. Having worked here for several years, she had encountered legendary Pokémon and even shiny variants. But this was her first time seeing a shiny Alolan Vulpix. Furthermore, Charcoal Litten was an exceedingly rare Pokémon, with few existing in the world. Its inability to evolve hindered its popularity. After scanning, she returned the Pokeballs to Chu Yuntian. Sir, the registration fee is 50. Chu Yuntian accepted the Pokeballs and paid the fee. All set, sir. You may rest in the lobby while you wait for a suitable opponent. Your name and battle arena will be displayed on the lobby screen, and your Pokwatch will also receive notifications. Chu Yuntian nodded. Thank you. The receptionist smiled as she saw him off, already planning to sneak away from work to watch his match. Meanwhile, a bespectacled and refined young man was also registering. Name: L. Liang. Pokémon: Fire Chick, level 14, Lotus Hat Child, level 14. After completing his registration, L. Liang's heart swelled with anticipation. As his starter Pokémon, Fire Chick had been tested for its potential and was deemed to possess elite-level capabilities. For most ordinary individuals, such luck was akin to stumbling upon a treasure. In the wild, L. Liang had also captured Lotus Hat Child, which had similarly been assessed as having elite potential. He was thrilled, as the capabilities of his two Pokémon surpassed those of many affluent children. Through diligent nurturing and training, both Pokémon had reached level 14 in just 3 months. A remarkable achievement among ordinary students. Wealthy heirs typically only managed levels 15 or 16 at this stage. A month prior, at the Capital S Newcomer Trainer Competition, he had impressively reached the top 8, garnering significant attention. Yet, he remained humble and grounded. Cousin once remarked that every individual at DD University is exceptionally talented. My modest accomplishments hardly amount to anything. If I wish to distinguish myself upon entering university and secure greater resources, I must exert myself far more diligently. Reflecting on the time I specifically took off to engage in outdoor adventure training, L. Liang brimmed with confidence. I can certainly do this. Let this place mark the inaugural step towards becoming a remarkable trainer. In the Grand Hall, Chu Yuntian awaited while observing the battles of other trainers displayed on the large screen. Most participants appeared to be youthful, likely university students. It is rare for seasoned gym leaders or near-elite trainers to engage in battles at such venues. 10 minutes later, Chu Yuntian received a message on his Pokémon watch. Trainer Chu Yuntian, please proceed to Arena 01 in half an hour. Simultaneously, an announcement appeared on all large screens throughout the hotel, introducing the upcoming match, Chu Yuntian versus L. Liang. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. Merely a standard match that occurred hundreds of times daily in this venue. However, upon closer inspection, onlookers realized that Chu Yuntian possessed rather extraordinary Pokémon, both exceedingly rare species. Intriguingly, a throng of spectators began to rush towards the central arena, eager to witness the rare Pokémon for themselves. On the hotel rooftop, for young women indulging in sunbathing and essential oil massages became aware of the commotion. Hey, XNYU, your little admirer is participating in a Pokémon battle, and it's causing quite a stir, WSHSH remarked to the relaxed CHXNYU. Be gentle, CHXNYU replied, turning to the masseuse. Why should we care? Let us enjoy ourselves, she added. However, WSHSH expressed her dissent. I want to see. I've never encountered a shiny Alolan Vulpix. With that, WSHSH quickly rose, and Zhang Qi-in and Li YY, who had already been standing, joined her. I'm impressed by you all. Let us go, CHXNYU sighed, rising as well. In the hall, Chu Yuntian wore a wry smile, merely wishing to train his Pokémon and complete a system task, yet it had escalated into a spectacle. It was evident that this was orchestrated by the hotel. A sensible strategy, as battles featuring noteworthy Pokémon were beneficial for their publicity. Half an hour later, when Chu Yuntian and L. Liang arrived at the central arena, a substantial audience had gathered, primarily consisting of Pokémon trainers. Greetings, the referee said at the entrance. Are you the competitors Chu Yuntian and L. Liang? Indeed, both acknowledged with a nod. L. Liang glanced at Chu Yuntian, pondering if this was truly his opponent. He appeared to be of similar age, confirming that this world is never devoid of prodigies. L. Liang was eager to witness the Pokémon Chu Yuntian would deploy, perceiving it as an opportunity to showcase his own prowess. This match would undoubtedly garner significant attention, and post-battle video footage would circulate widely, regardless of the outcome. As a participant, he would enter the spotlight, and if he performed well, he could secure more support. I am the referee for this match, if both competitors are ready. You may enter the battlefield now, the referee announced. I am ready at any moment, Chu Yuntian responded. So am I, L. Liang chimed in, eager to compete. No one steps into the arena with the mindset of defeat. This applies to both humans and Pokémon. The two followed the referee onto the central arena, and the audience erupted into cheers, some chanting for Vulpix, others for CH and Xiaosh. How troublesome, CH Yuntian muttered softly. Isn't that a good thing? L. Liang replied with a smile, his small eyes behind his glasses gleaming with fervor. CH Yuntian chuckled and extended his hand. Let us have a fair match. Indeed, L. Liang echoed, and the two proceeded to their respective sides of the field. The referee, seeing that both were prepared, waved the flag and declared, the format of this battle is a single 2v2. The match concludes when all Pokémon from either side are unable to continue. Chapter 33, Battling L. Liang. Go. Who's ZHJ? Without hesitation, L. Liang released his Pokeball. I shall summon Vulpix. CH Yuntian deployed his Vulpix, which surprised L. Liang momentarily, evoking a sense of being underestimated. The audience, however, was indifferent to who would win or lose. They were there to see rare Pokémon. When the shiny Alolan Vulpix appeared, gasps of astonishment erupted, for its ability, Snow Cloak, transformed the arena into hail, granting Vulpix a significant advantage while inflicting continuous damage on Hu Zhj. Do not overthink it. Chu Yuntian suddenly addressed L. Liang. My CH and Shi-Osh has the ability Blaze. Upon hearing this, L. Liang understood. The opponent was also there to train Pokémon and did not regard winning or losing as paramount. What an outstanding and idealistic trainer, he mused. No, I merely seek the system rewards. Otherwise, I would certainly use Blaze to vex you. Hu Zhj. Gender, male. Type, fire. Level, 14, ordinary. Ability, Blaze, increases fire-type move power when HP is low. Skills, Feather Dance, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Ember, Growl, Detect, Scratch. Potential, Near Elite. Although this Hu Zhj possesses only Near Elite potential, its skills are commendable. Hu Zhj, use Ember against Vulpix. L. Liang shouted, determined to seize the initiative given his type advantage. Vulpix, counter with Ice Shard. Ice Shards coalesced before Vulpix and were hurled towards the opponent. L. Liang adjusted his glasses. Quick Attack. Vulpix's physical defense was low, and although the hail weather provided a slight boost, a physical attack would inflict significant damage. Vulpix. Dodge. Vulpix, naturally swifter than Hu Zhj, evaded the quick attack with ease, bolstered by the hail's evasion and speed enhancement. Use Icy Wind. After dodging the attack, Vulpix unleashed a frigid gust that enveloped Hu Zhj, causing its movements to slow. Hu Zhj, use Flame Charge. As L. Liang commanded. Flames enveloped Hu Zhj, enhancing its speed as it charged towards Vulpix once more. Vulpix, utilize agility to evade. Flame Charge, a fire-type physical attack, was unfavorable for Vulpix. It could not afford a direct confrontation. Use Ember. As Flame Charge approached, Hu Zhj swiftly turned and unleashed Ember, striking Vulpix just as it landed after evading. Vulpix gritted its teeth and endured the attack, relieved that Ember's damage was minimal. Use Confuse Ray. Chu Yuntian's voice rang out, and Vulpix promptly employed Confuse Ray, rendering Hu Zhj incapable of using Ember for a duration. With its sole ranged attack incapacitated and lacking the speed to catch Vulpix, Hu Zhj became an easy target for Vulpix to toy with. In the ensuing rounds, Hu Zhj was effectively kited by Vulpix, ultimately leading to its defeat. As Vulpix emerged victorious, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, their spirits undampened by the kiting strategy employed. L. Liang recalled Hu Zhj, and a flash of blue light heralded the arrival of Lion Oshiotiing. Lion Oshiotiing. Gender, male. Type, water, grass. Level, 14, ordinary. Characteristic, effortless movement. Speed increases during rainy weather. Skills, Leaf Blade, Water Gun, Bubble, Frenzy, Acrobatic Assault, Knockdown, Dance of Shaking, Scare, Mist, Super Absorb. Potential, champion level. On the other side, Chu Yuntian also recalled his nearly exhaustedly W.I. and sent out T.N. Shi-Osh, initiating yet another elemental duel. After all, this Lotus Hat child possesses both water and grass attributes, along with the Water Gun and Bubble moves. The Lotus Hat child executed a dance of shaking against T.N. Shi-Osh. The Lotus Hat child swayed from side to side. Observing this, Chu Yuntian immediately commanded, T.N. Shi-Osh, hold your ground. Indeed, T.N. Shi-Osh successfully countered the effects of the dance of shaking, avoiding a confused state. In that case, Water Gun attack. A flash of white light glinted from L. Liang's lens. Fiery jets. The elements of water and fire converged in the arena, rising to form a dense white mist that enveloped the battlefield. Bubble attack. Phosphorescent fire. Both sides continued their assault, and within the mist, the blue-white bubbles and the purple-black phosphorescent fire struck simultaneously. T.N. Shi-Osh, charge forward and unleash a flame vortex. As the mist began to dissipate, T.N. Shi-Osh advanced, generating a massive vortex of flames that ensnared the Lotus Hat child, rendering it immobile. The Lotus Hat child leapt and aimed a water gun at the ground. In a moment of desperation, L. Liang had no choice but to direct the Lotus Hat child to attempt an escape using the recoil from the water gun. Fiery jets. T.N. Shi-Osh's precise blast directly struck the airborne Lotus Hat child, sending it crashing to the ground. The Lotus Hat child unleashed Super Absorb. In an instant, a green glow emanated from T.N. Shi-Osh, flying towards the Lotus Hat child. Futile, Chu Yuntian declared. T.N. Shi-Osh, unleash another fiery jet. Now that the Lotus Hat child was trapped within the flame vortex and unable to move, it was the perfect opportunity to press the advantage. Fiery jets. Once again, the blast struck solidly, and the Lotus Hat child, having just regained some strength, could not withstand the assault and lost its fighting capability. The referee promptly declared the battle over. Chu Yuntian recalled T.N. Shi-Osh, and the notification of task completion resonated in his mind. With the characteristic coverage card in hand, Chu Yuntian was in high spirits as he approached Li Ying for a handshake, expressing gratitude for the guidance. Li Ying, with a wry smile, reflected on the two battles. Although he appeared to have held his own, every move had been under the opponent's control. As the match concluded and his mind settled, he began to notice many details that had escaped his notice during the battle. I still have much to learn. He mused. Will there be another opportunity for a rematch? Li Ying inquired. Chu Yuntian looked at him in surprise, wondering if this brother sought revenge. Of course. Let us exchange trainer codes, he replied, opening his Pokwatch. Assessing the age and Pokémon levels of his opponent, Chu Yuntian deduced that he was a student, newly initiated as a trainer, and perhaps they would cross paths in future competitions. However, if you wish to continue now, we can do so, Chu Yuntian added. We can rent another arena. Li Ying's eyes brightened, and he eagerly responded. Let us go. We'll head there now. In the VIP room, several girls watched in disbelief as Chu Yuntian ran off with a boy. Not bad. It's an improvement over last year, Wu Shishir remarked to Chu Xinyue. But that Li Wi is truly stunning. Chu Xinyue shook her head. If you were in the same class as Xiaodian, you would be outmatched. Absolutely not. Wu Shishir pouted, insisting that as last year's champion of the Imperial City new trainer competition, she could never be bested. Chu Xinyue exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Qian and Lu Yi, all three sharing a smile. Only they understood that Chu Yuntian's Pokémon had far surpassed the standard of his peers and might soon catch up to Chu Xinyue. Chapter 34. A simple exchange of banter. Meanwhile, Chu Yuntian and Li Ying first sent their recently battled Pokémon for healing. After restoring their condition, they returned to the Battle Club's front desk and rented an ordinary arena to commence another Pokémon battle. In the first match, Li Ying sent out a level 13 Nuenuan pig, which, according to him, was sponsored after participating in the new trainer competition. Chu Yuntian, on the other hand, deployed an 11-level KDGU. The appearance of another shiny Pokémon made Li Ying, the refined gentleman, seethe with envy. This round was claimed by KDGU with a self-sacrificial tackle move. Again, Li Ying urged. In the second round, Chu Yuntian directly sent out Lazy Sloth, who swiftly dispatched the opponent before it could even utilize its laziness. Once more, in the third round, Tien Shi Osh faced off against Hu Zhj. And this time Tien Shi Osh secured a comfortable victory, prompting Li Ying to finally sense Chu Yuntian's competitive spirit. They continued to battle several more times, with Li Ying's three Pokémon taking turns, while Chu Yuntian casually allowed his Ponyta to join in for training, despite the opponent being somewhat weaker. Nearly an hour had passed, and Li Ying's three Pokémon were severely injured. Noticing Li Ying's growing excitement, Chu Yuntian pointed to the Lotus Hat child lying helplessly on the ground and remarked, "That should be enough. Have you not noticed the state of your Pokémon?" Hearing this, Li Ying was suddenly jolted awake and rushed forward to cradle the Lotus Hat child. At this moment, Chu Yuntian also recalled Ponyta. In Pokémon battles, facing defeat once or twice is not alarming. Injuries are commonplace. However, if one suffers continuous defeats, it can diminish their Pokémon's fighting spirit and even instill a psychological aversion to battles. Today's fighting has been sufficient. Continuing further may lead to psychological issues for your Pokémon. Li Ying returned the Lotus Hat child to its Pokeball, his face etched with guilt. I understand. He realized he had been caught up in the heat of the moment and overlooked these concerns. Chu Yuntian smiled. I hadn't perceived it. You appear so refined with your glasses, yet you are quite the passionate youth. Remaining calm during battles is crucial. One must not let fervor cloud their judgment, he advised. Li Ying nodded earnestly. Thank you. I'll head to the healing room now. I hope to see you again. There will be opportunities, Chu Yuntian assured. Once Li Ying departed, Chu Yuntian glanced at the time. It was getting late. Just as he was about to head upstairs to find Chu Xinyue and the others, he was intercepted upon exiting the battle club. A man and a woman stood before him, flanked by two towering bodyguards. It's him, the girl exclaimed, pointing excitedly at Chu Yuntian. Is there something you need? Chu Yuntian replied coolly, sensing the ill intent of their approach. The man furrowed his brow at Chu Yuntian's tone but quickly relaxed, saying, I am Li Yulong. And then, Chu Yuntian scrutinized the well-dressed young man before him, whose polite demeanor seemed disingenuous. Li Yulong blinked in surprise. This person did not recognize him? Just a country bumpkin. Surely, capturing a shiny Alolan Wi and Tien Shi Osh was mere luck. Having ascertained that Chu Yuntian was just an ordinary person without connections, Li Yulong smirked disdainfully. I've heard you possess two rare Pokémon. Would you consider parting with them? Brother Yulong, I want that Li Wi. The girl clung to Li Yulong's arm, cooing as if the Li Wi and Tien Shi Osh were already their spoils of war. Sweetheart, this is a discussion with someone else, Li Yulong said, ruffling her hair. What a cliché scenario of a domineering CEO and his spoiled girlfriend, Chu Yuntian thought, wishing he could flush these two down the toilet of the neighboring Susan's house. What do you say, classmate? If you are willing to transfer Lu Wei and Tan Xiaoshi to me, you will henceforth be a friend of the Li family. Li Yulong, shedding the courteous demeanor he initially displayed, gazed down at Chu Yuntian with arrogance. Get lost. What? Li Yulong doubted his hearing. I said get lost. Can't you understand human language? Chu Yuntian, disinclined to be polite, interrupted. Upon hearing this, Li Yulong's expression darkened swiftly. Do you have any idea who you were speaking to? Oh, pray tell, which dog-s offspring are you? Chu Yuntian sometimes found himself astonished by his own sharp tongue. You are exceedingly vulgar. Brother Yulong is kindly offering you an opportunity, and you fail to appreciate it. Do you know who the Li family is? Before the girl could finish her sentence, Chu Yuntian interjected, and you? Where did this harlot come from? I am not a harlot. My name is Su Tian. Oh, Su Harlot, a pleasure to meet you. The exchange of barbs brought immense delight to Chu Yuntian. Indeed, the old man was correct. Occasionally insulting others is beneficial for one's mental and physical well-being. If it were the old man from the Chu family, he would not cease berating the opponent until they were thoroughly humiliated. You Su Tian. Flustered and indignant, she was taken aback. When had someone from their prestigious families ever been insulted like this? Su Tian wanted to retort to Chu Yuntian, but Li Yulong, his face darkened, interjected. I will say this one last time. Transfer Lu Wei and Tan Xiaoshi to me, and I will give you 10 million. Otherwise, what are you doing? As Li Yulong spoke, he noticed Chu Yuntian activating his spirit watch to record his previous remarks. Hey, please continue, otherwise, my report material will be lacking. Chu Yuntian felt a pang of regret, but then proceeded to send the recorded video. One copy to the Imperial Capital Pokémon Association and another to the police station. Strong-arming Pokémon is strictly prohibited, and although Li Yulong was merely blustering, he would certainly face severe reprimand, especially when this incident reached the ears of the other prominent families. He would likely become a target of ridicule for some time. This maneuver left Li Yulong utterly bewildered. Yes, you can report me to disgust me, but are you not afraid of retaliation? Li Yulong pondered, perplexed by this brazen youth. You are asking for trouble. Li Yulong seethed, feeling nearly breathless with frustration. Let us settle this with a fight. In a corner, Wu Shishir bounced about, chattering excitedly. Someone had reported the situation to her right from the start, and several girls rushed over, coincidentally witnessing Chu Yuntian's tirade, which delighted Wu Shishir immensely. This Li Yulong, like Fei Yang, was a notorious figure in the upper circles of the imperial capital, though Li Yulong was marginally more astute, just barely. Sister Shishir, is it really all right? Lu Yi inquired, gazing at the diminutive Wu Shishir, who was a head shorter than her. Truth be told, the address of Sister Shishir felt quite awkward due to Wu Shishir's childlike demeanor. Fear not, everything will be fine, Wu Shishir assured confidently. This is the Wu family's territory. For someone as foolish as Li Yulong to cause trouble here is simply unacceptable. Chapter 35. The Shock from the Shiny Pokémon. Chu Yuntian remained unhurried. Endowed with the powers of Dragon Mastery and the Eternal Tree, his physical prowess was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Dealing with 2 bodyguards was but a trifling matter. Unfortunately for Li Yulong, he was not blinded by rage. He understood that in this place, should he dare to strike, even his father, the master of a national gym, would have to come and apologize. Once we are out of here, let us see how long you can keep up this bravado. Li Yulong's eyes gleamed with malice, as if he wished to tear Chu Yuntian apart. What Li Yulong? Desire has never been beyond my grasp. Indeed, Brother Yulong is formidable. You truly do not recognize a good heart. Su Tian shot a glare at Chu Yuntian, exasperated. Clearly, Brother Yulong was offering him a chance, and yet he insulted him. Truly despicable. It's a pity for my Lu Wei to be with such a rogue. Oh, how heart-wrenching. Chu Yuntian felt a pang of shame for his lack of understanding. How could one speak such words? System released a task, shock the audience, and let everyone feel the impact of the shiny Pokémon. Reward, champion level potential, a clue to a demigod Pokémon egg. Chu Yuntian chuckled. This task was indeed timely and remarkably simple. Was the system bestowing favors? Gazing at the fierce-looking Li Yulong across from him, Chu Yuntian smiled as he produced 2 Pokeballs. No need to leave this place. Come forth, Lu Wei and Tan Xiaoshi. 2 beams of blue light flashed before Chu Yuntian, and as Lu Wei and Tan Xiaoshi emerged, they immediately nuzzled against him affectionately. Wow, what a beautiful Lu Wei. Su Tian clung tightly to Li Yulong. Brother Yulong, I want one. Seeing Chu Yuntian release Pokémon, Li Yulong assumed he was conceding and prepared to play along, only to witness Chu Yuntian produce 1 Pokeball after another. Little Fire Horse, come out and play. Another shiny Pokémon, a rare Galarian Ponyta. But wait, Cuddy Dog, you come out too. 4 Pokémon appeared, 3 of them shiny, while the other was the exceedingly rare Tan Xiaoshi. The scene left all present in stunned silence. The air was eerily quiet. Didn't you want my Pokémon? How about now? Do you still want more? Chu Yuntian beamed, a playful glint in his eye. Not so tough now, are you? Yes, yes, yes. The onlookers nodded fervently, bursting with curiosity about what other rare Pokémon Chu Yuntian might reveal. As for Li Yulong, he had never encountered such a scenario. 1 shiny Pokémon could be attributed to luck, but 2, 3. At this moment, Even the dimmest of minds would recognize that he had kicked a steel plate. Acquiring this many shiny Pokémon indicated that this fellow undoubtedly had an extraordinary background. The surrounding trainers were equally astounded, eagerly activating their spirit watches to document this extraordinary scene, and whispers regarding Chu Yuntian's identity began circulating among the crowd. "I found it!" Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. "He is the young master of the Chu family from the southwest, Chu Yuntian." As this person spoke, they showcased the footage on their spirit watch, displaying the match between Chu Yuntian and Chun Yin from the Rongqing New Trainer Tournament, where numerous comments regarding Chu Yuntian's identity flooded in. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter, and glances directed at Li Yulong now held a tinge of mockery. "How does it feel to kick a steel plate? You got too cocky." Standing among the Pokémon, Chu Yuntian grinned. "So what do you say? Still want more?" Li Yulong's complexion turned ashen. He dared not voice his anger. The Chu family, reputed as the strongest of the Pokémon aristocracy, not only boasted 2 reigning champions, but also had an elder whose power rivaled that of champions. The sheer might of that fully leveled Dragonite was nothing short of monstrous. And what was he doing now? Openly threatening the young master of the Chu family, attempting to strong-arm him. He needed to devise a way to defuse the situation. Or else, isn't this young masterly? What happened? Why the long face? Before he could see her, the childlike voice was unmistakable. Wu Shishir approached, cradling a yellow-furred rodent, her gaze flitting between Li Yulong and Su Tian. "I see. It's kidney deficiency. Pika." Her Pikachu chimed in agreement. Li Yulong's anger surged. Yet he dared not lash out, forcing a strained grin as he stammered. "Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Why don't you tell that to the officer?" Wu Shishir beamed, directing her gaze past Li Yulong. Li Yulong turned to see several officers striding towards him. "You are going too far." Li Yulong managed to utter, his gaze toward Chu Yuntian laden with complexity. "Your background is truly impressive. You should have mentioned it earlier. You haven't done much yourself yet you are both reporting and calling the police." Watching her beloved Yulong Gidge being taken away by the officer, Su Tian, feeling wronged, said to Chu Yuntian, "We only wanted your Pokémon. What is wrong with that? Besides, you have so many shiny Pokémon. What harm is there in giving me one? You are so stingy." With that, Su Tian immediately dashed after the direction in which Li Yulong was taken away. Chu Yuntian clicked his tongue and turned to ask, "Whose foolish woman is this? Are you interested in her?" Chu Xinhua inquired. "Stop joking. I'm merely curious about what kind of family could raise such a peculiar individual." "The Su family. I know that much," Wu Shishir said, hands on her hips. Gazing up at Chu Yuntian, as they walked toward the parking lot, the group listened to Wu Shishir recount the gossip she was acquainted with. The Su family, in the capital, could be considered a third-rate family. Including their late patriarch who passed away unexpectedly a few years ago, they only had 3 king-level trainers. This Su Tian is actually the daughter of the family's maid, who saved the current head of the Su family in a car accident, but unfortunately succumbed to her injuries. Since then, the Su family adopted the maid's daughter and renamed her Su Tian. However, this adopted daughter is favored more than a biological daughter, enjoying privileges that are enviable. According to rumors, Su family's biological daughter, Su Xiao, was expelled from the family 3 years ago and is now missing. Wu Shishir spoke mysteriously. 3 years ago, she was only 14 or 15. How ruthless the Su family is, Zhang Qian remarked with a hint of sympathy for Su Xiao. After hearing this, Chu Yuntian felt overwhelmed. Having just witnessed a dramatic scene of a domineering CEO and his delicate wife, and now he was confronted with the stark realities of familial relationships. The capital is not the magical city. How can it be so surreal? That evening, in a residential area of Rongqing, Su Xiaoxiao had just finished a video call with Chu Yuntian when a piece of gossip news suddenly caught her attention. Several names left her in a daze. On April 20th, the national freshman competition officially commenced. Chu Yuntian and his companions arrived early at the competition venue, the largest Pokémon battle center in the Dragon Kingdom. Longqiao? The Longqiao, with a capacity of 150,000, was filled to the brim, and the audience buzzed with discussions about the tournament. Hundreds of teams from across the country began to enter, accompanied by the enthusiastic commentary of the host. Chu Yuntian, Zhang Qian, and Lu Yi were seated in the VIP section. As they settled down, they spotted Li Yulong and his girlfriend Su Tian also in the VIP section. However, Li Yulong's face seemed to have not yet recovered from swelling. Chu Yuntian surmised that he must have been dealt with severely by his father. Chapter 36. The Newbie Pokémon Tournament. Xinhua Jia's team will be the last to come out. It's so hard to wait, Zhang Qian lamented, dramatically collapsing onto Chu Yuntian's shoulder. It had already been over an hour, and the entering teams were still ongoing. You're sitting here whining. Look at those contestants standing for an hour, Chu Yuntian chuckled, pointing at the participants. It's just tiring, Zhang Qian pouted. Chu Yuntian patted Zhang Qian's head and turned to Lu Yi, who also wore a weary expression. After all, these two had been dragged by Chu Xinhua and Wu Shishir to train all day yesterday. Not only were they tired, but even their Pokémon seemed to lack energy. Let us watch the first match and then head out. The earlier matches haven't been that interesting. We can come back to cheer for her during the semifinals. Chu Yuntian suggested. As the emblem of the capital, the first preliminary match was organized at the central venue of the prestigious Capital University. Hearing this, Lu Yi yawned. Is that okay? Won't Xinyu be upset? No, she probably won't even make an appearance in the earlier matches, Chu Yuntian replied with a smile. The freshman tournament lasts for 7 days, with the first 3 days designated for team competitions and the last 3 for individual competitions, with a day of rest in between. The individual matches follow a 3v3 format, while the team competition is a 6v6 arena battle, where each team consists of 6 members, each sending out one Pokémon to compete. Therefore, the level, attributes, and skills of the Pokémon will influence the order and strategy of the battles. As the ace of Capital University, Chu Yuntian possessed 5 Pokémon of different attributes, each exceeding level 30 and reaching professional standards. Such formidable strength undoubtedly warranted her placement as the 6th member to serve as the anchor of the team. In the preliminary rounds, those weaker teams would likely struggle to surpass even the top 3 from Capital University. Even if they encountered slightly stronger teams, they would probably falter at Wushir's level. To see Chu Yuntian in action, without encountering strong teams in advance, Chu Yuntian conservatively estimated that they would have to wait until at least the semifinals. While speaking, Chu Yuntian was also reviewing the participant list from Capital University and the Pokémon information they had registered to battle. Chu Yuntian, Harklong, Fire Dinosaur, Jiuwei, Qingting Snake, Forest Lizard, all at level 31. Wushir, Metal Monster at level 30, Elulido at level 30, Duel Eggcell at level 29, Long-tailed Firefox at level 29. Pikachu at level 28. Chu Yuntian shook his head. With this lineup, other schools might as well charge head first. However, this year's team from Capital University indeed displayed a peculiar imbalance. Aside from Chu Yuntian and Wushir, who boasted top-tier backgrounds, the strongest among the remaining 4 was a girl named Yi Yao from an ordinary family, outshining the other 3, who also had notable backgrounds. This Yi Yao registered to battle with a level 29 Fire Monkey and a level 28 Circle Bear, along with a level 30 Absol, the legendary disaster Pokémon. Wherever it appears, disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis are sure to follow. Yet, this is a misunderstanding of Absol. Its presence is meant to alert people of impending disasters. But over time, it has been unjustly regarded as an omen of ill fortune. Chu Yuntian genuinely did not expect Yi Yao to possess such a rare Pokémon. Although Absol's base stats are only 465, with abysmally low defenses, it does not diminish its allure. Meanwhile, the other audience members could not help but engage in fervent discussions about the impressive roster of Capital University as participants, as the lineup was indeed splendid. At the same time, in the preparation room of Shanghai Academy, frustration and tension filled the air, and the morale of the contestants had sunk to an all-time low. Each one looking despondent. What is this? Giving up before even starting? A boy shouted as he stood up. The others turned to their captain, their eyes filled with helplessness. But that is Capital University. We can't win against them. That Chu Yuntian is too monstrous. Others chimed in, none of them having anticipated drawing Capital University in the very first round of preliminaries. Although their team wasn't particularly strong, they would normally have no trouble advancing through the preliminaries. How can we know if we don't even fight? The captain, feeling equally vexed, understood that if he lost his fighting spirit at this moment, it would truly be over. Even if we lose, we must do so on the battlefield. To give up now? What kind of trainers would we be? We might as well go home and shovel dung. His rallying words managed to somewhat lift the team's spirits, and they were no longer as despondent as before. Soon, the competition commenced, and the harsh reality would not change due to personal will. Capital University's team swiftly overwhelmed Shanghai Academy with just 2 members. Shanghai Academy didn't even force out the formidable Wushir and Chu Yuntian. How tragic. These people are going to be traumatized, Zhang Qian lamented. Lu Yi concurred. So pitiful. They must be the first team to be eliminated. They just had bad luck. Chu Yuntian remarked as he stood up. Let us go. I'll take you somewhere. The 3 departed from the VIP room, greeted Chu Yuntian, and then directly left the Longqiao Central venue. On the street, a luxurious extended sedan approached 3 individuals. Stepping out from the driver's seat was Wang Shu, who had recently been dispatched by Chu Nanfeng to explore a secret realm. Upon his return, he hurried to meet with Chu Yuntian. Hee, young master. Shall we set off? Wang Shu said with a cheerful grin. Oh, you seem quite happy. It appears you've had a fruitful experience? Chu Yuntian inquired before entering the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Wang Shu's smile widened even more. Young master, you mustn't be envious of my good fortune. Oh, do tell, responded Chu Yuntian, intrigued. Wang Shu had been by his side for many years. If he was making such a statement, it surely indicated a significant gain from his expedition. This time, I captured a cool leopard with king-level potential from the newly emerged secret realm, Wang Shu revealed, flashing a broad smile. Cool leopard? The 3 occupants in the back seat echoed simultaneously. You truly are fortunate, Chu Yuntian remarked. realizing why Wang Shu had made such a claim. For him, a Pokémon with king-level potential was not particularly rare, but one that possessed both high potential and striking appearance was indeed exceptional. The opportunity was granted by the head of the family, Wang Shu added. Chu Yuntian nodded, acknowledging the truth in that statement. The newly surfaced secret realms represented a vast treasure for the officials and various families, signifying unknown Pokémon and rare resources. Ordinary trainers without any backing were entirely unqualified to be among the first to enter these realms. Old Chu must have gained quite a bit as well, right? Chu Yuntian asked, skeptical that Chu Nanfeng had returned empty-handed. Wang Shu glanced at him and replied, I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that the family head captured a highly potential snow moth, seemingly for the eldest lady. And what about me? Wang Shu focused on driving, remaining silent. Damn it, I knew it. Fathers always prefer the little girls. Chapter 37, the Zhuge family. Half an hour later, Chu Yuntian and his companions arrived at a courtyard, the residence of his grandparents. I'm feeling a bit anxious, Lu Yi said, gripping Chu Yuntian's hand tightly. Me too, Zhang Qian added. Haha. The elders are quite lovely, Chu Yuntian said, leading the two inside. Upon pushing open the large gate of the courtyard, a magnificent willow tree came into view, under which an elderly man with white hair leaned against a Snorlax, engrossed in a book. Warm sunlight filtered through the willow branches, casting a gentle glow on the old man and the Snorlax, creating a scene so heartwarming that Chu Yuntian hesitated to disturb it. Xiaotian. At that moment, a voice emerged from the house. Chu Yuntian turned and smiled. Grandma, I've come to see you. The commotion alerted the elderly man under the tree, who recognized his great-grandson and stood up with a flourish. Look who is here. His exclamation stirred the entire courtyard, and several figures emerged from the house. Wow, it's Brother Tian. Xiao Tian has arrived. Come in and sit. The individuals who rushed out were Chu Yuntian's two aunts and two younger cousins. Embracing the little girl who dashed toward him, he affectionately rubbed her cheek before turning to greet the others. Auntie, you are also here. Yes. We came to keep your parents company. Aunt Sulan smiled. Xiao Tian, you've grown taller. Indeed, the last time I saw you, you were a whole head shorter. Aunt Zhu Yun added, gesturing with her hand. Chu Yuntian laughed heartily. His bond with these two aunts was far better than with his two love-struck aunts. At that moment, his grandfather, Wen Jianhua, approached. His gaze momentarily lingered on the two girls behind Chu Yuntian before he pulled him close and asked, young man, who are these two? While he spoke, Chu Yuntian's grandmother, Zhou Ping, had already taken the hands of the two girls, chatting warmly with them. The girls shyly lowered their heads, calling out grandma. Well, why not take a guess? Chu Yuntian suggested, feeling a bit shy about declaring that both were his girlfriends. Wen Jianhua playfully slapped Chu Yuntian on the head. You rascal, dare to do it, but not to admit it. After saying this, he turned to the two girls with a kind demeanor, saying, come, let us go inside and talk. Don't mind this rascal. The lively group entered the house, and Grandma Zhou Ping quickly brought out a multitude of fruits and snacks. Half an hour passed, and Zhang Qian and Lu Yi were no longer as reserved as they had been at the start. They were now playing in the courtyard with the children and Pokémon. Meanwhile, Chu Yuntian remained inside, engaging in conversation with the two elderly individuals. You young man, tell me, what brings you to seek out this old fellow? Wen Jianhua leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, unlit. What do you mean by that? Can't I just come to see you? Chu Yuntian replied, scratching his head while hastily reaching for a lighter. You must be joking, Wen Jianhua said with a heavy puff, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Yuntian. If you're shifting your butt around, I know you're up to something. Hey, have you ever smelled my farts? Wen Jianhua nearly bit through the cigarette, glaring at the blunt Chu Yuntian before saying, are you really here just to see me? Of course not, replied Wen Jianhua with a knowing look. I'm here to see Grandma, Chu Yuntian said, holding his grandmother's hand. Zhou Ping laughed heartily. Indeed, Xiao Tian came to see me. What does it have to do with you, old man? How can it not be related? I am his grandfather, Wen Jianhua exclaimed, puffing out his cheeks. After chatting for a while, Zhou Ping went out to the courtyard to converse with the two girls, as she was particularly fond of these two sweet girls, especially Lu Yi, who was soft and timid like a little hamster. Inside, Chu Yuntian played chess with Wen Jianhua, who managed to capture Chu Yuntian's king piece, smirking with satisfaction. You still have a lot to learn, young man. Impressive, impressive. The neighborhood chess champion truly lives up to his reputation, Chu Yuntian teased. Get lost, Wen Jianhua said. Taking a sip of tea, speak plainly. What is on your mind? Chu Yuntian paused, then smiled. Well, you guessed it. What is the big deal? No need for guessing, Wen Jianhua replied with a smirk, casting a derisive glance at Chu Yuntian. If you had nothing to discuss, you wouldn't be here playing chess with me. Chu Yuntian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Why do you make it sound like I'm heartless? I think about you and Grandma all the time. Enough of that. Let us get down to business. No emotional appeals, Wen Jianhua said, but was interrupted by Chu Yuntian. Hey, what kind of relationship do we have that requires formalities? That is so cold. Wen Jianhua remained silent, squinting at Chu Yuntian, who mirrored the expression. Although uncertain of why, they both understood that whoever blinked first would lose. After a long moment, it was Wen Jianhua who finally gave in, rubbing his dry eyes and glaring at Chu Yuntian. You win this time. Of course, Chu Yuntian replied, confident in his ability to go an hour without blinking. After resetting the chess pieces, Chu Yuntian pushed a pawn and said, old man, if I'm not mistaken, you have a good relationship with the Zhuge family, right? Wen Jianhua chuckled. As one of the most esteemed Pokémon doctors in Dragon Country, I can't have poor relations with anyone. What are you plotting? Wen Jianhua moved his cannon forward. I just thought that the Tyranitar looks quite impressive. Chu Yuntian said with a smile, moving his knight. Upon hearing this, Wen Jianhua swiftly captured one of Chu Yuntian's pawns and, with a playful grin, said, haha, you've set your sights on the Zhuge family's treasures, haven't you? What's wrong? Is old Chu's influence waning? Hey, you know that the Zhuge family doesn't look favorably upon my grandfather. Chu Yuntian replied helplessly. It was said that many years ago, Chu Zhengxiong and the elder of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Jintian, were rivals, and both had fallen in love with the same woman. Born into an ordinary family, Chu Zhengxiong triumphed over the heir of the Zhuge family in this love-defense battle, successfully winning the heart of his beloved, leaving Zhuge Jintian in a state of discontent for decades. Even now, one has become a champion, while the other has emerged as the strongest king, and the two continue to regard each other with disdain. The Li Yolsh, a contractual Pokémon of the Zhuge family, is as steadfast as the Chu family's Ku Iling, both not easily relinquished. For outsiders wishing to obtain them, there are but two avenues. The first involves resource exchange. For instance, the Chu family might offer their Ku Iling in exchange for the Li Yolsh or other items, provided the Zhuge family finds them desirable and is willing to trade. The second route involves the scarce annual openings to the secret realms, with the Dragon Island of the Chu family, the Dragon Valley of the Zhuge family, and the Tianshan of the Wu family being accessible only once a year, with painfully limited slots available. As the custodians of the Li Yolsh lineage, the Zhuge family must ensure the tranquility of the Dragon Valley remains undisturbed by outsiders. Thus, the mere 10 available slots each year are immensely coveted, with various families vying fiercely for them. The clues leading to the champion potential quasi-divine Pokémon egg obtained by Chu Yuntian point toward the Zhuge family. However, due to the long-standing grievances between the two patriarchs, Chu Yuntian fears that simply approaching them will yield little in the way of warm reception. With a self-satisfied stroke of his beard, Wen Jianhua scoffed, isn't your old man impressive? If he can't manage this little matter, what a disgrace. Chu Yuntian chuckled in agreement. As Wen Jianhua and Chu Zhengxiong often engaged in verbal sparring whenever they met, seizing every opportunity to mock one another. After their laughter subsided, Wen Jianhua clapped his hands and declared, let me handle this for you. Even if Zhuge Jintian is not fond of your grandfather, he will still respect my presence. Your grandfather is formidable, truly the most skilled Pokémon doctor in the Dragon Kingdom. I am in awe, Chu Yuntian remarked. Stop boasting, Wen Jianhua interrupted. I will give Zhuge's side a heads up, but remember the rules. One cannot simply take their treasures without offering something in return. Rest assured, I understand, Chu Yuntian replied, contemplating using resources to exchange for the UNLSH Pokémon egg, uncertain of what demands the Zhuge family might impose. Chapter 38, Damn. I sent it too early. Meanwhile, in Jianda City, Zhejiang Province, an elderly man with white hair sat by a serene lake, fishing with a look of helplessness, occasionally sighing as if troubled by some concern. Zhuge Jintian was feeling quite vexed. 3 days prior, his beloved granddaughter had returned from school and suddenly requested a mini dragon. This left Zhuge Jintian distressed, unsure of how to proceed. He couldn't bear to disappoint his cherished granddaughter, yet the thought of approaching that scoundrel, Chu Zhengxiong, was equally unappealing. Should he seek out Wen Jianhua instead? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Zhuge Jintian dismissed it with a chuckle. After all, Wen Jianhua had little influence over Chu Zhengxiong. However, considering they were in-laws, perhaps Wen Jianhua could indeed mediate effectively. Just as Zhuge Jintian was mulling over his dilemma, a young lady in a cream-colored gown approached him from behind, completely unnoticed by the preoccupied Zhuge Jintian. Grandpa, she exclaimed, playfully striking his shoulder, startling him so much that he nearly dropped his fishing rod into the water. Oh dear, my little ancestor, you scared me to death. Zhuge Ming crossed her arms, tilting her head. Really? Does that mean I've achieved the single-handed defeat of a champion? At this, Zhuge Jintian nearly fell into the water himself. You little rascal. If you keep acting so recklessly, I might just have to tell your father to discipline you. I wouldn't do that. I'm the most well-behaved, Zhuge Ming said, shaking his grandfather's arm and acting coy. Then dear, shall we not request a mini-dragon? No. Zhuge Jintian immediately donned a mask of anguish, gazing into his granddaughter's big, watery eyes, unable to utter the words of refusal. After a moment's thought, he said, Ming, let's discuss something. Zhuge Ming blinked her large eyes. What is it? Look at how remarkable you are. Once you reach university, you'll surely dominate. Zhuge Jintian gestured animatedly. Then you could secure the classic triplet crown and gain access to the Dragon Island secret realm. 3 times. What Zhuge Jintian said was indeed true. Each year, the 3 champions from the classic triplet events were granted one opportunity to enter any secret realm. After hearing her grandfather's words, Zhuge Ming shook her head. Grandpa, I'm not a child anymore. Don't try to deceive me. This is not deception. Look, he insisted. I've done my research. In the past decade, of the 30 champions from the classic events, 13 chose to enter Dragon Island, yet only one succeeded in capturing a mini dragon. The remaining 17 opted for our Dragon Valley and the Wu family's Tian Shan, with only one capturing a steel dumbbell. As she spoke, Zhuge Ming rested her chin on her hands and sighed. What a low probability. Hearing this, Zhuge Jintian also sighed, unable to refute the truth. Over the past decade, of the 300 slots open to the outside world by their 3 families, only 7 managed to successfully capture a quasi-divine Pokémon. Well, since my beloved granddaughter desires it, I shall set aside my pride to procure it. In the capital, Chu Yuntian departed the courtyard with Zhang Qian and Lu Yi. Wen Jianhua opened his Pokémon watch, composed a message, and sent it to Zhuge Jintian, soon receiving a call from him. Hello, old pig. How many times must I tell you, my surname is Zhuge? Not Zhu. All right, old pig. After a brief silence, Zhuge Jintian continued. Old one, here's the situation. Listening to Zhuge Jintian, Wen Jianhua's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and cursed. Damn it, I sent it too early. He hurriedly opened the chat interface, noting it hadn't been 2 minutes yet, and quickly retracted the message. I hope he didn't see it, Wen Jianhua thought anxiously. Old one, where are you? Speak. Hello, are you dead? Zhuge Jintian's voice echoed through the Pokémon watch, snapping Wen Jianhua back to reality, and he darkly replied, You're the one who's dead. Can you handle this? Help a brother out, and I'll treat you to a foot massage another day. Massage my foot. Wen Jianhua glanced at his partner, muttering, This Zhuge pig is trying to get me into trouble. Fine. Is this how we're playing it? Brother Zhuge, it's not that I don't want to help you. Wen Jianhua adopted a tone of feigned sorrow, but with your relationship with Chu Yuntian, what can I do? Rather than face his ridicule, wouldn't it be better to try your luck in another secret realm? Wen Jianhua grinned, offering Zhuge Jintian a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jintian felt dismayed. Try my luck in another secret realm? How could you say that, you scoundrel? Yes, there have been sightings of mini dragons in other secret realms. But that's because the realms are interconnected. Some Kuil in leaving Dragon Island may indeed give birth elsewhere, but how many are there? The world of secret realms is vast. I'm not a child of destiny to encounter one. Old one, this isn't amusing. You should be thinking of ways to help a brother out, Zhuge Jintian lamented. Meanwhile, Wen Jianhua deliberately paused, then suddenly raised his voice. I've got an idea. What? Zhuge Jintian exclaimed, filled with excitement. After a round of haggling, Zhuge Jintian agreed to give Wen Jianhua 2 free slots to enter the Dragon Valley secret realm. And only then did Wen Jianhua speak with satisfaction. You know my grandson, Chu Yuntian, right? Zhuge Jintian fell silent for several seconds. Alan's grandson, of course I know. Alan is the grandmother of Chu Yuntian, Shun Lin. That's good to know. He has just become a trainer, since you want a mini dragon. Why not directly trade for the UNLSH? Little Tian is so understanding, he surely won't refuse. He is already a trainer and quite grown up. Zhuge Jintian mused with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, you should directly reach out to Xiao Tian, with him mediating. Even the old curmudgeon, Chu Yuntian, would refrain from voicing any objections. Once matters were settled, the 2 elderly gentlemen reminisced about the bygone days before ending the call. On Chu Yuntian's end, he returned to Chu Xinyue's villa accompanied by 2 ladies, where they found the match schedule for the Du University competition and projected it on the screen. This Abosu Lu has been cultivated remarkably well. As he watched Yao commanding Abosu Lu to triumph against 3 opponents, Chu Yuntian remarked while savoring grapes fed to him by Lu Yi. Unfortunately, we won't get to see Sister Xinyue take the stage. Zhang Qian expressed some regret. Du University had dispatched Yao first, and he almost single-handedly rendered the opposition ineffective. No rush, Chu Yuntian replied, reflecting on the previous matches where, even if she had participated, it would have been an overwhelming victory, rendering it rather dull. Just as he finished speaking, his elf watch began to buzz. Upon checking, he saw it was Wen Jianhua calling. After a brief pause, Chu Yuntian ended the call, wearing a peculiar expression. Indeed, this was a rather serendipitous occurrence. 2 days later, at the Longchao Center venue, the freshman competition team matches were in full swing. In the semifinals, Du University faced off against Du University. The number 1 and number 2 seeds clashed in the semifinals. In this match, Wu Shishir stepped onto the field first. An AI Lu Lei duo efficiently dealt with the first opponent, but encountered a level 28 Zue Feng Qiu in the second round. Goodness, he was severely countered. Fortunately, Wu Shishir's experience and AI Lu Lei duo's superior level allowed them to engage in a mutual defeat, with both sides losing their combat capabilities. Subsequently, the 4 members of Mo Du University managed to take down the 4 from D Du University. In the audience, Chu Yuntian observed the already battered Zhang Xuelong and the freshly entered Chu Xinyue, commenting, "What a rare opportunity to take the stage," only to end up collecting heads. As expected, Chu Xinyue sent forth her forest lizard, which swiftly incapacitated Zhang Xuelong with a single attack. Following the conclusion of the semifinals, the defeat of the number 2 seed left many fans of Mo Du University heartbroken. Yet, they had no choice. This year's D Du University, even without Chu Xinyue, was still more powerful than Mo Du University. Next year, we shall return for revenge. Chapter 39, A Pink Maiden's Heart. The upcoming finals would commence after a 2-hour intermission, allowing both teams to adjust their states. The audience gradually exited, seeking nearby locales to dine and rest before returning for the finals. In the preparation room of D Du University, Chu Yuntian arrived to visit the team with the 2 ladies. Normally, the preparation room was off-limits to outsiders to prevent disrupting the competitors' focus. However, who was Chu Yuntian? As long as there were no unforeseen circumstances, he would be joining D Du University in the latter half of the year. The team's coach warmly welcomed the trio, considering them precious assets that must not be allowed to slip away to other institutions. 2 hours later, the finals began. D Du University versus Ha Gong University. Naturally, the teams reaching the finals were formidable contenders, and Ha Gong University's team was particularly challenging. Chu Xinyue sent out her ace, Ha Kulong, while the opposing female competitor deployed a level 28 Nan Guijing. After several rounds of combat, Ha Kulong successfully defeated Nan Guijing. Moving on to the next adversary. Soon, under Chu Xinyue's command, Ha Kulong executed a 1-against-3, eventually exiting the field after 3 rounds of battle. Subsequently, Wu Shishir's AI Lulei duo took down 2 opponents, and Yao's Meng Hua Ho dispatched 1, leading the 3 gentlemen to a straightforward victory. Thus, the freshman competition team event concluded, with D Du University effortlessly claiming this year's championship. After a day's rest, the individual competition would unfold, marking the highlight of the freshman tournament. That evening, the victorious team from D Du University was taken to Wu Shishir's Pokémon Hot Spring Hotel for a celebration. The following day, Chu Yuntian and his companions did not venture out, but stayed in to rest alongside Chu Xinyue and Wu Shishir. In Chu Xinyue's words, although she hadn't participated much, she felt drained and needed Chu Yuntian to hold her as she slept for a day to recharge, perhaps recharging too thoroughly. Chu Xinyue's performance in the subsequent individual matches was ferociously formidable, ruthlessly defeating every opponent, even earning the title of the female tyrant from the audience and fans. Over the course of 3 days, she encountered few rivals capable of challenging her, effortlessly advancing to the finals, where she ultimately triumphed to claim the individual championship. Wu Shishir, on the other hand, narrowly lost in the semifinals to Chu Xinyue's final opponent, a male competitor from Ha Gong University who, for reasons unknown, had not participated in the team event. According to available information, this individual was named Qin Tai, the only son of the Dragon Kingdom's ghost-type champion Qin Shouyang. In the finals, he deployed a level 30 Gung Gui, a level 30 Ni O Xiao Run, and a level 28 Sha Qiuhua. While this lineup was somewhat lacking against Chu Xinyue, he had managed to put Wu Shishir in a tough spot during the semifinals. Among Wu Shishir's Pokémon, 3 were Psychic type, all of which were countered by Ghost type, while the remaining Pikachu and Xiao Wei Hua, who were countered by Ground type, rendering them utterly ineffective based on type advantages. After the competition concluded, Chu Xinyue waved to the audience in gratitude, as her first title as a classic triple champion held enough influence to resonate nationwide. Before countless witnesses, she received the championship trophy from the award presenter, Chu Nanfeng. Indeed, the award presenter was Chu Nanfeng, who had arrived in Didu the day before the finals alongside Wenruyun. In the VIP section, Wenruyun covered her face with her hands, excitedly gazing at Chu Xinyue on stage. "Oh my, it's happening!" Chu Yuntian exclaimed, cradling his head with both hands. "Wasn't this something we anticipated? Why the excitement? You wouldn't understand. Xinyue is my precious child that I painstakingly raised. Am I not allowed to be moved?" Wenruyun shot her son a glare. This little rascal was just as heartless as his father. All of this was Chu Nanfeng's fault. She would deal with him later. In the arena, Chu Nanfeng, embodying the loving father role, sneezed vigorously before a national audience. After the awards ceremony concluded, a lively closing ceremony performance followed. Chu Xinyue and Chu Nanfeng made their way to the VIP section, where Chu Xinyue immediately leaped into Wenruyun's embrace. The mother and daughter sharing a tender moment. "Sister Xinyue is truly impressive. I too wish to win a championship," Zhang Qian expressed with envy, but upon noticing Chu Yuntian, she promptly extinguished the rising flames of ambition in her heart. Observing this scene, Lu Yi covered her mouth and laughed, saying, with Yuntian around, "We may as well forget about the championship this year." Beside her, Chu Yuntian merely smiled, pondering over this matter. By the time next year's freshman competition arrives, his Pokémon might well reach level 40, far exceeding the standards of the national freshman tournament. Setting aside whether such a competition would be enjoyable, the organizers would certainly not permit such over-leveled Pokémon to participate. However, it was out of the question to forego the classic Triple Crown, as this was, after all, a once-in-a-lifetime event. For troubles, seek the system. Task released, The Rise of Team 2. Reward, Shiny Rayquaza Pokémon Egg with champion level potential. Note, color can be selected. Early distribution available. Are you issuing a task? Are you sure this isn't benefit? Are you a benefit provider? System. How am I supposed to manage from here on out? Reflecting on the Pokémon he currently possessed, not a single one had been captured by himself. How could he face the world as a trainer? Host, just hold your tongue. Oh, all right. Though somewhat embarrassed, Chu Yuntian's fortitude allowed him to endure. Pink. I want a pink Rayquaza. Indeed, it is that delicate shade of light pink, just a hint of blush. How lovely it is that the host possesses a heart reminiscent of youth. Is that so wrong? Who does not harbor a dream of being a princess? After a brief exchange with the system, Chu Yuntian did not hasten to claim the Larula's egg, as it would not hatch for another 4 months. There was no need for urgency. At this moment, Chu Xinhua approached, intertwining her arm with Chu Yuntian's, and inquired, "Shall we attend the gathering together?" Chu Yuntian shook his head, declining. "You are celebrating with your team. We have no reason to tag along." "Very well, then do wait for me at home," she replied. "Xiao Qian, please keep an eye on him and ensure he does not wander off." Zhang Qian and Lu Yi responded with cheerful affirmations. Satisfied, Chu Xinhua whispered into Chu Yuntian's ear, "I shall return soon. Do look forward to it." After her departure, Chu Nanfeng and Wenryun intended to head back to Rongqing, only to be called to a halt by Chu Yuntian. "Dad, could you prepare a mini-dragon for me upon your return?" Chu Nanfeng, intrigued, craned his neck and asked, "What do you need a mini-dragon for?" Each year, the number of mini-dragons born on Dragon Island is exceedingly rare. This year, including Chu Yuntian's, there are only 4. As Chu Yuntian articulated his request, Chu Nanfeng pondered, stroking his chin. There seems to be ample room for negotiation in this matter. If the Zhuge family is unaware of your desire for a round land shark, it indicates that they have their own motives. You must be astute and demand ample benefits. Wenryun interjected eagerly, stating that 1 round land shark would not suffice. At least 3 Pokémon with king-level potential should be included. Although the Zhuge family possesses their own Pokémon breeding base, it is unlikely they would agree to part with 3 Pokémon of king-level potential so readily. Perceiving Chu Yuntian's thoughts, Wenryun smiled and said, "Just set a high price. The act of bargaining is their concern." "Indeed, that is quite sensible," Chu Yuntian remarked as he gave his mother a thumbs up, realizing that the art of negotiation is indeed a woman's forte. Upon returning to Chu Xinhua's villa, Chu Yuntian engaged in training with his Pokémon. Excluding the little fairy perched atop his head, he currently possessed 10 Pokémon. Although it may seem substantial, it pales in comparison to the obsessive collectors who capture dozens, even hundreds of Pokémon. Among his contemporaries, some have captured far more. Those captured but not utilized are either released into the wild or placed in the local Pokémon association or breeding base for a fee. Observing his Pokémon, Chu Yuntian calculated that even the lowest level Cuddy Dog would nearly reach level 40 by this time next year, significantly exceeding the standard for new student competitions. It appears that his current Pokémon would not qualify for the Classic Triple Crown. However, apart from the Classic Triple Crown, various Pokémon competitions are held across provinces and regions, ensuring that Pokémon like Guaguapaowa would not find themselves without contests. Focusing on speed training for Guaguapaowa, Chu Yuntian added some weight to its training regimen. Baobei Long continued its relentless pursuit of lofty dreams, aspiring to soar through the skies. Each of his Pokémon was assigned a tailored training approach. The Pokémon labored intensely while Chu Yuntian wielded a loudspeaker, urging them to quicken their pace and summon their fighting spirit. "You, increase your speed. You, no slacking. Get moving. You are undoubtedly the worst batch of Pokémon I have ever trained." Despite his rallying cries, the Pokémon paid him no heed, well aware that their trainer must be under some delusion. What could they do but indulge him? Just as the training reached a fever pitch, Lu Yi entered the training ground, calling out, "Yuntian, Sister Xinhua is back." Chu Yuntian responded and followed Lu Yi into the house. "Where is she?" Upon entering, he found no sign of Chu Xinhua. Sister Xinhua dashed into her room the moment she arrived. "She should still be in the shower," Zhang Qian remarked, bringing over a bowl of fruit. "You should shower as well. You are drenched in sweat." After several hours of training with his Pokémon, Chu Yuntian, too, was quite disheveled. Meanwhile, in Chu Xinhua's room, the sound of running water persisted intermittently. It was not until half an hour later that Chu Xinhua emerged from the bathroom, her activities unknown. In the living room, freshly bathed Chu Yuntian cradled the little fairy while watching television when Lu Yi approached, holding a slender black object. "What are you doing with that?" Chu Yuntian inquired. "Here, I have prepared a surprise for you," Lu Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian chuckled. "A surprise?" "Yes," she affirmed, walking behind him to cover his eyes. Chu Yuntian offered no resistance, allowing Lu Yi to blindfold him. Guided by her, they ascended to the second floor. Upon opening the door to Chu Xinyue's room, Lu Yi pushed Chu Yuntian inside and followed, shutting the door behind them. What is happening? Chu Yuntian stood perplexed, unsure of their intentions. After a moment, the silk covering his eyes was removed, revealing Chu Xinyue and Zhang Qian seated around a table, where a game of Monopoly awaited them. Playing Monopoly? I excel at that, Chu Yuntian exclaimed, only to be taken aback by the contents of the game board. What? Are you afraid to sit down and play? Chu Xinyue taunted. With a resounding thud, Chu Yuntian took a seat, realizing the surprise was indeed the game. Yet he could not fathom why they made such a fuss. Well then, I shall join. Who is afraid of whom? They played through the night. And by midday the next day, Chu Yuntian awoke feeling invigorated, the restorative powers of his energy proving remarkable. After preparing food for his Pokémon and allowing them to eat, he organized them into pairs for battle, perfectly dividing the 10 Pokémon into 5 groups. Guagua Pao Hua faced Mini Dragon and emerged victorious. Bao Beilong triumphed over Little Fire Dragon. Tan Xiaoshi lost to Lu Wei, who claimed victory. Lazy Old Man triumphed over Little Fire Horse. For the final match between King Carp and Cuddy Dog, Chu Yuntian decided to let King Carp relax in the pool while summoning Guagua Pao Hua to serve as Cuddy Dog's opponent. Due to the 8-level difference and the elemental disadvantage, Chu Yuntian personally took charge of directing Guagua Pao Hua in a tutorial match against Cuddy Dog. Less than an hour into training, footsteps echoed from above. Upon entering the living room, Chu Yuntian saw Chu Xinyue and her 2 friends descending the stairs, all appearing weary, clearly having not slept well. What would you like to eat? I will prepare something for you, he asked. Some porridge would be nice, Chu Xinyue suggested. Me too, Zhang Qian added. Lu Yi murmured her agreement. Chu Yuntian smiled and proceeded to the kitchen. Half an hour later, after the 3 had eaten and bid him farewell, they returned to their respective rooms to continue resting. At that moment, Chu Yuntian received an unexpected phone call from El Liang. Following the call, he hurried to the training ground, gathering all his Pokémon except King Carp. Before heading out, he glanced back at the stairs and sent a message to each of the 3 girls. According to El Liang, there was a suspected secret treasure in a D-level secret realm near the capital. Trainers who had received the news were already making their way to the location of the secret realm. Though it was merely a suspicion, Chu Yuntian resolved to investigate. For treasures of such nature are always coveted. With the system's detection function, his chances of uncovering the treasure were significantly higher than others. Upon exiting, he summoned Uncle Wang and hastened toward the secret realm. Initially, he had intended to invite Chu Xinyue and her friends, but considering their current state, he decided against it. Chapter 41, The Crybaby Bug Treasure Bag. Young Master, please be cautious once you enter the secret realm. Wang Shu pressed the accelerator with great urgency, not forgetting to remind Chu Yuntian of the incident when Chu Yuntian had spent a week in the Huoluyan secret realm and encountered poachers. In response, Chu Yuntian merely uttered an HM, for at that moment, the system in his mind began to speak. Host, did you not say that before your Mount Pokémon grows, entering the secret realm would be akin to being a mere dog? Huh, did I say that? Actually, I recorded it at the time. As the system spoke, it unexpectedly began to play back the footage from that moment. Damn, after being teased by the system, Chu Yuntian opened his Pokémon watch to send a message to El Liang, but received no reply. Chu Yuntian surmised that El Liang must have already entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, El Liang curiously surveyed his surroundings, as it was his first time entering such a place. Yao Jia, do you think there are really secret treasures in this realm? El Liang inquired of the girl beside him. Who knows? There are plenty of rumors like this floating around, Yao responded, releasing her Abaslu from its Pokeball. I'm here to help you capture Pokémon. Don't dwell on things that are beyond our reach. Even if there are secret treasures, they are likely not meant for us. Upon hearing this, El Liang recalled the formidable trainers he had seen at the entrance of the secret realm, including some at the quasi-champion level. Will Chu Yuntian be alright? El Liang asked, worried that since he had called Chu Yuntian, if something happened due to the treasure hunt, he would surely be torn apart by the Chu family. Yao shook her head. You don't know his background? When El Liang had contacted Chu Yuntian earlier, Yao had been aware of it. She hadn't expected her cousin to be acquainted with Chu Yuntian. El Liang paused, understanding the implication. Outside the secret realm, trainers were continuously arriving from various directions. Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Yuntian registered his information and confidently stepped inside. System, the detection function is active, right? Of course. I will notify the host of any valuable finds. As soon as Chu Yuntian entered the secret realm, he shivered. Surprisingly, it was winter here. He quickly retrieved a thick coat from his backpack and surveyed the environment. According to the information, this E-level secret realm was abundant with bug-type Pokémon. Guagua Pao Frog, Tan Xiaoshi, come forth. With a leap, Guagua Pao Frog jumped onto Chu Yuntian's shoulder and greeted the small fairy Pokémon perched atop his head. Tan Xiaoshi coolly strode ahead to clear the path. Tan Xiaoshi, I'm counting on you, Chu Yuntian said. Tan Xiaoshi nodded solemnly. Along the way, Chu Yuntian spotted numerous Pokémon hiding in the grass, atop trees, and within the water, half of which were bug type. There were green caterpillars, horned caterpillars, stinging caterpillars, pink butterflies, and paras. Tan Xiao Shi and Guagua Pao Frog kept their eyes peeled, ready to act at the slightest hint of hostility. After progressing for a while, Guagua Pao Frog suddenly jumped down from Chu Yuntian's shoulder and darted behind a large tree. Guagua Pao Frog, what's wrong? Chu Yuntian hurriedly inquired. Gua. Upon chasing after, Chu Yuntian discovered a bug-type Bao Bao struggling in the snow, injured and trembling. Tan Xiao Shi approached to inspect, and then turned to call out to Chu Yuntian. The bug-type Bao Bao, upon seeing itself surrounded by Chu Yuntian, Guagua Pao Frog, and Tan Xiao Shi, froze in place, quaking in fear. Bug Bao Bao. Gender male. Type, bug grass. Level, LV13 normal. Ability, bug senses, increases the power of bug-type moves when HP decreases. Moves, air slash, tackle, string shot. Potential, gym level. Oh, quite impressive. Chu Yuntian mused, noticing the inherited skill, though lamenting the lack of potential. Yeah. Under Chu Yuntian's gaze, Bug Bao Bao felt immense pressure, biting its lip tightly. And soon its eyes turned red as it began to cry, tears streaming down. Oh, is this little one really that timid? This was the first time Chu Yuntian had encountered such a situation. Beside him, Guagua Pao Frog and Tan Xiao Shi were equally bewildered, anxiously pacing in place. Bug Bao Bao's cries intensified, and suddenly, a warm hand rested gently on its head, a soft green light emanating a gentle energy flowing into its body. Sobbing ceased abruptly as Bug Bao Bao opened its eyes, staring in confusion at the human before it. So comfortable, so warm, it thought, as its trembling body gradually warmed, its strength swiftly returning. In the next moment, Bug Bao Bao caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. Little crybaby, this is for you. Eat up, Chu Yuntian said, presenting an energy cube before Bug Bao Bao with a soft voice. Bug Bao Bao sniffed carefully. The fragrant aroma wafting from the energy cube instantly piqued its appetite. Oh. Bug Bao Bao glanced at Chu Yuntian, then at Guagua Pao Frog and Tan Xiao Shi. Both of them gazed at Bug Bao Bao with kindness. Tentatively, Bug Bao Bao leaned forward and took a gentle bite, instantly captivated by the delectable taste. With a swift motion, it snatched the energy cube, as if fearing that Chu Yuntian might change his mind. Huh, you little rascal, are you reluctant to eat? Chu Yuntian chuckled, reaching down to scoop up Bug Bao Bao. Startled, Bug Bao Bao struggled for a moment before settling down. This human feels so warm, so comforting. Under the influence of the power of the everlasting oak, Bug Bao Bao's affection for Chu Yuntian soared. Just as Chu Yuntian intended to stroke Bug Bao Bao's head, it suddenly jumped away, darting into a nearby bush. Bug Bao Bao, where are you going? Chu Yuntian shouted, quickly pursuing, with Guagua Pao Frog and Tan Xiao Shi closely following. Meanwhile, not far from Chu Yuntian, Hua Zhiji shouted, charge up the flame attack. Give it the final blow. Hua Zhiji, engulfed in flames, charged forward at an incredible speed, crashing into Xiong Bao, the baby bear Pokémon that adored honey and bore a prominent crescent moon pattern on its head. Upon being struck by Hua Zhiji's attack, Xiong Bao let out a cry and collapsed to the ground, its eyes swirling. Witnessing this, Liang rejoiced and quickly pulled out a Pokeball. Go Pokeball! Bang! The Pokeball struck Xiong Bao on the head, enveloping it in a beam of red light. Ding ding ding. The Pokeball rolled on the ground, shaking vigorously while emitting a series of sounds. Liang watched anxiously, his palms slick with sweat. As the Pokeball finally ceased its shaking, with a thud, Liang hurried forward, picked it up, and exclaimed excitedly, I captured Xiong Bao. Yao, witnessing the event, also breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanying Liang into the secret realm was to ensure his safety and help him find high-potential Pokémon. Although she lacked the ability to immediately discern a Pokémon's potential, she could still glean some insights through observation, certainly better than Liang, who knew nothing. This Xiong Bao has great potential, enough for your 4 years in university. Given her own experience with the Quan Xiong, Yao had substantial knowledge about nurturing Xiong Bao. Liang's face beamed with joy. Yes, I will train it as my main Pokémon. Yao glanced at the sky and said, let us continue. We need to engage in more battles to enhance your practical experience. Chapter 42, Encountering the Fire God Moth. On the other hand, Chu Yuntian ran after Bug Bao Bao. This little creature sure is fast, he remarked. After about 10 minutes, Bug Bao Bao huffed and puffed, halting before a thicket, dropping the half-eaten energy cube onto the ground. Chu Yuntian stood several meters behind Bug Bao Bao, refraining from rushing forward and quietly observing its actions. Beside him, the vigilant Guagua Pao and Tan Xiao Shi were keeping a watchful eye on the thicket, fearful that something might leap out to harm their trainer. Iya, the CHNGBOBO gently called out twice towards the bushes, and soon, Chu Yuntian noticed the thicket rustling, causing the snow atop to tumble down. Suddenly, a large, crimson moth emerged from behind the bushes. Huashen moth. Gender, female. Type, Fire Bug. Level, LV81, Champion level. Ability, Flame Body, may burn opponents upon contact. Skills, Charged Flame Strike, Flash Flame Charge, Dance of Fire, Flame Vortex. Potential, Champion level. System, is your detection merely for show? Gazing at the Huashun Moth before him, Chu Yuntian felt a profound shock within his heart. With only 3 hours of detection time each day, should one not use it sparingly? The system retorted quite indignantly. Chu Yuntian stepped back a few paces. Encountering a champion-level Huashun Moth could spell disaster if it took a disliking to him. Wait, champion level? This is serious. Host, pay attention. This Huashun Moth is gravely injured. Upon hearing the system's words, Chu Yuntian scrutinized the moth closely and indeed found that it was moving sluggishly. Its body marred with wounds, a clear sign of severe injury. With that, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At this moment, the Huashun Moth, noticing Chu Yuntian, became immediately alert, emitting a buzzing sound. Iya, the CHNGB-OBO hurriedly chirped, roughly conveying that Chu Yuntian posed no threat. However, the Huashun Moth, being a seasoned veteran, was not easily swayed by the reassurances of a mere human. It shielded the CHNGB-OBO behind its body and issued a threatening call towards Chu Yuntian. Yet, Chu Yuntian was no longer as anxious as before. The Huashun Moth appeared to be on the brink of collapse, struggling to endure the day. Huashun Moth, please do not act so hostile. I harbor no ill intentions. Chu Yuntian extended the power of his SH can towards the moth. Instantly, the Huashun Moth felt a warm current coursing through its body, slightly alleviating its life-threatening injuries. Sensing the goodwill emanating from Chu Yuntian, the Huashun Moth's wariness diminished somewhat, though it still did not relent. Its large eyes fixed intently upon him. Observing this, Chu Yuntian resolved to appeal to its reason and emotions. You are still scaring me, he remarked with a mischievous smile. Surely, you wouldn't want your CHNGB-OBO to be bullied by me after your demise? Guawa Paola. Tan Shaoshir. CHNGB-OBO. Host, threatening a gravely injured old moth is truly shameless. Hee. With a chuckle, Chu Yuntian produced an energy cube, asking, how about we have a pleasant chat? Huashun Moth, are you out of your mind? Although it sensed no malice from Chu Yuntian, the words he uttered were still quite alarming. It reassured itself. I am not being threatened. The Huashun Moth glanced down at the CHNGB-OBO, which was eagerly trying to explain its innocence. And the two began to communicate. After the Huashun Moth consumed the half-energy cube brought back by the CHNGB-OBO, its gaze towards Chu Yuntian underwent a transformation. So do you desire it? Chu Yuntian playfully shook the energy cube in his hand, smiling brightly. Before the Huashun Moth could respond, the CHNGB-OBO eagerly nodded in agreement. If you want it, take it. Chu Yuntian tossed the energy cube towards the Huashun Moth, which adeptly caught it with its mouth. CHNGB-OBO, what about me? Chu Yuntian chuckled, and subsequently satisfied the little creature's request. The tense atmosphere eased, and Chu Yuntian attempted to draw closer to the Huashun Moth, but it suddenly retreated, flying into the woods. What's the matter? Chu Yuntian was startled. The Huashun Moth buzzed as it flew into the nearby thicket. Chu Yuntian wished to pursue it, but could not keep up. Flying and running were two entirely different matters. Ultimately, he could only inquire of the bewildered CHNGB-OBO, which tilted its head in a dazed manner, still clutching the energy cube in its mouth. In less than a minute, the Huashun Moth returned, cradling an egg in its arms. Gently placing the egg on the ground, it communicated something to Chu Yuntian. After repeating itself several times, Chu Yuntian finally grasped its meaning. Aided by the power of SH Can, are you saying that you want me to take care of this little one? Pointing at the egg on the ground, Chu Yuntian gestured towards the Pokémon egg. Observing the fiery patterns on the egg and glancing at the Huashun Moth, he could surmise without the need for data that this was an egg of the Arcanine. This was a bequest. The Huashun Moth nodded, feeling that this human was different from those encountered in other realms, kind, warm, and filled with goodwill. Plus, it had provided food, although a bit of a smart mouth. Despite not fully understanding why, Chu Yuntian was unconcerned. Arcanine was a free gift. The offspring of a champion-level Huashun Moth would surely not be lacking in prowess. Arcanine Pokémon egg. Gender, male. Type, fire bug. Level, ability. Skills. Potential, champion level. Note, 6 months until hatching. Indeed, it was champion level. Chu Yuntian nodded to himself. With this, once he nurtured the Arcanine, it would evolve into a Huashun Moth, a legendary Pokémon. The legendary Pokémon and the legendary treasure are two distinct matters. Ahem, this puts me in quite a predicament. Chu Yuntian feigned reluctance, though his mind was racing with other thoughts. Observing Chu Yuntian's hesitance, the Huashun Moth grew anxious. It was gravely injured and worried about the Arcanine. Having finally encountered someone with a semblance of decency, it could not let this opportunity slip away. Chu Yuntian crouched down, gently stroking the RNSHOCH Ang's egg. You see, I exert effort to heal you, and now I must also look after your child. It is quite a burden, time-consuming and labor-intensive. Upon hearing this, the Huashin moth flapped its wings in a flurry, clearly agitated. It nudged the CHNGB-OBO on the ground, as if to say, if I can care for one, why not two? How about we make a deal? The Huashin moth tilted its head, gazing at Chu Yuntian. I will heal your injuries, and in return, you must protect me for the next couple of days. With that, Chu Yuntian placed a hand upon the Huashin moth, channeling his powerful SHkin energy into it. Feeling the rapid improvement of its condition, the Huashin moth emitted a joyful cry, excitedly flapping its wings against Chu Yuntian's shoulder. How do you feel? Are you better? Chu Yuntian inquired. The Huashin moth nodded in affirmation. Producing healing medicine, Chu Yuntian tended to the Huashin moth, while saying, then I shall take that as your agreement. Do not go back on your word. An hour later, Chu Yuntian and his companions continued to wander through the secret realm, while the Huashin moth trailed behind at a distance. According to El Liang, the news of the secret treasure had been disseminated by a few students from Sangao. Yet they failed to provide an exact location, claiming they could not recall. Inquiries regarding the nature of the treasure yielded varied responses from the students. To this, Chu Yuntian could only remark, as expected of prospective university students. Glancing at the CHNGB-OBO atop the back of KDGU, Chu Yuntian felt a headache coming on. It seemed this little fellow had become quite attached to him. It was impossible to shake it off. As soon as it touched the ground, it would start crying. Even more vexing was the fact that he had never ridden KDGU himself. Yet it was the CHNGB-OBO that got to ride first. Looking at Guaguapawa and Xiaoxian Nai perched on his shoulders, he thought, well, it seems I am also being ridden by Pokémon Goo. Guaguapawa tilted its head, mistakenly believing that Chu Yuntian was calling for it. Chapter 43, Dragon's Tooth, Goo. Guaguapawa tilted its head, mistakenly believing that Chu Yuntian was calling for it. After wandering in the mysterious realm for 2 hours, Chu Yuntian managed to find a piece of water stone, though it seemed as inconsequential to him as a mere stone by the roadside. As time gradually slipped away, he began to search for a suitable campsite. Soon after, he erected a luxurious single tent in a spacious clearing. Cradling his CHNGB-OBO and wielding a formidable fishing rod, he settled by the riverbank to fish. What he would dine on tonight depended entirely on his skill. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, yanking the fishing rod up, causing his little Xian Nai and the CHNGB-OBO in his arms to tumble to the ground in fright. To his dismay, what he pulled from the water was an old, rusted hammer. Frustrated, he cursed the environmental vandals responsible. In a huff, Chu Yuntian casually tossed the fishing rod aside and retrieved a pack of self-heating rice. As dusk fell, more trainers arrived to set up camp along the riverbank. A few tents appeared downstream from Chu Yuntian's location. As he enjoyed his self-heating rice, a group approached his tent. Hello, they did not draw closer. Halting about 10 meters away. Is there something you need? Chu Yuntian scanned them. 2 boys and a girl, each accompanied by their Pokémon. The Fiery Monkey, level 37. The Cursed Doll, level 33. And the Explosive Beast, level 22. Judging by their ages, the levels of their Pokémon, and their demeanor, Chu Yuntian surmised they were undoubtedly university students. Seeing that Chu Yuntian did not dismiss them, the boy in the front stepped forward, accompanied by a hoodie. Classmate, may I borrow your fishing rod? He asked, gesturing toward the rod that had been carelessly tossed on the ground. Feel free to take it. Just remember to return it when you're done. Great, thanks. He replied with a grin, heading to retrieve the rod, but paused halfway to say, by the way, I'm Ruancheng. Having taken the rod, Ruancheng quickly returned to his companions. Hui, I borrowed the rod, he said, handing it to the girl. Su Hui glanced at it casually and said coolly, give the rod to Fu Nan. You go gather some firewood. It's freezing. Ruancheng cast a reluctant glance at Fu Nan. How about Fu Nan joins me? He suggested, unwilling to leave Su Hui alone with another boy. They had been childhood friends, their bond strong until Fu Nan's arrival altered Su Hui's demeanor toward Ruancheng. Are you not aware that Fu Nan is unwell? Su Hui retorted. Fu Nan, standing beside her, quietly interjected, Sister Hui, let me go with Ruancheng. Although my health isn't great, I can still help. Hearing this, Su Hui's dissatisfaction with Ruancheng deepened. Did you hear that? Fu Nan is unwell, yet still wants to assist you. What about you? No compassion at all. Observing this scene from a distance, Chu Yuntian sat on a small stool, munching on sunflower seeds, shaking his head in disbelief. A similar expression mirrored by his Goo POW perched on his shoulder. In the middle of the night, Chu Yuntian was roused by the urgent need to relieve himself. He stepped out of the tent and ambled to the riverbank, groggy but grateful for the cool breeze. Once refreshed, he prepared to return to his tent when the flickering lights downstream captured his attention. Still fishing at this hour? How industrious, he mused. After observing the commotion below, he yawned and returned to cradle his Xian Nai and CHNGB-OBO, drifting back to sleep. At the break of dawn, Chu Yuntian unzipped his tent and poked his head out. only to be greeted by a biting wind that made his scalp tingle. After dressing, he emerged just as Ruancheng approached, rod in hand. "So, how was your catch last night?" Chu Yuntian noticed the dark circles under Ruancheng's eyes. Clearly, he had been fishing all night. Ruancheng smiled faintly, pointing to a starmie cradled in Su Hui's arms not far away. As long as you're happy." Chu Yuntian accepted the rod, saying nothing more. With his Xian Nai on his head and Chingbobo in his arms, Chu Yuntian resumed his quest for hidden treasures. As he navigated through the realm, he remained vigilant, occasionally activating the system to detect valuable items. After crossing mountains and rivers, noon arrived, yet there was still no sign of any treasures. "Perhaps this is what it means to be unlucky," he muttered, cursing the system. Opening his wristwatch, he sent a message to El Liang. "Where are you?" Within a minute, El Liang replied with a coordinate. After consulting the electronic map, he noted they were separated by a straight distance of 15 kilometers. "Stay put, I'll come find you." On the other end, El Liang's expression twisted as he considered whether to wait or not. Waiting felt awkward, while not waiting seemed impolite. "What's wrong?" Yi Yao inquired, noticing El Liang's peculiar demeanor. "Chu Yuntian," he replied. "What about him? He wants us to wait here for him." "Oh, then let us wait." Yi Yao bore no ill will toward Chu Yuntian. They had merely encountered each other once during the preparations for the previous competition at DD University. "Perfect timing, it's lunchtime," she added, removing her backpack. They found a large tree nearby, settling in a spot with less snow. "Sister, do you think there's really treasure here?" El Liang pondered aloud, still preoccupied with thoughts of hidden riches. "What does it matter to you?" Yi Yao replied, her focus on her meal. "I'm just curious. If we happen to find some, we can't miss out, right? Even if I can't use it, I could sell it for money." Seeing her brother daydreaming, Yi Yao remarked, "Who says otherwise?" Reflecting on her two wealthy teammates from the most prestigious families in Hu 11, she mused that even they had never encountered hidden treasures, let alone others. Just as she finished speaking, a Dowdu pigeon flew overhead. Suddenly, her Abissu let out a fierce cry at the sky, startling the pigeon, which dropped a glimmering object from its beak. "Ouch!" Yi Yao yelped, clutching her head and rubbing the spot where she had been struck. "What is this?" El Liang picked up the fallen item, examining it closely as his hands began to tremble and his chin quivered. "Sister, what is it?" Yi Yao, still wincing from her bump, looked up. "You have to see this." He held it up before her eyes. Come closer." "Wow, a dragon's tooth?" Yi Yao exclaimed, grasping the dragon's tooth and inspecting it thoroughly. "Brother, we struck gold." "Sister, is this for real?" Yi Yao playfully slapped him on the arm. "Ouch, it's real." Both were incredulous. Just moments ago, they had been lost in dreams, and now their fantasies had come to fruition. "Sister, how much do you think this could sell for?" El Liang rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with greed. Yi Yao quickly stowed the dragon's tooth in her backpack, scanning the area to ensure no one had observed them before letting out a sigh of relief. "From now on, not a word about this. We must keep it a secret, understood?" Her serious tone doused El Liang's excitement like cold water. "Should we still wait for Chu Yuntian?" he asked. Yi Yao considered. "Let us wait. As long as we don't say anything, no one will know." Chapter 44, Kik. Meanwhile, Chu Yuntian was making his way to El Liang, panting heavily from the effort. "A valuable item has appeared," the system chimed. "Oh, a dragon's tooth, approximately 13 kilometers away." Upon opening the map, it became clear that this was the location of El Liang. What was happening? Had this young man acquired the treasure? Uncertain of the circumstances, Chynti and quickened his pace. If the dragon's tooth was unclaimed, it would rightfully belong to him. If it had already been taken, there were still means to recover it through intimidation. 2 hours later, Chynti and emerged from a thicket. "I swear, if I ever enter the secret realm again, I will be a dog." "You've already said that twice," came the reply. "Huh, did I?" "I was unaware," he retorted. "I have it on video," was the response. "On what grounds do you accuse me?" "Perhaps it was you who edited it," Chynti and shot back. As he bantered, he wandered down a forest path for a few more minutes until he finally spotted El Liang and Yo resting beneath a tree. "Hey!" Chynti and called from a distance. Startled, El Liang and Yo, both burdened with precious cargo, were already on edge. "What are you doing?" Upon recognizing Chynti, El Liang sighed in relief but quickly began to complain. Yo, noticing Chynti's disheveled appearance, couldn't help but ask, "What happened to you? Did you encounter trouble?" "I walked in a straight line." Chynti and proudly raised a thumb, revealing his prominent front teeth. The two were left speechless, with Yo casting a curious glance at El Liang. "What is your relationship?" Chynti and traversed mountains and valleys to see you. The dragon's tooth is with this girl. He recalled the system's words, feeling a pang of distress. How could he proceed now that the treasure was in the hands of someone he knew? Intimidation seemed inappropriate. It appeared he would have to resort to seduction. He casually sat down and gulped down a bottle of water. "By the way, how have you fared?" Chynti and inquired. "Not bad. I helped El Liang capture a Pokémon," Yo replied as she began to tidy up their belongings. We plan to leave soon. What about you? Just then, YYO realized that if they intended to sell the dragon's tooth, the CH family would undoubtedly be an ideal buyer. As the dragon-type master, CHNNF Ing would certainly have a strong need for the dragon's tooth. With her connection to CHXNYU, she felt confident they wouldn't be taken advantage of. Thus, YYO was eager for CHYNTI and to accompany them. I, on the other hand, wish to explore a bit longer. Perhaps luck will lead me to the treasure, CHYNTI and suggested, intentionally mentioning the treasure to gauge their reactions. Indeed, upon hearing this, both L. Liang and YYO appeared momentarily stiff. Even if luck was not on their side, knowing who had acquired it would suffice for future action. What will happen then? L. Liang probed cautiously. We will take drastic measures, CHYNTI, and responded with a laugh. L. Liang forced a chuckle, swallowing hard. While YYO grew tense and quickly suggested, since you're not leaving, let us part ways here. So eager to leave? It's a treasure. Don't you have any interest? CHYNTI and exclaimed. L. Liang immediately laughed it off, stating, the secret realm is vast. It's not that easy to find. And even if we do, we may not be able to keep it. YYO subtly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his point. As the three lingered in a stalemate, a loud noise erupted in the forest. What was that? CHYNTI and exclaimed, directing his gaze toward the sound. Perhaps someone is battling, YYO suggested. Could it be the treasure? L. Liang speculated. That seems unlikely, he added. Let us go check it out. CHYNTI and announced, stepping forward. Wait. L. Liang grasped CHYNTIN's arm. We don't know what is happening over there. What if we get caught up in it? You're right. Let us not get involved, YYO concurred. At that moment, both were eager to distance themselves from any conflict and leave the secret realm, vehemently resisting CHYNTIN's urge to investigate. Hey, trainers. Lacking adventurous spirit and curiosity will only hinder your progress, CHYNTIN chided. Is that so? We're just a bit tired. Haha, they replied. CHYNTI and approached L. Liang, scrutinizing him closely. Feeling something was amiss, he remarked, why do I get the feeling you two are hiding something from me? Hiding? What do you mean? I mean, you two are so anxious to leave the secret realm. You haven't found the treasure, have you? With that statement, YYO and L. Liang appeared as if struck by a sledgehammer. CHYNTI and grinned at YYO, gleefully stating, looks like I hit the nail on the head. In no way. L. Liang stammered, flailing his arms. How could we obtain the treasure? Don't joke around. Is that so? Of course, CHYNTI and declared, spreading his arms wide. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Whether it's treasure or anything else. If you've obtained something you cannot use, feel free to seek me out for a trade. I guarantee I won't cheat you. Without waiting for their response, CHYNTI and strode toward the source of the sound. YYO and L. Liang exchanged glances and followed suit, with the conversation reaching this juncture. If they insisted on leaving, not only would they doubt CHYNTIN, but they would also question their own judgment. A few minutes later, the trio stealthily approached and hid behind a large tree. Ruin CHing? CHYNTI and inquired. Do you know him? Yes, he is my senior. What about you? I met him just yesterday. We are not acquainted. YYO pouted, surprised to encounter someone familiar in this setting. Is he capturing a Pokémon? Is that a ZH-ing RT? She remarked, her tone tinged with envy, for the adorable ZH-ing RT was beloved among girls. Upon glancing at the ZH-ing RT's stats, CHYNTI and noted its level at 38, with potential fit for a champion, complete with inherited skills. He nodded inwardly, recognizing it as a fine Pokémon. Ruin CH Ingsley YNH-ing was slightly lower in level than the ZH-ing RT. Yet the presence of a trainer made all the difference in Pokémon battles. After several rounds, the ZH-ing RT was knocked to the ground by a swift punch from Li YNH-ing. As Ruin CH-ing reached for a new Pokeball, a hand from behind seized him. Ruin CH-ing. Let Fu In capture this ZH-ing RT, Suhu insisted with an undeniable tone. Observing the trio from a distance, YYO frowned, expressing her displeasure. I can't hear clearly. We need to get closer. CHYNTI was taken aback, surprised that YYO was so nosy. Hadn't she just claimed she didn't want to get involved? Weren't you uninterested? He teased. Well, now that we're here, she replied. The three crept closer through the grass. What did you say? Ruin CHing asked incredulously, having clearly heard Suhu but needing confirmation. Perhaps realizing her request was a bit excessive, Suhu lowered her voice, saying, I meant, let Fu In have this ZH-ing RT. You won't be able to use it anyway. Your Li YNH-ing is already so strong. Ruin CH-ing, upon hearing this, was both amused and infuriated. I can't use it. Suhu, are you not aware that I am about to participate in the professional league? That is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I know, but Fu In is unwell and lacks funds. I just want to help him, she replied, glancing at the anxious girl before her, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Ruin CH-ing turned to Fu In, the frail figure who seemed to have bewitched Suhu. Sensing Ruin CH-ing's piercing gaze, Fu In discreetly moved a few steps behind Su Hu. Sister Hu, it's all right. I don't want the ZH RT. If Ruin CH wants it, he can have it. Upon hearing this, Su Hu immediately turned around to reassure him. Don't worry, the ZH RT is yours. No one can take it away. After comforting Fu Nan, Su Hui turned back, and the hint of guilt had vanished completely, replaced by a glare of anger directed at Ruan Cheng. Do you see? Fu Nan is so pitiful, yet still thinks of giving the long-eared rabbit to you. Can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Give? Do I need him to give it to me? Ruan Cheng, equally infuriated, reached out as if to grab someone. Smack. Su Hui raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. When will you mature a bit? Stunned by the slap, Ruan Cheng stood dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the three who were hiding in the bushes gaped in astonishment. Fantastic! Lu Liang exclaimed. Girl power. Yao added. After they finished speaking, they turned to look at Chu Yuntian, only to find him filming with his watch. What are you looking at? Enjoying the show? Oh, Su Hui. Noticing Ruan Cheng was frozen in place, immediately beckoned Fu Nan to capture the long-eared rabbit. Fu Nan felt a surge of pride internally, but replied on the surface. Sister Xiao Hui, perhaps we shouldn't. Brother Ruan Cheng might get upset. Upset? He dares. Su Hui exclaimed. This type of person has no empathy, and he has truly disappointed me. Her expression conveyed a sense of frustration, as if Ruan Cheng had committed a grave sin. Fu Nan pulled out a pokeball, casting a hesitant glance at Ruan Cheng. Brother Ruan Cheng, I cannot let Sister Xiao Hui's goodwill go to waste. I hope you can understand. With that, Fu Nan raised his hand to throw the pokeball. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes, followed by a piercing wind. Smack! Ruan Cheng's large palm collided with Fu Nan's delicate face, resulting in a forceful reaction. I understand your mother. Ruan Cheng looked down at Fu Nan, who lay on the ground like a dog in distress, feeling a sense of satisfaction. What are you doing? Su Hui screamed as she hurriedly helped the fallen Fu Nan to his feet. Cough, cough. Fu Nan pressed his hands against his swollen face, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing this, Su Hui sprang to her feet and shouted, How can you hit someone? Heh, am I not human? What were you doing just now? Ruan Cheng mocked. That is not the same. I'm a girl. Su Hui roared. If you dare to hit him today, will you dare to hit me in the future? No need for a future. Ruan Cheng stared at Su Hui, who was shouting hoarsely, feeling an unusual calmness. After that slap, this woman seemed incapable of evoking any emotional response from him. As for what had transpired before, he dismissed it as if it had been fed to the dogs. What do you mean in the future? You know Fu Nan is in poor health and you still resort to violence. You truly are. Smack. A resounding slap struck Su Hui's face. If his health is poor, let him die. It has nothing to do with me. As for you, Su Hui, I used to give you face. Li Yinhing, the trainer has grown. With two slaps relieving the pent-up frustration, Ruan Cheng felt lighter, as if he had reached a state of transcendence. He turned and captured the long-eared rabbit, striding away. Su Hui, collapsed on the ground, remained in a daze, with only Fu Nan's sobs in her ears. Idle. In the bushes, Lu Liang clenched his fists and let out a low growl. Ruan Cheng's performance had captivated him. It was incredibly cool. Very decisive, Yao remarked. Let us go? Pretend to pass by. Chu Yuntian swiftly darted out, and the two quickly followed. As they passed Su Hui and Fu Nan, all three deliberately slowed their pace. Wow, what a pitiful girl, Lu Liang muttered, as if he had been the one struck. Deserved it, Yao replied, wearing a look of vindication. Hearing their tone, Chu Yuntian inquired, what? Do you know some inside story? Yao pondered for a moment and replied, not much, just that I interacted with Senior Ruan Cheng during training. He is a really good person. TCH. Chu Yuntian was dissatisfied with this answer and asked, if you know the inside story, why are you praising Ruan Cheng? The three hurriedly moved on, quickly distancing themselves from the scene of the incident. A few minutes later, they caught up with Ruan Cheng. What are you doing here? Ruan Cheng's gaze flickered with surprise. Just passing by, Chu Yuntian smiled. Such a coincidence, Senior Ruan Cheng. Yao nodded in agreement. The two feigned innocence. But Ruan Cheng was no fool. Given the direction they came from, he had already guessed the situation. Sorry for making you witness such a spectacle, Ruan Cheng said with a wry smile. Although he no longer cared, the repercussions of such incidents could not be easily erased. Cough. We really didn't TC much, Yao said somewhat awkwardly. Ruan Cheng waved his hand. It's fine. It's not something shameful. While they chatted, Chu Yuntian and Lu Liang were gathered around the Li Yinhing. Chu Yuntian simply thought the Li Yinhing was cool, while Lu Liang had already reached out to pet it. The Li Yinhing disdainfully swatted away Lu Liang's hand and hid behind Ruan Cheng. Lu Liang, don't be so handsy, Yao scolded her younger brother. Touching someone else's Pokémon without the trainer's permission is quite rude, unless one is very close. Oh, I'm sorry, Lu Liang said apologetically to both the Li Yinhing and Ruan Cheng. Huh, I don't mind. As long as the Li Yinhing is willing, Ruan Cheng said, preparing to ask for the Li Yinhing's consent. Only to notice it was happily munching on a red energy cube. Beside the Li Yinhing, Chu Yuntian was rubbing its fluffy arms. See, this is the correct approach, Chu Yuntian boasted to Lu Liang. TCH, Lu Liang ignored Chu Yuntian's provocation and also produced an energy cube to offer. The Li Ynhing glanced at it, snorted, and turned its head away. Why not? Lu Liang felt disheartened and unwillingly asked Ruancheng. Ruancheng also found it strange. The Li Ynhing shouldn't be picky. Perhaps it's not hungry, Ruancheng said, though he himself found it hard to believe, as the Li Ynhing was currently enjoying the energy cube given by Chu Yuntian. Senior Ruancheng, where are you headed next? Mind if we join? After giving the Li Ynhing another rub, Chu Yuntian inquired. He had no intention of leaving the secret realm just yet. Having acquired such a formidable bodyguard, he intended to make good use of it. Ruancheng touched the Pokeball containing the long-eared rabbit at his waist and said, I originally planned to train this little one to enhance our synergy, but now, could I ask you all to temporarily act as training partners? Ruancheng smiled at Yao. Though he didn't know Chu Yuntian and Lu Liang well, he felt that even if Absol's level was somewhat lower than that of the long-eared rabbit, it would still be suitable for practicing coordination. Of course, but the long-eared rabbit probably needs some rest, Yao responded. Right, so let us find a place to set up camp, Ruancheng said, opening his electronic map and pointing in a direction after a moment. Let us head that way. Chapter 46, 2 against 1. In the evening, the group set up their tents, and Ruancheng approached with his long-eared rabbit. All right, let us begin training. I'll go first, but since the Pokémon levels differ greatly, is it all right for me to have 2 against 1? Chu Yuntian said. Yes, I want to cultivate the bond with the long-eared rabbit and test its speed. So we won't be using full strength, Ruancheng replied, tightening his fist and extending it towards the long-eared rabbit. Are you okay with this, long-eared rabbit? The long-eared rabbit touched Ruancheng's fist with its long ears. Observing the interaction, Chu Yuntian grabbed his Guagua Pao frog, who was still indulging in snacks. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you know how to do. How can you possibly eat at your level? The Guagua Pao frog rolled its eyes, feeling that this trainer changed moods faster than one could flip a book. Come out, Xiao Hualong. Chu Yuntian shouted as he tossed the Pokeball. Yeah. As soon as Xiao Hualong emerged, it nuzzled against Chu Yuntian's pant leg. Xiao Hualong, you need to perform well, Chu Yuntian said, tenderly stroking the little dragon's head. Guagua Pao frog. So love can be transferred, huh? Jean, Golden Xiao Hualong, Ruancheng, Yao, and Liang wore identical expressions of astonishment. None of them had anticipated that Chu Yuntian possessed an anomalous-colored Xiao Hualong. Ruancheng had no inkling of who Chu Yuntian was, while Yao and Liang, though familiar with him, were only aware that he had a shiny Alolan Rattata, a shiny Houndour, and a shiny Ponyta. 3 shiny Pokémon were already astonishing enough, and now there was yet another shiny Xiao Hualong. What is this, a wholesale purchase? Ruancheng approached the Xiao Hualong with trembling hands, clearly excited, as he had a particular fondness for fire-type Pokémon, with Xiao Hualong being one of his favorites. Witnessing the shiny Xiao Hualong, it was impossible for him to suppress his excitement. May I pet it? Ruancheng inquired with wide-eyed anticipation. As if he might burst into tears the moment, Chu Yuntian declined. Go ahead. The Xiao Hualong, possessing a gentle disposition, willingly extended its small paw upon receiving its trainer's nod. Ruancheng was overwhelmed with joy, nearly fainting from happiness. A minute later, the Xiao Hualong scurried away. Clearly annoyed, this human was too intimidating. His gaze seemed as though he wanted to devour it. Soon after, the training commenced, with Yao and Liang sitting nearby, capturing the moment in photographs and videos. Guagua Pao Hua and Xiao Hualong, give it your all. Chu Yuntian encouraged his Pokémon before the battle, as they were about to face opponents nearly 20 levels above them. Gulu, Chaya, Guagua Pao Hua and Xiao Hualong advanced towards the opposing side, earnestly locking eyes with the shiny Buniri. Guagua Pao Hua, use Bubble Beam. Xiao Hualong, prepare to unleash Flamethrower at the opportune moment. Chu Yuntian swiftly commanded both Pokémon. Meanwhile, Ruancheng was also ready, instructing the Buniri to use Quick Attack. The naturally swift Buniri, enhanced by Quick Attack, moved with even greater speed, leaving Guagua Pao Hua's Bubble Beam trailing in its wake. Xiao Hualong fired Flamethrower at the Buniri's afterimage with impeccable timing. Xiao Hualong, now, use Dragon Pulse. Quick Attack was not permanent, and Chu Yuntian seized the fleeting moment when it ended. Buniri jump. Ruancheng shouted. Water Pulse. Chu Yuntian's voice rang out simultaneously as Guagua Pao Hua conjured a Water Pulse and sent it forth. The airborne Buniri was unable to utilize its speed advantage. And just as Guagua Pao Hua was about to strike, Ruancheng issued another command. Thunderbolt. The moment he spoke, Chu Yuntian saw the Buniri execute a somersault in midair, narrowly evading Guagua Pao Hua's Water Pulse, before landing atop Guagua Pao Hua and propelling itself into a Thunderbolt attack. However, Buniri did not take the opportunity to assault Guagua Pao Hua, instead distancing itself after landing, watching from afar with keen eyes. Alas, the disparity in levels is too great, Chu Yuntian lamented. When the level difference is so pronounced, No skill or tactic can suffice. Sheer strength reigns supreme. One last time. Chu Yuntian bellowed. Gua Gua Pao Hua and Xiao Huolong immediately responded, positioning themselves before Chu Yuntian. Use smokescreen. Upon receiving the command, Gua Gua Pao Hua and Xiao Huolong simultaneously exhaled thick smoke, enveloping the area, with visibility obscured. Even Buniri's speed would be hampered. Indeed, as the smokescreen billowed, Ruancheng furrowed his brow. Buniri, keep moving, don't stop. The effects of the smokescreen would not only hinder Buniri. Once in motion, it would be challenging for the opponent to pinpoint Buniri's location, and they merely needed to wait for the smoke to dissipate. Xiao Huolong, use flamethrower. At this moment, Chu Yuntian's voice reached Ruancheng's ears, leaving him puzzled. Why would he create a smokescreen only to disperse it with flamethrower? After a moment of contemplation, Ruancheng smiled. It was a straightforward offensive strategy. First, conceal themselves with smokescreen, then have Xiao Huolong disperse it to locate Buniri's position, followed by an ambush from Gua Gua Pao Hua. Buniri, watch out for Gua Gua Pao Hua, Ruancheng called confidently. As the smokescreen gradually cleared, visibility improved, and Ruancheng remained vigilant for Gua Gua Pao Hua's ambush. Here it comes. Gua Gua Pao Hua raised a sphere of blue energy, breaking through the last remnants of the smoke, charging towards Buniri. Its water pulse. Use Dizzy Punch. Ruancheng reacted instantly. Without hesitation, Buniri unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang! The fist shattered the water pulse, landing squarely on Gua Gua Pao Hua. Yet the outcome sent Ruancheng into dismay. The struck Gua Gua Pao Hua dissipated into a cloud of white mist. It's a shadow clone. Following the mist, the real Gua Gua Pao Hua executed a decisive strike. Direct hit. Buniri crashed heavily to the ground, though it did not incur significant damage. The smokescreen finally dissipated, signaling the end of the battle. Ruancheng approached Buniri, expressing concern. Are you alright? Buniri shook its head. Despite taking a blow from Gua Gua Pao Hua, the opponent's level was too low to inflict serious harm. Well done. Chu Yuntian promptly praised both Gua Gua Pao Hua and Xiao Huolong. Pokémon are simple creatures. They require little, and a few words of affirmation suffice to satisfy them. Naturally, Chu Yuntian was not stingy. Both Gua Gua Pao Hua and Xiao Huolong received small treats as rewards. Xiao Huolong scampered towards Buniri with its treat, and Chu Yuntian understood that this little one was off to make a friend. Impressive. I didn't expect to be outmaneuvered by you. Ruancheng approached with Buniri, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. Haha, it was just luck, and besides, it was 2 against 1. If we hadn't even landed a hit, that would have been embarrassing. Chu Yuntian crouched down, affectionately petting Gua Gua Pao Hua and Xiao Huolong. He produced another pack of treats for Xiao Huolong, having already given its treat to Buniri. The 3 little ones joyfully scampered off to play, while Chu Yuntian continued. This Buniri is quite good. It just lacks a variety of attacking skills. Ruancheng nodded in agreement. Buniri's strength lay in its speed, yet its deficiency in offensive skills rendered it less formidable. However, it should suffice for the upcoming competition in July, likely performing adequately. In any case, nurture it well. Although Buniri may lack in attack for now, its potential is immeasurable. Chu Yuntian spoke mysteriously, leaving Ruancheng somewhat perplexed. He, of course, could not foresee that upon the advent of Mega Evolution, Buniri would evolve into a Mega Buniri, significantly enhancing its attack power. Chapter 47, Aurora, Ice and Snow Dragon. After a half-hour rest, Buniri had fully recovered, and it was now Yao's turn to battle, sending forth a level 28 MN Huhu. The ensuing confrontation was even more subdued than Chu Yuntian's previous match. Ruancheng was all too familiar with Yao's MN Huhu, especially since he himself possessed a Li Ynhu. Within mere minutes, Yao was bested. Following 2 battles, Ruancheng had gained considerable insight into Buniri, achieving his objectives. Training concluded, it was time for dinner. Pokémon also required sustenance, and the 4 of them released their Pokémon. Ruancheng's team consisted of Li Ynhu, Huynj, Hilg, and Buniri, all at levels 37, 36, 36, and 38, respectively. Yao had a level 30 Abaluo, a level 29 MN Huhu, a level 28 Chu and Xiying, and a level 28 Being Bio. Their teams were not numerous, and for those aspiring to pursue a path as trainers, it was crucial to utilize resources wisely. Capturing too many Pokémon without the time, energy, or resources to nurture them would not only hinder the Pokémon, but also oneself. Both Ruancheng and Yao were acutely aware of this principle. Then it was Liang's turn, with a level 14 Hu Zhj, a level 14 Li Nmo Xiao Tiying, a level 13 Nu Nzh, and a level 13 Xiying Bio. Finally, the 3 of them turned their gaze towards Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian forced a smile, thinking he could not let his Pokémon go hungry. With no other choice, he released all his Pokémon: Gua Gua Pao Frog, Xiaoxian Nai, Bao Bei Long, Mini Long, Xiao Huolong, Xiao Huoma, Lotzi Weng, Ten Xiaoshi, Lutu, Cuddy Dog, and Chong Bao Bao. 11 Pokémon encircled Chu Yuntian. evoking envy from Yi Yao and the others. Lu Liang adjusted his glasses, tears of envy trickling from the corners of his mouth. Who on earth are you? Ruan Chung inquired, gazing at the dazzling Pokémon, including a quasi-legendary, feeling somewhat surreal. Was he dreaming? Since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously reveal it. I am a man destined to become the Shiny King, Chu Yuntian proclaimed, giving himself a thumbs up. Haha, really? That's impressive, Ruan Chung replied, bewildered. He longed to scoff, but, unfamiliar with Chu Yuntian, could only awkwardly support him. Ruan Chung cast a glance at Yi Yao and Lu Liang, signaling them to say something. Since you aspire to be the Shiny King, then Lu Liang eagerly began to express his grand ambitions, but was abruptly silenced by a slap from Yi Yao. One is enough. Do you know the Chu family? Yi Yao began to introduce Ruan Chung. Chu family. Ruan Chung furrowed his brow in thought, then widened his eyes. The one from the southwest? Yi Yao nodded. Oh, I'm such a fool, Mini Long. Yi Yao nodded again. Is it really that hard to guess? You are Chu Xinyue's brother? Ruan Chung asked. Knowing Yi Yao, he was naturally acquainted with Chu Xinyue, a prominent figure at the Imperial Capital University. Indeed. Chu Yuntian replied, rummaging through his backpack to prepare a meal for the Pokémon. By the second half of the year, we should be schoolmates. Upon hearing this, Ruan Chung did not immediately rejoice at the prospect of welcoming a genius to their school. Instead, he sighed, glancing at the level 20 Guaguapao frog. I can already imagine how unfortunate the students of your cohort will be. He then cast a sympathetic look at Lu Liang. Lu Liang responded with confusion. Yi Yao patted Lu Liang, emphasizing the importance of participation. Yet, Lu Liang showed no sign of being disheartened. Instead, he expressed surprise to Chu Yuntian. You're going to Imperial Capital University? Then we'll be teammates. Yi Yao was taken aback. Lu Liang exclaimed, good lad, you're taking a different path. With someone so formidable around, why must one compete against them? Oh, you too? Chu Yuntian retorted. Do you think you can get in? Lu Liang pushed up his glasses. What kind of question is that? I'm also a top student, you know. Then you'd better work hard. Securing a spot on the school team to represent Imperial Capital University won't be easy, Chu Yuntian said earnestly, knowing that with Lu Liang's abilities, he would need to accelerate his growth to vie for a main position at Imperial Capital University. In just a few minutes, all the Pokémon mingled, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Yi Yao carefully petted the shiny Lutu, while Ruan Chung, as usual, adored fire-type Pokémon, unfortunately subjecting Cuddy Dog and Tan Xiaoshi to his whims. After dinner, Chu Yuntian packed a portion of food into his spatial backpack and, after exchanging pleasantries, headed towards the distant woods. Where's he going? Lu Liang asked, watching Chu Yuntian's silhouette. Don't ask what you shouldn't tea, Yi Yao warned her brother. Having noticed that the food Chu Yuntian packed was intended for his Pokémon, Ruan Chung nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Chu Yuntian clearly harbored secrets he did not wish to divulge. Once certain he would not be discovered, Chu Yuntian laid the food on the ground. Come out. A rustling sound emanated from the depths of the forest, and Huashan Moth fluttered to Chu Yuntian, affectionately calling out. Haha, eat up, it will aid your recovery. Chu Yuntian encouraged. Although he had already used the power of Jiangban to heal Huashan Moth and applied healing medicine, its injuries were severe, and complete recovery was impossible within a day or two. After watching Huashan Moth finish eating, Chu Yuntian took out the egg of the burning bug. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. Sensing the aura of the burning bug, Huashan Moth gently nudged it before flying back into the woods. The next morning, as Chu Yuntian crawled out of the tent, he began his morning routine. Ruan Chung and Yi Yao had risen early and were preparing breakfast. Watching their seamless cooperation made Chu Yuntian feel something was amiss. After the group finished breakfast and was discussing their plans, a vast aurora suddenly appeared in the sky. Wow, the aurora. How beautiful. What great luck. The group eagerly opened their wristwatches to capture the moment. But as they watched, Chu Yuntian sensed something was off. Let us go check out the aurora, he declared, swiftly gathering his belongings, and Ruan Chung and the others followed suit. Half an hour later, at the base of a towering cliff beside an icy lake, they found a light blue Pokémon lying motionless on the ground, its breath faint, quietly whimpering. This is the Ice Snow Dragon. Chu Yuntian crouched down for a closer look, his eyes filled with astonishment. What? Yi Yao and the others exclaimed. You mean this is the Ice Snow Dragon? That fossil Pokémon? Lu Liang asked anxiously. The Ice Snow Dragon was a fossil Pokémon, and until now, no living specimen had been found worldwide. The only one was resurrected a few years ago through fossil revival technology. Chu Yuntian ignored him and immediately used the power of Jiangban to give the little one a breath of life. Such severe injuries. What happened? Yi Yao gently touched the wounds on the Ice Snow Dragon. Some of the injuries did not seem to have been inflicted by a Pokémon. After observing for a moment, Chu Yuntian said gravely, if my assumptions are correct, most of these scars on the Ice Snow Dragon were inflicted by humans. It has fainted. Let us treat its wounds first, Yi Yao suggested just as the aurora in the sky vanished. Ruan Chung and Lu Liang immediately rushed over to assist. The four of them worked together, taking more than 10 minutes to bandage the wounds of the Ice Snow Dragon. Throughout the process, Chu Yuntian also used the power of Jiangban to heal it. Chapter 48. Extending the neck for a nucleic acid test. Just open your mouth. I never expected we would encounter the ice snow dragon, Yao said, staring at the bandaged ice snow dragon in disbelief. Indeed, it feels like a dream. Ruanqing echoed. All right, let us move to another location. This place may not be safe, Chu Yuntian advised. The three nodded in agreement. Come out, Kun Kun Xiong. Yao tossed out the Pokeball. Owl. Kun Kun Xiong emerged with a loud cry, initially thinking it was time to battle. Yao pointed to the ice snow dragon on the ground. Kun Kun Xiong, carry the ice snow dragon and come with us. Kun Kun Xiong paused in confusion. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Under Yao's authoritative gaze, Kun Kun Xiong reluctantly bent down to hoist the ice snow dragon onto its shoulder. Finding a slightly more concealed spot, Chu Yuntian and the others sat around the ice snow dragon. Who do you think inflicted these wounds? Lu Liang inquired. Who else could it be? Pokémon poachers or hunters? Chu Yuntian replied, feeling somewhat frustrated. They had only entered the secret realm twice, and both times encountered Pokémon poachers. What terrible luck. It's those people, Lu Liang exclaimed, alarmed, harboring trepidation towards those unscrupulous individuals. Yi Yao and Ruanqing felt uneasy as well, fearing an encounter with the culprits who harmed the ice snow dragon. Having ventured into the secret realm many times, they had never encountered poachers. By the way, how did you know the ice snow dragon was down here? Ruanqing asked. When Chu Yuntian suddenly led them this way, he must have known something. Well, I happen to know some information about the ice snow dragon, Chu Yuntian said, reaching out to touch the yellow wing-like membrane on the ice snow dragon's head. When the being Xu Eling weeps, it evokes the aurora. Coupled with the frigid climate, I surmise that this place may harbor the presence of the being Xu Eling. Chynti and fabricated an explanation to present, as he would not divulge that it was due to the system's alert. Afterward, Chynti and examined the information on the being Xu Eling. Being Xu Eling. Gender, male. Attributes, ice rock. Level, LV12. Ability, frozen skin. Normal type moves transform into ice type, with a slight increase in power. Skills, aurora veil, screech. Powder snow, thunder wave, rock slide, ice wind. Potential, elite level. An excellent being Xu Eling, Chynti remarked. Alas, he could not capture it. The being Xu Eling could only thrive in cold regions. If taken away, it would likely perish from the heat in no time. After hearing Chynti's explanation, YYO and Ruin Ing heartily closed their notebooks, pleased to have learned something new. The four engaged in conversation, and nearly 2 hours passed before the being Xu Eling blinked awake. Upon seeing Chyntin and the others, the being Xu Eling strained to rise and attempted to flee. Hey, little one, you mustn't move recklessly now. Chynti and interposed in front of the being Xu Eling. The creature nervously glanced around, emitting a feeble cry. It's all right, this place is safe. Chynti and squatted down, allowing the power of CHNGPN to manifest, gradually approaching the being Xu Eling. He extended his hand to embrace its long neck. Little one, no one here will harm you. As it sensed Chynti's aura, the tension within the being Xu Eling began to dissipate. By nature, the being Xu Eling is an exceptionally gentle Pokémon, and is quite amiable unless provoked. Once the being Xu Eling was temporarily calmed, Chynti and instructed YYO and the others, step back a bit, so as not to frighten it. Ling, fetch 2 energy cubes from my backpack, the fruity kind. Oh, right away. When Ling returned with the energy cubes, Chynti and cautiously offered them to the being Xu Eling. The creature gazed at him with pleading eyes, clearly distressed. Good child, eat up. The little one sniffed, tentatively licked the treat, and upon tasting it, could no longer restrain itself. Seeing the being Xu Eling devour the food eagerly, Chynti and stepped aside and released Gugu Piohu. Go, inquire about the situation. Gugu Piohu retorted, I am a Pokémon, not your HR. 2 bags of snacks, are you in? Gugu Piohu pondered. Hurry up, if you don't, there are plenty of Pokémon who will. How unreasonable. Gugu Piohu huffed in discontent before leaping toward the being Xu Eling. Soon, Gugu Piohu engaged in conversation with the being Xu Eling, revealing itself as a seasoned negotiator. Chynti was quite pleased. After raising frogs for 1,000 days, one could utilize them in a moment. What are you doing? Ling whispered, wary of startling the being Xu Eling. Gathering intelligence. I know, but what I mean is, even if Gugu Piohu manages to extract information, will you understand? Ling queried. At that moment, Ruin Ing and YYO also gathered closer. I have a question that I'm unsure whether to ask, Ruin Ing ventured. Feel free to ask. Why the somber tone? Earlier, when you treated the being Xu Eling, that technique you used. Upon hearing this, Chynti and understood immediately. Raising his hand, are you referring to this? Precisely, CHNGPN, right? Ruin Ing pointed at Chynti's palm. Indeed. The trio fell into silence for a moment, realizing the rarity of CHNGPN in the vastness of the Dragon Kingdom. The number of CHNGPN wielders appearing each year amounts to but a handful, unlike the fervor evoked by a multitude of shimmering Pokémon. Their reaction to CHNGPN was subdued. While they conversed, Gugu Pohu returned, having grasped the events leading up to this moment, bouncing back with enthusiasm. What did you find out? Chyntin inquired. Gugu Pohu chattered away, but Ruin Ching and the others could scarcely comprehend. Chyntin, however, gleaned the essence. The being Xuel Ing and its mother, the being Xu Ing, encountered poachers 3 days prior. The little one escaped under the protection of the being Xu Ing, yet it fled with its body marred by wounds, ultimately collapsing on the ice. As for the being Xu Ing, it may have already fallen into the hands of those poachers. What a poignant tale, Chyntin mused, wiping away imaginary tears. After sharing his understanding with the trio, they deliberated on how to handle the being Xuel Ing. What should we do now? We can't just abandon the being Xuel Ing, Ruin Ing stated. Any true Pokémon enthusiast would not turn a blind eye to such a situation. Ruin Ing was resolute in this belief. Moreover, this was merely a D-grade secret realm. The highest level Pokémon the poachers could bring would not exceed level 40, posing little threat. What to do? That is quite simple, Chyntin declared, striding towards the being Xuel Ing and placing his hand atop its head. We will locate them and eliminate them. At his words, the trio rolled their eyes in unison. Brother, you really are something. You just speak without a second thought. Chapter 49, The Poacher Quartet. Let us first formulate an action plan. We are unaware of how many poachers there are or their Pokémon's levels, YYO suggested. Observing YYO's demeanor, Ling quickly pulled her aside. Sister, have you forgotten you possess a secret treasure? To confront poachers with a secret treasure, how clever of you. So what? YYO replied. Ling was momentarily struck dumb. All right, you are worrying for naught. Chyntin is here, what is there to fear? Have you forgotten his identity? YYO recalled how Chyntin had left with provisions the previous night, firmly believing he must have formidable Pokémon at his side. It was somewhat puzzling, however, why he did not keep them in Pokeballs. Ling pondered for a moment before slapping his thigh in realization. How foolish of me. Since Chyntin dares to confront the poachers, he must have some backing. As a young master entering a secret realm, apart from his own Pokémon, he could very well have numerous bodyguards accompanying him. What are they discussing? YYO and Ling whispered among themselves. Particularly Ling, whose expression shifted dramatically, piquing Ruin Ching's curiosity. I wonder, why not ask them? Chyntin casually suggested, though his keen senses had already captured every word of their conversation. That might not be appropriate. Let's not. Ruin Ching, a gossipy yet polite person, hesitated. Chyntin shrugged, arms outstretched. Once the two siblings returned, he promptly declared, there is no time to lose. We must set off at once. But we have no idea where to search, Ling replied. The being Xuel Ing had fled for 3 days. Who could say where the poachers might be now? When I discovered the being Xuel Ing, I observed the surrounding environment. Its escape route fortuitously led towards the secret realm's exit. Ruin Ing mused. This means that the poachers are likely still deep within the secret realm. Whether they continue to pursue the being Xuel Ing or intend to exit, they will come in this direction. Chyntin could not help but nod in approval. Thus, we merely need to set up an ambush along the way to the secret realm's exit. Yes, let us hasten. I recall there is an ice waterfall not far from the exit, precisely along this route. We should wait there. YYO opened an electronic map and sent a coordinate. With that, the four turned to face the being Xuel Ing, which had been listening intently and was almost moved to tears. Wasting no more time, Chyntin took the lead and strode forward. By the time they reached the ice waterfall, it was already afternoon, as they had exerted themselves for several hours. Both humans and Pokémon were utterly exhausted, and the sudden onset of heavy snowfall within the secret realm only exacerbated their discomfort. The group huddled together, shivering in the frigid breeze at a high elevation, surrounding a makeshift fire constructed from dry wood. Li Ynhu, ignite the fire, Ruancheng urged, covering his mouth with his hands to exhale warm breath. In contrast, Chu Yuntian held a thick-furred KDGU in his arms, fortified by the powers of Long and Shing, feeling relatively unbothered by the cold. As he glanced around, he noticed the ice and snow dragon retreating to a distance the moment the fire flared to life. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged that the ice and snow dragon's aversion to heat made it quite difficult to care for. How long are we going to wait? If those people don't come out in days, are we just going to sit here? Liang posed a soul-searching question. Ruancheng responded with a sidelong glance at Chu Yuntian. It's not impossible, but the likelihood is low. Chu Yuntian nodded, encouraging him to elaborate. The ice and snow dragon has been on the run for 3 days. indicating that the poachers entered the secret realm at least 3 days ago. Therefore, they are unaware of the influx of trainers drawn here by the treasure in the past couple of days. The arrival of numerous trainers undoubtedly impacts their poaching activities, significantly increasing the risk of exposure. If I were a poacher, 3 days would be ample time to notice something amiss and to avoid detection. I would certainly want to exit the secret realm as soon as possible. Ruansheng concluded his reasoning, looking to Chu Yuntian and Yi Yao for their thoughts. I concur with your assessment, Yi Yao responded, her eyes reflecting admiration for Ruansheng. Chu Yuntian's impression of Ruansheng had evolved from that of a simpleton to a decisive figure, and now he recognized him as a person of exceptional observational skills and clear logical thinking. It was a pity that, as Ruansheng himself claimed, before entering university, he had already caught the attention of the Fire-type champion, who had offered him assistance. In summary, Ruansheng was under the patronage of the Fire-type champion. Let us eat first, regain our spirits, and wait patiently for the opportunity, Chu Yuntian suggested, producing several boxes of self-heating rice, distributing one to each of them. Come, let me treat you to a feast. After receiving her portion, Yi Yao glanced at Chu Yuntian's backpack and inquired, where did you acquire this backpack? It seems to have far more space than ours. It's a custom model, Chu Yuntian replied, aware that Yi Yao and her companions used the most common types of spatial backpacks, which did not exceed 3 cubic meters. Money affords one certain liberties. Ruansheng remarked candidly, swiftly tearing open his packaging. Only El Liang remained silent, quietly retrieving his own food. I'll pass. I prefer a lighter diet. Suit yourself. They replied. After their meal, the four engaged in conversation while waiting for the poacher's arrival. The ice and snow dragon lay pensively beneath a nearby tree. As the elevation of the ice waterfall ensured that few trainers passed through this area, otherwise, its presence would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. As dusk approached, the dense forest saw 3 men and 1 woman, bundled tightly against the snow, laboriously trudging through the accumulation. Damn this weather. It's infuriating, a stout man ahead grumbled. Brushing snow from his hat, Zhu Laosan, stop dawdling and hurry up, came an impatient prompt from behind. Damn, are you eager to reincarnate? We've been walking forever. Let us find a place to rest, Zhu Laosan responded, scanning for a spot with less snow and plopping down. The others had no choice but to accommodate him. His considerable weight made him ill-suited for endurance. Zhu Laosan, you really ought to lose some weight. It hampers our efficiency, one teammate remarked, eliciting a glum expression from him. Meijia, you sound just like that jerkly lousy. It's not that I don't want to lose weight. It's just that this fat won't budge, Zhu Laosan lamented. The woman, known as Meijia, set her backpack down, pulled up her frost-resistant mask, and took a sip from a water bottle. If we don't hurry, who knows what unexpected events we might encounter, she said, glancing at their leader. What about the ice and snow dragon? It won't survive if we take it with us. Hearing this, Zhu Laosan and Li Laosi turned their gazes toward their leader, Lu Feng, a middle-aged man. Lu Feng removed his mask, exhaling heavily before responding. The ice and snow dragon, whether alive or dead, holds significant value. Ideally, delivering it alive to the organization would maximize our benefits. Furthermore, I suspect that, even if it reaches the organization, they would ultimately seek to sell it to official research facilities. After all, it is notoriously difficult to sustain. Li Mei, stroking her frostbitten face, remarked, whatever. Once I get my money, I must first treat myself, then go fishing for a couple of handsome boys. Hey, Meijia, what about me? Li Laosi chimed in, rubbing his hands together in a sleazy, obsequious manner. Just play. With your bony frame, you might fall apart in minutes, Meijia retorted disdainfully. Chapter 50, another recording. While the group rested, they remained oblivious to the shadow that had stealthily followed them from a distance. Wang Mingming, the leader of the ground-type national gym in Rongqing and daughter of Wang Changfeng, initially came to the capital merely to observe the freshman competition. However, upon learning of the secret treasure, she entered the secret realm, scurrying about like many trainers in search of it. Today, she fortuitously stumbled upon Lu Feng's group of poachers capturing Pokémon. The dark capture balls employed by Lu Feng's team were unmistakable. Not that poachers were reluctant to use standard Pokeballs. Rather, the dark capture balls served to imprison rather than capture. As poachers, utilizing dark capture balls for maximum efficiency was entirely common. At this moment, having tracked Lu Feng's group towards the secret realm's exit, Wang Mingming decided not to follow them any further. Being astute, she recognized that confronting 4 poachers alone was unwise. Seeking assistance was the prudent choice. Just as she prepared to take a different route to leave, an unexpected situation arose ahead. In the woods, another group emerged, led by a notably young man who, despite the freezing weather, cradled a delicate girl in his arms. Behind him were 2 burly bodyguards. Had Chu Yuntian been present, he would have instantly recognized the 2 scoundrels intent on stealing his Pokémon. What do you want? Lu Feng warned ominously as he observed Li Yulong, Su Tian, and their 2 bodyguards approaching. Li Mei, Zhu Laosan, and Li Laosi all stood up, their eyes fixed on Li Yulong. Li Yulong chuckled lightly, donning a facade of false friendliness. Please, don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. I inadvertently overheard your conversation. I hope you won't take offense. At this, Lu Fang's group tensed up. The revelation of the ice and snow dragon was certainly not a welcome development. What did this pretentious man intend? To kill and loot? Stop the theatrics and say what you want, Zhu Laosan snapped, unable to tolerate Li Yulong's demeanor. You, my friend, are rather impatient, Li Yulong replied, stepping forward after setting Su Tian aside. I wish to make a business proposal with you. What do you mean? Lu Fang inquired. Regardless of your identities, I implore you to sell me the ice and snow dragon, Li Yulong stated. Lu Fang comprehended his words and began to mentally calculate. It was clear that this young man was aware of their identities, and from the look of it, he was demanding either the ice and snow dragon or else he would expose them. With the exit of the secret realm in close proximity, who knew when others might appear? Should their identities be exposed, they would undoubtedly face imprisonment. The current situation has placed Lu Fang and his companions in a rather precarious position. Although they have previously encountered other trainers who discovered their true identities, their combined strength has allowed them to easily handle those less skilled trainers. However, today seems different. The demeanor of their adversaries suggests they are not to be trifled with. What should they do? Lu Fang felt a sense of urgency. Noticing Lu Fang's silence, Li Yulong spoke up. I won't let you suffer losses. How about 2 million? After all, you have worked hard. Damn it, 2 million. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? The irritable Zhu Laosan could no longer contain his frustration. 2 million was a meager sum. The value of the ice and snow giant dragon, regardless of its fate, would conservatively be in the 9-digit range. Although the organization would take 80% of the profits, each of them would still end up with a hefty sum in the millions. Rob? What a hassle. Li Yulong replied with a smile. Do you know who Brother Yulong is? The name alone would frighten you. Su Tian, hiding behind Li Yulong, chimed in with a false bravado. I don't care who you are. If you try to take what's mine, I will fight to the death. Zhu Laosan shouted, already in a foul mood and now facing a robbery. Li Yulong squinted at Zhu Laosan. Those reckless individuals often cause the most trouble. Ignoring Zhu Laosan, Li Yulong launched into his classic phrase, there is nothing I, Li Yulong, desire that I cannot obtain. This phrase had rarely failed him. He was confident that given his notorious reputation in the capital, these people would have heard of him. Indeed, upon hearing the name, Zhu Laosan and Li Laosi displayed little reaction. However, Lu Fang and Li Mei were visibly taken aback, their expressions reflecting their dismay. Damn it! How did we encounter this little brat? The master of the national-level electric-type gym in the capital, Li Ji, was a tremendously powerful king-level trainer. His only blemish perhaps being his foolish son, or so Lu Fang had heard. What should we do? Li Mei whispered to Lu Fang. Lu Fang did not respond but addressed Li Yulong, young Master Li. To be honest, I do not wish to offend you, but 2 million is quite a jest. Seeing Lu Fang's tactful approach, Li Yulong felt a swell of pride. Indeed, his reputation was well known. It had been quite a while since someone had disrespected him. However, as he pondered, his previously buoyant mood began to wane. A jest? How much do you want then? Li Yulong threw the question back to Lu Fang. He was not foolish. Lu Fang and his companions were poachers, the kind that would risk their lives when cornered. He merely wanted the ice and snow giant dragon, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with them. Not much, 40 million, Lu Fang stated. Boss, Zhu Laosan exclaimed, astonished at the figure. Lu Fang ignored him, focusing intently on Li Yulong. He believed that despite the seemingly high bid, if the other party was not foolish, they would not refuse. After all, it was the ice and snow giant dragon. Besides the one in the research facility, this was the only one in existence. 40 million. Li Yulong said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. His monthly living expenses were only 500,000. Given his extravagant lifestyle, 2 million was from his previous savings, but 40 million? That would cost him dearly. Yet, if he could acquire the ice and snow giant dragon, it would be worth it. Li Yulong took a deep breath and said, 40 million is acceptable, but you must wait until we are outside to transfer the funds. Understood. Lu Fang did not press Li Yulong for immediate payment. However, once outside, it was not that he doubted young Master Li's integrity. One must always be cautious. Lu Fang subtly signaled to Li Mei. Li Mei shook her spirit watch, indicating that she had recorded their earlier conversation. Young Master Li, you wouldn't want your father to find out about your association with poachers, would you? Chapter 51 is still recording. You. Li Yulong was taken aback by their audacity to record him. Where had they learned such shamelessness? Lu Fang smirked, confident that as long as young Master Li did not breach their agreement, the video would remain confidential. We have no intention of offending the gym leader without reason. Li Yulong was genuinely furious, staring at Li Mei's spirit watch, momentarily lost in thought as he envisioned a certain figure. Chu Yuntian, very well. Li Yulong gritted his teeth. I want to inspect the goods. Otherwise, how can I trust your words? Of course, Lu Fang replied nonchalantly, unaffected by Li Yulong's menacing gaze as he produced the dark ball containing the ice and snow giant dragon. The massive creature emerged into the snowy expanse, groaning in its unconscious state. After circling the ice and snow giant dragon a couple of times, Li Yulong burst into an exuberant laugh. Wonderful. It truly is the ice and snow giant dragon. However, his exhilaration was short-lived as Lu Fang interrupted him, recalling the ice and snow giant dragon back into the dark ball. Now that you have seen the ice and snow giant dragon, it is time for young Master Li to make the payment, an initial payment of 2 million. Upon hearing this, Li Yulong was displeased but refrained from voicing his thoughts, deciding to wait until the ice and snow giant dragon was secured. Soon, the 2 million was transferred. Lu Fang, ever direct, confirmed receipt of the funds and casually tossed the dark ball containing the ice and snow giant dragon to Li Yulong. Li Yulong reached out, his gaze fixed intently on the dark ball as it traveled through the air. Supersonic larva. Use water gun. A female voice rang out the moment Lu Fang threw the dark ball. The supersonic larva, having circled around Li Yulong, fired a water gun, striking the dark ball perfectly, sending it on a parabolic arc toward Wang Mingming. However, it was intercepted mid-flight by Li Laosi. Boss, that person is recording. Oh no. Both Lu Fang and Li Yulong's hearts sank as they realized there were others present, recording the encounter. The experienced Lu Fang immediately shouted, "Quick, pursue them. If this matter is exposed, neither of us will fare well." Li Yulong snapped back to reality and signaled his bodyguards to give chase. The snow fell heavier as Wang Mingming, filled with trepidation, sprinted towards the exit of the secret realm. Behind her, Lu Fang and Li Yulong's groups relentlessly pursued her. It's over, it's over, it's over, Wang Mingming muttered to herself, regretting her impulsiveness. She shouldn't have acted. Yet, seeing the ice and snow giant dragon in such a battered state ignited a fierce anger within her. Neither the poachers nor the infamous Li Yulong could be allowed to seize the ice and snow giant dragon. With this conviction, Wang Mingming acted without hesitation. The impulsive result was that she failed to capture the ice and snow giant dragon and was now fleeing for her life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Liang, who had been idly guarding the ice waterfall, noticed some indistinct sounds coming from the woods below, growing increasingly closer. Something's happening. Are they coming? Yi Yao and Ruan Cheng walked over together, crouching down to observe cautiously. Chu Yuntian glanced at the ice and snow giant dragon, which was now unusually agitated, seemingly sensing the presence of its kin. Mission released. Rescue the ice and snow giant dragon. Reward, unknown. Upon hearing the system's mission, Chu Yuntian smiled softly. Although he did not know what the reward would be, any reward was better than none. Don't worry, I will save your mother. He whispered to the ice and snow giant dragon before donning his frostproof mask. He turned his head and nodded slightly to the others. Positioned behind Ruan Cheng, Yi Yao, and Lu Liang, Chu Yuntian addressed them. Let us prepare to descend and assess the situation. Yi Yao rose to her feet and addressed El Liang, instructing him to keep watch over the Bingshu along all right. El Liang readily agreed, aware that he could offer no assistance. Be careful, and if it becomes too dangerous, just run. Chu Yuntian chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. In the forest, after running for several minutes, Wang Mingming found herself cornered by the factions of Li Yulong and Lu Fang. Oh, still a girl, huh? Zhu Laosan taunted, positioning himself in front of Wang Mingming. Zhu Laosan, come back here, Lu Fang urged from behind, realizing they no longer needed to act as the vanguard now that they had cornered her. Hearing this, Wang Mingming glanced toward Li Yulong, who was blocking her escape in the opposite direction. What do you want? Li Yulong scanned Wang Mingming from head to toe, his brow furrowing. Delete the video. What video? She replied, feigning ignorance. Stop playing dumb. Li Yulong snapped. I don't understand what you're saying. Wang Mingming maintained her calm demeanor while frantically contemplating an escape plan. Would revealing her identity intimidate them into retreating? That was unlikely. Knowing their secret would only prompt them to silence her to avoid retribution from Wang Chengfeng. Fine, you want to play hardball? Li Yulong advanced step by step toward Wang Mingming, who slowly retreated, gripping her spirit ball tightly. With a gentle press, a Dazawawa appeared before her. Don't come any closer, Wang Mingming shouted, and Dazawawa responded with a roar. What? You want to fight? Li Yulong sneered. We have a number of people on our side. Before he finished speaking, his two bodyguards had already summoned their Pokémon, a level 39 Beedrill and an Arbok. Wang Mingming took another 2 steps back, only to hear Lu Fang's voice behind her. Little girl, do you think we don't exist? Frustrated, Wang Mingming realized she was out of options. Facing Li Yulong's relentless advance in such frigid weather, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Was she truly going to have to hand over her spirit watch? But even if she did, would they let her go? The thought was unbearable. Seeing Wang Mingming's predicament, Li Yulong seized the opportunity to flaunt his bravado. So, what's it going to be? Will you hand over your spirit watch quietly, or will I have to take matters into my own hands? Just so you know, I'm not gentle. I only show tenderness in bed. Disgusting. Wang Mingming retorted disdainfully. Li Yulong, feeling his pride wounded, angrily shot back. I won't waste my breath. Last chance. Throw your spirit watch to me, or else. Hey, why are there so many people here? Are we having a bonfire party? Just as the tension escalated, a group of newcomers appeared. Li Yulong instinctively thought, what a bunch of nuisances. Get lost, this is none of your business. He shouted. Chu Yuntian and Ruan Cheng, however, ignored his warning and approached Wang Mingming directly. Due to their frost-resistant masks, neither Chu Yuntian nor Li Yulong recognized one another. Seeing the gathering crowd, Lu Fang sensed the situation spiraling out of control and quickly said, Young Master Li, our transaction is complete. I hope you won't go back on your word. You guys. Li Yulong fumed, realizing these poachers were utterly unreliable. The four from Lu Fang brushed past Chu Yuntian without any obstruction. Yet, as Chu Yuntian watched them leave, his gaze was laden with meaning. With the departure of one group, the remaining situation became more manageable, something Chu Yuntian had not anticipated. Wang Mingming glanced around and inched closer to Chu Yuntian. Sister, are you all competing for a treasure? Chu Yuntian inquired with a smile. No. Wang Mingming shook her head, then had a sudden realization. These people are poachers trying to steal my Pokémon. In her eyes, poachers were the common enemy of all trainers, and regardless of the circumstances. She needed to align with the newcomers. Chu Yuntian's reaction relieved Wang Mingming and eased her tension. What? Poachers? He exclaimed, swiftly shielding Ruan Cheng. Senior, it's up to you now. A moment of silence enveloped the three factions. The awkward atmosphere lingered for several seconds before Li Yulong broke the stillness. Crazy. Who asked the poacher? Wang Mingming pointed at him. You want to steal my Pokémon? You're full of nonsense. Li Yulong, now disregarding his image, began to trade insults with Wang Mingming. Chu Yuntian and Ruan Cheng exchanged perplexed glances, realizing their previously devised plan seemed somewhat redundant. Suddenly, a towering flame erupted from the distant woods, precisely where Lu Fang's group had departed. Everyone's attention was drawn to the unexpected spectacle. But only Chu Yuntian and Ruan Cheng understood that Yi Yao had taken action. On their way, Chu Yuntian had already informed Yi Yao about the existence of the Huashing Moth and instructed it to obey her command. When Lu Fang's group left, Chu Yuntian had used his spirit watch to notify Yi Yao to intercept them, even though the Bingshu Along was no longer in their possession. Did one really need a reason to confront poachers? Noticing the expressions on Chu Yuntian and Ruan Cheng's faces, Li Yulong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Delete the video. And I promise I won't trouble you afterward, he proposed. Then you give me what I want, Wang Mingming replied calmly, negotiating with Li Yulong instead. Delusional. Li Yulong glared at Wang Mingming, then shot a warning look at Chu Yuntian and Ruan Cheng. I won't need the video, if you dare to leak it. Just wait for your demise. Leaving behind a threatening remark, Li Yulong intended to exit the standoff. Even if the video were to go public, the worst that could happen was receiving some scolding and being grounded for a couple of months, which was hardly painful. Moreover, he could easily claim that he had only made the deal with the poachers to save the Bingshu Along out of necessity. As Li Yulong prepared to leave, Wang Mingming grew anxious and attempted to stall him. Just then, a buzzing sound filled the forest. A fiery figure swiftly approached, and in no time, it was right in front of them. Huashing Moth. Wang Mingming recognized it, and Li Yulong's group did as well. Level 81, Li Yulong exclaimed, using his spirit watch to gather information, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. Run, he shouted, taking off without a second thought, leaving Su Tian stunned. Huashing Moth. Encircle them with flame vortex. Following Chu Yuntian's command, the Huashing Moth unleashed flames, forming a circle that trapped Li Yulong and his companions within. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mingming was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this an E-level secret realm? How had a level 81 Huashing Moth been introduced here? She had never considered that a creature of such caliber could be captured within a secret realm, as it seemed impossible. Listen up, you are surrounded, Chu Yuntian shouted. Hand over the Bingshu Along, or face dire consequences. Trapped in the flames, Li Yulong felt as if he would be scorched alive at any moment. Hearing Chu Yuntian's voice from outside, he could no longer ponder why a level 81 Huashing Moth was present or how this person knew about the Bingshu Along. All he knew was that he had encountered a formidable adversary, and if he didn't surrender the Bingshu Along, he would perish here. When the flames finally dissipated, Li Yulong and his companions were left in a state of shock. As Li Yulong, encountering a Pokémon of the legendary tier is a frequent occurrence. Yet he finds himself regarded as an adversary by these formidable creatures, even facing their attacks. This marks the first time for Li Yulong to experience such a situation. Akin to an old lady riding in a bridal sedan. What are you dawdling for? Do you want me to end you? Chu Yuntian, with a rogue's demeanor, remains unseen by Li Yulong. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Li Yulong feels revitalized. Friend, I can offer you the ice and snow giant dragon as a token of friendship, he declares, presenting the dark ball to Chu Yuntian. Throw it over, Chu Yuntian commands. While the fire god moth has already positioned itself behind Li Yulong, blocking his escape. Fine, here it is, Li Yulong relents, casting the dark ball into the air. Chu Yuntian catches it, inspects it briefly, and then carelessly tosses it to Yi Yao, who stands behind him. I am Li Yulong. May I know how to address you? My brother? He suddenly inquires, unwilling to accept defeat. If he can ascertain the identity of this person, he vows to devise a means of revenge later. Taken aback by Li Yulong's question, Chu Yuntian pauses. Li Yulong? That name sounds familiar. Isn't that the fool? He recalls. Thus, the one lurking behind him is none other than Su Tian, the usurper. Curiosity piqued, Chu Yuntian gazes at the two with a burning desire for gossip. I am LV Xiaobu. Are you hoping to remember my name so you can settle a score with me? Chu Yuntian's eyes turn icy, his tone becoming increasingly hostile. The fire god moth, ever the loyal companion, flaps its wings, enveloping Li Yulong in a searing aura once more. I wouldn't dare. I merely wish to make a friend. If you are unwilling, then so be it. After saying this, Li Yulong cautiously asks, may we leave? Scram. The group of Li Yulong breathes a sigh of relief, hastily departing without a moment's hesitation. Once the figures of the group fade from sight, Chu Yuntian turns back to say, quickly check on the ice and snow giant dragon's condition. Yao nods and releases the ice and snow giant dragon. The injuries are quite severe, Wancheng observes. Noting that those fiends had even administered drugs to force the ice and snow giant dragon into a state of unconsciousness. First, let's ensure its life is stable. Chu Yuntian declares, placing his hands upon the ice and snow giant dragon, while Yi Yao and Wancheng retrieve various medicines from their bags to tend to it. Observing their adept movements, Wang Mengmeng is utterly dumbfounded, refraining from speaking, as she well remembers the fate of Li Yulong's group. The ice and snow giant dragon is significantly larger than the ice and snow dragon, sustaining even more severe injuries, and it takes nearly an hour to complete the treatment. The sky has turned completely dark, and LV Liang has already brought the ice and snow dragon to this location. The little creature, seeing its injured mother, lies beside her, whimpering. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black night sky, the aurora caused by the ice and snow dragon is particularly stunning. What on earth are you people? Wang Mingming finally whispers after the treatment concludes. LV Xiaobu, didn't you hear? Chu Yuntian looks up in surprise. Wang Mingming is somewhat speechless, realizing she asked about their identities, not their names. However, she decides against arguing, sensing that this individual might be a bit unstable. It would be best not to provoke him. Shifting her gaze to Wancheng, she introduces herself. I am Wang Mingming. And you? Wancheng points to himself and glances at Chu Yuntian. I am Snake. Snake? What a peculiar name. It feels familiar. Wang Mingming furrows her brow. Finally, it is Yao who can no longer bear to see such an adorable girl being toyed with by the two. I am Huifei. And this is my younger brother, Lu Zhanbua. Yao gestures towards LV Liang. Nice. It's you. Chu Yuntian feels a rush of delight, relishing the fact that someone can catch on to his jokes and act accordingly. At this moment, Wancheng and Yao are his closest friends. Chapter 53, Capturing the Ice and Snow Dragon. After exchanging names, Wang Mingming quickly becomes familiar with everyone. Upon learning that LV and Chu Yuntian are merely high school seniors yet to graduate, she finds it hard to believe. The fire god moth is not my Pokémon. I merely saved it, and it is repaying me, Chu Yuntian clarifies. Wang Mingming nods, acknowledging that he saved the fire god moth, as well as the ice and snow dragon and the ice and snow giant dragon. You truly are a good person, she praises sincerely. Haha, is that so? Chu Yuntian, unflustered, rises to his feet and proposes to the group. Shall we set up camp here for the night? Sure, they all agree in unison. Chu Yuntian turns to Wang Mingming. And you? Wang Mingming surveys her surroundings, realizing it is now night, and searching for another location would be unsafe. If you don't mind, may I camp beside you? Chu Yuntian nods, and they begin to set up their tents. Half an hour later, 5 tents form a circle around a lit campfire. As the group shares dinner, chatting and laughing together, the ice and snow dragon remains curled up on the ice and snow giant dragon, now asleep, likely exhausted from crying. Just then, the membranous wings atop the ice and snow giant dragon stir, followed by a low growl. Awake? LV Liang inquires. It seems so. Chu Yuntian replies as he rises and addresses the others. I'll go take a look. You all stay back for now. They understand the implication behind his words. Given the ice and snow giant dragon's past experiences, it would undoubtedly harbor animosity towards humans, and approaching recklessly could lead to an attack. However, as Chu Yuntian stands before the ice and snow giant dragon, nothing untoward occurs. The creature emits soft sounds directed at Chu Yuntian, seemingly expressing gratitude. Your injuries are not yet healed. Do not move around too much, he advises, raising his hand to channel a wave of energy, which brings comfort to the ice and snow giant dragon, who begins to relax. Such a gentle nature. No wonder it is renowned for its kindness, he muses, and then gestures towards the campfire, signaling the others to join him with excitement. Following a brief interaction, Chu Yuntian gives the ice and snow giant dragon medical instructions, urging it to rest adequately. The next morning, after a final check on the ice and snow giant dragon's injuries and confirming its stability, Chu Yuntian speaks to it. From now on, be cautious and do not allow any evildoers to capture you again. The ice and snow giant dragon obediently nods. The ice and snow dragon then rushes over, biting at the hem of Chu Yuntian's pants and whimpering. What is it, little one? Chu Yuntian, fond of the ice and snow dragon, squats down to embrace its neck. It must be reluctant to see you go, Yao comments from the side. Huh. Chu Yuntian looks at the ice and snow dragon in astonishment. Little one, you don't want me to leave? The ice and snow dragon nods vigorously. This leaves Chu Yuntian in a quandary. It is impossible for him to stay. Host, perhaps you should first check the mission rewards? With the system's reminder. Chu Yuntian suddenly remembers he has yet to review the mission rewards. Item, Ice Soul Pearl. Effect, can influence the surrounding environment, transforming it into a world of ice and snow, with adjustable size and immovable positioning. This item sounds reminiscent of something out of magic or fantasy. Despite his reservations, Chu Yuntian contemplates the potential uses of the Ice Soul Pearl. He then turns to the ice and snow dragon, saying, Little one, I cannot remain here, but you can come with me. Upon hearing this, the ice and snow dragon appears stunned, glancing hesitantly at the ice and snow giant dragon. However, the ice and snow giant dragon nudges the little one with its head, pushing it towards Chu Yuntian. Realizing the implication, Chu Yuntian understands that, like the fire god moth, the ice and snow giant dragon is entrusting its offspring to him. He feels overwhelmed, questioning when he had become a caretaker. Clearing his throat, Chu Yuntian reiterates the promise he made to the fire god moth to the ice and snow giant dragon. In any case, I will bring the ice and snow dragon to find you. Until then, focus on growing stronger, so you will not be captured again. Chu Yuntian remarked that the ice and snow giant dragon was of a rather low level, merely at level 46, yet its potential was that of a quasi-king level, indicating ample room for growth. The ice and snow giant dragon rose slowly, its nearly 3-meter height, exuding a formidable sense of pressure. Fire god moth. Chu Yuntian shouted into the depths of the forest. The fire god moth responded swiftly, appearing before the group shortly thereafter. He introduced the ice and snow giant dragon to the fire god moth and instructed the latter to assist in strengthening the former while also ensuring its protection. Both creatures were Pokémon that Chu Yuntian had previously rescued, and since their offspring were entrusted to him, they naturally complied with his requests. After exchanging glances with the ice and snow dragon, the two departed together. Subsequently, under the envious gazes of the onlookers, Chu Yuntian captured the ice and snow dragon in a Pokeball. Enough with the envy. I will raise it at home, and whenever you wish to see it, just come to me. Unable to withstand the melancholic stares from his companions, Chu Yuntian offered a reluctant assurance. Yi Yao and the others smiled in satisfaction, believing that given the Chu family's resources, creating a suitable living environment for the ice and snow dragon would be quite feasible. Wang Mingming, however, was perplexed by Chu Yuntian's statement. Raising it at home? Where is your home? She inquired. Rongqing. Oh, me too. But why haven't I heard of the elf family? Wang Mingming pondered, trying to recall any families capable of affording an ice and snow giant dragon, yet none with the surname El came to mind. The truth was not lost on Yi Yao and the others, who couldn't help but chuckle, as this girl still believed Chu Yuntian was named El Xiaobu. Is this fool also from Rongqing? Chu Yuntian suddenly remembered that the uncultured Wang Qingfeng had a daughter named Wang Mingming. How utterly coincidental. The two families had a close relationship, frequently visiting one another. Yet curiously, Chu Yuntian had never met the Wang siblings, and they did not recognize each other. Enough of that. Thinking too much might give you a fever, Chu Yuntian said to Wang Mingming. He then called for everyone to set off. As it was time to exit the secret realm, outside the secret realm, after bidding farewell to each person, Chu Yuntian felt a deep sense of fatigue. Not of the body, but of the spirit. Upon returning to Chu Xinyue's villa, he had scarcely settled down to rest when 3 girls surrounded him, sternly reprimanding him for his reckless decision to venture into the secret realm alone. Half an hour later, Chu Xinyue, cradling a bug Pokémon, asked, Did you find the treasure? Lu Yi and Zhang Qian also joined her, having slept through the afternoon after their meal. Upon awakening, they learned through messages that Chu Yuntian had gone into the secret realm to search for treasure. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a rare item? After waiting for what felt like an eternity, 3 days had passed before Chu Yuntian finally returned. At this moment, the 3 girls wore expressions of eager anticipation as they awaited his response. Chapter 54, The Transaction of the Dragon's Tooth. No, I didn't. Taking a sip of the water poured by Lu Yi, Chu Yuntian sank into the couch. The treasure was acquired by someone else. What? The 3 girls sighed in disappointment. However, you all know that person. He is one of your teammates. Teammate? Who? Chu Xinyue was taken aback, as she was certain that the person Chu Yuntian referred to could not be Wu Shishir, who had been training her Elurito intensely for the past few days. Aside from Wu Shishir, it could only be Yi Yao and the other 3 boys. Chu Yuntian opened his pock watch and, in front of the 3 girls, sent a message to Yi Yao. If you are considering selling the treasure, please be sure to contact me. This brief message conveyed a multitude of implications, and the 3 girls instantly understood whom Chu Yuntian was referring to. Meanwhile, Yi Yao, who had just returned home not long ago, was taken aback. How did you know? Chu Yuntian chuckled with pride, envisioning Yi Yao's shocked expression. It's a secret. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yao replied to the message, see you tonight. See you tonight. As their conversation concluded, Chu Yuntian was immediately met with 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes. Let us hear it. What is the situation? Chu Xinyue began. Chu Yuntian hesitated for a few seconds, then helplessly replied, you've misunderstood. It's not as you imagine. Oh, then how is it? After a round of explanations, the 3 girls finally relented, realizing it was merely a jest. Given their understanding of Chu Yuntian, if there were truly something amiss, his brazen demeanor would not allow him to deny it. Quick, tell us, did you encounter anything interesting during your expedition into the secret realm? Zhang Qian asked curiously, wrapping her arm around Chu Yuntian's. Lu Yi, with wide eyes, eagerly awaited his response. Chu Yuntian pondered for a moment and decided to start with the bug Pokémon that Chu Xinyue was holding. When they heard about his chance encounter with the fire god moth and the ice and snow giant dragon, the 3 girls could not suppress their astonishment. Upon learning that the ice and snow dragon was currently in Chu Yuntian's Pokeball, they grew impatient to see it. Unfortunately, Chu Yuntian had to decline, explaining that the ice and snow dragon was sensitive to heat, and remaining in the Pokeball for another 2 or 3 days would be manageable, but being exposed to the outside environment would be detrimental to its well-being. Although they could not see the ice and snow dragon, the 3 girls were not anxious. Only Chu Xinyue inquired, where do you plan to keep the ice and snow dragon? In Rongqing, the only suitable place would be her mother's laboratory. But the space was too limited. Chu Yuntian stood up and said, well, you will know soon enough. Without further ado, he released all his Pokémon except for the ice and snow dragon, allowing them to frolic freely. Chu Yuntian then took a shower and slept until nightfall. That evening, at the invitation of Chu Yuntian and Chu Xinyue, Yi Yao and El Liang came to Chu Xinyue's villa. After a delightful dinner, the discussion turned to matters concerning the treasure. Yi Yao took out the dragon's tooth and placed it on the table, immediately drawing attention. The dragon's tooth, of good quality. Chu Yuntian remarked. Aren't you going to keep it for yourself? Yi Yao shook her head decisively. If I had a king-level dragon-type Pokémon, I would certainly keep it for my own use. That makes sense. At this stage, your growth is paramount. Chu Xinyue concurred with Yi Yao's decision. As classmates and teammates, she was well aware of Yi Yao's situation. Among Yi Yao's 4 Pokémon, only Absol had the potential to reach king level, while the remaining Pokémon, including the Chinchou Bear, were only at quasi-king potential, and the Fire Monkey and Ice Pokémon were merely gym level. Yi Yao had not stood out when she first entered the Imperial Capital University, as she had only a small Fire Monkey, rendering her quite unremarkable. It was only after she captured Absol that her fortunes began to turn. Known as the Disaster Pokémon, Absol brought her a string of good luck. Do you understand the value of the dragon's tooth? Chu Yuntian asked. Yi Yao responded affirmatively, having researched it online before coming. She learned that previous appearances of dragon's tooth at auctions had fetched prices nearing 6 figures. The ability to enhance a Pokémon's potential made such treasures inherently valuable, especially so for dragon types, whose might was indisputable. The last auction featuring a dragon-type treasure had occurred many years prior, when Chu Nanfeng was not yet a dragon-type king. It was at that auction that the Chu family invested heavily to acquire the dragon gem, which elevated Chu Nanfeng's fast dragon to champion potential, leading to his later ascension as a dragon-type king. Do you have any specific demands? Or is there something you desire? Money? Resources? Pokémon? Upon hearing this, Yi Yao chuckled ruefully. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. Although Yi Yao was a person of strong opinions, when it came to trading a treasure of this significance and her future prospects, she was somewhat uncertain. El Liang, sitting nearby, quietly suggested, why not ask for some advice? Chu Yuntian could not help but laugh. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I might lead you astray? Hey, since we're already here, if you truly intend to make mischief, we wouldn't be able to resist, would we? The lenses on El Liang's nose reflected a beam of white light. Moreover, you are not that kind of person, are you? Chu Yuntian remained non-committal and countered. What about you? What do you desire? Me? I desire nothing. What does it have to do with me? El Liang waved his hand dismissively. Upon uttering these words, El Liang immediately halted Yi Yao, who was about to speak. Sister, the dragon's tooth was acquired by a Basilu, which means it belongs to you. Although I was present, it truly has nothing to do with me. But no buts. You are placing considerable pressure on me, El Liang interjected. Chu Yuntian and the others exchanged glances, clearly astonished by El Liang's decision, which elevated his standing in their eyes significantly. Well, who would have thought? Chu Yuntian genuinely praised him, recognizing the rarity of someone who remains true to themselves amidst great temptations. Flattered by Chu Yuntian's compliment, El Liang scratched his head shyly. Yi Yao, however, felt uneasy. Although she understood El Liang's intentions were for her benefit, his refusal to accept anything left her unable to feel at ease. Chu Xinyue, observing Yi Yao's expression, quickly discerned her thoughts. I have a few proposals here. Let's see how you choose, she said, pulling out paper and pen while writing. The group, including Chu Yuntian, listened intently as Chu Yuntian casually scribbled a number 5 on the paper. We will value the dragon's tooth at 500 million. How does that sound? Although she posed a question, she did not allow anyone else to speak and continued. We all know that auction prices are artificially inflated. In reality, the dragon's tooth would not fetch such a sum. While you could pursue the auction route, you must also consider your own safety. Yao had no objections. 500 million was already a fair price. Noticing Yao's lack of dissent, Chu Yuntian wrote down a 1. The first option is to give you 500 million in cash. Upon hearing this, Yao shook her head vigorously. She was well aware that some things cannot be bought with money. Chu Yuntian smiled, recognizing that this first proposal was merely a starting point. The second option involves 4 Pokémon with elite-level potential, which you may select at your discretion, along with a comprehensive training plan and the necessary resources, plus 2 slots for entering Long Island. After listening, Yao nodded thoughtfully. This second proposal clearly resonated more with her desires. Elite-level potential Pokémon are invaluable, and for ordinary individuals, acquiring them is nearly impossible. Moreover, possessing elite-level potential does not guarantee achieving that level. Incorrect training methods could significantly diminish a Pokémon's potential, or excessive strain could prevent them from reaching their true capabilities. However, with the Chu family's tailored training plan and resources, these 4 Pokémon attaining elite-level status is virtually assured. Her future appeared remarkably bright, with the lowest achievement being that of a formidable elite-level trainer. Nevertheless, the 2 slots for entering Long Island were comparatively less appealing. Although many wealthy and influential individuals yearn to enter Long Island, often at great expense for the chance to acquire a Dragonite, Yao was not so inclined. While Dragonite is indeed powerful and rare, entry into Long Island does not guarantee success in obtaining one. Most individuals merely go for sightseeing. Yao did not think she possessed the luck to earn Dragonite's approval. Do you wish to enter Long Island? Yao asked Liang. One of the slots would undoubtedly be reserved for him, and for that, she was grateful to Chu Yuntian. Although Liang claimed he desired nothing, she felt she could not make the decision for him. If Liang wished to try his luck on Long Island, she would opt for that proposal. Unsurprisingly, Liang firmly shook his head. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian shrugged her shoulders and looked at Chu Yuntian. Well, it seems this option is also off the table. Chu Yuntian took the pen from Chu Yuntian's hand, twirling it as he spoke. What if we offer a total of 5 elite-level potential Pokémon, keeping the other conditions unchanged, plus an additional 50 million in cash? How does that sound? After contemplating for a few seconds, Yao nodded in agreement, considering this proposal acceptable. If we are to have 5, then one can certainly be chosen by Liang, and he can have half of the money. Of course, how to distribute it is your prerogative, Chu Yuntian replied. Liang attempted to refuse, but was silenced by a glare from Yao. I am your sister. My word is final. With the negotiations concluded, Chu Yuntian promptly called his mother, Wen Riyun, to inform her of the arrangement. Upon hearing the news, Wen Riyun was equally surprised. Shortly thereafter, the contract was prepared and sent over. Within a minute of signing the contract, Yao's account received a transfer of 50 million. Without hesitation, she transferred 25 million to Liang and then inquired, when shall we select the Pokémon? Tomorrow, we need to return to Rongqing first thing in the morning. The ice dragon is yet to be settled, Chu Yuntian stated. Then I shall accompany you, Yao declared as she began to request leave from school, not forgetting to include Liang. Meanwhile, on the other side of the capital, Li Yulong knelt anxiously in the living room, his father, Li Ji, the esteemed leader of the National Electric-type gym, gazing at him with disappointment. Incapable of achieving anything, yet adept at causing trouble, Li Ji spat, his saliva hitting Li Yulong's face. You spend your days engaging in non-productive pursuits, and you cannot even behave yourself, can you? You chose to deal with poachers. What were you thinking? Li Yulong dared not utter a word, kneeling like a chastened quail. Exhausted from scolding, Li Ji finally exhaled deeply and asked, Is that person named El Xiaobu? Yes, Li Yulong nodded vigorously. Fool. At that moment, Li Ji's desire for a second child surged. From now on, you are forbidden from going anywhere except school. If you dare bring trouble back again, I shall break your legs. Li Ji huffed as he left, needing to clean up after Li Yulong's mess and locate the poachers. At the entrance of the secret realm, several disheveled figures stealthily emerged under the cover of night. Boss, I no longer wish to be a poacher, Zhu Laosan sobbed. Me neither, Li Laosi gasped, struggling on the ground. Among them, only Li Mei appeared somewhat better off. Perhaps due to being a woman, Yao had not allowed her fire god moth to unleash its full wrath. However, the most unfortunate was Lu Feng, who had lost several teeth. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the past 2 days, he felt as though he had endured a living nightmare. After being effortlessly defeated by Yao and the fire god moth, all their dark spheres were taken away. That woman had even released the Pokémon they had captured, stating the principle of retribution. With that single phrase, those Pokémon had relentlessly pursued them. The capital is no longer a place for us. We should relocate to another city and open a coffee shop, Lu Feng suggested thoughtfully. A coffee shop? Now that sounds good. Li Mei's spirits lifted slightly. When shall we do this? Zhu Laosan inquired. Lu Fang paused for a moment before replying. We will leave the capital early tomorrow morning. That scoundrel Li Yulong may come looking for trouble. We'll return later to demand our money. What if he refuses? Li Laosi asked. Will we really release the video? That would surely offend Li Ji. Humph, I have my ways, Lu Fang asserted confidently. As night passed, the following day dawned at the capital's airport. The fateful encounter between Chu Yuntian's group and Lu Fang's party occurred once again. Regrettably, neither side recognized the other. After disembarking from the plane, Uncle Wang drove a business vehicle, swiftly transporting Chu Yuntian and his companions directly to the Chu residence, where Wen Riyun and Chu Nanfeng had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Particularly, Chu Nanfeng, upon hearing that his son had brought back the Longxia, was so elated that he couldn't sleep a wink throughout the night. Just the thought of surpassing Chu Jingxiong to become a champion trainer set his blood ablaze. The entire night was spent in turmoil, pondering whether to choose Qi Shi Qingyao, Qimi Long, or Yin Long. All three of his Pokémon had already reached level 89, and they were all dragon type. Any one of them breaking through to level 90 would grant him 3 champion level Pokémon, elevating the Chu family to new heights. Must you not be quiet for a moment? Wen Ruoyan scolded, slapping Chu Nanfeng's incessantly shaking leg. Behave, or you'll become a laughingstock. Before long, voices could be heard from outside the door. Chu Yuntian led the way, kicking open the front door. Mom, I'm back. Wen Riyun rushed over to embrace Chu Yuntian, followed closely by Chu Xinyue and the other 2 girls. Finally, their gaze settled on the anxious Yi Yao and El Liang. Come in quickly, she urged. The 2 were not only the subjects of this transaction, but also friends of Chu Xinyue and Chu Yuntian, making their first visit quite significant. After greeting Chu Nanfeng, Chu Yuntian left everyone in the living room, first heading to the breeding room to secure the egg of the Ran Xiao Chong, and then directly to the back mountain. At the foot of the back mountain, Chu Yuntian retrieved the Pokeball containing the Bingshu Along. Come forth, Bingshu Along. As the little creature emerged and encountered the warm air outside, it let out a distressed whine. After gently patting Bingshu Along's head, Chu Yuntian swiftly took out the Ice Spirit Pearl, designating its range. The Ice Spirit Pearl suddenly radiated a chilling aura, and simultaneously, snow began to fall from the sky. Chu Yuntian hurriedly tossed the Ice Spirit Pearl away, exclaiming, Damn it, my hands are freezing. As the temperature dropped further, Bingshu Along visibly perked up, joyfully sprinting around Chu Yuntian. Remarkable indeed, he marveled at the capabilities of the Ice Spirit Pearl. This unusual occurrence naturally drew the attention of other Pokémon, and the commotion startled the residents of the estate. When Chu Nanfeng and the others exited the villa to the backyard, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of astonishing. In less than half an hour, originating from the back mountain, a vast ice and snow world had formed in the opposite direction of the Chu family's estate. Even the well-versed Chu Nanfeng was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Come, let us investigate. This must be related to Xiao Tian, Chu Xinyue suggested to the group. Being aware of Bingshu Along's existence, she had previously asked Chu Yuntian where he intended to raise it. Now, it was evident that this question had found its answer. However, the method was rather extraordinary. Transforming such a large area into a winter wonderland required remarkable skill. Curiosity propelled the group to hasten their steps. At this moment, Chu Yuntian was frolicking in the snow with Bingshu Along, while the Pokémon that previously resided there, having adapted after a brief period, emerged again, sensing no danger. Little one, from now on, you shall stay here and not wander off, understand? Chu Yuntian instructed. Bingshu Along affectionately nuzzled his hand. Everyone here is your friend, so you must get along well, he added, glancing at the Pokémon gradually gathering around. Many of these Pokémon recognized Chu Yuntian, and soon, some approached Bingshu Along for a chat. Observing this, Chu Yuntian quietly withdrew, allowing the little ones to interact freely. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, he happened upon Chu Nanfeng and the others arriving. Seeing Chu Yuntian, they immediately inquired about the happenings in the back mountain. Upon learning that the transformation into an ice and snow world was indeed due to Chu Yuntian, both were astounded by this miraculous feat. The group then ascended the mountain once more, catching a distant glimpse of Bingshu Along Love Guanxi. You shall be responsible for caring for Bingshu Along from now on. When Ruoyun summoned her Love Guanxi, as Bingshu Along was still young and had just arrived in an unfamiliar place, it was essential to have someone to watch over it. Xiao Tian, you have brought back quite a surprise for your mother, Wen Riyun exclaimed. As an esteemed breeder and Pokémon scholar, she was naturally thrilled by the arrival of Bingshu Along. Haha, with you looking after Bingshu Along, I can rest easy, Chu Yuntian replied. For the time being, the research facility was about to become busy again. Despite his words, the excitement in Wen Riyun's eyes was unmistakable. Had she not feared startling Bingshu Along, she would have dashed over already. Meanwhile, Yao and El Liang had already seen Bingshu Along and were rather unfazed. They were instead astonished by the multitude of Pokémon residing in the back mountain. Almost every type of Pokémon one could encounter outside was present here, significantly expanding their horizons. Back inside the house, Chu Yuntian accepted the juice offered by the suction cup doll and reclined comfortably on the sofa. How did your discussions go? He asked Yao. Before Yao could respond, Wenruyun pointed at Chu Nanfeng and said, the Longzia is already in his hands, so the deal has been struck. That's excellent. Have you decided which Pokémon you want? Chu Yuntian continued his inquiry. Yao glanced at Wenruyun before responding. We will follow Teacher Wen's advice. With Wenruyun's discerning eye and knowledge, Yao believed she would not be disappointed. Wenruyun smiled and said, for your 4 Pokémon, I do not recommend deciding on all of them at once. After all, a person's energy is limited. I suggest you focus on selecting 2 to nurture, while the choice of Pokémon must ultimately be yours. Yao nodded. Although Wenruyun did not choose for her, she provided sound reasoning. Indeed, selecting Pokémon was something one must undertake personally. At that moment, Chu Nanfeng approached and draped his arm around Chu Yuntian's shoulder. My son, I am about to become a champion trainer. Chu Yuntian was speechless, pondering how someone could be so boastful. Is that so? Shouldn't you thank me then? What nonsense. I am your father. You are my son. Chu Nanfeng's thick skin rivaled that of Chu Yuntian. Discussing this topic further, Chu Yuntian felt would yield no favorable outcome, only inflating someone's pride. Would you like to visit our breeding base? Chu Yuntian asked Yao and Liang. The two had yet to recover from the shock of Chu Nanfeng's shamelessness. After all, as a dragon-type champion, he should be perceived as serious and dignified. Who would have known he was so informal in private? Oh, let us go, Yao mechanically replied, pinching Liang's arm. Nodding, Chu Yuntian released all his Pokémon, allowing them to frolic in the back mountain. He then proceeded with Chu Xinyue to lead Yao and Liang to the breeding base. Located over 20 kilometers away from the Chu family estate, our base primarily focuses on breeding flying-type Pokémon. This year, 6 newly hatched Pokémon have shown potential at the champion level. Chu Yuntian introduced as they traveled. 6. Liang exclaimed, what a stark comparison. Yao also gained a glimpse of the power held by such prominent families for the first time, while those outside fought tirelessly to obtain a single high-quality Pokémon. The members of these esteemed families had no such concerns. Just like the Chu family, Yao believed that the 6 Pokémon in the breeding base were all deemed unworthy by Chu Yuntian. To be precise, only 4 remained, as Xiaoqian and Yi had previously each claimed a Qingyan bird and a Bokbai. Of course, if you are not inclined to start from scratch, you may opt for those of higher levels. There are still many Pokémon with elite potential left from previous years. After Chu Xinyue finished speaking, she winked at Yao, suggesting that if they found something they liked, each of them should select one, since neither of them had a flying-type Pokémon yet. Chu Yuntian added with a smile that indeed, flying types were exceptionally useful, especially when traveling. Chapter 57, The Double-Headed Dragon. Hearing this, both Yao and Lu Liang felt a surge of excitement. The flying types cultivated by the Chu family would undoubtedly possess high quality, and it would be a delightful experience to find one that they favored. The vehicles slowly drove into a dense mountain range, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of the breeding base. After passing through identity verification, the 4 entered the breeding base directly. They requested a list from the base manager, which contained all the information regarding the Pokémon in the breeding base. Chu Yuntian casually glanced at it and handed it to Yao. Should they explore a bit first or choose directly from here? Yao swiftly scrolled through the screen, locating the section for Pokémon with elite potential. This year, there were still 4 born, all at low levels. The others varied in level, summing up to a staggering total of 21, a number that was indeed somewhat daunting. Although it was the result of many years of accumulation, for Yao, her tender heart could hardly bear it. Let us go here. Yao selected a Pokémon and opened its information, which displayed the real-time location of the Pokémon. Mao-Tu Xiaoying. Quite nice. It will evolve into a brave eagle later, which will be impressive, Chu Yuntian remarked. The 4 then proceeded towards the location of Mao-Tu Xiaoying. Fortunately, the little creature was not wandering about. When they arrived, it was still peacefully asleep. So adorable. Yao gazed at Mao-Tu Xiaoying from a distance, her heart melting. Mao-Tu Xiaoying. Gender, female. Type, normal, flying. Level, LV26, elite. Ability, keen eye, increases accuracy. Skills, rock smash, wing attack, aerial ace. Potential, elite. Quite good. The skills and potential are impressive. Chu Yuntian silently evaluated, though regrettably, this level was not suitable for him. Are you certain this is the one? Chu Yuntian inquired. Yao nodded. She had no difficulty in making a choice, especially since this Mao-Tu Xiaoying resonated with her heart. Then let's defeat it, Chu Yuntian said, retreating to a distance with Chu Xinyue. Lu Liang followed behind, looking around curiously. On Yao's side, she tossed out a Pokeball. Come forth, Absol. Let us wake up Mao-Tu Xiaoying. Upon hearing Yao's command, Absol finally noticed the sleeping Mao-Tu Xiaoying. It approached and gently tapped its face with its large paw, causing Mao-Tu Xiaoying to abruptly open its eyes and chirp loudly. From afar, Chu Yuntian couldn't help but comment, this bird seems to have a bit of a temper when waking up. As they spoke, Yao had already explained the situation to Mao-Tu Xiaoying, and their battle commenced. For Mao Tu Xiaoying, this was a fight that determined its fate. It had to win. Here, everything is provided. All you need to do is sleep. How wonderful is that? Unfortunately for the little bird, it was unable to withstand the battle and was reluctantly captured by Yi Yao in a Pokeball. Yay, I've captured Mao Tu Xiaoying, Yi Yao exclaimed excitedly, holding the Pokeball aloft. Congratulations. This Mao Tu Xiaoying is quite exceptional. Take good care of it, Chu Yuntian remarked. Yi Yao nodded, gazing at the Pokeball in her hand. It had a rather peculiar personality. A genius, after all. Such characters tend to be different, Chu Yuntian casually stated. With elite potential, this Pokémon indeed qualified as a genius. Having achieved her goal, it was now Lu Liang's turn. Noticing that all eyes were on him, Lu Liang hastily declared, I found one too. I want a Zhishan K. Zhishan K was one of the 4 Pokémon that were born this year and remained. Its evolved forms were Lanya and Gankaya. The 4 then made their way toward Zhishan K, but this time, the journey took nearly an hour as Zhishan K was well hidden. Fortunately, the capturing process went smoothly, and Lu Liang successfully caught Zhishan Quebec. Their trip had not been in vain. Upon exiting the breeding base, Chu Yuntian asked, so, do you want to visit another breeding base? Or you can simply tell me what Pokémon you desire, and I can arrange to procure it for you. Chu Yuntian was not keen on running around anymore, having not had a proper rest in quite some time. Sure, I would like an Eevee, Yi Yao replied. Chu Yuntian chuckled. It seems that girls are particularly fond of Eevee. Eevee is adorable, Yi Yao responded, recalling her envy of Chu Xinyue's shiny Eevee. Alright, but finding an Eevee with elite potential is quite challenging. As I mentioned earlier, they are highly sought after and somewhat scarce. Chu Yuntian noted as he activated his Pokwatch to contact his associates. Thank you. No need for pleasantries, it's merely a transaction. Upon returning home, Chu Yuntian anticipated a moment of peace and relaxation. However, he was soon pulled to the backyard by Chu Nanfeng, who insisted on showing Chu Yuntian the moment he became a champion trainer. Understanding Chu Nanfeng's intentions, Chu Yuntian did not refuse. In the backyard, a gathering awaited, when Ryun, Chu Xinyue, Zhang Qian, Lu Yi, along with Yi Yao and Lu Liang, ready to witness the birth of a champion-grade Pokémon. So, have you decided on the Pokémon? Upon hearing this, Chu Nanfeng revealed a bright smile. Of course, it was determined through a sacred drawing. Come forth, double-headed dragon. Chu Yuntian was taken aback. He had not expected that the Pokémon chosen for this opportunity was not one from Chu Nanfeng's team. However, double-headed dragon was indeed a commendable choice. What choice? I told you it was through a sacred drawing. As the earthy-hued double-headed dragon appeared, it seemed a bit confused about what its trainer wanted it to do. Chu Nanfeng first engaged in a moment of bonding with double-headed dragon before directly presenting a dragon fong to it. Upon realizing, double-headed dragon became excited and roared in response. Use this, double-headed dragon, Chu Nanfeng encouraged. Although double-headed dragon was only at level 87, it could hold its own against the likes of Qi Shi Qingyao, Qi Mianlong, and Yin Bo Long. Overcome with emotion, double-headed dragon teared up and gently touched the dragon fong with its hand. At the moment of contact, the dragon fong fused into double-headed dragon's body. A radiant white light enveloped it, lasting nearly half a minute, and its size even increased slightly. Chu Yuntian promptly checked double-headed dragon's data. Chapter 58, The Double Battle. Double-headed dragon. Gender, male. Type, dragon. Level, 90 champion. Ability, overrule, ignores the opponent's abilities when attacking. Skills, Dragon Pulse, Ultimate Impact, Outrage. With an immediate elevation of 3 levels, it reached the champion rank. A smile crept across Chu Yuntian's lips. The first champion trainer of the Chu family had been born. The commotion of double-headed dragon ascending to champion status was significantly less than that of the previous Charizard, sparing the backyard from disruption. Everyone who witnessed this moment gathered around in awe. With a sense of pride, Chu Nanfeng summoned his Dragonite and Charizard to entertain the guests. The simultaneous appearance of 3 champion-level Pokémon was indeed a moment worth cherishing. That evening, a joyous gathering took place at the Chu family estate. During the banquet, Chu Yuntian remarked, "It is rather surprising that the old man is not present for such an important occasion. It is unavoidable. There has been an issue with an A-level secret realm in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the elder has been inside for nearly a week without returning," replied Chu Nanfeng. I fear that someone may receive a thorough scolding when he eventually returns," Chu Yuntian said with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanfeng instinctively shrank back. What did it matter if he was a champion trainer? In front of Chu Jingxiong, he dared not speak loudly. The thought of how the elder would react upon discovering that he had secretly become a champion was daunting. "So when do you plan to register with the Alliance and officially become a champion trainer?" Chu Yuntian inquired. With 3 champion-level Pokémon in his possession, it was necessary to verify them at the Pokémon Alliance headquarters, a process that would require some time. Furthermore, the birth of a champion necessitated considerable work from the Alliance, including promotion and preparation. There is no rush, we can wait for a while. Once it is fully revealed, it will undoubtedly attract a significant amount of attention, which may not be advantageous for us. Although Chu Nanfeng longed to showcase his prowess immediately, the development plans for the Chu family required a period of discretion. Chu Yuntian nodded in agreement. Currently, the Chu family was secretly amassing a large quantity of Mega Evolution Stones, beautiful scales, and high-quality Chu fish. These matters needed to remain under the radar. Otherwise, they would soon attract a horde of ravenous wolves eager to feast on this lucrative opportunity. After the banquet concluded, Yao and El Liang eagerly ventured into the backyard, releasing their newly captured Pokémon. The Moutu Xiaoying and the Jishan Quebec newly caught Pokémon required nurturing to develop a bond. Meanwhile, Chu Xinyue, Zhang Qian, and Lu Yi were pulled away by Wen Ruiyun to the back mountain. After a meal, Wen Ruiyun could not resist the temptation to see the ice and snow dragon once more. Chu Yuntian, on the other hand, had a rather unfortunate evening, as he had been plied with drinks by Chu Nanfeng throughout the night. Though he did not reach the point of drunkenness, he was left feeling drowsy and, upon the banquet's conclusion, hurried back to his room to sleep. He slept soundly until noon the next day. A startling ringtone jolted Chu Yuntian from his slumber, sending a shiver down his spine. Irritated, he grabbed his Pokémon watch. Who is it? Ah, young master. There's news regarding the EV you asked us to find yesterday, came the cautious voice on the other end, sensing Chu Yuntian's displeasure. I see. Go on, he replied, feeling slightly embarrassed for his earlier grumpiness. After a few minutes of freshening up, he made his way downstairs, only to find the house empty aside from the servants. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi must have been taken to Rongqing University by Wen Ruiyun. As for Chu Xinyue and Yao, they had mentioned going shopping that day during dinner. Chu Yuntian called El Liang, asking, "Where have you been?" "Shopping," came El Liang's response. "With your sister?" "No. They didn't take me," he replied, sounding aggrieved. "Serves you right," Chu Yuntian scoffed, feeling disdain for El Liang's predicament. After hanging up, Chu Yuntian grabbed a quick bite before heading to the backyard. Surrounded by 11 Pokémon, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. However, when his gaze fell upon one particularly lazy Pokémon, his joy diminished significantly. The lazy man, since being captured, had not moved more than 100 steps. Chu Yuntian understood that this Pokémon's laziness was due to its nature, so he did not force it to train. Nonetheless, this lazy creature had reached level 17 and was nearing evolution into an active monkey. While the active monkey was known for its boundless energy, akin to a rambunctious husky, Chu Yuntian was confident he could manage it. With sufficient daily training, he was certain the active monkey would have no energy left for mischief. After spending some time playing with his Pokémon, Chu Yuntian began to arrange training. The vast grassy field soon became a spectacle, filled with an array of skills reminiscent of a circus performance. The training continued until noon, culminating with a water gun attack from the Guagua Pao frog directed at the lazy man. Upon returning indoors, Chu Yuntian received a call from El Liang. "What is going on? It's urgent. Can you come out?" El Liang asked. Puzzled, Chu Yuntian did not press for details and simply requested an address before heading out. Meanwhile, El Liang was anxiously standing inside a shopping mall. Before him was a bustling crowd, accompanied by various Pokémon. Initially intending to find a place to have lunch, El Liang discovered that a Pokémon competition was being held at the mall. Only newly registered trainers from this year were permitted to participate, and only Pokémon of the normal type were eligible for entry. The top 3 trainers would receive Pokémon eggs as rewards, with the first place winner receiving an egg containing a starter Pokémon of at least gym level potential. Intrigued, El Liang decided to sign up, but was taken aback by the requirement for a doubles competition. He quickly contacted Chu Yuntian, realizing he had no one else to team up with in Rongqing. Uncle Wang drove swiftly, and by the time Chu Yuntian arrived at the mall, registration was still open. "What is happening?" Chu Yuntian inquired. Without uttering a word, El Liang grabbed him and dashed into the mall. At the registration desk, Chu Yuntian soon understood the situation. All this fuss was for a Pokémon egg. Nonetheless, he empathized with El Liang. Without connections, one must seize every possible opportunity. "A doubles competition, you say? That sounds interesting," Chu Yuntian mused as he perused the event details. Chapter 59, The Lazy Man Takes the Stage. This event was organized by a large Pokémon sales store, a well-known and reputable company in the southwestern region. Such competitions were frequently held by various companies to boost excitement and promote their products, as well as to discover and attract new trainers. This was also why most of these competitions were exclusively open to novice trainers. Upon reviewing the final competition rules, Chu Yuntian was taken aback. Only normal-type Pokémon could participate. Among his collection, it seemed the only candidate was the Lazy Man. To his surprise, Chu Yuntian realized that his Lazy Man had an opportunity to compete before evolving into an active monkey. However, the thought of directing the Lazy Man in battle filled him with dread. Would that rascal fall asleep on the field? Regardless, there was no time to ponder. Chu Yuntian and El Liang hurriedly registered. Lazy Man, level 17. Bear Cub, level 13. The staff recorded their details, casting a curious glance at Chu Yuntian. "Oh, isn't this that fellow?" At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Turning around, Chu Yuntian recognized Chun Yen, the trainer with the single-headed dragon. Oh, isn't this the second place? Chu Yuntian retorted. Instantly, Chun Yen's expression changed. Second place. Today, we shall see who truly holds that title, he declared, eyeing Chu Yuntian and El Liang. The lazy man, how amusing, he remarked before hastily walking away, clearly anxious that Chu Yuntian might say something further. Who is that? El Liang asked, glancing at Chun Yen's retreating figure. Just a pitiful soul unaware of his limitations, Chu Yuntian replied dismissively. Without pressing further, El Liang joined Chu Yuntian at the display case, showcasing the competition prizes. There are 3 Pokémon eggs in total, with the middle one reserved for the victor of this event. In a doubles competition where only one prize is awarded, the organizers seem to have intentionally devised this circumstance. Chu Yuntian chuckled, displaying indifference towards the competition's reward. El Liang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, proposed, if we win, I'll treat you to a meal? Sure. I must feast upon you, Chu Yuntian replied. Once all registrations concluded, the organizers commenced preparations for the upcoming matches. The team number for Chu Yuntian and El Liang was 43, with 21 teams behind them, totaling 128 participants across 64 teams. Half an hour later, a melodious female voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Attention all contestants, the matchups, rounds, and venues have been determined. Please proceed to your respective arenas. Let us go. Today I will show you the might of LN RNWing. Chu Yuntian proclaimed confidently, though El Liang felt a twinge of worry. As for LN RNWing, those who understand know its significance. His own Xiong Baobao, however, was only level 13, placing it among the lower tiers of the competitors. This duo, it seemed, faced a daunting challenge to emerge victorious. Soon, the matches commenced. Chu Yuntian and El Liang observed the various arenas, witnessing each trainer fervently striving to defeat their opponents. The pace of the competition was swift, with each match rarely exceeding 3 minutes. We're up next, Chu Yuntian announced. Just as he finished speaking, the announcement called for team number 43. The two ascended the competition stage, facing a male and female opponent. All 4 released their Pokémon simultaneously, and upon the arrival of LN RNWing, it promptly lay down, yawning. A vein throbbed on Chu Yuntian's forehead as he shot a glare at LN RNWing, then turned his attention to the opposing Pokémon, level 14 Dudu and level 15 Jueju Tuesday. What is our strategy? Chu Yuntian inquired. Defensive counterattack, El Liang replied. Indeed, this was the strategy they had devised. Given Xiong Baobao's lower level, an aggressive approach would be detrimental. LN RNWing, too, required rest after executing a move, making an offensive stance untenable. Jueju 2, use quick attack. The female opponent suddenly commanded. What the heck? That's unsportsmanlike. Dodge, Chu Yuntian shouted. But before he could finish, LN RNWing moved on its own, subtly sidestepping to evade the attack. A refined movement technique? Chu Yuntian was taken aback. LN RNWing even had the leisure to glance at Chu Yuntian, as if to say, who do you think I am? I often fend off sneak attacks from Gugu P. while I nap. In another world, I'd almost have mastered the art of ultimate freedom. Focus on Xiong Baobao. The male opponent shouted, promptly directing his Dudu to attack. Dudu, use quick attack. Xiong Baobao retaliate. El Liang yelled. The quick attack wasn't enough to knock Xiong Baobao out, and if retaliate was executed after receiving damage, the counterattack would be doubled. Realizing this, the male opponent's expression darkened. After withstanding Dudu's assault, Xiong Baobao retaliated with a single blow, rendering Dudu unconscious on the stage. The tables turned to a 2-on-1 scenario. Chu Yuntian no longer held back. LN RNWing, use arm thrust. Huh. LN RNWing shrieked, swinging its powerful and hefty fist down upon Jueju Tuesday. The match concluded, and the female opponent could not restrain her frustration, exclaiming, are you an idiot? We agreed to target LN RNWing first. What were you thinking? Their initial strategy was to concentrate fire on LN RNWing, compelling it to use its skills and thereby triggering its abilities. They intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate Xiong Baobao afterward. Little did they know, the partner's sudden lapse in judgment led to an attack on Xiong Baobao first, infuriating the girl. However, the male opponent felt equally wronged. Having no prior knowledge of LN RNWing's level of 17 when the strategy was formulated, upon seeing LN RNWing's level, he instinctively thought it best to avoid confrontation. This is infuriating. What good are you? The girl shouted. Chu Yuntian and El Liang discreetly exited the competition stage, wary of drawing ire, for some girls could be fiercely protective. The first round concluded in less than half an hour, with the remaining 32 teams taking a 20-minute respite before the second round commenced. Let us stick to the same strategy as the first match, defensive counterattack, okay? Okay. Mastering the art of defensive counterattacks, Chu Yuntian and El Liang advanced from the first round to the finals without encountering formidable opponents. Their final adversaries were Chun Yen and a male competitor, who appeared to be strangers, likely a temporary team-up. Yet, their ability to reach the finals suggested they possessed considerable skill. Chapter 60, The Conflict. Come forth, CHW Igu ISHU. Chun Yin summoned his Pokémon, a level 15 CHW Igu ISHU. The other male competitor, Lu Hao, called forth a level 15 BB. Chu Yuntian, you shall not emerge victorious today. Prior to the battle, Chun Yin hurled taunts. Is that so? Let us await the outcome, Chu Yuntian responded. Both sides readied themselves, igniting excitement among the spectators. Go, CHW Igu ISHU. Use Sand Attack. BB, utilize Quick Attack. Chun Yin and Lu Hao shouted in unison, targeting Lin RNWing. Yet, Chu Yuntian did not instruct Lin RNWing to evade. At this moment, Liang shouted, Xiong Baobao, use Tackle. Gathering tremendous momentum, Xiong Baobao leaped to intercept the airborne BB. Useless, BB, dodge. Lu Hao exclaimed. Oh really? Liang chuckled softly. Xiong Baobao's body precisely shielded CHW Igu ISHU from the sand attack, while simultaneously forcing BB into an unnecessary maneuver. In that instant, Lin RNWing let out a wild cry, leaping high, its massive fist descending upon BB's head. Bang! The impact resonated as BB crashed to the ground, instantly incapacitated. Lin RNWing's arm thrust proved devastating against ordinary-type Pokémon. How about that? Shall we continue? Chu Yuntian inquired with a smile directed at Chun Yin. Chun Yin glanced at his CHW Igu ISHU, then at Lin RNWing and Xiong Baobao opposite him. Although Lin RNWing lay resting due to its ability, enduring just one more turn was all that was needed, especially with Xiong Baobao still in play. Realizing he had no chance of victory, Chun Yin surrendered outright. Achieving second place was still commendable, as it would earn him a Pokémon egg. Chu Yuntian. I've lost this time, but next time may be different. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian withdrew Lin RNWing and shrugged, saying, good luck with second place. Remaining on stage with Liang, the organizers presented the prize. A Pokémon egg, specifically that of a Huchi SH, was handed over. After examining the data, Chu Yuntian inquired, can this be exchanged for cash? The staff shook their heads, stating, this is, in principle, not permitted. Is that so? Then let us disregard principles and convert it to cash, Chu Yuntian replied. Liang, standing nearby, whispered, is this egg not good? Chu Yuntian nodded. Huchi SH is indeed one of the starter Pokémon, but its potential is severely lacking, not even at gym leader level. Oh, then forget it. That would be deceitful, Liang remarked, turning to the staff, cash, please. The onlookers below began to murmur, concerned that using a low-quality egg to mislead the audience would severely damage credibility. Just then, a man in a suit approached, resembling an insurance salesman. This Pokémon egg has undergone our thorough examination, and its potential is undeniably exceptional. You cannot defame us. If our company's reputation is tarnished. The man spoke with a stern expression, issuing a veiled threat. Unfazed, Chu Yuntian inquired, are you threatening me? Nonsense, we are a legitimate and compliant company. The man abruptly turned to the surrounding crowd. However, we shall not let those who maliciously slander our company go unpunished. We will wield the law to defend ourselves. After saying this, the man turned back, sneering as he locked eyes with Chu Yuntian. You appear to be a student, am I correct? If you apologize to our company now, we may overlook your responsibility. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian merely found it amusing, while his companion, Liang, burst into laughter. Haha, do you encounter such absurdity in Rongqing as well? It's hilarious. Is it really that strange? I am not a celebrity. Chu Yuntian rolled his eyes. The man, noticing Chu Yuntian's indifference, pulled out a certificate and slapped it loudly in his hands. Do you see this? This is our certification. Then why not call the police? Chu Yuntian retorted, didn't you claim I defamed your company, causing you reputational harm? The man was instantly enraged. Fine, just wait. Don't wait. I've already called the police for you, Chu Yuntian remarked, as he gently touched the Pokémon egg beside him while strolling away. Deceiving consumers. I wonder how hefty the fine will be. By the way, are there any other issues, such as the source of the Pokémon, or whether you pay your taxes properly? With each of Chu Yuntian's words, the man's expression grew tenser, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Oh, by the way, did I forget to introduce myself? Chu Yuntian leaned closer to the man, whispering, I am Chu Yuntian, from the Chu family. With a thud, the man collapsed to his knees. Humph. Chu Yuntian turned away, saying, carry that egg, we are leaving. Liang obediently picked up the egg and followed. Didn't you say this egg was worthless? If it's free, why not take it? Besides, they will have to compensate us later, just wait for it. Liang nodded, pondering, that sounds good. Moreover, if we don't take this little one, those people would surely mistreat it, given their shamelessness. The two navigated through the crowd and exited the mall. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted the Pokémon League's officer arriving. Ah, isn't this young Master Chu? A tall, sturdy man approached. Zhao Ge, what brings you here? Chu Yuntian was equally surprised to see him. Zhao Yang had once been a student of Chu Yuntian's mother, Wen Ryun, and reportedly became an officer after graduating from university. Haha, I missed home, so I was reassigned from elsewhere. Now I'm working with Uncle Chu. Zhao Yang affectionately embraced Chu Yuntian. You've grown so tall. I'm 18 now, how could I not? Chu Yuntian joked, gesturing towards Zhao Yang's height, but you seem rather short. Hey, you little rascal. You weren't this annoying when you were younger. Zhao Yang feigned indignation. He then turned to El Liang and asked, and who might this be? My friend, El Liang. This is Zhao Yang, the worst student my mother ever taught, Chu Yuntian introduced. Nonsense, I'm the pride of Teacher Wen. Zhao Yang protested against Chu Yuntian's slander vehemently. After they became acquainted, Zhao Yang observed Chu Yuntian and suddenly pondered, could this incident involve you? Just a minor issue, Chu Yuntian replied. Zhao Yang sighed. No wonder I felt my eyelids twitching all day. Having grown up alongside Chu Yuntian, Zhao Yang had witnessed many of his escapades and often bore the brunt of the consequences. Years had passed, yet he still found himself cleaning up after Chu Yuntian. However, he never suspected Chu Yuntian of instigating trouble deliberately. He had always been one to avoid conflict unless provoked. Chapter 61, The Orphanage. All right, you two should go ahead. Let us catch up over dinner at my place another time, Zhao Yang suggested. For him, the Chu family felt like a second home. So it was a perfectly reasonable statement. Sure, I'll be waiting at home then. If you bail on me, I'll have old Chu give you a hard time. The two shared light-hearted banter before parting ways. Once back in the car, Uncle Wang noticed the egg in El Liang's hands and asked, young master, do you have a fondness for eggs? Since Chu Yuntian officially became a trainer, he had occasionally brought home eggs, leading Uncle Wang to believe it was a peculiar hobby. As a loyal servant, Uncle Wang felt compelled to ensure the young master's mental well-being. By the way, Chu Yuntian interjected, ignoring Uncle Wang's somewhat foolish question. Didn't you mention there's an orphanage nearby? Yes, Uncle Wang nodded. Let us head there. Though puzzled, he was obedient and drove them to the orphanage. El Liang, cradling the egg beside him, curiously asked, what are we going to do at the orphanage? Deliver warmth. Chu Yuntian gestured toward the Pokémon egg. Are you suggesting we gift this to the orphanage? Something along those lines, Chu Yuntian replied. A Pokémon with elite potential is unnecessary for either of us. But for the children of the orphanage, it could be a life-changing opportunity. El Liang clicked his tongue. You possess such noble qualities. Chu Yuntian shook his head. Not quite. While I am not lacking in wealth, I wouldn't frivolously play the role of a do-gooder. Today a circumstance was merely fortuitous. Otherwise, this fire-type Pokémon egg would have been quite a challenge to deal with. The three arrived at the orphanage, and as soon as they stepped out of the car, Chu Yuntian heard the sounds of children playing inside. The orphanage appeared somewhat dilapidated and not very spacious. Young master, you two go in first. I'll buy some items and join you shortly, Uncle Wang said, and upon receiving a nod from Chu Yuntian, he swiftly headed towards a small supermarket nearby. Chu Yuntian and El Liang entered directly and immediately attracted the attention of a group of curious children who stared at the duo with wide eyes, especially at El Liang, who was cradling the egg. Chu Yuntian surveyed the surroundings, and before long, an elderly man in his 50s approached, accompanied by several children aged around 7 or 8. Gentlemen, what brings you here? The elderly man inquired, examining Chu Yuntian and El Liang with the same curiosity as the children. They appeared to be no older than 20, and two young men visiting the orphanage piqued interest. Surely, they weren't here to adopt a child? Well, sir, Chu Yuntian explained their purpose succinctly, which elicited cheers from the surrounding children. A Pokémon. This big brother is going to give them a Pokémon. For these children, who had lost their parents and faced homelessness, owning a Pokémon was an unattainable dream. The orphanage struggled to provide for their basic needs, let alone support them in becoming Pokémon trainers. Upon hearing Chu Yuntian's words, the elderly man became somewhat excited. Please, come inside. The two nodded and followed him into a modest office. The elderly man invited them to sit and called over a little boy. Xiaolei, hurry and prepare some tea for our guests. The boy responded eagerly and dashed out. I am Su Xiang. May I ask your names? Su Xiang smiled warmly. Chu Yuntian. You can call me Xiao Chu or Xiao Tian. El Liang. El Liang attempted to introduce himself, but hesitated. Xiao Yang. Those sound rather unappealing. Haha. I shall call you Xiao Tian then. Su Xiang, not one to hold back, glanced at the Pokémon egg that Lu Liang had set aside and remarked. I've been here for decades, yet this is the first time I've seen someone sponsor an orphanage with a Pokémon egg. Su Xiang chuckled at his own words. While there have indeed been kind-hearted individuals who supported the orphanage in the past, they typically either donated money or assisted in improving the children's living conditions. Their intent was always to enhance the children's quality of life, but no one had ever considered something as extravagant as a Pokémon, which, despite its high value, does not directly elevate one's standard of living. Chu Yuntian, listening intently, found no fault in this. A Pokémon, even the least valuable, would indeed cost a six-figure sum, making it quite a luxury for the orphanage. We were fortunate. We acquired this Pokémon egg through a competition, but we have no use for it. So we thought to donate it to the orphanage, Chu Yuntian explained. Suddenly, he recalled something. Does your esteemed elder Su Xiang know Wang Yuan? Wang Yuan is the name of old Wang. Wang Yuan? Of course I know him, Su Xiang replied. His family lives nearby, and he and his wife occasionally come to the orphanage to lend a hand. We were introduced by Uncle Wang. Hearing this, Su Xiang sighed with sentiment. He was a sincere man, and it seemed that his wife might have been an orphan herself, perhaps explaining their charitable nature. As the three conversed inside, Uncle Wang entered the courtyard carrying 2 large bags filled with snacks and fruits. A group of little ones quickly surrounded him, calling out Uncle Wang with glee. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Su Xiang smiled lightly and remarked, "Ah, just as we spoke of him, he arrives." Ignoring the interruption, Chu Yuntian turned to the old director. "If there are no issues on your end, may we leave this egg here? Are there any formalities to attend to?" "The formalities are not troublesome. But considering the preciousness of the Pokémon egg, I would feel somewhat embarrassed to accept it outright," Su Xiang jested. Yet he was merely being polite. For the sake of the children, he could not possibly refuse. With a Pokémon in their possession, they could train it to capture more Pokémon in the wild, providing an opportunity for the children aspiring to become trainers. "Recently, I happened to overhear some intriguing news. Consider it my form of gratitude," Su Xiang continued, engrossed in his own thoughts. "The other day, while having breakfast outside, I overheard some workers from a nearby chemical factory discussing how garbage often vanishes mysteriously. Some even claim to have seen ghosts at night, phantoms, green specters, and all sorts of tales." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian and Lu Liang exchanged glances. Such occurrences, if not attributed to Pokémon mischief, would hardly be credible. Noticing their expressions, Su Xiang chuckled. "It seems you've caught on as well." "Indeed," Chu Yuntian nodded. Chapter 62, The Shiny Grimer. The inexplicable disappearance of garbage alone was quite telling. Such incidents were not uncommon and were mostly attributed to wild Grimers. However, the subsequent information was equally fascinating. Green specters? Were those workers unable to identify a Grimer? That seemed unlikely. Thus, only one possibility remained. Realizing this, the two bid farewell to Su Xiang, leaving the Pokémon egg for Uncle Wang to handle. Upon arriving at the chemical factory Su Xiang had mentioned, Chu Yuntian and Lu Liang headed directly to the waste disposal area. "Do you think it could truly be that?" Lu Liang asked with a quiver in his voice. During their journey, Chu Yuntian had shared his suspicions, which had excited Lu Liang greatly. A shiny Grimer, an unprecedented shiny Grimer. If so, it would be no wonder the workers couldn't recognize it. Yet, Lu Liang was curious about how Chu Yuntian possessed such extensive knowledge of various Pokémon's alternate forms. "It's quite possible. If that is the case, today you've struck gold," Chu Yuntian stated. "Huh," Lu Liang exclaimed in surprise. "You don't want it? This could be a shiny Pokémon." Chu Yuntian halted, turning back with utmost seriousness. "The Cyndaquil egg was originally yours. This news is merely a fair exchange. So according to the Pythagorean theorem, if there is indeed a shiny Grimer, it belongs to you." Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback. He had thought Chu Yuntian was an avid collector of shiny Pokémon. "Well, if that is the case, I won't hold back," Lu Liang grinned widely, feeling fortunate that he might soon possess a shiny Pokémon. Observing this, Chu Yuntian refrained from dashing his hopes. A shiny Grimer. Quite splendid. The two waited by the garbage pile for an entire day until nightfall, when the factory staff had all departed. A security guard approached, and, spotting the two lurking suspiciously, barked, "Who are you?" "We are trainers. Your boss invited us to address the issues at the dump." Suspecting Pokémon mischief, Chu Yuntian fabricated without batting an eye. The guard's demeanor softened significantly upon hearing this. "Is that true? How come I haven't heard anything about it?" "Ah well, you know how it is with the boss's affairs. Where did you hear that from?" Lu Liang interjected. "That is a valid point." The guard scrutinized Chu Yuntian and Lu Liang closely. "Fine, if you can resolve this, please hurry. Our security department has been under fire for this matter lately." With that, the guard turned and wandered off to patrol elsewhere. "I think he deserves the scolding," Lu Liang couldn't help but comment. Just then, an unusual sound emanated from behind them. Chu Yuntian turned to see a pool of green sludge writhing amidst the refuse, followed swiftly by an unpleasant odor invading his nostrils. "Goodness." Chu Yuntian quickly distanced himself. "It's a Grimer. Not very strong. You need to act quickly." Hesitating, Lu Liang knew Grimers were notoriously foul-smelling, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this bad. For a fleeting moment, Lu Liang considered that perhaps possessing a shiny Pokémon wasn't worth the trouble. Seeing Lu Liang frozen, Chu Yuntian urged, "Get moving, don't just stand there." Enduring the overwhelming stench, Lu Liang retrieved a Pokeball. "Go, Cyndaquil. Use Ember." Nothing happened. "Cyndaquil?" Lu Liang glanced quizzically at Cyndaquil, only to find it, too, was pinching its nose, displaying an expression of disgust. Resigned, Lu Liang knelt down and implored, "Cyndaquil, please take care of it quickly, otherwise we'll be overwhelmed by the stench." Despite the discomfort, Cyndaquil unleashed Ember. The Grimer, noticing the incoming attack, showed no reaction, allowing the flames to strike it. It's ineffective, Lu Liang exclaimed, quickly calling out, use flame charge. In an instant, flames enveloped Cyndaquil, propelling it forward like a cannonball towards the Grimer, which was still preoccupied with consuming refuse. Then, it followed up with sand attack. After sending the Grimer flying, Cyndaquil kicked up sand towards its eyes. Finally, with a flash of electricity, for reasons unknown, the Grimer offered no resistance and was swiftly defeated by Cyndaquil. Reluctantly, Lu Liang captured the Grimer in a Pokeball. Chu Yuntian, watching from a distance, sighed in relief as he approached, yet the foul odor still lingered unabated. Let us get out of here quickly, Chu Yuntian said, pinching his nose in distaste. This Grimer is actually quite impressive. Not only is it shiny, but its potential is at the champion level. However, the smell is unbearable. Chu Yuntian, who could hardly tolerate even the scent of durian, found this odor intolerable. Lu Liang, at that moment, felt no joy from having captured a shiny Pokémon. On their way back, Uncle Wang picked up Chu Yuntian and they departed, leaving Lu Liang to fend for himself and take a taxi. Upon returning home, Chu Xinyue and the others had already arrived. Hey, why are you alone? Where's Lu Liang? Chu Xinyue inquired. Oh, he is probably still enjoying the breeze by the roadside. Chu Yuntian replied. The others didn't quite understand, but didn't press further. Lu Liang was a grown man and wouldn't easily get lost. An hour later, Liang finally knocked on the door. As soon as he entered, a dreadful odor engulfed the entire living room. Did you fall into the toilet? Yao covered her nose and stepped back a few paces. Liang smiled wryly. After being abandoned by Chu Yuntian, he had begun to hail a taxi. But due to the stench emanating from him, not a single vehicle would stop for him. Ultimately, he had to make the journey back on foot. Let us head to the backyard, Chu Yuntian suggested hastily, fearing that Liang might release the foul mud in the room. In the backyard, the sight of the green muck initially astonished everyone, but was quickly followed by a wave of nausea. I can't take it anymore. I'm not looking. Yao was the first to abandon Liang. Me too, exclaimed Chu Xinyue, who also fled. In the end, only Chu Yuntian and Wen Ruiyun remained, both donning thick masks. Though it is quite odorous, it is still a shiny Pokémon, which possesses significant research value, Wen Ruiyun remarked. Wen Laosher, is there any way to eliminate this smell? Liang, tormented by the foul muck, placed his hope in Wen Ruiyun. She shook her head, not really. But I can give you a specially designed Pokeball, which will contain the odor. Is that true? Liang's excitement surpassed even that of capturing the shiny muck. Wait here, I'll go get it, Wen Ruiyun said before darting away. Oh, Xiaodian, come with me. You can help me carry it back. With the specially designed Pokeball, Liang finally managed to resolve the odorous situation. Otherwise, carrying a biochemical weapon everywhere would surely invite disdain. Another night passed, and Chu Yuntian successfully delivered the EV with king-level potential to Rongqing. Early the next morning, after receiving the EV, Yao, Chu Xinyue, and Liang returned to the imperial capital together. Chu Yuntian's life returned to its routine, while Zhang Qian and Lu Yi continued to spend their days unwaveringly with Wen Ruiyun. Now feeling like a solitary figure, Chu Yuntian sought out Su Xiaoxiao. Chapter 63, Collective Evolution. After a period of absence, both felt a hint of shyness. However, as days turned into weeks, their feelings gradually deepened. A month later, they arrived at a forest park in central Rongqing. Chu Yuntian, with a bug-type treasure bag on his head, held Su Xiaoxiao's EV in his arms. You've raised this EV quite well. It's larger than the average one, Chu Yuntian remarked, stroking its fur, which felt delightful. Su Xiaoxiao playfully walked ahead with her hands behind her back, glancing back to say, of course. I've been raising it like a child. Oh, so you're its mother? Chu Yuntian quickened his pace to catch up. Then what am I? Su Xiaoxiao paused, and upon realizing, she playfully slapped him. You're so annoying. After walking a while longer, Su Xiaoxiao picked up the bug-type treasure bag and held it close. Looking at the hopping Froakie ahead, she asked, Isn't Froakie S level already sufficient for evolution? Why hasn't it evolved yet? Well, that just indicates Froakie S exceptional aptitude. It's still growing at this stage. In truth, not only Froakie but also Charmander, Slakoth, and even Magikarp had reached the point of evolution, yet they had not evolved. This was a clear reflection of their extraordinary potential. They would not evolve until they had fully realized their capabilities at this stage. Some trainers, in pursuit of immediate results, would force their Pokémon to evolve, which, in Chu Yuntian's view, was akin to harming them and could result in irreversible damage, diminishing their potential. Is that so? Su Xiaoxiao looked curiously at Froakie. I've never asked you, what has Froakie's aptitude? Previously, Su Xiaoxiao had believed Froakie to be of king-level aptitude. But now it seemed otherwise. Chu Yuntian had Froakie perch on his shoulder and said, let me put it this way, among my Pokémon, aside from Xiaoxianai, Bug-type treasure bag, and Ponyta, the rest are of champion-level potential. Wow. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly popped out. You're not joking, are you? Of course not. Why would I lie to you? Su Xiaoxiao still found it hard to accept that even a family of champions could not possess so many champion-level potential Pokémon. Chu Yuntian didn't mock her, Under normal circumstances, it was indeed impossible. However, having the system made all the difference. So you're destined to be a champion in the future, without a doubt? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. If you put it that way, I suppose it's true. He replied with a chuckle. Su Xiaoxiao began to giggle foolishly. In light of their relationship, Chu Yuntian's prowess was her own. Chu Yuntian, feeling helpless, tapped her head lightly, saying, "Stop being silly, let us head home." Okay, Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. After escorting Su Xiaoxiao home, Chu Yuntian returned to his own residence. Her words reminded him to gather his Pokémon on the grassy area of the backyard, except for Magikarp. Observing Froakie, Charmander, and Slakoth, all of which were ready to evolve, he asked, "You can all evolve now. How about it? Shall we do it together?" Guru. Huh. Slakoth responded. Chu Yuntian's lips twitched, suddenly feeling reluctant for Slakoth to evolve. He then inquired about the others, including Herdier, Vulpix, and Charjabug, and received unanimous agreement to evolve. Chu Yuntian nodded. Although their current potential had not been fully realized, it was nearly time. With the influence of his inherent power, he was not concerned about causing any harm to the Pokémon. "Wait here for me." After speaking, Chu Yuntian returned indoors to retrieve a Fire Stone and an Ice Stone. The Fire Stone was for Herdier, while the Ice Stone was for Vulpix. Returning to the backyard, he placed the Fire Stone and Ice Stone on the ground, then took out the cursed armor. "All right, we can begin." Immediately, he set up a camera nearby to capture the moment of 6 Pokémon evolving together. Chu Yuntian sat cross-legged on the ground, with Froakie, Charmander, and Slakoth on his left, and Herdier, Vulpix, and Charjabug on his right. Under the effect of his inherent power, the 3 Pokémon on the left began evolving first, followed by the 3 on the right upon coming into contact with their respective evolution items, enveloped in white light. The evolution process was not complicated. Within mere seconds, all 6 Pokémon had completed their evolution. Froakie evolved into a Frogadier, its height increasing from 30 centimeters to 60 centimeters, doubling in size. Charmander evolved into Charmeleon, appearing more fierce, standing at 120 centimeters. Slakoth transformed into a Vigoroth, immediately energetically pounding the ground. Frogadier, Charmeleon, attack, Chu Yuntian commanded. Soon, Vigoroth was seen darting around in a frenzy. Meanwhile, a golden dog over 2 meters tall was joyfully spinning in place. It was a shiny Arcanine. Beside it stood the dreamlike Shiny Alolan Ninetales, its light purple fur smooth and delicate, with ruby-red eyes resembling gems. The sight of these 2 Pokémon together left Chu Yuntian momentarily spellbound. This is like a dream. Finally, all eyes turned towards the Flareon. Indeed, aside from handsome, Chu Yuntian could find no other words to describe it. To his delight, Flareon stood an impressive height of 1.8 meters, standing next to Chu Yuntian. Its fiery swords emanated a commanding presence. Ha ha! Chu Yuntian laughed heartily, leaping onto Arcanine's back and racing through the backyard. At that moment, when Ryun, Zhangqian, and Lu Yi returned, hearing Chu Yuntian's laughter from the backyard, they stepped out to see and were utterly astonished. Especially upon seeing the exquisite appearances of Jiuwei and Sanyan Rengue, these 2 Pokémon are utterly irresistible to the fairer sex. Riding on Fengsudog, Chu Yuntian spun around for more than 10 circles before finally coming to a halt. Observing the remaining unevolved Pokémon, including Xiao Huoma, Mini Long, Baobei Long, as well as Xiao Xiannai and Chong Baobao, Chu Yuntian offered them some words of comfort. These Pokémon were all still below the required level for evolution, and Xiao Xiannai needed a special item to evolve. However, Chu Yuntian felt no urgency. To him, Xiao Xiannai was akin to a beloved pet, and whether it evolved or not was of little consequence. "Son, come over and take a photo for us," Wen Ruyan called out, waving her hand towards Chu Yuntian. Once he descended from Fengsudog, the creature found itself besieged by 3 women. After capturing several photos, Guadua and Huakonglong had already dealt a few blows to the overactive Yuan. Chapter 64, The Evolution of Dabaido. Gazing at Guadua, Chu Yuntian felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. As his very first Pokémon, their bond was the most profound. Sensing the trainer's feelings, Guadua approached Chu Yuntian and silently accompanied him. "From now on, we must strive even harder," Chu Yuntian declared. Guadua responded with resolute determination, vowing not to disappoint the expectations of its trainer. "Everyone, we must always stay together," the Pokémon echoed in agreement, gathering around Chu Yuntian. "Son, what about your Li Yuang? Has it not evolved yet?" Wen Ryun suddenly inquired, perched atop Fengsudog, her face alight with joy as she stroked its golden fur. "Oh, I forgot about it," Chu Yuntian exclaimed, smacking his forehead. He then retrieved Li Yuang's Pokeball, leading his Pokémon to the small river at the foot of the back mountain. "Come forth, Li Yuang." With a splash, Li Yuang floundered in the water like a fool. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Chu Yuntian decided it was time for it to evolve. Many Li Yuang, perhaps due to their nature, would remain unevolved even upon reaching the requisite level. Perhaps they had never even considered evolution. Squatting by the riverbank, An overwhelming surge of energy from the Chang'an flowed into Li Yuwang's body. Half a minute passed, and still no response. A minute later, still nothing? What is going on? Chu Yuntian pondered, gazing at Li Yuwang's vacant expression. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. A miracle occurred. Following the strike, Li Yuwang suddenly radiated blinding light. Its form gradually expanded, transforming from under 1 meter to an imposing 7-meter tall Biao Li Long. What the? Chu Yuntian was utterly bewildered. Is this the hand of evolution? Roar. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, heralding Biao Li Long's fiery temperament. Perhaps still remembering the earlier slap, Biao Li Long roared furiously at Chu Yuntian. Oh, you dare to bare your teeth at me? Chu Yuntian was undeterred. Guagua Paowa, engage. Huakong Long, strike it. Sangyan Ringue, give it a taste of your blade. The righteous mobbing was always the most effective approach. After receiving a thorough lesson, Biao Li Long lay docilely by the riverbank. Chu Yuntian produced some food and energy cubes, offering them to Biao Li Long. Eat up, and after you do, you must behave, understood? He patted the creature's large red head, causing Biao Li Long to tremble in fear, mistaking it for another slap. Watching Biao Li Long obediently consume the food, Chu Yuntian finally took a moment to appreciate the majestic presence of the shiny Biao Li Long. At that moment, all notions of dragon-type champions paled in comparison. I, Chu Yuntian, am the champion of the shiny realm. Congratulations, host, for achieving the Pokémon evolution milestone, earning 7 permanent move tutor machines. A double blessing. Chu Yuntian's spirits soared to new heights at that moment. The permanent move tutor machines were simply unbeatable. Although learning machines had been developed in this world, they were exceedingly expensive, and their variety was limited. After playing with the Pokémon for a while longer, when Ryun and the others returned to their room, Chu Yuntian, however, found a large tree to sit against and began examining the 7 move tutor machines. The first tutor machine contained the skill Blizzard, which Chu Yuntian deemed suitable for Guadawa. It would yield surprising results against grass or flying-type Pokémon. This was indeed a boost for Guadawa. The second tutor machine featured the skill Inferno, clearly meant for Huakong Long. The remaining 5 tutor machines contained Shadow Ball, Dragon Dance, Hyper Beam, Flame Charge, and Earthquake, each a remarkable skill. After much contemplation, Chu Yuntian decided Shadow Ball belonged to the overactive Yuan without question. Dragon Dance was assigned to Feng Sudog, Hyper Beam to Jiawei, Flame Charge to Tsangyan Ringue, and Earthquake to Biao Li Long. For now, let it be so. After all, these are permanent tutor machines. Once a Pokémon learns a move, others can also benefit. For instance, once Tsangyan Ringue learns Flame Charge, it can also be taught to Huakong Long. The same goes for Dragon Dance. That evening, after a long day, Chu Nanfeng returned home to find Chu Yuntian's newly evolved Pokémon, his face breaking into a wide grin, especially enamored with the red Biao Li Long, as he too possessed one at level 89. Son, when will you get me a shiny Pokémon? Chu Nanfeng inquired eagerly. Chu Yuntian shot him a glance. You're already a champion. Do you wish to start training another Pokémon from scratch? I'm still young. Chu Nanfeng patted his chest, and I have experience. It takes less than 10 years to cultivate one to the champion level. Chu Yuntian sighed. Let us see if one suitable for you comes along. HM. Chu Nanfeng had not expected him to genuinely agree. You're not joking, are you? Huh. Would you like a shiny stinky mud? Chu Nanfeng shook his head vigorously. I've heard about the shiny stinky mud from Luoyang. That is absolutely unacceptable. Xiao Tian, don't mind your father. He is just joking around. When Ryun hurled a cushion from the sofa at Chu Nanfeng. You're such a nuisance. Has the matter regarding Mini Long been resolved? Hee, I was just having fun. Chu Nanfeng caught the cushion and settled beside Wen Ryun. Regarding Mini Long, it's already prepared. I've also communicated with the Zhuge family. Zhuge Jinming wishes to exchange a round land shark for Mini Long. Zhuge Jinming, the current head of the Zhuge family, son of Zhuge Jintian and father of Zhuge Ming, is one of the 8 champions of Dragon Nation. The Zhuge family is the only family in Dragon Nation that is both a champion and a king. Upon hearing this, when Ruyan asked, you wouldn't agree, would you? Of course not. I'm not foolish. This time, the Zhuge family seeks our assistance, so naturally, they must pay a greater price, Chu Nanfeng said proudly, raising 2 fingers. In addition, 2 starter Pokémon with potential for champion level. When Ruoyu nodded in satisfaction. That sounds more reasonable. Wait, Chu Yuntian suddenly called out. Chu Nanfeng, and when Ryun turned to look at him. Let us change the terms. I don't want the 2 champion level Pokémon. Don't want them? Chu Nanfeng asked why. Let us swap that condition for me to choose any 5 Pokémon eggs from the Zhuge family's breeding facility. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanfeng was even more perplexed. Choosing Pokémon eggs was akin to selecting blind boxes. No one could know the quality of the Pokémon within. Even the most advanced instruments and experienced breeders could only ascertain a general idea. Chapter 65, The Unexpected Title. Are you certain? If it changes to this, Zhuge Jinming will surely laugh himself silly. Could not help but feel displeased at the thought of Zhuge Jinming's smugness. Chu Yuntian nodded, assuring him that everything would be fine. The acquisition of 5 Pokémon with king-level potential was a certainty. So arrogant? You possess considerable strength. Chu Yuntian exclaimed, feigning surprise as he slapped his thigh. Of course, have you not seen the qualifications of my Pokémon? Upon hearing this, Wen Ruiyun and Chu Yuntian were momentarily taken aback. Like Su Xiaoxiao, they were unaware of just how extraordinary Chu Yuntian's Pokémon qualifications truly were. They only knew that these Pokémon belonged to Chu Yuntian, and that was sufficient for them. The two gazed at Chu Yuntian, who reluctantly reiterated the words he had shared with Su Xiaoxiao. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi, descending from the upper floors, overheard the conversation, leaving the four of them in a state of stunned silence. Regaining his composure, Chu Yuntian immediately dialed Zhuge Jinming's number. Hello? Are you out of your mind? It's late at night. The voice on the other end was filled with exasperation. Are you still going to abandon the mini-dragon? How dare you speak to me in that tone? Chu Yuntian retorted mischievously, eliciting a pained expression from Chu Yuntian, who found it hard to watch. Zhuge Jinming took a deep breath, silently reminding himself to remain calm, for anger would do him no good. Speak, he urged. Well, it's like this. Chu Yuntian replied theatrically, I no longer want those 2 king-level potential starter Pokémon. What do you mean? Zhuge Jinming frowned, bewildered by this sudden change of heart. Damn it, why did I ever trust this scoundrel? I instructed my son to choose 5 Pokémon eggs from your home. It was supposed to be a casual selection. Don't try to pull anything funny. Zhuge Jinming exclaimed, echoing the confusion that Chu Yuntian had initially felt. 2 king-level Pokémon were worth over 100 million. How much were 5 Pokémon eggs worth? When had this fellow become so benevolent? There must be a catch. Zhuge Jinming was suspicious of Chu Yuntian's character. Indeed, Chu Yuntian asserted, but I can't comprehend why you would willingly give up 2 perfectly good king-level starters. What eggs do you desire instead? That's none of your business. Stop dragging your feet. What I dislike about you is your indecisiveness. Just give me a straightforward answer. Chu Yuntian said impatiently. Zhuge Jinming, too, was growing agitated. You are the one at a loss, not me. Why would I refuse? Then it's settled. After the college entrance examination, I will send Xiao Tian over with the mini-dragon. You must treat him well. He is the future champion, understand? Zhuge Jinming fell silent for a few seconds. You truly have no shame. Regardless, that's how it is. You may leave now. The conversation between the 2 kings concluded, leaving Zhang Qian and Lu Yi in shock. What is this? Their image is utterly ruined. After spending some time together, they had come to understand Chu Yuntian's thick-skinned, nonsensical, and shameless nature. But what was up with Zhuge Jinming? On television, he appeared to be a refined, middle-aged man. How could he behave like this in private? Chu Yuntian paid no mind to this, having witnessed such scenes before. Chu Jingxiong and Zhuge Jintian were similarly at odds with each other. The college entrance examination is just a few days away, isn't it? Chu Yuntian murmured, nearly forgetting about it until Chu Yuntian mentioned it. Indeed, only 3 days remain. Lu Yi replied, in these last 3 days, do you plan to return to school? Zhang Qian inquired. After some contemplation, Chu Yuntian answered, yes, I should go. There may not be many opportunities in the future. On June 4th, the following day, Chu Yuntian, along with Zhang Qian and Lu Yi, returned to school after a long absence. At the school gate, they encountered an old friend, Chen Yan. Ah, you finally decided to come back. Chen Yan exclaimed dramatically, rushing over as if to embrace Chu Yuntian. No, wait. Chu Yuntian quickly stepped back. Heartless. Chen Yan was not genuinely seeking to hug him. After a moment of banter, he asked, so, are you back to crush some noobs? What are you talking about? This is our alma mater. It's only natural to return and have a look before graduation, Chu Yuntian replied. As they chatted, they made their way toward their classroom. Along the way, many who recognized Chu Yuntian or had been on the receiving end of his prowess regarded him with curiosity. By the way, what level are your Pokémon at now? Chen Yan whispered, as if sharing a confidential matter. I can easily defeat you. It's no problem, Chu Yuntian replied with a light chuckle. Chen Yan, feeling slightly offended, knew how formidable Chu Yuntian was, but to claim that a single Pokémon could effortlessly defeat him seemed a bit exaggerated. Don't get too cocky. Let's have a match later, and the loser treats everyone to a meal. Fine, but remember, there are 3 of us. So you'll have to treat all 3 if you lose, Chu Yuntian retorted, gesturing to the 2 others beside him. Don't say it as if I've already lost. As the 4 entered the classroom, they were met with a flurry of greetings. Chu Yuntian scanned the room and spotted Lin Fan in the corner. It had been quite a while since he had seen that name. Upon making eye contact with Lin Fan, sparks seemed to fly. Was it possible that this fellow had encountered yet another fortuitous event? Chu Yuntian thought as he settled into his old seat. Their homeroom teacher, Lu Li, arrived shortly after. She instinctively glanced toward the corner and was momentarily taken aback. She had expected to see Chu Yuntian and the others only on the day of the exam. Not so soon. After Chu Yuntian won the new trainer competition, Lu Li received commendations from both the school and the Pokémon League. Although she was aware that her contribution was minimal, the title of Chu Yuntian's teacher had undoubtedly brought her numerous benefits. Most importantly, someone from the Chu family had approached her afterward and presented her with an irresistible gift, a potential king-level little fire dragon egg. What a delightful surprise. While she was excited, Luli also marveled at the generosity of the Chu family. They knew her capabilities well, yet they still offered her a gift as a sign of respect for a teacher. For several days following, she carried the little fire dragon with her everywhere. Coming from an ordinary background and having studied breeding, she owned a few Pokémon, but none with high potential. With this little fire dragon, if nurtured properly, she might one day explore those high-level secret realms. Nodding at Chu Yuntian, Luli began her lesson. Chapter 66, A Grand Display of Dominance. This time, Chu Yuntian found himself unbothered by the usual monotony. Gazing out the window, the once tiresome scenery had suddenly transformed into something beautiful, captivating him anew. A sense of melancholy washed over him, as he realized that such days would soon become a thing of the past. As the class concluded, Chu Yuntian stepped out of the classroom at Lu Li's subtle prompting. "You've grown taller since the last time I saw you," Lu Li remarked, pinching his arm, which seemed to have gained some muscle. Chu Yuntian smiled, leaning against the corridor railing. "Thanks to the teacher's guidance, I've been eating and sleeping well." Flattering. Lu Li clapped her hands, beckoning him to follow her. In the office, Lu Li proudly ushered Chu Yuntian inside. Noticing the envious glances from other teachers, Chu Yuntian could only manage an awkward smile. Many believed Lu Li had simply been lucky, a sentiment she herself did not deny. But so what? Luck was still luck. "Come, Xiaotian, take a seat." Lu Li pulled over a chair, deliberately raising her voice. With no other option, Chu Yuntian sat down. "Because of you, our school has received a substantial funding boost. We are planning to organize an event after the college entrance examination." Seeing Chu Yuntian listening intently, Lu Li felt a surge of gratitude. Observe, this is indeed a true scion of a prominent family. What an exceptionally well-behaved child. In fact, Lu Li has just turned 30 this year. As a teacher, her experience cannot be considered extensive. On June 10th, the entire senior year Pokémon class will collectively enter an E-level secret realm, allowing students to experience the ambience of the realm in advance. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian furrowed his brow. It seemed rather perilous. While a few individuals might manage, nearly 200 students could pose significant risks. Lu Li shrugged her shoulders, suggesting that the responsibility would lie with her, albeit with the accompaniment of teachers from the school. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that whether one is a trainer or a breeder, entering secret realms is inevitable. Even if they skip this opportunity, can they evade military training in college? That entails staying in a secret realm for half a month. Perhaps reflecting on her past, Lu Li couldn't help but shiver. More than a decade ago, she was still a novice breeder. Her first venture into a secret realm coincided with college military training. A grueling half-month that took a toll on her body and spirit. That being said, it is quite reasonable, Chu Yuntian remarked. Lu Li chuckled. "So are you going?" Observing her expression, Chu Yuntian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Internally, he seldom described a girl as lewd. It seemed quite possible that he might not be able to attend. What? Why not? Lu Li's face fell in disappointment. "I have other commitments during those days." Chu Yuntian was not lying. He needed to visit the Zhuge family after exams. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression shifted rapidly, and with a determined heart, she bit her lip. "Then we shall wait for you. When will you be free?" Chu Yuntian was taken aback by her words, pondering if this was truly necessary. Seeing Lu Li's resolve, he suggested, "How about the 12th? I will return after my errands." "All right, it's settled then. I will inform the principal right away." With that, Lu Li swiftly exited the office. Notification. Chu Yuntian shook his head in amusement before also stepping out. After a morning of classes, he had yet to eat lunch when Chunyin pulled him to the training ground. Other classmates, witnessing the scene, followed suit. It was unclear who had disseminated the news, but the number of people at the training ground continued to swell, and even several teachers stood at a distance to observe. "Come on, let's ignite the passion," Chunyin shouted exuberantly. Chu Yuntian, drenched in sweat, questioned, "What s with this fervor? Are you having a midlife crisis? What s wrong?" Even a midlife crisis can become a trainer. Chu Yuntian, exasperated at the growing crowd, sighed, "Let us commence." With that, the two moved to opposite sides of the field. "Come forth, Ti Lei Miao." Chen Yin threw a Pokeball, and the adorable Ti Lei Miao appeared before him. Level 17. Chu Yuntian assessed Ti Lei Miao at a glance. Compared to before, it had 2 additional skills, Quick Attack and Seed Bomb. "Well done on your training," Chu Yuntian complimented. "Learning Seed Bomb ahead of time shows your diligence." "Hey, it's your turn," Chen Yin remarked, wiping his nose. He produced a Pokeball and tossed it. "I choose you, Guidon Yuan." Indeed, Guidon Yuan. This energetic creature was destined for a vigorous workout. Level 22. Someone in the crowd gasped. "It's actually level 22. How is that possible?" Another voice chimed in. "Is this truly a Pokémon of a senior student? At a time when most are around levels 15 or 16, with the exceptional ones at 17 or 18, how can one be at level 22? That is absurd." However, others explained that this was indeed Chu Yuntian's Pokémon. Many remembered when he emerged from the breeding facility with a lazy man egg. Upon hearing this, the skeptic's expressions shifted further. Please, this is even harder to accept. Others have been training from eggs to reach level 22. Well, what have we been doing? Chen Yan, observing Guodong Yuan spinning in circles, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Hey, did you cheat? Congratulations, you are correct. Chen Yan disregarded it, opting to attack first. Lei Miao. Use magical leaf. A flurry of leaves soared towards Guodong Yuan. Guodong Yuan, hold your ground. Chu Yuntian calmly commanded, while Guodong Yuan vigorously pounded the ground, allowing the incoming magical leaf to strike accurately. However, due to its low damage and level, it inflicted minimal harm. Guodong Yuan, use heavy slam. Guodong Yuan leapt high, positioning its rear towards Lei Miao below. Lei Miao evade. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust as Guodong Yuan missed its target, clearly displeased. Lei Miao, unleash Seed Bomb. Chen Yan shouted, as Lei Miao launched large seeds into the air, targeting Guodong Yuan. Guodong Yuan, charge in with arm thrust. Chu Yuntian would not idly await the seed bomb's descent. Yet, the seed bomb was swift, and the final seed struck Guodong Yuan, resulting in a minor explosion. The blast ignited Guodong Yuan's temper, baring its teeth as it advanced on Lei Miao. Not good. Chen Yan internally screamed, but it was too late. Guodong Yuan's hefty backside slammed down upon Lei Miao's head. One-hit knockout. Chapter 67, The Witty Chen Yan. Come forth, present your next Pokémon. Chu Yuntian gestured invitingly. Chen Yan withdrew Lei Miao. Gazing at Chu Yuntian's smug expression, he replied, no thank you, I'm not foolish. Knowing I cannot win, I will not let my Pokémon suffer unnecessarily. Treatments cost money, you know. Upon seeing Chen Yan concede, the surrounding crowd erupted in discontent. They were dissatisfied with the anticlimactic ending. Could it be any less engaging? What are you booing for? If you're dissatisfied, come and try. Chen Yan retorted irritably at the spectators who thrived on the chaos. Let us go eat. Chu Yuntian also recalled Guodong Yuan, leaving the onlookers disappointed. They had come hoping to see Chu Yuntian's shining Pokémon and divine-like creatures, only to witness Guodong Yuan. Their dissatisfaction was palpable. Lin Fan, amidst the crowd, observed the unfolding events with mounting jealousy. Despite everyone complaining about not seeing Mini Long or any dazzling Pokémon, it was evident they were filled with anticipation towards Chu Yuntian. Lin Fan yearned for such anticipation. After Chu Yuntian and his companions departed with Chen Yan, the crowd quickly dispersed. At the cafeteria entrance, Chu Yuntian inquired, are we to dine here? Chen Yan chuckled awkwardly. Please understand, we are not from a destitute family. Cut that out. Chu Yuntian retorted skeptically. While Chen Yan's family was not wealthy, they were certainly middle class. Fine, let us eat here then, Chu Yuntian stated as he entered. The group gathered their meals and found seats, and Chen Yan, glancing at the two distinctly styled beauties beside Chu Yuntian, felt a pang of envy. Honestly, I'm not joking. I truly am out of money lately, Chen Yan confessed. Really? Have you fallen ill? Chen Yan clicked his tongue. Don't curse me, you jerk. Then just spill it. Chen Yan scanned the surroundings, lowered his voice conspiratorially. Recently, I've noticed something peculiar. The once common beautiful scales have suddenly gone out of stock, and even when I managed to find some, the prices have skyrocketed. Chu Yuntian regarded Chen Yan with a knowing smile. Really, I suspect someone is behind this. How can you be so certain? Chu Yuntian chuckled. You might be overthinking it. How could it be? Let me tell you. That day I witnessed someone purchasing the exquisite scales. Can you guess the price the seller quoted? How much? Chu Yuntian inquired with curiosity. For exquisite scales had always been considered a rare decorative item. How high could the price possibly soar? Once the information regarding the evolution chain of the ugly fish is revealed, that would be the time for exorbitant prices. 50,000. A tenfold increase. Chen Yan exaggeratedly gestured. Is that true? It's merely a decorative item. Chu Yuntian had not anticipated that the extensive acquisitions of exquisite scales by his family would lead to such a price surge. Chen Yan nodded. Why would I deceive you? After pondering, Chu Yuntian suddenly understood. So your money isn't being used to buy exquisite scales, is it? Yes. I dare say this matter is not simple. Hence, I seized the opportunity to acquire some exquisite scales. Chen Yan wore a knowing expression, as if he had seen through everything long ago. Impressive. Chu Yuntian genuinely admired him, not realizing that such matters, unnoticed by those grand families and wealthy corporations, had been detected by a young individual like him. Perhaps those people had also sensed something but chose to disregard it, for in the eyes of outsiders, exquisite scales were merely decorative items. Indeed, remarkable. I didn't realize you had such a keen sense in this regard. Lu Yi and Zhang Qian also praised him, both aware of the truth behind the situation. Receiving unanimous commendation from the three, Chen Yan's confidence soared. I plan to finish my exams, return home, and retrieve my father's hidden stash to purchase more exquisite scales. Chu Yuntian didn't know whether to laugh or be astonished. Truly, you are a devoted son. Aren't you afraid that everything will turn out differently than you expect, resulting in a loss? Although he was aware that Chen Yan was bound to profit, he couldn't help but ask. What is there to fear? That's hidden money, not meant for public eyes. Chu Yuntian waved his hand dismissively. All right, you have successfully upgraded to an extraordinary devoted son. As long as you are confident, that's all that matters. Chu Yuntian, having finished his meal, sat up straight and pondered for a moment. As long as you can procure the funds, whether through borrowing or loans, do your utmost to acquire more exquisite scales. If you trust my judgment. After Chu Yuntian spoke, he noticed Chu Yuntian gazing blankly at him. As classmates and friends, Chu Yuntian genuinely did not mind sharing a bit with Chu Yuntian. The trifles were not worth the attention of the Chu family. Brother, Tiangu. Chu Yuntian suddenly stood up, realizing he had drawn attention from others, and promptly sat back down. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his emotions and said seriously, no more words, a good brother for life. You truly are something else, Chu Yuntian sighed. Chu Yuntian was undoubtedly a clever individual, capable not only of discovering opportunities, but also seizing them. Upon understanding his words, he said not a single extraneous word. Chu Yuntian, having heard those words, realized that Chu Yuntian was subtly offering him assistance. He did not think Chu Yuntian would be so bored as to jest with him over such matters, so his suspicions, though unspoken, were close to the truth. Indeed, some people toil their entire lives yet remain unable to achieve great wealth, while at times, a single word from another can set one soaring high. This underscores the significance of benefactors. After lunch, the three of them decided against continuing the training session in the afternoon. Upon returning home, Chu Yuntian saw Wen Ryun entering from the backyard. Chu Yuntian asked, Mother, did you not go to the laboratory today? No, I just want to check on the ice snow dragon. Wen Ryun smiled. The little one is growing quite well. It was evident that Wen Ryun genuinely adored the ice snow dragon. I'll go take a look as well. It's been a while since I last saw it. Are you two coming along? Chu Yuntian inquired. Sure, let us go together, Zhang Qian and Lu Yi replied. The three immediately set off for the back mountain, playing with the ice snow dragon for a while before Chu Yuntian remained alone in the backyard. Gazing at the Frogadier before him, he was struck by a bold idea. Frogadier, today I shall teach you a special move. Ribbit? Frogadier looked at him expectantly, eager to learn this special move. First, create a wave of water. Frogadier nodded and immediately conjured a basketball-sized water sphere in its hands. The 68th move, Spiral Wave. Chu Yuntian observed and instructed. Now, try to control the energy within and make it spin. Frogadier did not understand, but complied. Bang! The wave of water exploded in its hands. Chu Yuntian, undeterred, continued. Bang! Keep going. Bang! After trying 10 times, it still did not succeed. Chu Yuntian sat down in frustration, tugging at his hair. Why isn't it working? Where's the issue? After a while, he stood up again. Frogadier, listen closely. Frogadier stood attentively before Chu Yuntian, excited about the new technique. To master this move, there are 3 key factors. Frogadier nodded. The first factor is rotation. Next, the second factor is power. Finally, the third factor. Frogadier, go on. With a loud gesture, Chu Yuntian exclaimed, Did you understand? Frogadier tilted its head. Have you even listened to what you're saying? Just a bang and a pop. How simple. Understood. Frogadier looked at Chu Yuntian sympathetically. It turns out the trainer is a bit foolish. Chu Yuntian, believing he had explained clearly, lay beneath a large tree and said to Frogadier, Keep it up, I believe in you. After saying this, he picked up 2 leaves to shield his eyes and fell asleep. Frogadier stood in place for a while, then raised its hand to gather a wave of water. Spin. Frogadier attempted various methods, including both rotational and circular movements. 2 hours passed, and suddenly, the sound of a violent explosion jolted the sleeping Chu Yuntian awake. He sprang to his feet and saw not far ahead, in a crater nearly 3 meters in diameter, Frogadier was half kneeling at the center, one hand stylishly pressed against the ground. What is this? Chu Yuntian exclaimed in excitement, completely at a loss for words. Did it actually succeed? Hearing the voice, Frogadier lifted its head and elegantly shook it. Quick, quick, let us do it again. Chu Yuntian rushed over, pointing at a large tree. Take that tree down. Frogadier nodded. Leaping high, a fiercely rotating water sphere appearing in its hands, surrounded by a ring of energy resembling stars, emitting a piercing whir. As Frogadier descended, the tree was suddenly obliterated, debris flying everywhere. It worked. Frogadier has succeeded. Chu Yuntian shouted in exhilaration, based on the performance of this attack. It was at least several times more powerful than the previous wave of water. Both man and frog were delighted. And Chu Yuntian squatted down to offer Frogadier its favorite snack. A new move deserves a new name. Let us call it Spiral Wave. Frogadier, not comprehending, simply accepted whatever the trainer said. Patting Frogadier's head, Chu Yuntian felt like a genius for being able to train such an exceptional Frogadier. Frogadier, isn't the genius actually me? 4 days later, having completed his exams, Chu Yuntian strolled leisurely out of Rongqing No. 1 High School. With his grades, gaining admission to the Imperial Capital University would be a simple task, since Zhang Qian and Lu Yi had to return home. Chu Yuntian did not wait for them and boarded a vehicle directly home. In the living room, Chu Nanfeng, and Wen Ruiyun were present, along with the long-unseen elder Chu Jingxiong. Grandson, how did you fare on the exam? Elder Chu Jingxiong inquired with concern. Quite well, you need not worry. Chu Yuntian sat opposite him, gazing at a Pokeball on the table. Is this the mini-dragon? Yes. Didn't you say you'd be heading to Zhe province first thing tomorrow morning? Chu Nanfeng replied. After putting away the Pokeball, Chu Yuntian acknowledged. Yes. I'm in a hurry. There are matters to attend to at school in a few days. Well, it's better to leave early and return early. The Zhuge family doesn't have many good people, so you mustn't let them take advantage of you, said Chu Jingxiong, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian chuckled dryly and replied, Old man, you've already outperformed Zhuge Liyi your entire life. Why are you still so serious about it? Surely it can't be because you lost the previous contest over the Xiaolong Bao, and you're still brooding over it, right? The remark struck a chord, causing Chu Jingxiong's face to flush, and he turned his head away, no longer engaging in conversation. Chu Yuntian continued to tease him, addressing the three others, by the way. There is something I forgot to mention a few days ago. The acquisition of the Mei Li Lin Pian has already attracted attention, and I estimate it won't be long before this matter becomes known. Upon hearing this, the three showed little reaction. Wen Ruiyun took a sip of tea and said, We anticipated this situation. Although it occurred a bit earlier than expected, we've hoarded enough Mei Li Lin Pian over the past 6 months. Such a large cake. We certainly cannot consume it all ourselves. In that case, for the last month, let us stop concealing it and fully clear out all remaining Mei Li Lin Pian from the market, suggested Chu Nanfeng. With their opinions aligned, it was settled. The more the matter of Mei Li Lin Pian heats up, the better, as it could attract the attention of others. This would significantly alleviate the pressure regarding the Mega Evolution Stones. Following Chu Yuntian's words, the three nodded in agreement. Presently, the Chu family's inventory of Mega Evolution Stones and Keystone has reached several thousand pieces. One cannot deny that Longhua is indeed vast and rich in resources. Chu Yuntian had also inspected the storage room, and for the commonly known Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, the corresponding Evolution Stones and Keystones were all in place. Furthermore, similar to the Mei Li Lin Pian, due to the mass acquisition, the prices of both Evolution Stones and Keystones were rising, albeit only slightly. Early the next morning, Chu Yuntian set off for Hangzhou, taking only 6 Pokémon, the Froakie, the Boltund, the Ninetales, the Chandelure, the Gyarados, and the Charmeleon. The remaining Pokémon were left behind. In Zhejiang Province, Hangzhou, as the old saying goes, above is paradise, below are Su and Hang. At Shaoshan Airport, Chu Yuntian emerged from the terminal with his backpack. In the distance, he spotted Zhuge family members holding up signs. Chu Yuntian approached them and greeted, Hello, I am Chu Yuntian. Zhuge Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you, came the reply. The two insincere individuals sparked a bit of tension upon their first encounter at the airport. Pleasure my foot. You probably haven't even heard of me, thought Chu Yuntian. As they walked towards the parking lot, Zhuge Yan remarked, This is your first time in Hangzhou, right? The scenery here is far more exquisite than that of Rongqing. Zhuge Yan smiled, yet Chu Yuntian could see through him immediately. He was not genuine. Chapter 69, Arrival at the Zhuge family. Perhaps with age, one may appreciate such beautiful scenery more, but I am still young and prefer the grandeur of magnificent landscapes. However, speaking of Hangzhou, I am quite eager to sample the local delicacies. I wonder if Brother Zhuge could offer some recommendations. Chu Yuntian wore a smile akin to Zhuge Yan's. When it came to food, even Zhuge Yan could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Of course, just afraid that Brother Chu might not enjoy it. After all, tastes vary, Zhuge Yan replied, effectively neutralizing Chu Yuntian's advance. Not to your taste? Disdainful? That's merely a difference in preference. As they say, tastes vary. Really? The 3 words struck Zhuge Yan like a sharp blade. Naturally, he responded. Then I must try the famous West Lake vinegar fish of Hangzhou. Zhuge Yan's FAAD cracked. Haha, Brother Chu, you truly are an amusing person. Flattery, Brother Zhuge, you are also quite extraordinary. The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere became unexpectedly harmonious. Silently, they traveled for an hour before the vehicle entered a mountainous valley. From there, the route became exceedingly complex. After another 20 minutes, they finally arrived within the estate grounds of the Zhuge family. Brother Chu, we have arrived. Zhuge Yan gently nudged the already dozing Chu Yuntian. We're here? Chu Yuntian rubbed his eyes in confusion. Damn it, I got dizzy with all those twists and turns. Cursing under his breath, Chu Yuntian jumped out of the car. Zhuge Yan looked at him in disbelief, exclaiming, You've revealed your true nature. Turning back to Zhuge Yan, Chu Yuntian immediately said, I sincerely apologize. I tend to utter foul language when I sleep. No worries, Brother Chu is indeed a person of character, Zhuge Yan replied, stunned by his audacity. What foul language when asleep? Do you take me for a fool? Following Zhuge Yan, they arrived at the main building of the Zhuge family, where many family members cast curious or scrutinizing glances at Chu Yuntian. What a large family, Chu Yuntian mused inwardly. Unlike their Chu family, merely a nouveau riche with only a handful of members. Brother Chu, please come in. We have prepared a welcoming feast, Chu Yuntian gestured as they reached the entrance. To be honest, Chu Yuntian was not accustomed to such hospitality. Upon entering, he surveyed the room and noted only 4 people, aside from a few servants. He recognized these as Chu Yuntian's parents and grandfather. The one in a white dress with twin ponytails was, of course, the focal point of this transaction, Chu Yuntian. If you're wondering why Chu Yuntian's grandmother was absent, it was not due to her passing, but rather because she was traveling the world with Chu Yuntian's grandmother. Interestingly, Chu Yuntian had once harbored feelings for Chu Yuntian's grandmother, Shen Lin. Lin Lan, Chu Yuntian's wife, should not have been on such friendly terms with Shen Lin. Yet, the world is indeed a curious place. They not only maintained a good relationship, but were also close friends. After changing into the slippers offered by the servants, Chu Yuntian noticed Chu Yuntian already conversing quietly with Chu Jinming. How is it? Chu Jinming inquired. As predicted, he has a thick skin. It's a bit painful. Chu Yuntian replied. Chu Jinming had no time to ponder the meaning of painful, as the guest had arrived. Although he was younger, it was improper to keep him standing. Shinzi. Chu Jinming strode towards Chu Yuntian. Haha, hello, uncle. What do you mean, uncle? Call me Bofu. Chu Jinming guided Chu Yuntian to a sofa. I am an old friend of your father. Call me Bofu. It's more affectionate. All right, Bofu, Chu Yuntian replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Chu Jinming then began introducing the others present. This is my father, Chu Yuntian. You can call him Grandpa. Hello, Grandpa. Chu Yuntian stood and respectfully greeted him. Although the 2 elder gentlemen were not fond of each other, it was merely superficial. Chu Yuntian still held a great deal of respect for Chu Yuntian. Good. You're Xiaotian, right? Don't be shy. Just treat this place as your own home. Chu Yuntian smiled warmly, his gaze constantly wandering over Chu Yuntian. All right, Grandpa. Observing the harmonious interaction between the elder and the youth, Chu Jinming and Chu Yuntian exchanged discreet glances. Such a benevolent demeanor from Chu Yuntian was only seen when he was with Chu Jinming. This is my wife, your Bomu, Fu Shui. Hello, Bomu. Chu Yuntian greeted with a smile. Don't be shy, Xiaotian. Sit down quickly, Fu Shui replied warmly. Chu Jinming's gaze shifted from Chu Yuntian to Chu Jinming. This is my daughter, Chu Jinming. She should be about your age. Chu Yuntian looked at Chu Jinming and noticed she was also scrutinizing him. However, her gaze was somewhat intense, and her expression seemed a bit excited. Hello, I am Chu Jinming. Without hesitation, she proclaimed. Oh, hello. May I see your Dratini? Chu Jinming asked, her hands cupping her cheeks, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on Chu Yuntian. Ah, how adorable. Chu Yuntian felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Xiaoming, is there no sense of propriety? Chu Jinming admonished. Why are you being so fierce? Chu Jinming was about to express her grievance when Chu Yuntian stepped in to support her. So you think you're the only capable one? After Chu Yuntian yelled at Chu Jinming, he immediately donned a warm and friendly smile towards Chu Yuntian. Ming, allow your elder brother Tian to eat first. After dinner, he will accompany you to watch as long as you wish. Right, Xiao Tian? Chu Yuntian nodded eagerly in agreement. Chu Jinming giggled. Then hurry up and eat, brother Tian. I'm waiting for you. Chu Yuntian realized he needed to complete the transaction and leave this place swiftly. The charm of the adorable little girl was simply too potent. Before long, a series of dishes were served on the table. The Zhuge family did not adhere to the rule of silence during meals. Chu Yuntian was pulled by Zhuge Jintian to sit beside him, chatting amiably, while on the other side, a pair of large, innocent eyes remained fixed on him. Finally, after an agonizing half-hour, it was time for afternoon tea. Zhuge Jintian, seated at the head of the table, closed his eyes to rest. Xiaotian. Zhuge Jinming sipped his tea and continued. Before your arrival, I had already discussed the specifics with your father. However, the conditions have since changed, and I assure you will not be at a disadvantage. I have a proposal for you. Let us see if you can accept it. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian set down his teacup and replied, Uncle, please tell me. I'm all ears. Tomorrow, I will arrange for the younger generation of the clan to compete against you. There will be 3 matches, and each match must utilize different Pokémon. Regardless of the outcome, you may take home 5 Pokémon eggs. Moreover, for each victory, you will have the opportunity to select an additional Pokémon egg. What do you think? Hearing this condition, Chu Yuntian did not hesitate in the slightest. Thank you, Uncle, he responded. Zhuge Jinming chuckled. You little rascal, how confident you are. I'm flattered. Chapter 70, The Gift. System Task. Achieve victory in the competition against the Zhuge family. Reward, soft sand. Oh, another secret treasure, a ground type. Reflecting on this reward, Chu Yuntian realized he still lacked a ground type Pokémon. At that moment, Zhuge Jintian slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Tian, do not hold back later. Give those little rascals a proper lesson. Chu Yuntian awkwardly chuckled. Well, I'll do my best. Brother Tian, Zhuge Ming, who had been lingering behind Chu Yuntian, leaned down and whispered. The 3 people you will compete against are my cousins. The Pokémon used for the matches are all cultivated within our family. All at level 19. Level 19? It seems they want to test their mettle, he remarked. Thank you. Hee. Can I see the mini long? Zhuge Ming blinked her large eyes. Chu Yuntian, both amused and exasperated, took out the Pokeball containing the mini long and handed it to her. Here, it was originally meant for you. Yay. Zhuge Ming twirled around, holding the Pokeball high above her head. Zhuge Jinming scolded her playfully, though his tone was filled with affection. All right, let us release it and take a look. Fu Shui, seeing her daughter so delighted, couldn't he help but smile. Zhuge Ming nodded enthusiastically and shouted, "Come out, Mini Long." Woo! The adorable Mini Long revealed itself in the living room. Wow! Zhuge Ming leaped onto the Mini Long, rubbing her face against its slightly cool body like a child. However, the Mini Long gazed around the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling a bit timid. Noticing this, Chu Yuntian promptly retrieved several energy cubes and approached. Use this to feed it, he said, handing the energy cubes to Zhuge Ming. Placing a hand on Mini Long, he utilized his dragon power, quickly enveloping it in warmth, helping it calm down. Little one, from now on, this will be your home, Chu Yuntian assured. The Mini Long nuzzled against him. Mini Long, come eat something delicious, Zhuge Ming called, lifting the energy cube high. Bend down a little, I can't reach. Upon seeing the treat, Mini Long obediently lowered its height. Chu Yuntian quietly stepped aside, allowing Mini Long and Zhuge Ming to bond. Xiao Tian, come here for a moment. Zhuge Jintian suddenly called. All right. Approaching Zhuge Jintian, Chu Yuntian inquired, Grandfather, what is it? What you just used was indeed the dragon power, right? I heard your grandfather mention it before. He was quite proud. Zhuge Jintian chuckled. Haha, yes, my grandfather has a penchant for such things. Chu Yuntian laughed, thinking that his grandfather must have called just to boast. Cunning, Zhuge Jintian teased. Chu Yuntian smiled sheepishly, moving aside to retrieve several gift boxes, ranging from small to a large one nearly 2 meters tall. I brought some gifts this time as well. Upon seeing this, Zhuge Jintian smiled contentedly and remarked to Zhuge Jinming, you too, allowing a child to take the lead in such matters. Hurry and bring out the welcoming gift for Xiao Tian. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by this, Zhuge Jinming stood up and fetched a Pokeball. Xiao Tian, this is for you. Chu Yuntian accepted the Pokeball, thanking him. Inside is a Mu Shou Gong with potential at the Heavenly King level, Zhuge Jinming explained. Chu Yuntian was not surprised. Affluent families like theirs would never present anything less than exceptional Pokémon. Not opening the Pokeball immediately, Chu Yuntian handed one of the gifts to Zhuge Jintian. Grandfather Zhuge, this is a calligraphy piece selected by my grandfather from his collection. Zhuge Jintian took it, snorting, that old man can still think of me? Don't speak well of him. He said you are his dearest friend, Chu Yuntian replied. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jintian fell silent. Chu Yuntian turned to pick up the other 2 gift boxes. Uncle, this is for you, a collection of wine from my father. Haha, good, we'll drink together later. Zhuge Jinming laughed as he accepted the gift box. Aunt, this is for you, my mother specially crafted it. It is said to have anti-aging properties, though I think you might not need it. Fu Shui covered her mouth and laughed. You're quite the charmer, child. This is a gift from Aunt to you, Chu Yuntian said, accepting the item she offered, which turned out to be a prop evolution stone. Thank you, Aunt. After putting everything away, Chu Yuntian glanced at Zhuge Yan, who had been silent. I have one too, Zhuge Yan asked in surprise. Family members understand, right? I've hardly received gifts growing up, and my birthdays were never celebrated properly. Of course, Chu Yuntian responded with a smile, explaining that when Ryun had prepared everything in advance, as they were visiting another family, especially one as prominent as the Zhuge family, etiquette must be observed. Pointing to the largest box, he said, this is what I customized. Zhuge Yan opened the box to find a 1/1 scale model of a Li-Bite land shark. Although the item was not very valuable, it resonated deeply with Zhuge Yan's sentiments. After admiring it for a while, Zhuge Yan suddenly turned and said, good brother, stop being jealous. I'll treat you to a grand meal tomorrow. Ha ha ha, no problem. Just when everyone thought the gift-giving had concluded, Chu Yuntian produced another Pokeball. Demeng. The others in the room looked at Chu Yuntian in confusion. Zhuge Ming, who had been playing with Mini Long, turned around, pointing at herself. Demeng? Are you calling me? Chu Yuntian nodded, stating that calling her by her name felt too formal, and that using Xiao Ming or Ming Ming didn't seem right either. Demeng fit perfectly. Huh, how is that appropriate? Zhuge Ming disliked the name, feeling it sounded silly. It's not important. Chu Yuntian scanned the room before handing the Pokeball to Zhuge Ming. This is a gift for you. A Pokémon. But I already have Mini Long. Transactions are transactions, and gifts are gifts. These are 2 entirely different matters. Moreover, I have received AMSHUG Ing as well. ZHGM Ing has not responded, turning to observe ZH and TIN and F Su. Xiao Tian, let's set aside the other matters. This one is rather inappropriate, ZHGJ and M Ing remarked. It is quite normal for elders to present valuable gifts to their juniors. Yet it is indeed somewhat improper for a junior to reciprocate with such an extravagant gift. CHYNTI and shook his head, suggesting that it could simply be regarded as a gift from an elder brother to a younger sister. Just accept it, ZHGZHNTI, and suddenly interjected. affirming that Xiao Tian was correct. There is nothing inappropriate about a brother gifting his sister. Chyntin's reasoning pleased Tin. Oh, thank you, TNG. Zhgming exclaimed as she accepted the Pokeball. What Pokemon is it? Let's open it and see. Chapter 71. ZHGQ and QSH who? Zhgming obediently opened the Pokeball, and a rather unattractive fish flopped onto the ground, struggling clumsily. Ah, CHUQY. Zhgming exclaimed in astonishment. The others looked equally perplexed. How could it be a CHUQY? Zhgming cast a pitiful glance at Chyntin, wishing to express her discontent about receiving such a worthless Pokemon. But given that it was a gift from someone else, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Chyntin turned to Zhgzhin, seeking to gauge his reaction. Don't look at me. Quickly explain. Xiao Ming is on the verge of tears, Zhgzhin said. He had briefly entertained the notion that Chyntin was being deliberately mischievous when he saw the CHUQY, but that thought quickly dissipated. Upon observing Chyntin's expression, he was even more convinced that this situation had further implications. Hee, you are quite astute. Not having witnessed the reaction he had anticipated, Chyntin was not disheartened. Cunning little brat, Zhgzhin jested, recognizing that this young rascal was keen to witness his embarrassment. Faced with Zhgming's pitiful gaze, Chyntin informed the ZHG family that the CHUQY could evolve into AMNS. This decision was his own, as he knew that the CH family would soon choose to disclose this matter. It was better to earn a favor from the ZHG family now and make the most of the situation. After hearing Chyntin's explanation, the five individuals wore bewildered expressions. Zhgming joyfully scooped up the CHUQY, exclaiming, AMNS. Unlike Zhgming, the others were clearly pondering more deeply. Xiao Tian, this gift is rather extravagant, Zhgming remarked. Although Chyntin claimed that the secret would soon be revealed, the ZHG family's strength would certainly allow them to reap considerable benefits in that time frame. Chyntin remained silent, finding it difficult to respond. Observing this, Zhgming said, All right, Ming. You go arrange matters concerning the CHUQY. I will have a private conversation with Xiao Tian. Understood, Dad. Zhgming replied as he stood to leave. Fsu also took Zhgyn and Zhgming to another room. Only the elder and the younger remained, staring at each other in silence. Xiao Tian, you aren't enamored with my Ngming, are you? Chyntin suddenly coughed, nearly spitting his tea across the room. What are you saying? Oh, is that not the case? Does it seem like it? This is my first time meeting her. You know, Chyntin retorted. Then I don't understand. What is the purpose of your actions? Zhgzhin inquired. For the sake of a favor, Chyntin answered without hesitation. Zhgzhin fell silent for a moment before responding. Then let it be for a favor. Huh, it already is. Don't invent your own narrative. Before long, Zhgzhin returned. Following him were three young individuals, and Chyn intuitively realized they were the ones who would challenge him. They appeared to be 2 or 3 years his senior, likely in their 2nd or 3rd year of university. If they were first-year students, they would have likely encountered CHXNYU in the national competition for new students this year. Xiao Tian, let me introduce you. Zhgzhin called Chyntin over. These are ZHGQN, ZHGQ, and ZHGSH. Chyntin nodded at the group before inquiring. ISNT, there also is HG who? Ha ha ha, who G is not at home. ZHGSH explained with a laugh, as they were often asked similar questions. I heard you have a shiny Eldios and a fire pony. May we see them? ZHGQ leaned in eagerly. And I want to see the shiny Bingli WI. The youngest, ZHGQN, chimed in. Not just these three. ZHGYN and ZHGM also approached, clamoring to see the BOB, IL and TN Shiosh. Having received a gift, ZHGYN no longer bore that confrontational demeanor from their initial meeting. It had all been a ruse, and now they were good friends. Just wait. You will see them soon, Chyntin assured them. Indeed, Xiao Tian is correct. Let us proceed to the training ground, ZHGJNM suggested. The group, including ZHGZHNTIN, made their way to the training ground. Oh, surprisingly, there is no one here. Upon arriving at the training ground, CHYNTI noticed the absence of other members of the ZHG family. I didn't invite anyone else, ZHGJNM stated. CHYNTI nodded, relieved, as he preferred to keep his Pokémon somewhat under wraps for the time being. Then, I shall take the first match, ZHGSH announced as he stepped forward. All three of our Pokémon are of a higher level, so we will be using family-bred Pokémon at level 19. Is that acceptable? No problem. DMing has already informed me, Chyntin replied. The two moved to opposite sides of the training ground, preparing to commence their duel. However, those on the sidelines began to bicker over who would serve as the referee. I'll do it. I'm the most professional, ZHGQ declared, producing his referee certificate. Professionalism matters little. This isn't a formal competition, ZHGQ retorted. ZHGM interjected. It should be me. Amidst their squabbling, each wanted to get a closer look at their beloved shiny Pokémon. Just then, ZHGZHNTIN stepped forward. I will do it. Consequently, the others had no choice but to stand still. ZHGZHNTIN strode to the center of the training ground and, with a commanding voice, announced. The match begins. Both sides sent forth their Pokémon. ZHGSH gently tossed the Pokeball, calling out, "Let us go, LNO." CHYNTIN was not to be outdone. "I entrust this to you, GUTUW." GUTUW looked confidently at its opponent, nodding affirmatively. Simultaneously, CHYNTIN activated his data eye. The moves of this LNO were laid bare before him. Level 23. The onlookers all aimed their Pock watches at GUTUW, and upon seeing its displayed level, they were left speechless, some even checking others' devices for confirmation. "This is outrageous," ZHGYN remarked. "I never expected that today's 3 matches would seem so futile," ZHGJ&M observed. Originally, he intended to assess CHYNTIN and his Pokemon's capabilities, yet the outcome had vastly exceeded his expectations. "Are you still going to fight?" ZHGJ&M asked ZHGQ and ZHGQN. "Of course, we didn't come here just to win," ZHGQN replied. "Exactly," ZHGQ concurred. As they conversed, the battle in the field commenced. LNO, use Water Gun. Although they were both Water-type Pokémon, and despite the level difference, ZHGSH believed that with his more extensive experience, he had a chance of winning. GUTUW, use Shadow Clone to approach LNO. GUTUW clapped its hands, creating dozens of clones. The Water Gun swept through them, but none struck the real GUTUW. Chapter 72. Victory. The soft sand is secured. LNO, reduce the range and strike when ready. ZHGSH commanded. Unable to discern which was the true form, he decided to allow GUTU West to close in. The closer GUTUW got, the smaller the area LNO needed to defend. Now, Water Gun. As several GUTUW converged on LNO, it unleashed a powerful Water Gun. GUTUW, use the slice move. Huh. The Guada Frog waved its right hand forward, unleashing a beam of white light. The incoming Water Gun was cleaved in two, ultimately striking the head of the blue crocodile, delivering a fatal blow. A single strike was all it took. The blue crocodile fell, never to rise again. The match concluded with Chu Yuntian emerging victorious. The voice of Chu Yuntian resonated at the perfect moment, proclaiming the prowess of the level 23 Guada Frog. Zhuge Shu collected the blue crocodile and walked off the field. Visibly dejected. On the sidelines, Zhuge Chi, ahead of Zhuge Qin, declared, "Next is my turn." The second match commenced swiftly. Chu Yuntian did not return the Guada Frog to its Pokeball, but instead offered it a few berries, allowing it to munch contentedly behind him. "Come forth, Kamigi," Zhuge Chi called. "It shall be you, Fengsu Dog." The dazzling shiny Fengsu Dog captured the attention of all present the moment it appeared. Even Zhuge Chi, the opponent, found himself momentarily entranced, forgetting the battle entirely. After a brief pause, Zhuge Jintian shouted, "The match begins. Kamigi, use Water Gun." Zhuge Chi seized the initiative. Although Fengsu Dog was a level lower than Kamigi and had a disadvantage in terms of type, he dared not underestimate it, for this was a legendary Pokémon. Its base stats far surpassed those of Kamigi, and with Fengsu Dog's extensive move pool, battling against type disadvantage and at a higher level was not an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, the next moment saw Chu Yuntian respond accordingly. Quick attack. Fengsu Dog's body became agile in an instant, enhancing its speed and effortlessly dodging Kamigi's Water Gun attack. Flame Wheel. Chu Yuntian shouted next. Fengsu Dog was enveloped in flames as it charged towards Kamigi. Observing this, Zhuge Chi waved his hand, commanding, "Kamigi, spin rapidly while using Water Gun." Kamigi withdrew its limbs and head into its shell, simultaneously spraying a Water Gun and spinning toward the oncoming Fengsu Dog. Bang! The two collided, inflicting varying degrees of damage upon each other. However, due to the type disadvantage, Fengsu Dog suffered slightly more. Wave of Water. Zhuge Chi seized the opportunity for a follow-up attack. Fengsu Dog dodge. Fengsu Dog, already faster than Kamigi, leapt aside, evading the assault. Thunderfang. Fengsu Dog opened its wide mouth, its sharp teeth crackling with electricity. Just as Kamigi turned around, Fengsu Dog's jaws found their mark. "What? Thunderfang?" Zhuge Chi exclaimed in astonishment. Fengsu Dog's move pool was indeed impressive, but Thunderfang was excessive. "This Fengsu Dog is of remarkable quality," remarked Zhuge Jinming on the sidelines. "Most Fengsu Dogs cannot learn this non-type move." On the field, Kamigi, bitten by Fengsu Dog, was ensnared in a web of electricity, its eyes spiraling in shock amidst crackling sounds. The second match concluded with Chu Yuntian as the victor. Chu Yuntian announced, then approached Fengsu Dog, observing it closely for a while before saying, "In all my years, this is the first time I have encountered a shiny Fengsu Dog. I have learned something new." Subsequently, Fengsu Dog received the same treatment as Guada Frog, enjoying its victory rewards behind Chu Yuntian. The third match began. Zhugachin sent forth a Raichu. "Qcon, let us finish this beautifully." Chu Yuntian threw his Pokeball, and the resplendent shiny ice Qcon let out a howl. Due to its snowing ability, the battlefield transformed into a hailstorm. "How beautiful," Zhuge Ming whispered, her lips slightly parted in awe. "What a jealous-inducing creature," commented Zhuge Shu. "Such a lovely Pokemon is irresistible to anyone." Similar to the scene when Fengsu Dog appeared, Zhugachin admired the spectacle for a while before retrieving her starry-eyed gaze. "Raichu, use Swift. Qcon, unleash Ice Beam." Raichu shot forth Swift, which was utterly obliterated by Ice Beam. Raichu dodged. The Ice Beam shot directly towards Raichu, but fortunately, Raichu was swift and agile, evading the attack. The Ice Beam struck the ground behind, instantly freezing it. "Raichu, use Thunderbolt." Zhugachin commanded the moment Raichu evaded the attack. As Raichu landed, it released a surge of electricity aimed at Qcon. Magical Shine. Qcon, receiving the command, unleashed a powerful purple light that enveloped Raichu entirely. Simultaneously, the Thunderbolt struck the Ice Qcon. Both Pokemon endured each other's attacks. Body Slam. Seeing Raichu recover, Zhugachin promptly shouted. Raichu charged up and hurled itself with all its might towards Chu Yuntian's Qcon. "Excellent. Ultimate Impact." Chu Yuntian responded, realizing the opponent was charging. Ultimate Impact, the ultimate move, was even more powerful than Body Slam. However, after this move, Qcon would be unable to attack for a brief period. Enveloped in icy energy, Qcon propelled itself forward with all its strength. Both sides unleashed their full power in this clash. The recoil from Body Slam and the damage inflicted by Qcon caused Raichu to faint instantly, sent flying into the distance. Meanwhile, Qcon fell into a momentary state of weakness following the attack. "Victory!" Zhuge Ming exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. "You traitor," her brother Zhuge Yin quipped from the side. Raichu's defeat was not unexpected. As a special attacker, its offensive options were rather limited, and moreover, Qcon was a level higher. "Congratulations, host, on your victory. The reward, soft sand, has been dispatched to your space backpack. Take a good rest," Chu Yuntian said, stroking Ice Qcon's head and feeding it an energy cube. With the 3 matches completely concluded, Zhuge Jinming and others approached the field. "Xiao Tian, your 2 Pokemon have truly opened my eyes," Zhuge Jinming remarked. "Indeed, especially that ultimate impact. To have learned it at only level 20, Zhuge Jintian added. Research on Pokemon moves is ongoing worldwide. Few Pokemon can learn such a high damage move as Ultimate Impact, and only after significant training at higher levels. It may be that Qcon has a natural talent for this," Chu Yuntian responded to Zhuge Jinming's astonishment. Although no one believed such comments, it did not diminish their surprise. "Well then, since you have triumphed in the contest, as previously stated, you may take away a total of 8 Pokemon eggs." Without waiting for Chu Yuntian to reply, Zhuge Jinming approached the shiny Fengsu Dog and stroked its golden fur. "Xiao Tian, may I borrow your Fengsu Dog for breeding?" "Huh." Chu Yuntian was taken aback by Zhuge Jinming's request. "Well, let's see if we can get one ourselves." "Haha, then it's settled." Zhuge Jinming patted Chu Yuntian's shoulder. Disregarding Fengsu Dog's opinion, "When the time comes, we can gather a bunch of female Pokemon. It will surely find one it likes." After chatting for a while in the training field, the champion Zhuge Jinming departed to attend to official matters. The younger individuals gathered around the shiny Fengsu Dog and shiny Ice Qcon. After everyone had their fill of admiration, Chu Yuntian finally returned Fengsu Dog and Qcon to their Pokeballs. "Xiao Tian, let us go pick out the round land shark eggs," Zhuge Jintian suggested, prompting the others to disperse. Only Zhuge Ming remained close, aware of the details of this transaction. Zhuge Shu and the others were still in the dark about Chu Yuntian's purpose for being there today. What initially appeared to be a normal interaction between 2 families took a turn as Chu Yuntian followed Zhuge Jintian into a nurturing room. Within the room lay 2 Pokemon eggs. After activating his data eye for scanning, Chu Yuntian comprehended the details swiftly. From left to right, there was a Squirtle with King-level potential and a Meowth with Near-King potential, along with a small Blessing egg. His gaze fell upon the 2 Pokemon eggs on the far right, both of which were round land sharks. "Xiao Tian, come here," Zhuge Jintian directed, indicating the 2 eggs. "These are the round land sharks. One will hatch in half a month, while the other will take 4 months. Choose one." "All right," Chu Yuntian nodded. The egg with a 4-month incubation period was the one indicated by the system as a championship-level quasi-deity clue. Pretending to deliberate between the 2 eggs for a moment, Chu Yuntian pointed to the rightmost egg, the one with championship-level potential, and said, "I'll take this one." "Well, what about the other 3? Do you desire any of them?" Zhuge Jintian inquired. You may also select 8 Pokémon eggs. Apart from the round land sharks, the other 3 have considerable potential as well, all at least quasi-king level, and have been meticulously chosen. Chu Yuntian's reasoning was sound. If Chu Yuntian were left to his own devices at the nurturing base, he might very well end up selecting 8 eggs of gym-level potential, which could lead to unfavorable gossip. Moreover, since Chu Yuntian had already gifted a significant present to the Zhuge family, it would be remiss not to ensure he received fair treatment. Then I shall take this Squirtle. Chu Yuntian decided, suspecting that the 3 Pokémon eggs were likely arranged by the Zhuge family as a safety net. All 3 eggs were of good quality, indicating the Zhuge family's earnest intentions. It is worth noting that discerning the potential from a Pokémon egg is a challenging endeavor. Very well. I assume you won't need me to prepare an incubator for you, Zhuge Yuntian remarked. Chu Yuntian shook his head and cradled the round land shark egg, while Zhuge Ming hurriedly stepped forward to carry the Squirtle egg. Tian go, let me help you. Thank you, but it's unnecessary. The 2 eggs were placed into a spatial backpack, which the system provided for carrying eggs, though it could not accommodate Pokémon. The rest will wait until tomorrow. I will have Xiao Yin and Xiao Ming accompany you to the nurturing base for selections, Zhuge Yuntian stated. If you are not satisfied, you may also visit other nurturing bases. The Zhuge family will cover the expenses once you make your choices. Chu Yuntian nodded, acknowledging his grandfather. Thank you. Xiao Ming, call your brother over. You young ones should enjoy a good time in Hangqing. Oh, okay. Zhuge Ming scampered off. Zhuge Yuntian shook his head, muttering. This child will never grow up. Quite adorable, isn't she? Chu Yuntian remarked. Before long, Zhuge Ming and Zhuge Yin entered together. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Yuntian, the 3 set off for Hangqing. Within a few hours, Chu Yuntian had little time to explore the sights. That evening, by the West Lake, the Hangqing Pokémon Center was conveniently located nearby. For the sake of convenience, Chu Yuntian opted not to return to the Zhuge family residence, but instead stayed at the Pokémon Center. To his surprise, Zhuge Yin and Zhuge Ming also chose to remain. The next morning, the 3 of them bore 6 dark circles under their eyes. I say, are you 2 siblings unwell? Which good family plays Monopoly all night? Chu Yuntian yawned as they traveled to the nurturing base. Ah, Zhuge Yin has lost his previous charm. I wonder who insisted on winning a game before sleeping. Yes, Tian go, you're quite bad at it. Zhuge Ming rubbed her eyes. Chu Yuntian, feeling too fatigued to argue, succumbed to exhaustion. The trio barely slept for an hour on the way and soon arrived at the Zhuge family's nurturing base. Unlike the Chu family's base, this one did not specialize in a specific type of Pokémon, but was a comprehensive nurturing facility. Upon entering, they headed straight for the Pokémon eggs. Hundreds of eggs were categorized and displayed. In Chu Yuntian's data, I scanned them rapidly. Ultimately, he uncovered 2 Pokémon eggs with king-level potential. How about it? Have you found any to your liking? Zhuge Yin inquired curiously. After a leisurely stroll through the collection of eggs, Chu Yuntian, having never heard of such a selection method, responded, I've decided. He gestured for the staff member following behind to come over. Eggs 77, 321, and 574. After noting them down, the staff member asked, just these 3? Yes. A few minutes later, Zhuge Yin felt compelled to offer a word of caution as he gazed at the 3 eggs before them. Maybe you should take another good look? No need. Let's proceed to select the Pokémon, Chu Yuntian replied. Upon hearing this, the Zhuge siblings ceased their persuasion. The transaction included 2 Pokémon with king-level potential. After storing the 3 Pokémon eggs in his backpack, Chu Yuntian took the tablet that Zhuge Ming handed him, which contained information about all the Pokémon in the nurturing base. Among the 7 Pokémon with king-level potential, Chu Yuntian selected a Seal and a Piplup. The 3 of them spent the entire day traversing through the nurturing bases in Hangqing, finally concluding their selections for the remaining 5 Pokémon eggs by dinner time. All 8 Pokémon eggs obtained were of king-level potential, with none reaching the championship level. Though there was a slight desire to score a hidden gem, Chu Yuntian felt no significant disappointment. Championship-level Pokémon are rare and elusive. Moreover, the 7 eggs and 2 Pokémon did not align with Chu Yuntian's personal desires or needs. Chapter 74. Assistant Teachers, Lu Feng, Zhu Laosan. This journey was personally rewarding for Chu Yuntian primarily due to the round land shark, along with the soft sand provided by the system. After spending a night at the Zhuge residence, Chu Yuntian boarded an early flight back to Rongqing the next day. The first thing he did upon disembarking was to deliver the 7 Pokémon eggs and 2 Pokémon to his family's nurturing base. Upon returning home, Chu Yuntian placed the round land shark egg into the incubator within the nurturing room, positioning it alongside the Ralts and the Larvesta. Among these 3 Pokémon, Chu Yuntian eagerly anticipated the arrival of the pink Ralts. He looked forward to that day with great excitement. In the afternoon, when Ryun, Zhangqian, and Lu Yi returned home, upon seeing Chu Yuntian, they inquired about his recent visit to the Zhuge family. So, you ended up with a total of 10 Pokémon with king-level potential? Zhangqian asked excitedly. Chu Yuntian nodded. If you like any, feel free to capture them yourselves. Both Zhangqian and Lu Yi shook their heads in unison. No, It's always like this. We can't grow otherwise. Yes. We want to rely on our own strength to capture Pokémon, the two girls declared with determination. At that moment, when Ruyan interjected, there's something else. What is it? Chu Yuntian asked. Xiao Qian and Yi will not be accompanying you to Daijing University. Taken aback, Chu Yuntian asked, then where are you planning to go? Moda University, Zhang Qian replied. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Chu Yuntian chuckled. So you two are heading there to challenge me? Hee. We will do our utmost to defeat you, Zhang Qian declared. Well then, good luck. The next morning, the three packed their luggage and set off for school. All the Pokémon class students gathered at the school before being led by their respective homeroom teachers to the secret realm. Arriving at school right at 9 o'clock, they found buses waiting. Upon seeing Chu Yuntian and the others approach, Luli greeted them with a smile. Hurry up and get on the bus. We're about to depart. Once on board, Chu Yuntian spotted Chun Yin waving at him. Here, he called from the aisle seat. Chu Yuntian nodded and said to Zhang Qian and Lu Yi, you two can sit in those two seats next to each other. With that, the two promptly placed their backpacks on the luggage rack. After sitting down, Chun Yin leaned over with a tilted head and whispered, where have you been these past few days? This event was postponed for several days. It can't be to wait for you, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian was truly at a loss for words. Was this guy's intuition so accurate? Nonsense, I don't have that much influence, he denied. I cannot allow this rumor to spread and make it seem like I am being difficult. Chun Yin smirked. I understand. You understand nothing. A few minutes later, everyone had arrived, and Lu Li boarded the bus. Classmates, please quiet down, Lu Li announced, holding a small microphone while standing at the front of the vehicle. This time, we are heading to the Tian Shui secret realm, which is classified as E-level and will last for 3 days. In this realm, there are many water-type and grass-type Pokémon. If you encounter any that you like, feel free to try capturing them, but please act within your limits. Lastly, and most importantly, safety is paramount. Although the Tian Shui secret realm is classified as E-level, there are still higher-level Pokémon present, albeit in fewer numbers. If you encounter any, make sure to keep your distance and do not provoke them. After Lu Li finished her speech, the students reacted in various ways, with some feeling excited, some anxious, and others fearful. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi were a mix of both nervousness and excitement, as this was their first time entering a secret realm, and they were both eagerly anticipating it. Why are you shaking? Chu Yuntian impatiently inquired upon seeing Chun Yin continuously bouncing his leg. Excitement. Chun Yin replied. You aren't scared, are you? Of course not. Although I have never been to a secret realm, I often roam the wild and have captured Pokémon. Chu Yuntian slapped Chun Yin's thigh. Stop shaking. It's annoying. Roaming the wild. You barely even venture close. Do you dare to go in? Chun Yin scratched his head awkwardly, admitting, I really don't dare. Unlike the level restrictions in secret realms, the depths of the wild mountains have Pokémon of all levels, posing dangers comparable to A-level secret realms. The bus traveled slowly, taking a full 3 hours to reach the parking area outside the Tian Shui secret realm. After disembarking, Chu Yuntian noticed that in front of each class's group, in addition to their respective homeroom teachers, there were 2 trainers who seemed to have been hired from the Pokémon Center or other places. Lu Li quickly called over the 2 trainers. Classmates, these 2 will accompany our class as assistant teachers, she introduced. She then introduced their names, Lu Fang and Zhu San, and facilitated the exchange of contact information between all students and the 2 trainers. Chu Yuntian looked at their figures and felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere before. The Tian Shui Secret Realm, Class A of Pokémon, which is the class Chu Yuntian belongs to, consists of 15 students. Under Lu Li's guidance, they all entered the secret realm. Is this the secret realm? It truly is beautiful, Chun Yin exclaimed while gazing at the scenery around him. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi were equally astonished by the unique landscape of the realm. This secret realm is indeed different, Chu Yuntian remarked. The entrance to the Tian Shui secret realm opened up to a vast green grassland, with a wide river not far away. Further in the distance were low hills, undulating gracefully. According to school regulations, the entire grade, nearly 200 students, would operate within a 30-kilometer radius of the secret realm's entrance. The 15 students from Class A were led by Lu Li, Lu Fang, and Zhu San. At this moment, Lu Fang and Zhu San, also known as Zhu Lao San, were quietly discussing something. Boss, we aren't short on money. Why do we have to take on this exhausting job? Zhu Laosan said. What else? Go poach. Lu Fang shot him a glare. Since arriving in Rongcheng, after the trio opened a CAF, the other 3, excluding Li Mei, had become idle. Unable to bear the boredom, Li Laosi eventually joined another poaching group, returning to his old ways. Lu Fang and Zhu Laosan joined the Pokémon Alliance, earning rewards through various tasks. When Lu Fang learned about the activity to protect students at the Pokémon Center, he immediately signed up with Zhu Laosan without hesitation. It was a lucrative and low-risk job, with the task solely to ensure the safety of these students for 3 days. For the 2 seasoned in secret realms, this was a simple task. However, caring for these students is really troublesome, Zhu Laosan lamented while observing the eager-eyed students. You ungrateful one, just answer their questions. At this age, and being their first time in a secret realm, curiosity is perfectly normal, Lu Fang imparted seriously. He patted Zhu Laosan's belly. This is our chance to completely clear our names. We must complete this task well, and we can consider ourselves officially back on track. Let's go? Zhu Laosan sighed, expressing his longing to return to the CAF. Stop thinking about it. You don't fit the role of a server, Lu Fang bluntly critiqued, leaving Zhu Laosan feeling dejected. Enough talking. Here come some students. Zhu Laosan immediately put on a friendly demeanor and greeted the approaching students warmly. Senior Zhu, hello, a few students enthusiastically said. Oh, hello, Zhu Laosan responded, feeling somewhat out of place. In the past, when he encountered others in the secret realm, they would tend to keep their distance. Now, with such warm greetings, he was truly unaccustomed. Senior Zhu, we have a question to ask, a boy named Wang Cheng, who appeared quite talkative and outgoing, began. Remembering what Lu Fang had just said, Zhu Laosan adopted a mysterious demeanor. Sure, go ahead. Wang Cheng cautiously asked, in this low-level secret realm. I've heard it is a place where poachers often linger. Are we going to encounter any poachers? Zhu Laosan reassured. Once the students adapt to the environment of the secret realm, they are no longer as excited as when they first entered. Class A's 15 students, under the leadership of Lu Li and her 2 companions, began to explore the secret realm. Wow, so many walking grasses. Look, it's a flying seed. Over there. A horn sprout. Every time they encountered a Pokémon, astonished voices would erupt from the crowd. Classmates, our destination today is a lake 15 kilometers away. Once we arrive, you will have the freedom to explore, Lu Li announced loudly. Before entering, each class had a fixed exploration point, and for the next 3 days, their activities would revolve around this point to ensure the students' safety. Although it was a straight-line distance of 15 kilometers, the path to get there would take much longer. After more than 2 hours of trekking, the exhaustion began to sap the students' enthusiasm. Just as everyone started to feel fatigued and relaxed, a small figure darted out from the woods, rushing towards one of the girls in the group. Watch out! Someone shouted. Ah, but it was too late. The dark figure moved with incredible speed, leaping from a tree and charging towards the girl, dodging the snack she held, before swiftly disappearing into the forest. The girl, startled, fell to the ground, her face pale. What just happened? Lu Li, at the front of the group, and Lu Fang and Zhu San, at the back, rushed over. A Pokémon suddenly dashed out. Someone explained. Is anyone hurt? Lu Li asked anxiously. No. The fallen girl stood up and brushed off her clothes. Lu Li sighed in relief. As long as no one was injured, everything could be resolved. Such unexpected incidents are truly unpredictable. Did anyone see what kind of Pokémon it was? Lu Li pressed for details. The students shook their heads. Everything happened too suddenly, and the Pokémon moved too quickly for anyone to catch a glimpse. Lu Li furrowed her brows. All right, stay alert, and let's continue our journey. In the front, Chu Yuntian narrowed his eyes. System, was that just Mo Lu Bei Ko? Reflecting on the diminutive, dark figure from earlier, Chu Yuntian silently inquired of the system. Indeed, it is an empty stomach Mo Lu Bei Ko. With the system's affirmation, Chu Yuntian chose to refrain from further commentary. He held no interest in this Pokémon, unless it possessed champion potential. Mo Lu Bei Ko, a gluttonous Pokémon, exists in both a full stomach form and an empty stomach form. The empty stomach Mo Lu Bei Ko exhibits a temperamental disposition, often resorting to aggression towards humans, necessitating constant feeding until satiation transforms it into its full stomach form. Conversely, the full stomach variant can revert to its highly aggressive empty stomach form when angered or hungry, its blood-red eyes emanating a ferocious glare. In summary, nurturing a Mo Lu Bei Ko can be quite troublesome. After approximately another half hour, classes safely arrived at their destination. The immense lake stretched infinitely before them, prompting Chu Yuntian to speculate. Indeed, after allowing all students a moment to rest, Lu Li announced, for the next 3 days, our activities will be confined to the vicinity of this lake. Straying too far is prohibited. Please activate the positioning feature on your Pokémon watches. At this, some Boulder students expressed disappointment, having fantasized about delving deeper into the hidden realms. All right, first set up your tents, and then you may explore freely, Lu Li encouraged, clapping her hands to prompt action. Chu Yuntian, however, simply reclined on the grass, declaring, you all go ahead and set up the tents. I'll take a nap. Having expended considerable energy the previous night, he needed to recuperate. Observing this, Zhang Qian and Lu Yi commenced erecting their tents a few meters away from him, while Chunyan cheerfully set up his tent behind Chu Yuntian. Erecting tents proved to be a skillful endeavor. Most students were either novices or had merely watched tutorial videos online. Yet, once they began, the task was not as straightforward as anticipated. Consequently, Lu Fang and Zhu Laosan emerged as invaluable resources, surrounded by students seeking guidance. Unable to bear the incessant inquiries, Zhu Laosan took the initiative to assist the students, eliciting cheers of appreciation. Once all tents were assembled, Lu Li provided a few instructions before allowing the students to explore in pairs. Some wandered along the lakeshore, while others ventured deeper into the forest. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi exchanged greetings with Chu Yuntian before departing with 2 other female classmates to explore. Chu Yuntian had no intention of following. After all, those aspiring to become trainers should not require his protection even in an E-rank hidden realm, lest they hinder their own growth. Are you just planning to sleep here? Chunyan queried, noticing Chu Yuntian's indifference. Is that a problem? Chu Yuntian replied. Chunyan shook his head. Not at all. It sounds delightful, but I cannot afford to do so. Then why are you still here? Hurry along before no one wants to team up with you, Chu Yuntian retorted. Chunyan scoffed. Am I the type that needs a team? Suit yourself. Just don't disturb my slumber, Chu Yuntian replied. Chunyan, exasperated, exited with a flare, and many like him opted for solitary exploration, including Lin Fan from Class A. Before leaving, Lin Fan shot Chu Yuntian a mocking glance, a smirk gracing his lips. It's merely a race between the tortoise and the hare. I shall surely emerge victorious. Lin Fan motivated himself. Chapter 76, Guadawa, the Chosen Worker. After Chun Yin departed, Chu Yuntian retrieved 2 Pokeballs. Guadawa and Xiao Xian Nai would need to keep watch while he rested. Ensuring safety in the hidden realms was paramount. Goo. Guadawa understood without needing to hear Chu Yuntian's words. Xiao Xian Nai, ever clingy, nestled against Chu Yuntian's chest for a nap. Once the other students had dispersed, Lu Li finally noticed the sleeping Chu Yuntian but chose not to disturb him. Her attention was focused on her Pokémon watch, monitoring the positioning to prevent any student from wandering too far. Moreover, should anyone encounter danger, they would surely send a distress signal, which could not be overlooked. Lu Feng and Zhu Laosan patrolled the area where students were active, ready to respond should Lu Li alert them. Awakening from his slumber, Chu Yuntian glanced at the sky. Remarkably, he had barely napped for 2 hours. Such was the nature of afternoon rest, feeling lengthy yet fleeting. Guadawa, is everything calm nearby? Chu Yuntian inquired as he sat up. Guadawa shook its head in response. Let us set up a tent. I will teach you. Chu Yuntian extracted the tent from his backpack. Guadawa, internally lamenting, thought, really? Not only must I assist in capturing Pokémon, but now I must also help set up a tent. Will I have to cook for you in the future as well? Despite its inner complaints, Guadawa dutifully helped Chu Yuntian, and together they swiftly assembled the tent. Xiao Xian Nai cheered from Chu Yuntian's shoulder, offering him a dollop of cream. Delicious, Chu Yuntian said, savoring the treat with affection. At that moment, a distress signal arrived from Lu Li. She examined the location, which was over 10 kilometers away. The closest individual to that position was Lu Feng. Without hesitation, Lu Li contacted Lu Feng, urging him to hurry. One of the stipulations when hiring individuals from the Pokémon Center was the necessity of having a mount Pokémon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach students in peril in a timely manner. Upon receiving the message, Lu Feng felt a surge of adrenaline. An opportunity to demonstrate his skills had arrived. He never imagined he would one day rush through a hidden realm to rescue someone. Come forth, Quintero. With a thud, Quintero stomped its hind legs against the ground, emitting a deep grunt. Let us go. Lu Feng mounted and transformed into a knight of the wild, charging forth. By the lakeshore, Chu Yuntian approached Lu Li and inquired, what is the situation? Lu Li's expression was grave. Wang Cheng and the others have encountered a swarm of Beedrills and have been pursued. They are now blocked by Spearows and Monfernos, and their current status is unknown. Chu Yuntian was taken aback. That sounds dire. Beedrills are indeed ubiquitous. If memory served him correctly, Wang Cheng was with 3 others, none of whom were particularly fortunate. The Beedrill's classification was uncertain, but the mention of a swarm changed the dynamics significantly. Considering the earlier incident with Su Xiaoxiao, who had nearly jumped into a river while being chased, he realized how fortunate he had been to intervene. However, the blockade of Spearows and Monfernos sounded rather peculiar. Chu Yuntian clasped his hands in prayer, offering silent wishes for their safety. Guadawa mirrored his gesture, imitating him earnestly. Lu Li sighed. Xiaotian, why don't you explore elsewhere? I suppose I lack interest. At present, there are no particular Pokémon I desire, Chu Yuntian replied. There are certainly some you might want, such as Lucario, Metagross, Dorambaruto. Upon reflecting on this, Chu Yuntian promptly inquired of the system, what is the matter? Why have there been no strong Pokémon rewards recently? Host, we must act within our capabilities. You cannot train more than you can manage, the system responded. Chu Yuntian nodded, acknowledging that this rationale was reasonable. Presently, he could only carry a maximum of 6 Pokémon with him. Keeping others in Pokeballs would hinder their growth. Lu Li observed Chu Yuntian, who alternated between nodding and pondering, beginning to suspect he might be experiencing a split in consciousness. If you're not going out, perhaps you could assist me? Lu Li suggested, sharing the locations of 7 of the 14 classmates with Chu Yuntian. Keep an eye on them. If they stray too far, instruct them to return. Upon activating the Spirit Watch, Chu Yuntian noticed that among the individuals present were Zhang Qian, Lu Yi, Chen Yin, and Lin Fan. After a cursory glance, he removed the Spirit Watch and handed it to Guadawa. You can do this. Guadawa replied, Trainer, you are truly a dog. Moments before, Wang Cheng and his 3 companions had narrowly escaped the pursuit of a bee drill. Before they could catch their breath, a fiery monkey appeared, blocking their path. And just as they attempted to change direction, a Spearow emerged. After consulting the Spirit Watch, they discovered the fiery monkey and Spearow were both level 29. Wang Cheng, demonstrating wisdom, opted against confronting them directly due to their numbers and instead chose to call for help. What should we do now? The 4 of them panted as they deliberated their strategy. Shall we split up? One suggested. No way. Wang Cheng firmly rejected the idea. But at this rate, we'll be caught. Splitting up could give us a chance, another argued. Absolutely not. Wang Cheng insisted. Why not? Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, exhausted from running. However, the perilous situation behind them offered no respite. This way, Wang Cheng pointed to a large boulder ahead. The 4 immediately sprinted towards it and sought refuge in the bushes behind. Within moments, the Spearow flew overhead, and the fiery monkey arrived near the boulder. Glancing around, but failing to spot them, it pounded its chest in frustration and moved in another direction. We are safe for now, Wang Cheng whispered. Indeed. If they keep chasing us, my legs will surely give out, another lamented. Wang Cheng took a swig from his water bottle, sensing something was amiss. What's wrong? Came the inquiry from his companion. A level 29 fiery monkey and a level 29 Spearow have been pursuing us relentlessly. Doesn't that seem odd? Wang Cheng explained. What's so strange about it? Isn't it common for Pokémon to attack in secret realms? Wang Cheng shook his head. Not quite, typically. A fiery monkey will abandon its chase once it drives intruders from its territory. Also, Spearow are social creatures. So it's unusual for only one to pursue us for so long. Most importantly, both are level 29, the maximum level allowed in the secret realm. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's analysis, the other 3 suddenly understood. You mean this is intentional? But who would target us? We're just students, they replied. Who else could it be? Poachers, Wang Cheng concluded. Chapter 77, Little Goran. Poachers. Keep your voice down, Wang Cheng quickly covered his mouth. Once the group calmed down, their faces were grim. Wait, we were just joking, and we really encountered poachers? Given the current situation, it seems highly probable. Wang Cheng activated the Spirit Watch, first sending a message to Lu Li to report their circumstances, and then checking Lu Fang's location. 5 kilometers away. We should stay here and wait for rescue. Time passed slowly, and suddenly footsteps echoed from behind the boulder, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. Hey, a deep male voice called out. The 4 of them jumped as if startled cats. Come out, it's me. Lu Fang, riding on a Tauros, struck the bushes with a stick. Hearing his voice, Wang Cheng and the others finally relaxed, emerging one after another from their hiding spot. Senior Lu, Wang Cheng called out gratefully. What on earth is happening? Lu Fang inquired. Wang Cheng briefly recounted the recent events and his suspicions. The more Lu Fang listened, the more peculiar his expression became. Goodness. This is just like the tactics we used before. Identify a target, and then use a Pokémon known for its aggressive behavior to attack, all while trying to remain unseen. This way, regardless of the outcome, most people would assume it was the wild Pokémon acting on its own. Clearing his throat, Lu Fang said, Let's leave this place. It's not safe. The group nodded and followed the Tauros as they departed. By the lakeside, upon learning that Wang Cheng and his companions were safe, Lu Li felt relieved. She was not surprised by the appearance of poachers, as such events were not uncommon in secret realms. The school would not halt the activities due to their encounter. Meanwhile, Chu Yuntian sat leisurely by the lake, holding a fishing rod. Beside him, Guadawa was fixated on the Spirit Watch while munching on snacks. Suddenly, the fishing rod dipped sharply, nearly pulling Chu Yuntian into the water. Whoa, I've got a catch. He gripped the rod tightly, battling with the Pokémon beneath the surface. Moments later, the line slackened, and Chu Yuntian fell to the ground. Staring at the empty hook, he sighed, realizing fishing was not his forte. Regaining his composure, Chu Yuntian gazed at the lake, where a kingler surfaced, casting a sidelong glance at him. The kingler sprayed water into the air, drenching Chu Yuntian. You little rascal. You ate my bait and mocked me. Wiping the water from his face, Chu Yuntian felt infuriated. Guadawa, go take it down. Guadawa tilted its head, raising the Spirit Watch. Gulu, I'm busy, don't disturb me. Witnessing this, the kingler let out a triumphant screech and sprayed more water before diving back into the depths. Sitting down in frustration, Chu Yuntian picked up the rod once more. I refuse to believe I can't catch you. Guadawa shook its head, naive trainer. While Chu Yuntian enjoyed a leisurely day, Lu Li was inundated with responsibilities, just as Lu Fang located Wang Cheng and the others. Another student sent a distress signal indicating someone had mistakenly consumed toxic berries, and no antidote was available. Lu Li had no choice but to send Zhu Laos in to assist. To make matters worse, someone got lost due to map confusion. Meanwhile, in another area, Zhang Qian, Lu Yi, and 2 other female classmates, Li Xinlan and Hu Ying, teamed up to explore the secret realm, all venturing into it for the first time and looking out for one another. They walked along the lakeshore for a while before entering the forest. Qianqian, your Pikachu is so adorable, Li Xinlan exclaimed. Your bubble squirrel is quite well behaved too, Zhang Qian remarked, eyeing the Pokémon in her companion's arms. Once in the forest, they summoned their Pokémon. Lu Yi had an EV by her side, while Huing was accompanied by a Butterfree. Have you all decided which Pokémon to capture? Huing inquired. After some thought, Li Xinlan replied, can it be Suicune? A silence fell over the group. Sure, go for it. We support you, Zhang Qian encouraged. I heard Suicune is currently purifying nuclear wastewater discharged into the sea. Huing added. Li Xinlan chuckled. Just kidding. What I really want is a Snorlax, so cute and huge. A Snorlax? Isn't that hard to care for? You'd have to feed it energy cubes daily. It's too expensive, Huing responded. And you? What do you like? Li Xinlan countered. Hey, I do love a Jigglypuff, Huing said, scratching her head. The mention of Jigglypuff ignited a lively discussion among the girls, as the balloon Pokémon was adored by countless girls for its charming appearance. Alright, let's hurry up and explore. We'll circle back soon to familiarize ourselves with the environment of the secret realm. Zhang Qian clapped her hands. Lu Yi nodded. We need to return before dinner, otherwise Xiao Tian will worry. Oh, Yi is so obedient, Huing teased while embracing Lu Yi. A group of individuals was engaged in lively conversation when, at that moment, a Pokémon with a completely blue, glossy appearance appeared in the middle of the road. It stood there, grinning foolishly with its wide mouth. Ah, a Xiaowaran, Zhang Qian exclaimed. Indeed, Li Xinlan replied, activating her Pokémon watch to scan Xiaowaran, revealing it to be level 14. That means it can evolve soon. Lu Yi noted. Just then, Xiaowaran, still grinning, began to wander off into the distance. It's leaving, Huing exclaimed anxiously. Do you want to capture Xiaowaran? Zhang Qian and Lu Yi both shook their heads simultaneously. They felt their current Pokémon were sufficient and had no immediate plans to add to their team. I don't need it either, Li Xinlan said, as she already had 3 Pokémon, including a little fire dragon chosen from the breeding base, while the other 2 were purchased from home, a bubble squirrel and a mischievous panda. Among the 4, only Huing had thus far only one Bada butterfly. Coming from a less affluent background, she had taken great care of her small green caterpillar. Hee, then I shall go for it, Huing cheerfully said to Bada butterfly beside her. Let us go and defeat it to make it our partner. Bada butterfly flapped its wings, following Huing closely. Hey, Xiaowaran, let us battle, Huing declared, blocking Xiaowaran's path with determination. Chapter 78. Come, let us fight. Xiaowaran began clapping its hands and making strange sounds. Huing, unable to comprehend, brushed it off. Bada butterfly used psychic. Bada butterfly soared into the air, glowing as it unleashed a psychic attack towards Xiaowaran. Xiaowaran chuckled, and a barrier appeared in front of it. After absorbing Bada butterfly's psychic attack, a stronger psychic force was reflected back from the barrier, striking Bada butterfly. It's a mirror reflection, Lu Yi observed, as Bada butterfly staggered from the impact. Xiaowaran, though also affected, appeared still quite spirited. Xiaowaran's defenses are too robust. If this continues, we might lose, Li Xinlan worriedly remarked, watching Huing. Seeing Bada butterfly's state, Huing felt a pang of sympathy. This was her first and only Pokémon. Let us give it our all, Bada butterfly. Use Silver Wind. Her Bada butterfly was level 16, 2 levels higher than Xiaowaran. The Silver Wind attack, being a bug-type move, would have double effectiveness against Xiaowaran. Huing was confident that Xiaowaran would not withstand this hit. Following her command, Bada butterfly flapped its wings, summoning a gust of wind filled with shimmering powder. As anticipated, Xiaowaran could not endure the attack and collapsed to the ground. Go Pokeball! Huing threw the red and white ball. Just then, another Pokeball flew out from behind a nearby tree. The 2 balls collided, neither landing on Xiaowaran. Who is it? The sudden appearance of the Pokeball made the 4 girls tense up. Heh! A cold chuckle echoed as 3 figures stepped out from behind the large tree. Lin Fan, it's you, Zhang Qian exclaimed upon recognizing one of them, a surge of anger rising within her. Lin Fan merely glanced at Zhang Qian before shifting his gaze to his companions, Yan Quan and Su Hu. Do you know her? Yan Quan inquired of Lin Fan. Classmates. Lin Fan replied hesitantly. Hearing this, Su Hu remarked, even if you're classmates, you can't steal our Xiaowaran. Your Xiaowaran? Huing asked in surprise. If this Xiaowaran truly belonged to someone, her earlier actions would be indefensible. Zhang Qian, realizing Huing's question, slapped her forehead and shouted. Don't listen to his nonsense. Xiaowaran is unclaimed. Let us capture it quickly. Huh. Though Huing was not the quickest thinker, she was obedient. She retrieved another red and white ball and threw it again. Naturally, Lin Fan and his friends would not simply stand by. Kame Turtle, use water gun. Yan Quan yelled. From the grass behind the trio, a Kame Turtle shot a water gun at the Pokeball, with the Pokeball sent flying once more. Huing could no longer contain herself. What do you want? Emerging from behind Yan Quan were several Pokémon, including a level 25 Kame Turtle and a level 24 Ariados. Su Hu had a level 24 Chow Chow Pig and a long stone. As for Lin Fan, he simply stood quietly beside the 2, observing the situation. Didn't we say this is our Pokémon? Yan Quan grinned. Despite being 4 individuals, They hardly regarded their opponents as a threat. After all, they were merely newcomers, while he and Su, who had been trainers for 2 years. Dealing with a few inexperienced trainers was a simple task. You're full of it. If you claim it's yours, then why don't you use a Pokeball to catch Xiaowaran? Li Xinlan shouted angrily. Huh, we discovered Xiaowaran first, Yin Quan retorted. Li Xinlan, infuriated by his words, was about to respond when Zhang Qian interjected. Are you sure you discovered Xiaowaran first? Of course, Yin Quan replied. Zhang Qian scoffed and turned to Lin Fan. Are you not afraid of being reported to the school for teaming up with outsiders to snatch your classmates' Pokémon? Lin Fan's expression changed slightly as he said, I merely know those 2 seniors. Your matter does not involve me. He smiled, adding, besides, Xiaowaran was indeed first discovered by the seniors. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the girls were filled with anger. At that moment, Yin Quan produced a Pokeball, stating, Lin Fan Jr. is correct. Therefore, I will now capture Xiaowaran. You have no objections, right? In your dreams. Zhang Qian pulled out her Pokeballs one after another. Come out. After 5 flashes of blue light, Pikachu, Ruru Sheep, Qingyan Bird, Kecleon, and Kame Turtle appeared. All at levels 18 and 19. Although they were still a few levels lower than their opponents, their numbers were overwhelming, and Zhang Qian was not alone. Seeing Zhang Qian's actions, Lu Yi was unwilling to fall behind. Mini Bing, Bokbai, Mei Na Si, Eevee, and Tung Su Xiao Jiang joined her, totaling 5 Pokémon, also at similar levels, with Mei Na Si reaching level 20, qualifying as an elite. Next up was Li Xinlan, who released her 3 Pokémon as well. The 3 of them, surrounded by 13 Pokémon, confronted Yin Quan's trio. Come, let us fight. Zhang Qian glared at Yin Quan, while Lu Yi and Li Xinlan stood firmly by her side. Yin Quan surveyed the scene. What on earth is this? Both he and Su, who felt trapped, they had not anticipated the strength of the opposing women. It was one thing to be assertive, but where did all those nearly level 20 Pokémon come from? If a fight broke out, they would be at a disadvantage, and chaos could lead to injuries or even worse consequences. Moved by the protection from her companions, Hu Ying felt tears streaming down her face. Quickly capture Xiaowaran. They don't dare to stop you, Li Xinlan urged. Wiping her tears, Hu Ying threw out a Pokeball, which successfully landed on Xiaowaran, capturing it. Witnessing this, Yin Quan's face darkened like ink. Fine, it's just a Xiaowaran. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Yin Quan attempted to salvage his dignity. Stop pretending. If you're not going to fight, then scram. Li Xinlan scolded. We're leaving. Yin Quan, his face flushed, walked away in embarrassment, followed awkwardly by Su Hu and his Pokémon. In the vibrant city of Rongqing, the 2 individuals were merely ordinary members of Rongqing University. They had initially anticipated seizing the opportunity to bully the novice trainers, but to their astonishment, they found themselves facing formidable opposition. Lin Fan followed silently behind, expecting to witness Zhang Qian's misfortune, yet the situation had unexpectedly escalated. That scoundrel Chu Yuntian was treating that wretched girl with such kindness. What a pair of despicable individuals. Lin Fan's mind was filled with curses. Chapter 79, FNSSH and MONIOZHN. Upon seeing the 3 depart, Zhang Qian remained vigilant, still not fully at ease. Let's leave it at that for today. We'll return to the camp. There are many water-type Pokémon nearby, Zhang Qian suggested. No one opposed her. Encountering such a situation on their first day was hardly a cause for celebration. By the lakeside, Chu Yuntian received a message from Zhang Qian and Lu Yi. After reading it, he replied, Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you on your way back? As he spoke, a Pokeball was already thrown. The majestic F-ing SGU howled at the sky, and Chu Yuntian mounted it, while Gu TUW landed on its back. I didn't want to trouble you. Besides, those 2 look like weaklings. You needn't intervene. Chu Yuntian shook his head helplessly and ceased further communication, hastening towards the direction of the girls. F-ing SGU was swift, and within mere minutes, Chu Yuntian located Zhang Qian and the others. The F-ing SGU leaped over the roadside grass and landed gracefully before them. Observing the unscathed girls, Chu Yuntian chuckled. Oh, why does one of you look like you've just cried? How annoying. Hu Ying rubbed her eyes. Ah, you can still scold. It seems everything is well, Chu Yuntian teased. He then turned to Zhang Qian and Lu Yi, asking, Are you both alright? Of course, we're fine. We didn't even engage, Zhang Qian replied. Chu Yuntian glanced at Lu Yi, who shook her head, assuring him they were unharmed. Content with their responses, Chu Yuntian said, The day is still young. Shall I accompany you to explore and see if we can encounter any desired Pokémon? Really? Li Xinlan asked excitedly, with Hu Ying wearing a hopeful expression as well. For 3 years, although Chu Yuntian was not a cold individual, few had truly interacted with him. He was exceedingly polite with everyone, yet exuded an air that made him seem unapproachable. Take the 2 of them, for instance. In 3 years, they had exchanged no more than 5 sentences with him. Of course, why would I deceive you? Chu Yuntian replied. He continued, I initially thought it wasn't too dangerous, allowing you to experience the secret realm. Who knew that so soon, you would encounter others blocking your path? Reflecting, Chu Yuntian recounted the incident involving Wang Cheng and the poachers to the group. So how do you feel? Are you afraid? He inquired. Unexpectedly, Li Xinlan scoffed, afraid? So what if we are? It's common knowledge that there are dangers in the secret realm. Are we to abandon our roles as trainers because of that? Chu Yuntian glanced at the others, noting the unwavering determination in their eyes, whether it be Zhang Qian, Lu Yi, or Hu Ying, whose eyes still glistened with remnants of tears. Why so serious? Chu Yuntian chuckled. I mentioned this not to instill fear, but to remind you to exercise caution over the next couple of days. Seeing that they were receptive to his words, he waved his hand grandly, calling for them to set off. Having walked only a short distance, Li Xinlan and Hu Ying suddenly realized the Pokémon Chu Yuntian was riding. That large dog is a shiny F-ing-sgu, they exclaimed, having momentarily forgotten this detail amidst their earlier astonishment. Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths in envy, longing to touch it but hesitant to do so. Feeling slightly embarrassed under their gaze, Chu Yuntian dismounted and walked alongside the girls. As they proceeded for several kilometers, a cacophony of sounds erupted from ahead, filled with the sounds of battle and roars. There seems to be a situation ahead, Chu Yuntian remarked. Could it be poachers? Zhang Qian asked, her tone tinged with tension. Chu Yuntian glanced back, noting the similar expressions of the girls. However, it was understandable. As newcomers, fear was only natural. Let us go take a look. They cautiously approached. And at last, they arrived at a grassy area where two distinct groups of Pokémon faced off, seemingly on the verge of a brawl. These are Moniozhn and FNSSH, Chu Yuntian observed. The relationship between Moniozhn and FNSSH was one of absolute enmity, their animosity traceable through generations. Due to their similar lifestyles, conflicts often arose over territory and food, gradually evolving into a deep-seated hatred that was ingrained in their very genes. The memories of battles fought against one another had become part of their cellular makeup. Whenever they encountered one another, they would invariably clash, heedless of the consequences. Are they about to engage in combat? Li Xinlan whispered. It seems so. With so many Pokémon involved, the battle will be fierce, Hu Ying remarked. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi turned to Chu Yuntian, seeking his guidance. What should we do? Should we turn back? Zhang Qian inquired. Chu Yuntian shook his head. Let us observe for now. At that moment, the tension between the FNSSH and Moniozhn groups was palpable, with hissing and growling filling the air. Chu Yuntian activated his data eye, swiftly identifying the leaders of both groups. FNSSH. Gender, male. Type, poison. Level, LV30, gym level. Ability, penetrate, allows attacks to bypass the opponent's barriers or substitutes. Moves, dark pursuit, poison impact, toxic fong. Potential, near champion level. Moniozhn. Gender, male. Type, normal. Level, LV29, gym level. Ability, poison boost, increases the power of physical moves when in a poison state. Moves, quick attack, rending claw, multi-slash. Potential, near champion level. Both Pokémon had reached gym level. Yet the other FNSSH and Moniozhn within their respective groups were generally of lower levels, mostly in the teens to 20s. Are they fighting over territory or something? Zhang Qian pondered. Chu Yuntian shook his head in uncertainty. I'm not sure, but a fight is definitely on the horizon. As soon as he finished speaking, the conflict escalated. Under the command of their respective leaders, dozens of Pokémon plunged into a chaotic melee. Hissing and growling filled the air as the ferocity of their ingrained enmity manifested in relentless attacks. Initially, the battle appeared evenly matched, but as time progressed, the advantages of the FNSSH group began to surface. Their numerical superiority and the higher level of their leader began to turn the tide in their favor. As the Moniozhn group faltered, the clash between the leaders drew closer to its conclusion. Chapter 80, Stacking Abilities. Just then, Moniozhn was struck by the poisonous spray from FNSSH, letting out a low growl. The Moniozhn leaped high, creating distance. In an instant, the other Moniozhn surrounded their leader, shielding him. With the leader protected, he tensed up and suddenly let out a fierce roar. His energy surged, fur bristling, and his demeanor turned chaotic and frenzied. The leader of the Moniozhn pushed through his comrades, charging wildly towards the leader of the FNSSH. As he passed, the lower-level FNSSH were taken down with a single swipe of his claws. This is belly drum, Chu Yuntian remarked, frowning. Upon activating this move, the attack power of the Moniozhn drastically increased, albeit at the cost of most of its stamina. Nonetheless, such tactics can significantly inflict damage upon the Pokémon, draining their inherent potential. At this moment, the leader of the Miao Yaozhan, in a state of inflated bravado, had little rationality left. A singular thought consumed its mind, to annihilate the Fan Shi. The Miao Yaozhan leader charged at the Fan Shi leader. unleashing a devastating strike with its Ripping Claw aimed directly at its head. Thanks to its poison boost ability, the attack power of Ripping Claw surged by 50. Coupled with the effects of its inflated bravado, the damage dealt was sufficient to fell the Fan Shi in a single blow. Furthermore, Chu Yuntian noticed that this Miao Yao Zhan was equipped with an item, the Life Orb, which similarly augmented its offensive capabilities. With a single claw strike, the Fan Shi collapsed, groaning softly on the ground. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the morale of the Fan Shi tribe plummeted. The tide of battle swiftly turned, as the Miao Yao Zhan relentlessly pursued the demoralized Fan Shi, delivering indiscriminate blows. Are we not leaving? We might suffer collateral damage soon, Zhang Qian inquired. Indeed. If they all rush at us, we would be doomed, Li Xinlan added. Chu Yuntian glanced back, just as he was about to speak. On the opposite side of the battlefield between the Miao Yao Zhan and the Fan Shi, a massive net descended from the heavens, ensnaring the Miao Yao Zhan leader. Hey, it's poachers, Zhang Qian shouted, pointing ahead. Chu Yuntian hurriedly turned to see 3 figures dragging the captured Miao Yao Zhan swiftly disappearing into the thicket. Oh, we are not the only ones watching this spectacle, Chu Yuntian remarked. Host, a mission has arrived. Huh, what mission? Mission 1, the Miao Yao Zhan that will be captured. Reward, 1 Life Orb. Mission 2, capture 1 Poacher alive. Reward, Essence of Fire. Capture 2 Poachers alive. Reward, Essence of Poison. Capture 3 Poachers alive. Reward, Ability Overlap card. Upon comprehending the mission details, Chu Yuntian's eyes glimmered with excitement. The Ability Overlap card could augment an existing ability with an additional one. This was indeed extraordinary. You all head back to the camp, Chu Yuntian instructed his companions. And you? Lu Yi asked. As for me, I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to play the savior and rescue the Miao Yao Zhan, Chu Yuntian declared. He then rose, vaulting onto the back of his Feng Su Go. This is too dangerous. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi worriedly positioned themselves in front of Feng Su Go. You did not bring a protective Pokémon. Those poachers are formidable. Just the 3 silhouettes we saw earlier indicate that even if each has a level 29 Pokémon, they are beyond Chu Yuntian's current capabilities. Chu Yuntian chuckled, who said I didn't bring one. Before Zhang Qian and Lu Yi could react, Feng Su Go leaped high, soaring over their heads. Quickly return. I shall be back shortly. Chu Yuntian and Feng Su Go's figures soon vanished from sight. Ugh, that guy is definitely lying. Zhang Qian grumbled. Yes, he just doesn't want us to worry, Lu Yi replied. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Qian said, let us follow him. Lu Yi nodded and then turned to Li Xinlan and Huang. I can do it. I want to witness just how capable Chu Yuntian is. His confidence must be backed by some strategy to deal with those poachers. I have no objections, Huang affirmed. Good sisters. For life. The group circumvented the chaos of the Miao Yao Zhan and Fan Shi tribe, pursuing the direction in which Chu Yuntian had departed. Ahead, the 3 poachers, having dragged the Miao Yao Zhan and Fan Shi into the forest, wasted no time in sealing them within dark balls. Fearing retaliation from both tribes, they hurriedly fled the scene. Unfortunately, their speed could not rival that of Feng Su Go. From a distance, Chu Yuntian observed their movements, contemplating how to capture them entirely. While this task posed some difficulty, he was resolute not to miss out on the opportunity to acquire the Ability Overlap card. The ability of his Frogadier, Transformative Adaptation, was commendable, yet Chu Yuntian yearned for another ability, the Bond Transformation ability. If it were not for the fact that the Muscle King was on leave, he would have been unable to relinquish that card, which he intended to reserve for his future Greninja. However, with the chance to obtain the Ability Overlap card now at hand, Chu Yuntian was determined not to let it slip away. After observing for half an hour, the 3 poachers had distanced themselves from the scene of the incident. Relaxed, the trio sat down to rest, unpacking their provisions to replenish their energy. Those fools only know how to brawl. Indeed, we have reaped the rewards, they chuckled, discussing their recent haul. At that moment, a stunning Pokémon appeared in the center of their path. What the heck is that? A Jiuwei? Is there such a color variant? Simultaneously, the 3 activated their Pokédexes, and soon, the information about the Pokémon was displayed. Shiny Alolan Jiuwei, only level 20. The trio was astonished. What are we waiting for? Obviously, we should capture it. Just as they rose to seize the Jiuwei, they exclaimed, oh no, it's escaping. Quick, pursue it. They sprinted after the fleeing Jiuwei. 100 meters later, one shouted, what is that? Glancing toward the thicket, they spied a golden dog. Shiny Feng Su Go. The trio was ecstatic, having encountered 2 shiny Pokémon in quick succession, both at low levels. Xiangzi, you chase the Feng Su Go. We'll continue after the Jiuwei. Absolutely, leave it to me. Xiangzi confidently thumped his chest, being a water-type specialist, which would give him an advantage against Feng Su Go. The 3 split into 2 groups in pursuit. Chapter 81. Ambush, each to their own. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Chu Yuntian and Frogadier crouched atop a large tree. Frogadier, when the humans arrive, deliver a thunderbolt. Do you understand? Gulu, right, just be careful not to kill them, aim for their legs. Chu Yuntian recalled that the mission required them to capture the poachers alive. Frogadier nodded, preparing for the onslaught. Before long, the poacher Qiangzi, lured by Feng Su Go, entered Frogadier's attack range. Closer, closer, Chu Yuntian murmured until Qiangzi arrived beneath the tree. With a glance, he signaled Frogadier, who instantly unleashed a thunderbolt that struck Qiangzi's knee. Qiangzi was startled by the sudden ambush, followed by an agonizing cry as pain shot through his leg. Frogadier, make him quiet, Chu Yuntian commanded. Frogadier nodded, swiftly grabbing a handful of dirt and stuffing it into Qiangzi's mouth. Then, with a swift slap, he knocked him unconscious. As Chu Yuntian descended, he examined Qiangzi's now contorted leg before observing the dirt-filled mouth. Honestly, you could have just knocked him out, he remarked while retrieving rope from his backpack to bind the poacher. Gulu, this is safer. All right. Chu Yuntian searched Qiangzi's person and discovered 3 empty dark balls. Sighing in disappointment, opening Qiangzi's Pokédex, he was fortunate to find it paused on a chat window showcasing a group conversation with precisely 3 members. Without a second thought, Chu Yuntian sent a message. Feng Su Go captured it. Encountered a level 29 Raichu. I can't handle it. Send someone to assist. Coordinates. Having completed his task, he, along with Frogadier and Feng Su Go, swiftly concealed the unconscious Qiangzi. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 poachers continued to trail behind the Jiawei. The most irksome and repulsive aspect was that the Jiawei would run away only to stop and wait for them. They could neither catch up nor abandon the pursuit without feeling regret. The 2 were deeply conflicted. Suddenly, the fairy watch emitted a series of beeps. Both of them simultaneously glanced at the notification, and their previously gloomy expressions instantly transformed into radiant joy. They had captured a Feng Su dog. Moreover, they had encountered a level 29 Raichu. What luck! Biaozi, you take care of that Raichu. I'll handle the Jiawei slowly. Biaozi nodded. As a ground-type specialist, dealing with Raichu would be a cinch, wouldn't he? It was still that same tree. Chu Yuntian and Guagua Pao Frog stealthily concealed themselves, while Feng Su Dog lay in ambush not far away. A plump figure emerged. Qiangzi, where the hell are you? Biaozi shouted, but alas, no one responded. Damn it. Sending messages without replying. Has he gone completely mute? Biaozi cursed impatiently and soon arrived at the designated coordinates. Before him stood a level 29 Chuanshan Wang. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuntian raised 2 fingers, signaling Plan B. The hidden Feng Su Dog immediately unleashed a jet of flame, targeting Chuanshan Wang. Damn, Biaozi was startled. Chuanshan Wang, use Protect. Chuanshan Wang swiftly assumed a defensive stance. However, at that moment, taking advantage of the distraction of both man and mouse, the Guagua Pao Frog from the tree executed a move that shattered Biaozi's leg. A wretched scream echoed through the woods, and Zhang Qian and her companions, stealthily trailing behind, turned pale upon hearing it. Quick, let us move faster. They disregarded everything else and sprinted. Meanwhile, Chu Yuntian's Guagua Pao Frog swiftly knocked Biaozi unconscious. Now, they merely needed to deal with Chuanshan Wang. 3 Pokeballs were thrown. Hu K Ngling, Gu Ding Yuan, and Bolling. Alongside Feng Su Dog and Guagua Pao Frog, they surrounded Chuanshan Wang, who was frantically calling out. Don't blame me. It's your high level that invites this righteous group attack. Go for it. Feng Su Dog unleashed a jet of flame. Hu K Ngling did the same. Bolling roared, swinging its massive tail in a water tail attack. Gu Ding fired a shadow ball. The 4 Pokémon launched their attacks simultaneously, leaving Chuanshan Wang with no escape. It was instantly overwhelmed by the onslaught, ultimately sent soaring by Bolling's water tail. Yet, even so, Chuanshan Wang did not fall. The level disparity was simply too significant. Just as Chuanshan Wang descended, Guagua Pao Frog leaped from the ground, landing a powerful wave spiral on its face. Bang! Chuanshan Wang spun rapidly, crashing through several trees before finally plummeting to the ground. Done. Chu Yuntian jumped down from the tree and recalled the Pokémon into their Pokeballs. He approached to inspect the poacher's condition, confirming that the individual was merely unconscious before preparing to clean the battlefield. Just then, Zhang Qian and her companions arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, they were left dumbfounded. Huh, what are you all doing here? Chu Yuntian recalled his Pokémon, leaving only Guagua Pao Frog and Feng Su Dog. We were worried about you. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi stepped forward, each wrapping an arm around him. Such a dangerous endeavor. What were you thinking? Chu Yuntian smiled, reassured them. It's truly fine. Look, we've taken care of 2 already. He gestured towards Qiangzi and Biaozi, saying, you were still concerned about me. Yet you were unafraid of the dangers of pursuit. Not afraid. Zhang Qian and Lu Yi replied in unison, ruffling the girl's hair. Chu Yuntian turned to Li Xinlan and Hu Ying. What about you 2? Why did you come as well? Li Xinlan tossed her long hair with nonchalance, stating, I'm out here for camaraderie. Me too. Hu Ying raised her hand high. Chu Yuntian merely smiled, cherishing this sentiment in his heart. Although their presence wouldn't be of much assistance, the intent was sufficient. Since you're here, lend a hand and drag these 2 aside. If they awaken along the way, Knock them out again, Chu Yuntian instructed. All right. The four girls readily agreed, feeling a rush of excitement for such an endeavor. Once completed, hide them away, don't reveal anything, Chu Yuntian reminded. In no time, the woods returned to their tranquil state. However, the signs of battle nearby were too conspicuous, making ambush impossible. Moreover, the remaining poacher, if not foolish, would certainly sense that something was amiss. At that moment, a familiar figure approached swiftly through the woods. Chu Yuntian recognized it was Joey returning. The speed of Joey was perfect for leading others astray. You've worked hard, he said, stroking Joey's soft, cool fur. Joey nuzzled against Chu Yuntian, behaving obediently. After rewarding it with 2 berries, he instructed Joey to hide with Zhang Qian and the others, concealed in the trees. Chu Yuntian gazed towards the direction Joey had come from. If all went as expected, the remaining poacher should be just behind. Shifting positions in this direction, Chu Yuntian resolved to eliminate him before he discovered any traces of the battle. Chapter 82, Capturing 3 Poachers. Meanwhile, the remaining poacher, named Zhang Yang, had the captured Miaozi with him. After Joey had completely vanished, Zhang Yang contacted his 2 partners. Regrettably, he received no response. No time. That shouldn't be the case. It was just a Raichu. Could it be that they encountered a formidable Pokémon? That couldn't be. If they truly faced a crisis, they would have contacted him. Something felt off. Zhang Yang pondered this, but did not return to search for his partners. Instead, he continued toward the direction where Joey had disappeared. He was unwilling to give up. A shimmering ice Joey would grant him endless wealth and fortune. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he refused to yield. However, he failed to notice that Joey had led him in a wide circle, and he was now heading back. Enchanted by Joey, he was oblivious to the disappearance of his 2 partners, allowing his guard to drop. In this regard, Chu Yuntian had overestimated him. At this moment, having relocated to a new ambush site, Chu Yuntian hid behind a large rock, holding several twigs and grass in his hands. Through the gaps in the branches, he observed the movements ahead. Enhanced by the powers of Yulong and Changpan, his senses were extraordinarily sharp. As Zhang Qian approached, he heard the sounds first. Get ready. Guagua Pao Frog nodded, adopting an attacking stance. Zhang Yang walked while commanding his scyther to clear the way ahead. Scyther swung its dual blades, continuously slicing through the obstructing foliage. This jerk, what brings him to such a wretched place? Zhang Yang grumbled at the overgrown terrain ahead. A level 29 scyther, not bad. Chu Yuntian noted the approaching Zhang Yang and scyther, sending a message to the girls. The more bait there is, the better. Just as Zhang Yang was within 20 meters of Chu Yuntian's position, the girls simultaneously commanded their Pokémon to launch a surprise attack on Scyther from different directions. Zhang Yang was taken aback, immediately dropping to the ground while issuing commands to Scyther. Scyther, dodge quickly. Seeing the attacks converging from all sides, Scyther cleverly leapt into the air. Various assaults combined above Zhang Yang, lifting him off the ground. Guagua Pao Frog, Thunderbolt, Kacha. Guagua Pao Frog moved with such speed that it quickly caught up with the flung Zhang Yang. As usual, it aimed to incapacitate one of his legs. To Chu Yuntian's surprise, Zhang Yang did not lose his composure despite the excruciating pain from his severed limb. Instead, he glared fiercely at Chu Yuntian. Despicable. Oh, what is the worth of despicable tactics against poachers? As he spoke, Chynti discovered several dark orbs on Zhying. Among them, 3 contained unconscious Pokémon. One of them was the previously encountered Myzhn. After administering a simple treatment to the 3 Pokémon, Chynti glanced at the unconscious Zhying. He dragged him over to Chi Angzi and Biozi, for a family should indeed be united. What should they do with the 3? Drag them back? Zhying approached, observing the 3 unconscious figures on the ground. Capturing 3 poachers was certainly a significant accomplishment. This merit ought to yield a handsome reward, Chynti mused. Looking towards LXNLN and Hying. When the time comes, this credit shall be yours. Upon hearing Chynti's words, LXNLN and Hying shook their heads in protest. How could that be? That is unacceptable. I haven't contributed at all. LXNLN asserted. Yes, you captured them yourself, Hying added. Chynti chuckled, claiming this merit would serve no purpose for me, nor for Shio Chi-in and YY. Thus, to maximize benefits, you 2 are the most suitable. We are friends, are we not? Upon hearing this, LXNLN and Hying deliberated for quite some time. Perhaps we could give it to Shio Ying. I don't really need it. LXNLN suggested. Although her family was not wealthy, it sufficiently supported her journey as a trainer. According to the Pokémon League's bounty, each of the 3 poachers was worth approximately 500,000. Divided between 2, it would hardly be of great use. However, if awarded solely to Hying, it would be enough to purchase a starter Pokémon. What? Why is it like this? Hying became anxious. Why does it feel like she has been the one benefiting from the start? All right, it's decided then, Chynti and interrupted Hying. If you ever need me in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Hying replied. For her, this was not merely a matter of 1.5 million. Capturing 3 poachers would also greatly enhance her credentials. Chynti and nodded with a smile, appreciating that these 2 girls had chosen to assist despite the known presence of poachers. This alone warranted his support. He glanced at the 3 individuals on the ground, and then at the unconscious MYZH system. Complete the task. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards accumulated. Life Pearl, Fire Essence, Poison Essence, Trait Stacking Card. The Trait Stacking Card. It's in my grasp. Chynti exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. Looking at the nearby GUTUW, he said, GUTUW, strive hard to evolve into AJ and HRNW soon. GL? Just keep up the effort. After encouraging GUTUW, Chynti turned to the girls and said, come, it's your time to contribute. An hour later, Chynti rode on his F-ing SGU with the 4 girls behind him, while the 3 poachers were dragged along by 2 Pokémon. Upon returning to the camp, aside from Chynti's group of 5, nearly everyone else had already returned, though L and FN was still unaccounted for. What the heck? What are you doing? Seeing the sorry state of the 3 poachers, CHNYN circled around them several times. CHYNTI dismounted from F-ing SGU and rewarded the dog with a large piece of meat. The performance of F-ing SGU today was commendable. We captured 3 poachers, primarily thanks to Hying's efforts. The rest of us merely played a supporting role, Chynti explained. Hying behind him could not help but blush, although they had agreed. She still felt embarrassed to say so. After all, everyone here was aware of her capabilities. To claim she captured 3 poachers alone was indeed absurd. Huh, these 3 are poachers? Chnyn exclaimed, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the 3 individuals again. Chapter 83, an unexpected title. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others, and upon hearing there were poachers, a crowd gathered to point and whisper. Liel also approached, assessing the situation before stating, leave these 3 to me. Chynti nodded. Very well. But remember to report that this was solely Hying's achievement when you submit it, he reminded her. Casting a suspicious glance at Chynti and the others, Liel nodded. After finalizing the matter, Chynti turned to find Hying's face flushed. She simply could not muster the same level of audacity as Chynti. Is this your doing? Liel inquired. Regardless of how things unfold later, it was essential for her to acknowledge it. Yes, Hying nodded earnestly. Liel smiled slightly. Very well. Young people. After addressing the poacher situation, Chynti approached the tent, instructing F-ing SGU to lie down while he reclined on its soft fur. This scene evoked envy among others, for that was a shiny F-ing SGU being used as a pillow. Hey, join me tomorrow, Chnyn called out as he hurried over. Why, aren't you a lone wolf? Chynti asked. Chnyn slumped down to the ground. I thought it would be fine to be on my own here, just like outside. Oh, what did you encounter? It wasn't anything extraordinary. Just that the environment here is vastly different from outside. Aside from the small paths typically taken by trainers, the rest resembles a primitive forest. Furthermore, the density of Pokémon here is alarmingly high. One could easily stumble into a Pokémon's territory and be pursued. After listening, Chynti laughed heartily. So you were chased? Uh-huh. What is there to fear? You managed to escape, didn't you? Chnyn shook his head. I nearly got a beating. Those MYZN are fierce. I was merely passing by when a whole group charged at me, and I ran for several minutes before they let me go. Chynti did not expect Chnyn to encounter a pack of MYZN, though he was unsure whether it happened before or after them. However, I noticed they seemed off. Many were injured. Otherwise, I would not have escaped. Chnyn continued. It appeared that this incident occurred after they had dealt with the 3 poachers. By evening, all 15 students of Class A had gathered. L and FN was the last to return, and no one knew what he had been up to. Liel kept an eye on L and FN's location. As long as he remained within 30 kilometers, she would not intervene. During dinner, there was no campfire gathering. Instead, small groups of friends formed, chatting among themselves. In Chyntin's circle, there were Zhing, Li YY, Hying, LXNLN, and with Chnyn, they accounted for 6 of the 15 students. Others found it challenging to integrate into their tight-knit group. Meanwhile, on Chang's side, there were 4 individuals, also forming a small team. The remaining 4, excluding L and FN, paired off in twos. Near Chyntin's group, Liel, Li F-ing, and Zhlosn sat together, conversing. Little did Liel know that the 2 seemingly affable individuals before her were once poachers. Over the next 2 days, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. Almost every student who entered had their own gains. Chnyn managed to capture AMHIM, while LX and LN, following CHYNTIN's advice, caught a CHUCHUY by the nearby lake. This CHUCHUY possessed considerable potential, reaching near king level. In an environment where the overall potential of the species was relatively low, acquiring such a CHUCHUY could be considered a stroke of luck. However, CHYNTIN chose not to disclose the details regarding the CHUCHUY's potential to her. Lastly, HYing successfully captured a starter Pokémon, Xiaomio Gu, on the final day, with Chu Yuntian by their side. Both Chen Yan's MHM and Hu Ying's Xiaomio Gu are undoubtedly of quasi-king level. Initially, both Chen Yan and Hu Ying found it perplexing that every time they attempted to capture a Pokémon, Chu Yuntian would intervene, yet they dared not inquire, simply listening instead. It was only upon encountering MHM and Xiaomio Gu that the Pokémon in their possession finally found their purpose. As for their classmates, Chu Yuntian was not so idle as to assist everyone. He could merely offer casual advice to those close to him. Upon exiting the secret realm, the students took group photos to commemorate the occasion. This time, they truly returned to their respective homes, destined not to meet again unless under special circumstances. Which university do you plan to attend? Chu Yuntian asked Chen Yan, Li Xinlan, and Hu Ying. I'll be going to Rongqing University, Chen Yan replied. After all, my family is local and can provide some support. Traveling too far would be inconvenient. Chu Yuntian nodded, recognizing that Chen Yan's family had some connections locally, which would be of little use elsewhere. I'm heading to the Magic City. My cousin lives there, Li Xinlan stated. This was a reasonable rationale as having acquaintances in a new place would prove advantageous. Chu Yuntian then turned to Hu Ying. Hu Ying smiled and added, I'll also go to the Magic City. I can continue to be with Yulan. It doesn't matter where I am. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian and Lu Yi exchanged glances, both chuckling. Yi and I are going to the Magic City too, Zhang Qian exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Hu Ying and Li Xinlan. Li Xinlan turned with a puzzled expression. Isn't Chu Yuntian going to the imperial capital? Aren't you going? Both girls shook their heads in unison, then raised their fists with fervor, declaring, We shall defeat him at the Triple Crown Championship. Upon hearing this, Li Xinlan and Hu Ying nodded in agreement, and the four girls turned to Chu Yuntian. We will defeat you. Chu Yuntian shook his head with a wry smile. Then let us all strive together. Chen Yan, watching their spirited exchange, quickly chimed in, Don't forget about me. I won't lose either. Amidst their laughter, the group dispersed. The next chapter of their lives would be the 3-month summer vacation. During this break, several large Pokémon tournaments would take place, each garnering nationwide attention. The first would be the Northwest Regional Pokémon League on June 20th, exclusively for Quasi-King level trainers. To qualify, trainers must collect 8 provincial gym badges within 2 weeks prior to the event from a total of 34 provincial gyms across the country. Chapter 84, The Birth of Ralu Ralu. In July, the National College Student League's professional division would occur, a competition reserved for second-year students, which would also attract significant national interest. To some extent, its popularity would surpass that of regional competitions. In August, before the commencement of school, another regional league would take place, this time in the Southwest. Once these 3 grand tournaments concluded, the school season would commence shortly thereafter. Throughout this summer, Chu Yuntian remained at home, conducting a series of special training sessions for his Pokémon, and he also obtained his driver's license. If not for the daily torment inflicted by Chu Xinyue's incessant need for attention, he would have found more joy in his summer. Xiaodian, I want it. Chu Xinyue's sultry voice echoed in his ear. Just waking up, Chu Yuntian instinctively swatted at her, landing a playful smack on her round form. Every day? Can't you just let me sleep in peace? With a roll, Chu Yuntian immediately sprang from his bed, given Chu Xinyue's relentless antics. Had he not been fortified by the powers of Yulong and Changpan, he would have surely succumbed to exhaustion. You should get up too. Today is the day Ralu Ralu is hatching. Chu Yuntian playfully patted Chu Xinyue's backside. Chu Xinyue pouted, clearly displeased at not getting her way. Humph. If it weren't for Ralu Ralu, I wouldn't even want to acknowledge you, she retorted. Yes, my young lady, he replied. After washing up and having breakfast, they stationed themselves in the nursery room, eagerly awaiting the hatching of Ralu Ralu's egg. Watching the incubator, Chu Yuntian's hands trembled with anticipation. It had been ages since he felt such excitement, but this was Ralu Ralu, evoking a sense akin to that of a proud father awaiting the birth of his daughter. There's still an hour to go, why the rush? Though she had said this, Chu Xinyue was equally excited. She had seen Ralu Ralu before. Wu Shishir had one that evolved into Aleroid, yet this one was different. It was Chu Yuntian's Ralu Ralu, whom he regarded as a daughter, and naturally, Chu Xinyue shared this sentiment. As time passed, finally, the incubator emitted a radiant glow, signaling the impending hatching. I'll step outside, Chu Xinyue declared reluctantly, leaving the nursery. Though she longed to witness the moment of Ralu Ralu's birth, Ralu Ralu would recognize the first person it saw after hatching his family. With a crack, the eggshell shattered. A delicate pink head emerged. Chu Yuntian clenched his fists in excitement, daring not to make a sound, for Ralu Ralu was timid and easily startled. As the head peeked out, Ralu blinked at Chu Yuntian before adorably extending its tiny arms. Ralu? Was that a request for a hug? Not wanting to let the little one down, Chu Yuntian gently lifted Ralu from its shell. Cradling it in his arms, he tenderly stroked its soft pink hair, and his heart melted. Typically, Ralu possesses green hair and a white body, while the shiny variant boasts blue hair and a light purple body. However, the one cradled in Chu Yuntian's arms was a custom creation, soft pink hair and a light yellow body, utterly adorable. Ralu joyfully waved its short arms. As a mood Pokémon, Ralu can sense human emotions through the horn atop its head. When it perceives positive emotions, it too becomes joyful and willingly approaches. After nuzzling Ralu, Chu Yuntian produced the prepared MMU milk. Good child, eat up. Sensing Chu Yuntian's affection, Ralu eagerly opened its mouth to partake. Knock. Knock, may I come in? Chu Xinyue called from outside. Come in. If not for Chu Xinyue's knock, Chu Yuntian might have forgotten her entirely. Upon receiving permission, Chu Xinyue swiftly opened the nursery door. Her first sight was of Ralu drinking milk in Chu Yuntian's embrace. A shiny one. Chu Xinyue exclaimed excitedly, unsure where to place her hands. Indeed, Chu Yuntian nodded proudly. However, after a thorough inspection, Chu Xinyue remarked, but isn't a shiny Ralu supposed to have blue hair? Well, my Ralu is one of a kind in the world, Chu Yuntian replied, rubbing his face against Ralu's. Ralu, the little one, still sipping milk, giggled at the tickling. Soon, as Ralu finished its milk, Chu Xinyue extended her hands. May I hold it? Ralu shook its head. Ha ha ha, just like my precious. Ignore her. Chu Yuntian laughed heartily, leaving the nursery with Ralu in his arms. Meanwhile, Chu Xinyue fumed behind, her teeth grinding in annoyance. In the backyard, Chu Yuntian summoned all his Pokémon. After 2 months, they had all significantly matured, each having leveled up. The Pokémon surrounded Chu Yuntian, gazing curiously at Ralu in his arms. Everyone, from today onward, Ralu will be a part of our family. As older siblings, you must take good care of her. Chu Yuntian spoke as he cradled the Lalu, who lifted its head to glance at each of Chu Yuntian's Pokémon. Lalu, the little creature, timidly buried its head into Chu Yuntian's embrace. All right. Everyone can go and play. Today is merely an introduction, he said in a tone full of affection. The Quatu frog, along with the other Pokémon that had accompanied Chu Yuntian for so long, felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. On the back of the wind speed dog, the bug baby had fallen asleep, though it was now in the form of the baby cocoon. Observing Lalu in Chu Yuntian's arms, with its big, watery eyes, reminded the bug baby of the position it once held. Glancing at Chu Yuntian's head, the ever-stable little fairy remained undisturbed. However, the bug baby found solace in its own situation, resting comfortably on the wind speed dog's back. I've got a big dog to ride. That evening, in celebration of Lalu's birth, the Chu family held a long-overdue family feast. Throughout the night, whether it was when Riyun, Chu Nanfeng, or the long-absent Chu Jingxiong, all were utterly captivated by Lalu's adorable appearance. After spending a day together, Lalu gradually grew familiar with everyone. At this moment, it was curled up in Chu Yuntian's arms, while Chu Xinyue, Zhang Qian, and Lu Yi excitedly snapped photos nearby. The following day, with little fairy perched atop his head and Lalu in his arms, Chu Yuntian stepped outside, accompanied by Zhang Qian and Lu Yi. They were set to meet Chen Yin, Li Xinlan, and Huing for a camping trip by the Red Maple Lake, a gathering of classmates, which meant that the overprotective Chu Xinyue could not join them. Upon arriving at the designated shopping mall, the trio quickly spotted Chen Yin, Li Xinlan, and Huing standing in a row at the parking lot. Wow, so cute. It's pink. Li Xinlan and Huing rushed over as soon as they caught sight of Lalu. Lalu greeted the girls, yet no matter how they coaxed, Lalu refused to leave Chu Yuntian's side. Brother, how many shiny Pokémon do you have now? Are you running a wholesale business? Chen Yin, observing the girls surrounding Lalu, and thus Chu Yuntian, felt a pang of jealousy. Well, I haven't really counted, Chu Yuntian replied, momentarily at a loss. 1, 2, 3, 6. I believe there are 6, he stated nonchalantly, as if he were casually recounting what he had for breakfast. 6. Not only Chen Yin, but Li Xinlan and Huing, who were busy playing with Lalu, were equally astonished by the number. Let me see. Wind speed dog, little fire horse, Jue, and this Lalu. That makes 4, right? Chen Yin counted on his fingers, recalling the Pokémon Chu Yuntian had previously revealed. Although the fire dinosaur and the Tyrannosaurus had fought against poachers in the secret realm, Li Xinlan and Huing had not witnessed them, as by the time they arrived with Zhang Qian and Lu Yi, Chu Yuntian had already recalled his Pokémon. You'll find out in due time, Chu Yuntian said, choosing not to disclose the fire dinosaur and the Tyrannosaurus, keeping Lalu a secret even from his friends. If Lalu weren't so small and clingy, he would prefer that Chen Yin and the others remained oblivious. 3 shiny Pokémon were already enough to draw attention. Adding 2 or 3 more would undoubtedly invite unnecessary trouble. Although the Chu family did not fear such issues, it was best not to attract external scrutiny while they were in the crucial midst of collecting Mega Evolution Stones. A month and a half prior, at the end of June, the Chu family had released information about the Cho-Cho fish's ability to evolve into Minasi through the use of beautiful scales. Simultaneously, a series of papers and research data published by a team led by Wen Ryun provided compelling evidence supporting this claim. Consequently, a global wave of interest in Cho-Cho fish erupted, with countless trainers flocking to the wild and entering secret realms in search of a Cho-Cho fish with promising potential. Along the riversides, lakes, and even in the ocean, trainers could be seen everywhere. However, upon capturing a Cho-Cho fish, they soon discovered that the price of beautiful scales had skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. Seizing this opportunity, the Chu family discreetly released a small portion of the high-quality Cho-Cho fish and beautiful scales they had previously caught, aiming to maintain relationships with families or individuals they were on good terms with. As nearly everyone's attention was captivated by Cho-Cho fish and beautiful scales, the Chu family's efforts to collect Mega Evolution Stones became significantly easier. Seeing that Chu Yuntian was unwilling to elaborate, the others refrained from pressing further. After placing a small hat on Lalolalis, the group entered the shopping mall. After purchasing a plethora of ingredients, they drove for an hour to reach Red Maple Lake. Thanks to Cho-Cho fish, the area was now bustling with trainers, each equipped with small stools and fishing rods, ready to spend the entire day fishing. With so many people, Red Maple Lake has certainly prospered, Li Xinlan remarked. Indeed, it seems to have benefited from this surge of interest, Zhang Qian added. The others also found themselves unaccustomed to such a scene. Having grown up in Rong City, they had visited countless times but had never seen it this crowded. After walking along the lakeside for a while, they finally found a suitably sized open space. They spread out a mat and began unpacking a feast from their bags. Chu Yuntian even dramatically unveiled a simple barbecue grill. Come on, let's prepare the ingredients we just bought. He called out. Hey, let me show you something interesting. Chun Yin said with a mischievous grin, pulling out a bag from his backpack. What is it? Everyone stared at the item in Chun Yin's hand. He placed the bag on the picnic cloth and opened it. Tada! Chun Yin exclaimed, startling everyone. Chu Yuntian peered inside the bag. Is this yogurt? He asked. Chun Yin nodded. My mom made it using Miemia milk, with a touch of sweet bamboo sap added. Really? Let me try? Li Xinlan quickly grabbed a bottle of yogurt. Soon, Zhang Qian, Lu Yi, and Huing followed suit, each taking a bottle. It's delicious. Sweet and fragrant. The girls exclaimed, sharing their delightful impressions. Chun Yin beamed, glancing at the indifferent Chu Yuntian. Why aren't you eating? Don't you like yogurt? Chu Yuntian shook his head, indicating Lalolalis in his arms. Seeing the eager little eyes of Lalolalis, the girls quickly scrambled to feed it yogurt, hoping to win its favor. All right. I'll feed it myself. Don't scare it. Chu Yuntian shooed them away protectively, as if guarding his daughter. He did not neglect little fairy either, cradling it down from his head. After enjoying the yogurt brought by Chen Yin, both little creatures soon dozed off comfortably in Chu Yuntian's embrace. Due to the responsibility of looking after the little ones, Chu Yuntian could not assist much with the barbecue. Relaxing by the lakeside, he held a fishing rod, waiting leisurely for the others to prepare the meat. Chun Yin approached with a plate in hand, sitting down beside Chu Yuntian. Brother, thanks for that. Oh, are you really that sentimental over barbecued meat? Chun Yin scoffed. I meant about the beautiful scales. Chu Yuntian suddenly recalled the matter he had long forgotten. Do you have any idea how much I earned? Chun Yin asked, a piece of barbecued meat hanging from his mouth. Not much. Chu Yuntian responded with a hint of curiosity. When I went home last time, I stole some of my dad's hidden stash and managed to get some beautiful scales. Chun Yin boasted. Your dad has quite the hidden stash, huh? Chu Yuntian remembered that back when beautiful scales were merely decorative items, their price had already soared to 50,000. Chun Yin chuckled. Of course not. I sold 2 bottles from my father's wine cellar. He smiled mischievously. Chu Yuntian laughed, remarking, what a filial son. And then? I hid for many days, too afraid to return home. Chun Yin continued to grin, giving a thumbs up. However, he added, but now, I have this. Chu Yuntian did not inquire about how much this fellow had earned, as it was certain to be substantial. Presently, the price of the beautiful scales had soared to nearly 1 million. After all, who wouldn't want to possess a Maynaz? Yet, Chu Yuntian understood that this was merely temporary. Eventually, when people realized that not every ugly fish adorned with beautiful scales could evolve into a Maynaz, the price would naturally decline and stabilize, likely around 500,000, akin to the prices of firestones and waterstones. Chapter 86, DD University. Upon overhearing their conversation, Li Xinlan approached. Hee, I must thank you as well. I tested that ugly fish, and it has quasi-king potential. Initially, when Chu Yuntian had suggested she capture the ugly fish, she had been quite perplexed regarding its utility. However, trusting Chu Yuntian and adopting an attitude of experimentation, she did not refuse. Later, upon learning that the ugly fish could evolve into a Maynaz, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep the entire night. It's a trivial matter, no need to dwell on it. What about you? Have you sold all your beautiful scales, or do you intend to keep one for yourself? Chu Yuntian inquired of Chen Yan. Impossible. I certainly saved one for myself. One day, when I encounter a high-quality ugly fish, I will capture it as well. Chen Yan replied dreamily. The others felt immense envy upon hearing about Lu Yi possessing a Maynas. Chu Yuntian glanced at the fishing rod in his hand. He was not particularly fixated on acquiring a Maynas. If given the choice, he would prefer to fish for a Gyoka or a Lokia. Hehe. I'm just waiting for my ugly fish to level up, then I'll use the beautiful scales on it, Li Xinlan said. At her words, Chen Yan's earlier smug expression vanished instantly. Enough talk, come eat. The food is almost burnt. Zhang Qian called out. Coming. Chen Yan and Li Xinlan dashed over. Meanwhile, Lu Yi approached with a small plate of grilled food, sitting beside Chu Yuntian, sharing bites together. Thus, these leisurely and joyful days passed for over half a month. The date arrived on September 1st. In the Chu's residence, Chu Yuntian descended the stairs, holding on to Lala Leisai and Xiao Xiannai. Today marked the departure for the DD. Indeed, the new semester was commencing. September 2nd was the day for new students to report. Chu Yuntian had procrastinated until the last day. Arriving earlier would merely familiarize him with the campus, which seemed unnecessary. Have you packed your luggage? Just as he came downstairs, Chu Xinhua emerged carrying a plate of breakfast. I've been ready for a while, Chu Yuntian replied with a yawn as he sat down. Then eat quickly, afterward. We should go to the back mountain to see the Bing Shui Long, Chu Yuntian nodded, realizing he needed to spend time with the Bing Shui Long before leaving home for several months. After quickly finishing breakfast, he headed to the back mountain to find the Bing Shui Long. The little creature was now over level 20 and was overjoyed to see Chu Yuntian. Little one, I'm going to be away for a while. You must wait patiently here for me. The Bing Shui Long affectionately nudged Chu Yuntian with its head. All right. It's not like I'm not coming back. After playing with the Bing Shui Long for about an hour, when Chu Yuntian returned to his room, Chu Jingxiong, Chu Nanfeng, and when Ruyun had all arrived, Zhang Qian and Lu Yi had already departed for MOD the previous day, as their reporting day at MOD University was today. Xiao Tian, once you reach DD, be cautious, Chu Nanfeng said earnestly. Be cautious of what? With so many rare Pokémon in your possession. Perhaps no one would dare to touch you in Rongcheng. But once you're out there, it's unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingxiong nodded in agreement. Indeed, do not be misled by our family's strength. Some people are like rabid dogs, willing to do anything for profit. Chu Yuntian nodded. I will be careful. If I truly encounter danger, I should be able to escape without much issue. No, we need to add an extra layer of protection. Chu Nanfeng pondered for a moment before taking out a Pokeball. Come forth, Kuai Long. Oh whoa. Kuai Long emerged and let out a roar towards the ceiling. Kuai Long, stay by Xiao Tian's side for now. If any danger arises, fight if you can, but if not, take Xiao Tian and run quickly, understood? Chu Nanfeng instructed. Kuai Long tilted its head in confusion, glancing at Chu Yuntian, and then happily agreed to Chu Nanfeng's request. This Kuai Long had grown up alongside Chu Yuntian, sharing an incredibly close bond. At times, Kuai Long even contemplated switching allegiances. Kuai Long, I'm counting on you, Chu Yuntian said, giving Kuai Long a warm embrace. With a bodyguard in place, they moved on to discuss daily matters. When Ruoyan took her time to explain everything to Chu Yuntian. Eventually, he and Chu Xinhua arrived at the airport without anyone to see them off. Although when Ruoyan had wanted to accompany them, Chu Yuntian had declined. Over here, at the security check entrance, Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand energetically. You arrived quite early. Hee, just 10 minutes early, Su Xiaoxiao replied. Walking over to link arms with Chu Xinhua. I missed you so much, Xinhuajia. Really? Would you like to stay with me? Chu Xinhua excitedly proposed. The two had met several times during the summer break and had developed a strong friendship. No need, I'll just stay at school. Humph. And yet you say you miss me. Chu Yuntian playfully slapped their backs. All right, let's go. Stop dawdling. The three swiftly passed through security and soon boarded the plane. 2 hours later, they arrived at DD International Airport. Every school season, DD University sets up special stations to welcome new students. However, with Chu Xinhua accompanying them, they did not need to trouble others. Chu Xinhua's dedicated driver and bodyguard, Sister Song, had long been waiting in the parking lot. The journey to DD University was adorned with banners welcoming new students. Upperclassmen warmly greeted the incoming freshmen, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. It is often said that seniors are attracted to juniors, and it is no mere rumor. After successfully completing the enrollment procedures, the next step was to locate their dormitory. You can go ahead. There will be someone to guide you to the boys' dormitory. I'll take Xiao Xiao to the girls' side. Chu Xinhua indicated toward the volunteer team comprised of upperclassmen. Chu Yuntian nodded. All right, we want to have lunch together. Let us contact each other later tonight. The two girls nodded and departed. Chu Yuntian chose not to seek guidance and found it convenient to read the signs himself. C District, Building 48. Oh, there's a shuttle bus. After walking for a short while, Chu Yuntian spotted the shuttle bus heading to the dormitory area and headed over without hesitation. Seated on the shuttle, He admired the scenery of DD University. It must be said that DD University is truly vast. Not only are the teaching buildings impressive, but the other facilities are also well equipped. There are as many as 8 Pokémon cafeterias. The student cafeterias number 20, serving all students of DD University, not just those from the Pokémon Academy. Students at DD University can feed their Pokémon in the cafeterias, where the prices are half of those found outside, serving as a benefit for the students. Chapter 87, Roommates. After a good 10 minutes, the shuttle bus finally arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitory complex was equally impressive, consisting entirely of 5-story independent apartment buildings. Each building accommodates only 4 students, with ample space inside, and each floor features a 30-square-meter balcony. Did you think this was built for students? No, the vastness of this space is designed for the convenience of Pokémon, as they too require ample living space. Prior to arriving, CHYNTIN was already aware that each student is permitted to bring only 6 Pokémon into the dormitory, with restrictions on their size. Any additional Pokémon or those of larger stature must either remain at home, be placed in a Pokémon Center, or be housed at external breeding facilities. Naturally, there is also the option of utilizing the breeding facilities affiliated with DDD-SU, conveniently situated nearby, where the fees are merely half of those charged by external establishments. CHYNTIN carried only 6 Pokémon. His initial Pokémon, GU-TUW, was indispensable. The others included CING-YN or NGU, FING SGU, MNLING, LLS, and CHNNFING's champion, QILING. The remaining Pokémon were still in the backyard of the CH family in our NGCHing, and they would soon be transported directly to CHXNYU's villa via the Pokeball teleportation device. Before long, the fairy arrived at the dormitory where CHYNTIN was situated. He stood by the roadside, taking in the sight of the dormitory and glancing at the rows of buildings. DDD-SU was truly extravagant, its land area impressively vast. Upon reaching the entrance, he activated his Pokwatch and scanned his identity against the sensor on the door. Information confirmed. Please enter. Pushing open the dormitory door, he was greeted by a spacious living room. Ah, you finally arrived. 3 boys were gathered on the sofa, engaged in animated discussion. Upon noticing CHYNTIN's entrance, their curiosity piqued. Our dormitory is finally complete. The 3 stood up enthusiastically and approached him. Hello, I am WING from Inner Mongolia. CHYNTIN smiled and shook his hand. Greetings, I am CHYNTIN from our NGCHing. After introducing himself, he turned to the other 2 roommates. CHINGJNJI from Jiangxi. Upon hearing this, CHYNTIN exclaimed, Ah, Jiangxi brothers have it tough. It's not easy. I heard that marrying a wife there requires at least one of the starter Pokémon as a bride price. Ha ha, CHINGJNJI chuckled. What you heard is indeed true. With a playful banter exchanged, CHYNTIN turned his gaze to the last roommate. Hello, I am Bai Zian, a local. Bai? As in someone else's Bai? CHYNTIN politely shook his hand, intrigued by the unusual surname. What a rare name, pleased to meet you. Bai Zian chuckled wryly. It's not Bai as in other, it's Bai as in Bai Elling. Bai Elling? What is that? The Bai Elling from the journey to the west. Oh, my Rayquaza. What an accent. CHYNTIN now understood. It was actually B.I. Elling. After introductions were made, the 3 promptly led CHYNTIN into the sofa in the center of the living room. CHINGJNJI produced a die and placed it on the table. Come, everyone rolls once. The one with the highest number gets to choose the floor first. Upon hearing this, WING and Bai Zian cheered excitedly. A bit confused, CHYNTIN asked, So, you haven't chosen your floor yet? The 3 shook their heads in unison. How can we select when not everyone is here? WING replied. Exactly. In our dormitory, fairness is paramount. CHINGJNJI added. And transparency. Bai Zian chimed in. CHYNTIN found their camaraderie amusing. They seemed quite easygoing. So where did you sleep last night? He inquired. Last night? What do you mean? We just arrived today, they replied. CHYNTIN smacked his forehead, realizing he wasn't the only one who delayed until the last day. Enough of that. Let's get on with it. CHINGJNJI urged, eager to roll the die. Who goes first? CHYNTIN seized the die, declaring, the handsome one goes first. TCH. He rolled the die, which came to a stop after rolling a distance. A splendid 4. Haha, only a 4. CHINGJNJI laughed, while WING and Bai Zian wore expressions of relief. A 4 was merely average. With numbers 5 and 6 still in play, their chances of winning remained considerable. CHINGJNJI rolled the die second, but he threw it too forcefully, causing it to tumble to the floor. 3. Damn it. He lamented. What a useless roll. WING picked up the die and tossed it again. Let me show you how it's done. Moments later, too. Uffed. And you mocked me? CHINGJNJI laughed. TCH. WING handed the die to Bai Zian. Your turn. Bai Zian shook his head. You guys are too competitive. Understand the importance of a calm mindset? With that, he gently let the die fall. After a moment of silence, they burst into laughter. 1. This is hilarious. CHNJNJI clutched his stomach, doubling over in laughter. Seeing threw an arm around by ZN's shoulders, exclaiming, "From now on, we'll call you Calm Brother." Observing the trio, CHYNTI and found himself at a loss for words. It truly validated the saying that sometimes one does not need to be particularly strong to defeat an opponent. It suffices for the opponent to be sufficiently weak. Having made my choice, I shall select the 5th floor. Thank you, gentlemen, for your graciousness. CHYNTIN smiled, stood up, and entered the elevator with his backpack. The apartment building was equipped with an elevator. As the doors opened, it revealed a living room that was half the size of that on the 1st floor. To the left were the bedroom and a private bathroom. After placing his backpack down, CHYNTI and stepped out onto the balcony and retrieved the Pokeballs hanging from his waist. Come out, everyone. 6 Pokémon materialized on the balcony, curiously surveying their surroundings. This will be our home from now on. How does it feel? Chu Yuntian, indifferent, laid down, enjoying the sunlight that was perfect for a nap. FNSGU mimicked this behavior, and the 2 Pokémon nestled together, basking in the sun. If you're coming in, come on. There's plenty of space inside, CHYNTIN called, cradling LLS, returning to the living room. CHYNTI and swiftly produced food for his Pokémon. Once they had finished eating, he had already surveyed the room. Chu Yuntian and FNSG, you can sleep in the living room. The balcony is also suitable. MNLing and seeing YN or NGU can do the same. GU TUW and LLS will share the bedroom with me. Little she NN I can lie on my chest. Perfect. After organizing his room, CHYNTI and ventured to the 1st floor alone. Before long, CHNJNJI and the others began to descend one after the other. Not seeing any Pokémon, CHYNTI and surmised they were either left in their rooms or still in their Pokeballs. The 4 gathered and, after a brief conversation, found their discourse gravitating towards Pokémon, as they were all trainers, and shared topics would surely strengthen their bonds. Seeing, the most talkative from Inner Mongolia, inquired, "What were your starter Pokémon?" "Mine was MSHUGing, but it has since evolved into SNLNXL, he replied. "That makes sense. There are many grass-type Pokémon in Inner Mongolia. Mine is GU POW, which has already evolved into GU TUW, CHYNTI and added. Oh, my SNLNXL is effective against your GU TUW. Seeing grinned mischievously. CHYNTI and shrugged nonchalantly, turning his attention to CHNJNJI and by ZN. "Mine is KMGU, CHNJNJI chimed in with a smile. The trio then regarded by ZN expectantly. He scratched his head and grinned. "Mine ISNTA starter. My initial Pokémon is DSHBI. DSHBI? CHYNTIN's lips twitched slightly. "Yes, it has evolved now," by ZN confirmed. "So that makes it CGBI. CHNJNJI interjected. "What ability does it have?" Seeing asked. "Its ability is continuous attack." Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian chuckled. "Indeed. It is the Tulong Bay. Yes, with its continuous attack feature, combined with Ice Spikes, Shell Break, and another Spirit Shield, it truly becomes a formidable Dragon-type Slayer." Chung Junjia rambled on, but by Xian interjected with a smile. "It's not that simple. It is overly idealistic." Chu Yuntian nodded silently beside them, aware that battles with Pokémon are not turn-based, and opponents would not simply stand still for attacks. As it approached 2 o'clock, Chung Junjia proposed, "Let's head to the cafeteria for a meal and see how the food is." He stood up in agreement. The cafeteria at DDDSU operates 24 hours a day, allowing students to eat whenever hunger strikes. "Oh, do you wish to see the food?" "I am too lazy to expose you," Wang Song remarked. Chu Yuntian also rose, saying, "Wait for me a moment. I need to bring my child." "Child?" The 3 stared wide-eyed. "Yes, my child is still small and clings to me." After speaking, Chu Yuntian turned and ascended the stairs, leaving the others exchanging puzzled glances. Shortly, he returned with a Lalu Lasai in his arms, 2 Pokeballs hanging from his waist, containing a Froakie and a Rapidash. On the campus of DDDSU, there was no need to bring a Dragonite. No one would dare cause trouble here. It is worth noting that the president of DDDSU is a champion-level trainer, and most of the faculty are also at least near champion level, ensuring a high degree of safety on campus. What Pokémon is that?" Chung Junjia inquired, noticing the Lalu Lasai wearing a hat and small clothing in Chu Yuntian's arms. "It is Lalu Lasai," Chu Yuntian replied, aware that the 3 would be in close quarters with him for the foreseeable future. Rather than wait for their surprise upon discovering it, he preferred to clarify now and ensure their discretion. "Lalu Lasai?" Wang Tsong leaned in closer. "It's a shiny one." "Oh my!" Chung Junjia exclaimed upon confirming. Chu Yuntian wore an expression of as expected, as he anticipated this reaction. "This one is even pink," by Xian added excitedly. A normal shiny Lalu Lasai is already quite rare and precious, This pink variant might be the only one in the world. After their astonishment, Chu Yuntian stated, I am telling you this because we live in the same building and will see each other frequently. However, you must keep this a secret, at least avoid promoting it. The three nodded vigorously. Understood, it's a small matter, Wang Tsong said, standing at attention. Yes, secrets are safe with us, Bai Zian assured. I have a tight-lipped nature. Cheng Junjie grinned widely. Subsequently, the four exited together, boarding the shuttle bus from the dormitory area directly to the cafeteria. On the shuttle, Lalu Leisai curiously gazed around. Lalu? Chu Yuntian leaned down to ask. Lalu. Lalu Leisai flipped over, comfortably nestled in Chu Yuntian's embrace as the gentle breeze tousled its soft pink hair. You little one. Chu Yuntian said affectionately. Cheng Junjie beside him felt his heart melt. I may never forget this moment in my life. Same here. Wang Tsong and Bai Zian chimed in from the front row, occasionally glancing back. The shuttle ride was swift, taking less than 10 minutes to reach the nearest cafeteria from the dormitory area. From the moment they disembarked to entering the cafeteria and finishing their meal, Cheng Junjie and his companions acted like Chu Yuntian's personal bodyguards, blocking anyone who passed by from seeing them. They proudly called it, protecting our beloved. Lalu Leisai was exasperated, unable to see the outside scenery, and complained to Chu Yuntian. Enough already, you're making it more conspicuous. Chu Yuntian gazed at the three, unsure of what to say. Initially, they intended to argue, but upon seeing Lalu Leisai's distressed little eyes, they quickly quieted down. Strolling through the campus, they encountered a vibrant array of youthful college students and various Pokémon. Wow, that little fire dragon is so white, so long. I'm talking about that monarch snake. This Chansey is also impressive, so big and round. Listening to such outrageous comments, Chu Yuntian instinctively distanced himself from the trio. That one looks good. It's white, long, and big. They continued to admire the scenery until they arrived at the outdoor battle area of DDD-Su. Though crowded, most were first-year students. Upperclassmen would typically not return to school early unless they were volunteers for orientation or had special circumstances. After observing several battles, it was evident that the Pokémon of the new students predominantly ranged from levels 16 to 20, with a few at 14 or 15, and a rare few at level 20. Why are there so many people over there? Cheng Junjie asked, noticing a crowd surrounding a particular battle arena. Let's go take a look, Bai Zian suggested. The four approached the throng, and due to his height, Chu Yuntian easily spotted the battle scene without needing to push forward. Isn't that him? Among the two battling, Chu Yuntian recognized one of them. Oh no, it smells awful. A pungent odor wafted through the air. Ugh. The horrific stench struck the senses. Lalu. Chu Yuntian glanced down to see Lalu Leisai reaching for a Pokeball. You should head inside for a moment. Come out later. Even the Lalu Leisai, who typically disliked entering Pokeballs, was driven to seek refuge from the overwhelming stench. Chapter 89. Farewell, El Leon. Chu Yuntian covered his nose and stepped back a bit, muttering, what an idiot to release that Pokémon. The surrounding students were immediately assaulted by the sudden odor, causing a few to vomit on the spot. Oh my, a shiny Grimer. Masks. I need masks. The appearance of a shiny Grimer left the onlookers in a quandary. They wanted to leave, but were also intrigued by the shiny Grimer. Yet, the smell was truly unbearable. In the battle arena, El Leon calmly pulled out a mask from his pocket. Grimer, use Mud Bomb. The Grimer writhed its body and hurled toxic sludge at its opponent. EV, use Quick Attack. The opposing trainer reacted swiftly. The Mud Bomb was accurate, but EV was even quicker, swiftly closing the distance to Grimer. With a quick strike, EV knocked out El Liang's Grimer in an instant. The level disparity was too significant. The trainer was likely a second-year student. Outside the arena, after observing the match, Chu Yuntian noted that El Liang's Grimer was only level 19. Among freshmen, this was already quite impressive, and as a poison type, it countered grass types. But losing so quickly was entirely due to the vast level difference. At level 29, that EV is just bullying, Cheng Junjie remarked, struggling to endure the stench while glancing at the level displayed on his Poké gear. Indeed, if the levels were similar, Quick Attack would not have taken down Grimer so easily, Wang Tsong added. Bai Zian, having somehow acquired a mask, chimed in. I inquired and learned that the second-year senior is hosting a challenge. Anyone can participate, and if they defeat him, they win 10,000 yuan. Each person can use up to 3 Pokémon, meaning it's 3 against 1. By the way, the registration fee is 1,000. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian and the others were left speechless, pondering how desperate this person must be for money. What a lack of integrity. With such a significant level gap, it would be difficult even 3 against 1, let alone 5 against 1. They weren't in the wild or in a secret realm where they could directly attack the trainer. Just then, a commotion arose in the arena. 3,000 yuan. Are you out of your mind? El Liang, having recalled his Grimer, was about to pay the challenge fee of 1,000 yuan. However, the opponent insisted on 3,000. Of course, it's 3,000, 1,000 per Pokémon. Is there a problem? El Liang, not one to back down, rolled up his sleeves despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, stating, come on, let us battle. Who cried? Who the hell is the loser? Observing Li Ying's fierce demeanor, the opponent appeared bewildered. Pointing at the sign on the edge of the arena, he urged, "Look for yourself. Doesn't it state a fee of 1,000? Li Ying turned to see that it indeed read so. So what? This is misleading, a verbal trap. Li Ying retorted defiantly. He was wealthy. Yet the sensation of having been set up was quite displeasing. Huh, if you can't afford to lose, then don't play. The freshmen this year are truly something. The opponent's mockery incited Li Ying's urge to counter. Li Ying, go for it. Stop talking nonsense. Chyntn, having discerned the situation, realized that the individual was simply exploiting the guise of a challenge to deceive the newcomers. After all, a registration fee of 1,000 was affordable for most. And with a 3-on-1 setup, a few would inevitably succumb to their bravado and try their luck. Upon hearing Chyntn's voice, Li Ying quickly pinpointed his location among the crowd. What are you looking at? Go for him. Give him a smack. Chyntn shouted. How about you take the lead? Li Ying awkwardly suggested, embarrassed at being caught in a trap by an acquaintance. Hey, are you going to pay or not? If you don't want to, just admit you can't afford to lose, laughed a sophomore boy, confident that this provocation would work. Recalling how he was similarly tricked by a senior the previous year. Shut up. You only bully someone like me. Li Ying retorted with a raised middle finger. If you're capable, why not face my older brother? Your brother? Oh, that one. Do you dare? Useless. Li Ying cursed. Although he was unaware of Chyntn's Pokémon level, he remembered it was already level 20 a few months ago. Even if it hadn't surpassed level 30 by now, dealing with the current opponent should pose no significant challenge. Besides, with a 3-on-1 advantage, losing was highly unlikely. Li Ying's trust in Chyntn was perhaps something he himself failed to recognize. For context, at DD University, the highest level Pokémon for freshmen at the start of the school year was merely level 22, provoked by Li Ying. The opponent turned to Chyntn and said, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." On the sidelines, Chyntng and the others pointed at Li Ying. Do you know him? Yeah, he's a friend, Chyntn replied. What now? The sophomore is watching you, Wang Xing whispered. How about we go first to deplete some energy, and then you can take over? Yeah, good idea. Bizn chimed in. Hearing this, Chyntn felt touched. They had just met, yet these three were so supportive. No need. Since he wants to play, I will indulge him, Chyntn said as he stepped forward, and the onlookers parted to give him space. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. System task, the first battle of the semester, overcoming the upperclassmen. As a freshman, defeat the sophomore. Reward, 1 Master Ball. That sophomore, Chyntn nearly burst into laughter upon seeing the reward was a Master Ball. Ha ha ha, sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Entering the arena, Chyntn approached Li Ying. What's the matter? Where's your sister? She and Senior Ru and Ing went into the secret realm and Haven T returned yet, Li Ying replied. I see. No wonder you do something so foolish, Chyntn chuckled. Are you calling me stupid? Li Ying inquired. He had merely intended to have some fun. 1,000 was an affordable amount, purely for entertainment. Who knew the opponent would play tricks? Isn't that so? As the two engaged in lighthearted banter, the opponent grew impatient. Hey, there are so many people watching. Can you two stop ignoring me? Are we battling or not? Chyntn turned to respond. Let us raise the stakes, shall we? What stakes? Chyntn smiled, remaining unhurried. I don't even know your name yet. By the way, I'm Chyntn, LNF. Chapter 90, Battle Against the Tropical Dragon. LNF, holding his Pokémon, faced Chyntn and asked, So, what are the stakes? After some contemplation, Chyntn replied, Look, if I win, I get 10,000. If you win, it's a mere 3,000. That's more than a threefold difference. It's unfair. What do you propose? If I win, you owe me 20,000. If I lose, I'll give you 10,000. That way, it's only double. What do you think? Sounds beneficial, doesn't it? LNF stretched his neck and frowned. That seems reasonable. Then it's settled. Chyntn took out a Pokeball and said to Li Ying, Step aside. Woohoo! Li Ying exclaimed excitedly. Just by observing Chyntn's demeanor, he sensed that victory was assured. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, cheered wildly. I'll count to 3, and we'll throw them together, alright? Chyntn declared, holding the Pokeball of GUTUW. Just trying to play mind games. Are you scared? LNF confidently retorted, convinced that no freshman could truly defeat him. 3, 2, 1. Both threw their Pokeballs simultaneously. Come forth. Tropical Dragon. GUTUW, you're the one. Both sides summoned their Pokémon. LNF observed. Hey, GUTUW. Oh, it's not AYYB. They're quite similar. GUTUW counters yours, Chyntn replied, shaking his head. The spectators captured Li Ying, who was questioned by CH Did you know CHYNTN before this? Liang nodded. Isn't it obvious? Our earlier interaction should clarify that. Then why did you drag him into this? CHNG expressed dissatisfaction. Wang Xing and BIZN shared similar expressions. Exactly, that SA sophomore. Though his level isn't impressive among peers, he still had an additional year. How could he not easily handle us freshmen? Wang Xing sighed, seemingly foreseeing CHYNTN's impending defeat. At that moment, both sides released their Pokémon in the arena. It's over, we're disadvantaged. CHNG saw no hope left. The level disparity was already significant, and now the type advantage would lead to humiliation. Liang, however, calmly opened his Pokwatch to check Gu Tuws level. His pupils dilated. What the hell? Level 28. Though Liang had mentally prepared himself, confronting the reality was still a challenge. CHYNTN's Pokémon leveled up at nearly twice the rate of others. How astonishing. While comforting himself, Liang shared the Pokwatch with CHNG and the others. Due to preconceived notions, the onlookers hadn't thought to check Gu Tuws level. After all, how high could a freshman's level possibly be? What the heck? Level 28. Is this real? Did you cheat? The trio's astonished exclamations rippled through the crowd. LNF Chi-ing in the arena felt a swell of pride, as his tropical dragon was also level 28. How delightful it was to receive such praise and admiration. He yearned for more. LNF Chi-ing reveled, for he had never experienced such acknowledgement before, despite being an average performer among his peers. Yet, he found it peculiar that the earlier appearance of the level 29 YB didn't garner such a reaction. That Gu TUW is level 28. Isn't he a freshman? This can't be real. Perhaps he's a senior masquerading as a freshman? He doesn't seem like a freshman. Could he be a repeat student? He certainly looks like one. Hearing the surrounding discussions, CHYNTN's expression darkened. Hey, are you really a repeat student? LNF Chi-ing suddenly realized that the astonishment directed at him was not aimed at himself. Embarrassed, he regretted enjoying the attention. Grateful that no one knew the truth. You're the one who's repeating. How many college students do you know who repeat a year? CHYNTN exclaimed in anger. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Fan exclaimed, pointing at the 28-level Quatu frog. Who do you think you're fooling? Chu Yuntian shrugged. Perhaps it's because I am a genius. Nonsense. The battle between the tropical dragon and Quatu frog had yet to commence, as their trainers had already engaged in several exchanges. Only when Chu Yuntian opened his Pokwatch to show Lin Fan his student identification did things change. With his identity confirmed, Chu Yuntian felt a sense of relief, while Lin Fan found himself in a precarious position. What kind of person is this, level 28? Such an outrageous newcomer has never appeared in the world. Winning was expected, but losing, could you imagine? A sophomore losing to a freshman on the very first day of school. The mere thought terrified Lin Fan. However, there was no turning back now. Tropical Dragon. Use Leaf Storm. He thought to himself that despite the level difference, he had a year's more experience and type advantage. There was no reason he should lose. Quatu Frog. Use Shadow Clone. In response to the Leaf Storm unleashed by Tropical Dragon, Quatu Frog instantly created numerous clones that scattered in different directions. The Leaf Storm swept through, shattering several of Quatu Frog's clones. Leaf Blade. Destroy all the clones. Lin Fan shouted. Unable to discern which Quatu Frog was real, he decided to strike them all. A multitude of sharp leaves erupted from the back of Tropical Dragon, targeting every Quatu Frog. In a flash, Chu Yuntian's voice rang out. Caught a frog now. Quatu Frog glowed with a brilliant white light, its speed instantaneously enhanced. It dashed through the clones, evading the incoming leaf blades while fiercely charging at Tropical Dragon. In the process, Quatu Frog was struck by a few leaf blades, but fortunately, its ability allowed it to adapt. At that moment, Quatu Frog's type transformed into normal, rendering grass-type attacks incapable of inflicting double damage. With one strike on Tropical Dragon, the two Pokémon separated. Damn! Tropical Dragon, use Magical Leaf. Magical Leaf had a tracking effect, making it nearly impossible to miss, especially at such close range. Yet, at that moment, a smirk crept onto Chu Yuntian's lips. Excellent. Now unleash Blizzard. Blizzard was a skill Quatu Frog had learned from a TM. Quatu Frog gathered energy, and soon a chilling blizzard swept across the battlefield. The blizzard struck Tropical Dragon with no chance of resistance, instantly knocking it out. Although Quatu Frog was also hit by the magical leaf, it remained in good condition. Just like before, Quatu Frog had now transformed into an ice type. As the spectators observed Tropical Dragon fall, they fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers, especially for those freshmen who had previously been humiliated by Lin Fan. Their joy was palpable. Lin Fan stared blankly at Tropical Dragon. He had lost to a freshman. Chapter 91, Special A-Class Treatment. Quatu Frog, well done. Chu Yuntian, as always, pulled out a snack, this time Quatu Frog's favorite crispy noodles. Crunch. Quatu Frog happily munched on the noodles while Chu Yuntian activated the power of the Tokiwa to heal it. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, regaining his composure, recalled Tropical Dragon. You won. I will remember you. With that, he turned to leave. However, Liu Liang, Cheng Junjia, Wang Tsong, and Bai Zian rushed forward, blocking his path. Thinking of running? You haven't paid yet. The four surrounded Lin Fan, exuding an air that hinted at a potential confrontation. Don't go too far. Lin Fan's face darkened. He had never anticipated losing when they made the wager. 20,000 yuan was not a trivial sum for most trainers. After all, trainers often took on various part-time jobs, such as acting as bodyguards in secret realms, training companions, or even tutoring children in Pokémon knowledge. Lin Fan often worked as a training partner, and for someone of his modest background, this income was vital for maintaining his Pokémon training expenses. Unless you pay up, you won't be leaving. There are too many witnesses here for you to try and back out, Cheng Junjia shouted loudly. The surrounding freshmen were equally displeased, chanting for payment. But you still owe me 3,000. Lin Fan roared. Fine, I'll give it to you right now, just don't try to weasel out of it. Liu Liang said, already opening his pocket watch. The two swiftly completed the transfer. Chu Yuntian approached with Quatu Frog. Alright, let us settle this. Lin Fan stared at Chu Yuntian in silence. Don't look at me uselessly. Hurry up and pay. Chu Yuntian chided. Instead of doing something productive. You're just here to swindle freshmen. Can't you have some ambition? Lin Fan quickly paid up, leaving without a single harsh word. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a feast, Chu Yuntian generously announced to Liu Liang and the others. Haha, Brother Tian is so generous. Cheng Junjia cheered. Brother Tian is mighty. Adopted father. The five laughed heartily as they exited the crowd. On the other side, Chu Xinyue and Su Xiaoxiao watched Chu Yuntian walk away, shaking their heads in unison. This guy, he has only just arrived, yet he loves to show off so much, Chu Xinyue remarked. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled silently beside her. Alright, let's go. I'll take you to explore other places. The two linked arms and departed in another direction. Meanwhile, Chu Yuntian was unaware that within just an hour, news of a freshman possessing a 28-level Quatu Frog had spread throughout the entirety of DD University. Both students and teachers had heard of this remarkable event. In the principal's office, Ji Chongwei, after listening to the secretary's report, stroked his beard thoughtfully. 28 level, astonishing indeed. Yes, it's simply unheard of. This level is on par with most second-year students, the secretary responded, visibly agitated. Ji Chongwei nodded. Chu Yuntian, a member of the Chu family, is truly astonishing. Indeed. If Chu Xinyue is impressive, her brother is even more so. The secretary suddenly had a light bulb moment. With Chu Yuntian. Our university is bound to excel in the upcoming three-crown tournament. Hearing this, Ji Chongwei did not share the secretary's enthusiasm. You are thinking too simplistically. The secretary was puzzled. Ji Chongwei took a sip of tea from his desk before continuing. If Chu Yuntian's other Pokémon are also of such exceptional levels, he would be an anomaly. I suspect he may not participate in competitions that hold no challenge for him, but the champions of the three-crown tournaments receive rewards. The secretary insisted. The champion gains access to Long Island, Long Valley, and Tian Mountain. Ji Chongwei clicked his tongue. Do you think he would care? With that, Ji Chongwei stood up and moved to the side. Arrange a special A-class treatment for him. The secretary gasped. Special A-class treatment is reserved for those who have won the three-crown tournament, like this year's newly crowned champion Chu Xinyue and her teammates. Special A-class treatment includes a private villa at DD University, halved expenses, prioritized access to training facilities, and unrestricted Pokémon allowances. Most importantly, attendance in classes is not mandatory. Passing the final exams is sufficient. Although surprised, the secretary did not question further, recognizing that it was not his place to do so. After acknowledging, he exited the office. Ji Chongwei gazed out the window, unconcerned about any potential backlash from this decision. In the presence of such an extraordinary talent, who could dare to question? He made this decision to grant CHYNTN ample time and freedom to grow. He understood that confining such individuals would only hinder their progress. Meanwhile, CHYNTN and his companions were idly wandering around the school. Before long, a message arrived on CHYNTN's Spirit Watch from the office of DD University. Dear CHYNTN, you have been designated as a special A-class student. Please visit the school office during your free time to confirm and obtain the relevant documentation. What is happening? After reading the message, CHYNTN was bewildered. Could this be some sort of prank? He understood what a special A-class student entailed. Yet he had only completed his enrollment procedures a few hours prior. Concurrently, the official website of DD University revealed that a new name had appeared on the list of current special A-class students, CHYNTN. This revelation stirred a wave of curiosity, prompting many to wonder about the identity of CHYNTN. Upon examining the details, they discovered he was merely a freshman, which incited anger among numerous students. Why should a newcomer be granted such status? This was utterly intolerable. Enraged, the students quickly mobilized their collective efforts to uncover the truth. What the hell? A 28-level Chu Tuw? A freshman? Is this truly a freshman? After the initial shock, some chose to remain skeptical, while others continued to voice their opinions on forums and the official website, asserting that seeing it with their own eyes was the only way to believe it. Rational voices emerged, suggesting that since the school had made this decision, it must indeed be true. Naturally, the overwhelming majority of those aware of this news expressed indifference. Upon confirming the accuracy of the message, Chyntn was merely slightly surprised, without much emotional response. However, his companions were far less composed. Chapter 92, Untitled. What on earth are you? Chu Yuntian was the first to express his outrage. We're all freshmen, why only you? He exclaimed. I mean, did you bribe the principal? Wang Tsung speculated. Perhaps he is the principal's illegitimate child? Bai Zian unleashed his wild imagination. Listening to their banter, Chyntn could only shrug, unaware of the circumstances. Nevertheless, after checking the privileges granted to special A-class students on the website, he found great satisfaction in the fact that he would not have to attend classes. Liang, standing nearby, appeared unfazed, accustomed to the peculiarities of their situation. Not long after their leisurely stroll, each of them received a notification on their spirit watches regarding a class meeting scheduled for that evening. Chyntn and his three companions belonged to Class A of the 365th cohort, while Liang was in Class B. At DD University's trainer department, each grade consists of only 10 classes, each with 20 students. This structure remains consistent annually, making entry into the trainer department of DD University a formidable challenge. Only those with truly exceptional academic achievements can gain admission, unlike the standards of top-tier institutions such as DD University and MD University. The criteria for acceptance into the trainer department do not hinge on the level or rarity of one's Pokémon. As the school articulates, we assess the individual. As long as one is outstanding, having no powerful Pokémon initially is inconsequential. The institution will provide support upon arrival. This embodies the confidence of a classical academy. In contrast to the trainer department, the two other popular fields are the breeder and Pokémon doctor programs, which accommodate a significantly larger number of students. Upon receiving the class meeting notification, they promptly boarded the shuttle back to the dormitory. As Chu Yuntian remarked, they needed to tidy themselves up to leave a good impression on their new classmates. Coincidentally, Liang's dormitory was in Building 42 of Area C, less than 100 meters from Chyntn's Building 47. Upon returning to his room, Chyntn released his Pokémon, FNGSGU, Chu Tuw, and LLS. As soon as LLS emerged, it burrowed into Chyntn's arms. Cradling LLS, Chyntn reclined on the sofa and soon fell asleep. An hour and a half later, Chyntn descended to the first floor with all his Pokémon. What on earth are you wearing? Chu Yuntian's flamboyant outfit nearly blinded Chyntn as he stepped down. How do I look? Handsome, right? Handsome, my foot. Chyntn retorted, bewildered at the audacity to pose such a question in that garish red and green ensemble. I must be the most dapper guy in class, Chu Yuntian declared, flipping his non-existent bangs and leading the way out. This guy is hopeless, Wang Tsung muttered, shaking his head at Chyntn. Let him be. They exited, still taking the shuttle. Following the address provided in the notification, they located their classroom. Upon entering, Chyntn noticed they seemed to be the last to arrive, thankfully not late. Just then, Chu Yuntian sagged against Wang Tsung, mumbling. A monk's temple? It's actually a monk's temple. It was then that WNYN and Chyntn noticed that, astonishingly, there was not a single female student among the 20 individuals in Class A. Although the trainer department boasted an outrageous male-to-female ratio of 8:2, the absence of even one female in a single class was absurd. While Chyntn was still contemplating this, the other classmates erupted in vigorous discussions upon his arrival. Is this Chyntn? Does he really have a 28-level Chu Tuw? That can't be true. I heard he is from the XNNCH family. Could it be that he took a shortcut? The whispers grew louder, and naturally, Chyntn overheard them. The most impulsive among them, Chu Yuntian, quickly recovered from his earlier disappointment. Hearing the chatter, he felt compelled to defend Chyntn. No, it's unnecessary, Chyntn intervened calmly. It's just momentary skepticism. Chu Yuntian turned to Chyntn, while Wang Tsung and Bai Zian fell silent for a moment. How bold! How can you speak such words with such nonchalance? Let us get this class started. The trio joked, their earlier anger at the doubts surrounding Chyntn dissipating instantly. All right, let us find our seats. Minutes later, a man and a woman entered the classroom. If they were not mistaken, these were the homeroom teacher and counselor for Class A. Students, I am your homeroom teacher, GZJN, the middle-aged man announced, writing his name on the board. I am LNYN, your counselor. It's a pleasure to meet you all, the young woman introduced herself courteously. As soon as LNYN spoke, The previously lethargic students perked up, especially Chu Yuntian, who flaunted his demeanor like a peacock. All right, you. Have you got hemorrhoids? Chyntn remarked, pressing Chu Yuntian down, as his antics were utterly embarrassing. You wouldn't understand. Chu Yuntian gazed dreamily at Lin, who appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding far more charm than younger girls. Chyntn opened his mouth, wanting to say something. At that moment, GZJN rapped the desk. Classmates, today's meeting will focus on two main points. First, let us take this opportunity to get to know each other. Secondly, GZJN paused, scanning all the students. I don't know what each of you aspires to achieve as trainers, but I must inform you that it is no easy endeavor. On the contrary, the path to becoming an exceptional trainer is arduous and fraught with danger. The students reacted with little more than indifference to his words, prompting GZJN to open his spirit watch and share a document in the group. Take a look. This contains recent data regarding trainers who have gone missing, died, or become disabled in the wild and in secret realms. Every year, the number of injured trainers exceeds tens of thousands, while the deceased and missing trainers number in the thousands. Seeing the expressions on his classmates' faces, GZJN continued. In the past, what you observed on television and the internet showcased the strength, charm, and esteemed status of trainers. It was their glamorous exterior and revered identity. With a resounding clap on the table, he asserted, but today, I must inform you that all of this comes at a cost that perhaps you cannot afford. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. Now, those who have considered this carefully may follow Counselor Lin Fan outside. There is still an opportunity to change your major. Chapter 93. She smiled at me. As the gaze swept across the room, two individuals finally stood up and walked out. Lin Fan smiled as she escorted them away, leaving the remaining students to hear GZJN continue. It seemed that the rest had already steeled themselves for what lay ahead. According to our customary practice from previous years, 3 days from now, all students in Pokémon-related majors will undergo a month-long military training in a secret realm. Naturally, the difficulty will vary depending on the major. GZJN sent a document to everyone's Pokémon wristwatch. The location for this military training is the Giant Tree Forest, a D-grade secret realm. Freshmen from majors other than the trainer specialization are limited to a 100-kilometer radius. However, for those in the trainer specialization, there are no restrictions on your exploration. You may choose to settle near the entrance and spend a tranquil month, or delve deep into the secret realm. Different choices will undoubtedly yield different outcomes. It is up to you. Upon hearing this, all students, except for Chu Yuntian, appeared invigorated. Most freshmen had never set foot in a secret realm, with only a few having briefly ventured into E-grade realms. The announcement of a D-grade secret realm as their destination filled them with excitement, completely overshadowing the dangers GZJN had previously mentioned. You have 2 days to prepare. Remember that safety is paramount. Dismissed. GZJN exited the classroom, and the students departed as well. Chu Yuntian and his 3 roommates gathered to discuss their thoughts. Hey, I just checked. The Giant Tree Forest is a secret realm that has only emerged in the past decade. Chu Yuntian shared the information he had found. The Giant Tree Forest is characterized by mountainous terrain and hilly landscapes, densely populated with towering trees, each exceeding 100 meters in height. 100 meters? That's astonishing. The others exclaimed, surprised at the rarity of such colossal trees in the realm. After reviewing the information about the Giant Tree Forest, Chu Yuntian opened the school forum. Each year, the military training at Daida University rarely takes place in the same secret realm, making it challenging for freshmen to obtain useful information from their seniors. After a lengthy search, he finally found a post regarding the Giant Tree Forest. However, it lacked substantive details, mostly comprising exploratory records and the author's self-indulgent musings. Stop looking. Let us go. You have 2 days to prepare. No need to rush. Wang Song pulled Chu Yuntian up from his seat, and they all exited the classroom. Once outside the teaching building, Chu Yuntian immediately spotted Su Xiaoxiao waiting for him. Dressed in a lovely white dress, she held her Sylveon under the sunlight, resembling a fairy stepped out of a painting. The boys passing by turned their heads in admiration with every step. Wow, incredible. Quick look. Chu Yuntian tugged at Chu Yuntian's sleeve, whispering excitedly. Wang Song and Bai Ziyan, also captivated by Su Xiaoxiao, discreetly adjusted their attire. She is truly beautiful. Is she in our trainer major? Wang Song commented. I don't know, but if she is, that's incredibly enviable. Bai Ziyan added. Chu Yuntian nodded vigorously, questioning why their class had no one like her. Su Xiaoxiao noticed Chu Yuntian and waved at him with a smile. Wow, she smiled at me. Chu Yuntian exclaimed in delight. You're mistaken. She is definitely smiling at me. Wang Song retorted stubbornly. Oh, stop bickering. Can't you see she is waving at me? Bai Ziyan, who also had a touch of narcissism, displayed this trait which Chu Yuntian had not initially noticed. How about we make a bet? Chu Yuntian suddenly proposed. A bet on what? Wang Song asked, perplexed. Chu Yuntian and Bai Ziyan looked on with curiosity. I'll go over and flirt with her. If I get her to kiss me within 3 sentences, will you believe it? Chu Yuntian declared. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances between Su Xiaoxiao and Chu Yuntian. They acknowledged that they were indeed a good match in terms of looks. But I still don't believe it, Cheng Junjie stated. Let us wager 100 squats. If I lose, I'll do 400. Upon hearing this, the others were intrigued. All right, I'll take that bet. I don't believe in this nonsense. Cheng Junjie confidently asserted. Just don't cry if you can't complete the squats later, Wang Tsong added with a smirk. Chu Yuntian chuckled, striding towards Su Xiaoxiao. Have you been waiting long? Why not head back first? Su Xiaoxiao leaned forward slightly. Would you like to have dinner with me? Chu Yuntian replied. Sure. But you have to give me a kiss first. He leaned down. Su Xiaoxiao tiptoed and gently pecked his cheek. Cheng Junjie and the others were left dumbfounded. This world has gone mad. I can't comprehend it. Let it perish. They lamented, their eyes glistening with tears of envy. Is that your roommate? What is wrong with them? Su Xiaoxiao looked at the trio, puzzled. Just wait here for me. Chu Yuntian instructed before turning to his bewildered roommates. You three, come here. Each of you owes me 100 squats. He activated the recording feature on his Pokémon wristwatch. Hey, you're recording us? That is too much. They protested. Not expecting such trickery from Chu Yuntian. Hurry up. What are you hesitating for? I've got a date. He urged. What does that have to do with us? Cheng Junjie replied. Exactly. You're taking a girl out and want us to be the punchline? You're outrageous. Wang Song added. Bai Ziyan declared, we will never yield. Is that so? What a pity, Chu Yuntian mused, shaking his head. I was planning to organize a gathering for you later. Good brother. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll do the 100 squats. Cheng Junjie interjected, immediately dropping to begin his squats. What about you two? Chu Yuntian smiled at Wang Tsong and Bai Ziyan. I, Wang Tsong, will never submit to your whims. Really? But if it's for a gathering, that's a different matter. Wang Tsong replied, also commencing his squats. Me too, Bai Ziyan echoed. Minutes later, the three, drenched in sweat, completed their 100 squats. Chu Yuntian turned off the recording, satisfied. Let us go. As promised, I'll treat you to a feast. The three, trembling as they followed him, heard Su Xiaoxiao say, Hello, I'm Yuntian's girlfriend. Puff. The three of them choked on their breaths, realizing they had been played by Chu Yuntian. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 94. Su Chun, Su Tian. After a playful chase, the trio looked dejectedly at Chu Yuntian and Su Xiaoxiao, who were flirting ahead. Following dinner, Cheng Junjie and his friends, unable to endure any more dog food, returned to their dorm early, while Chu Yuntian accompanied Su Xiaoxiao for a leisurely stroll around Daida University. In a couple of days, during military training, do you want to team up? Holding the hand of Su Xiaoxiao, Chu Yuntian turned his head to inquire. Leaning against Chu Yuntian, Su Xiaoxiao replied, I have considered it, but I think it would be better to go with my roommates. It is a good opportunity to strengthen our bond. Aside from this EV, what levels are the rest of your Pokémon? Chu Yuntian activated his data to check the level of EV, which was already at level 20. It's already level 20. It seems the effect of the perfect energy cube is quite remarkable, he remarked, gently pinching Su Xiaoxiao's cheek. Come on. The three of you wish to defeat me in the Triple Crown competition, don't you? That's just talk. How could we possibly win against you? Su Xiaoxiao replied. It would be impossible for them not to desire the championship in the Triple Crown competition, but with a formidable opponent like Chu Yuntian. The chances for others were virtually non-existent. During the competition, your Frogadier and the others won't be participating, so you still have a chance, Chu Yuntian reassured. Is that true? Of course it is. Moreover, I will only participate in the first crown. I want to be competing in the subsequent 2 years. Chu Yuntian had pondered this decision for quite some time. His Pokémon were growing at an astonishing rate, and he could not possibly train a new team every year just to compete. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao did not press further. She was well aware of Chu Yuntian's circumstances and could roughly guess his reasoning. The following day, awakening with Ralts in his arms, Chu Yuntian quickly tidied up and took all his Pokémon directly to the school office to process his special A-level student certification and collect relevant benefits. Having settled everything, he immediately utilized the school's teleportation device to summon the Ice Ninetales from Wen Ruiyun, who was far away in Rongcheng. Subsequently, he headed straight to the villa assigned by the school. The villa was located in Area A, and apart from a few special A-level students, the remaining residents were faculty members of the academy. Upon finding his residence, Chu Yuntian casually explored the surroundings before releasing all his Pokémon. The space here was significantly larger than his previous dormitory, and the 6 Pokémon did not seem crowded at all. Ding ding. At that moment, the Pokémon watch suddenly emitted a sound. Upon checking, Chu Yuntian discovered a friend request from an unfamiliar individual. After accepting it, the other party promptly called. Hello. Chu Yuntian, I am Lan Yin, your counselor. Counselor? Oh, hello. Chu Yuntian expressed his confusion initially, but then quickly realized. Chu Yuntian, I would like to ask if you know Su Xiaoxiao? Lan Yin inquired. Yes, she is my girlfriend. Why? Chu Yuntian was even more puzzled now. Surely this wasn't about reprimanding him for dating, was it? Su Xiaoxiao seems to be in trouble. What do you mean? Chu Yuntian's voice immediately rose. Had something happened to Su Xiao? Hadn't she gone shopping with her roommates this morning? The school had just received news from Su Xiao's roommates, stating that she had been taken away. The specific situation was unclear, but it seemed that those who took her were her family members. Family? Chu Yuntian narrowed his eyes. Having known Su Xiao for so long, he had never heard her mention anything about her family. What a coincidence that she would be taken by her so-called family right after arriving in the capital. Where are her roommates? Chu Yuntian asked. In the school office. Tell them not to go anywhere. Chu Yuntian, please don't panic. The situation. Before Lan Yin could finish, Chu Yuntian had already hung up the phone, gathered all his Pokémon, and dashed out. He opened his watch to check Su Xiao's location, but it was unresponsive. What is going on? Is her Pokémon watch broken? System task, rescue Su Xiao. Reward, 1 move learning machine. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Yuntian did not feel elated. This was not the time for such matters. Racing dog, this way, faster. Chu Yuntian immediately pointed in the direction of the school office. The racing dog let out a howl and soared into the air, carrying Chu Yuntian away. An hour earlier, at the New World shopping mall, Su Xiao and her 3 roommates had agreed to shop there, each carrying their purchases. They cheerfully prepared to head to the restaurant on the top floor of the mall. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao encountered the last person she wished to see in the mall. Su Xiao? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Xiao halted, her smile instantly vanishing. Stiffly turning around, she was met with 2 faces she utterly despised. What's wrong? Do you know them? Her roommate beside her asked. I don't know them. Let's go, Su Xiao replied. Just as she finished speaking, the person across commanded the bodyguards beside him to encircle Su Xiao and her friends. What do you want? Su Xiao glared coldly at them. The sight of that face brought back painful memories. What? After hiding for years, you don't even recognize your own brother? Su Chen approached with a smirk. Su Xiao instinctively took a step back. I don't recall having a brother. My family perished 3 years ago. Hearing Su Xiao's words, anger flickered in Su Chen's eyes, but was quickly concealed. There's no need to speak so harshly. We came to find you because our parents miss you and hope you can come home. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao scoffed. Miss me? Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Su Chen. Observing Su Xiao's unabashed hostility, Su Chen also found it challenging to maintain his facade. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. Today, you must return with me. Return? Don't you already have Su Tian? She is so obedient, your dear sister. And their good daughter. Su Xiao glanced at Su Tian, who had been silent from the start. This woman was just as she remembered, putting on an act of meekness in front of others. Since you know, why don't you learn from her? Su Chen remarked. Learn from her? Learn how to frame and betray others? Learn how to feign innocence to garner sympathy? Or perhaps learn how to usurp others' family members? Su Xiao grew more agitated, her hatred unabashedly evident in her eyes. Or should I learn how to cause my grandfather's death? How to sleep with my own brother? After unloading her grievances, Su Xiao glared at Su Tian, wishing she could tear her apart and feed her to the dogs. You. Su Chen pointed at Su Xiao, incredulous. He had thought that after letting her go for 3 years, she would reflect on herself, but it seemed she remained as sharp-tongued and unyielding as ever. Indeed, sister. The little sister knows you have not been well outside, harboring grievances, but you cannot slander me. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Su Tian also began to wipe her eyes, appearing utterly aggrieved. Chapter 95, The Su Family. Disgusting. Su Xiao looked at the two with utter revulsion. Su Xiao, don't go too far. Too far. You should reflect on who is truly crossing the line. Su Xiao swatted Su Chen's hand away. Get lost. Don't discuss me here. Su Chen paused for a moment, then ordered the bodyguards accompanying him. Seize her. Take her back. A few burly bodyguards rushed over to grab Su Xiao's arms. Let go of me, you bastards. Su Xiao struggled fiercely, but her strength was utterly inadequate. Smash her Pokémon watch. Su Chen shouted again. At that moment, Su Xiao's 3 roommates, who had been silent observers, could no longer bear it. The 3 girls bravely rushed forward, attempting to pull at the bodyguards' clothes. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain, as one after another, they were thrown to the ground. I advise you not to meddle in others' business, Su Chen coldly warned the trio. All 3 were startled. One girl quietly opened her Pokémon watch, hoping to contact the school. Slap. Su Chen rushed over and struck the girl across the face. You brought this upon yourself. Su Chen glared fiercely at the 3 girls, then summoned his bodyguards to destroy their Pokémon watches. Witnessing her roommates being assaulted, Su Xiao looked at Su Chen with fury. Su Chen, you are doomed. Huh. Say whatever you like, Su Chen retorted as he approached and forcefully grasped Su Xiao's chin. Your family has found a suitable match for you. You should marry him obediently and repay the family for raising you all these years. Hearing this, Su Xiao finally understood why Su Chen had suddenly sought her out. It was evident that the Su family intended to exploit her remaining value. Is that so? Su Chen, let me inform you, not only you, but the Su family will also face dire consequences. Su Xiao was utterly indifferent to the Su family's intentions or the identity of the so-called suitable match. She knew that once the news of her abduction circulated, both the Su family and anyone else could brace themselves for the wrath of that individual. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's defiance and her seemingly unyielding demeanor, Su Chun felt perplexed. Take her away. He dismissed any further thoughts, focusing solely on retrieving her. Once she was gone, Su Xiaoxiao's 3 roommates struggled to rise from the ground. Quick, notify the school. But that person seems to be Xiaoxiao's family. Will the school even intervene? Forget that, just inform them. The 3 girls picked up their broken Pokémon watches and, realizing they were unusable, immediately sought help from the passers-by. Initially, the onlookers considered calling the police, but as the situation unfolded, it appeared to be a family matter. When some recognized the individuals as members of the Su family, the inclination to report the incident dissipated. Although the Su family was not among the most prominent in the capital, no one wished to invite trouble, especially since it was a private affair. However, with the departure of the assailants, a few bystanders were willing to lend their Pokémon watches to Su Xiaoxiao's roommates. The trio quickly contacted their teacher and recounted the entire ordeal. Upon learning the details, the school took the matter seriously. Furthermore, the reports from the 3 girls indicated that members of the Su family had assaulted them. From this perspective, it was no longer merely a conflict between Su Xiaoxiao and the Su family. The school promptly initiated an investigation into the relationship between Su Xiaoxiao and the Su family, soon discovering that she was the biological daughter of the Su family. Expelled from home years ago. After all, this incident had caused quite a stir in the capital at the time, and many were aware of it. Subsequently, Su Xiaoxiao's teacher and counselor reached out to the Su family for clarification. However, the Su family's response was that they merely wished for their daughter to return home, with no ulterior motives, and assured that they would not harm Su Xiaoxiao. This statement left Su Xiaoxiao's teacher and counselor speechless. The Su family had explicitly stated that it was a family matter, and as parents, they simply wanted to reunite with their daughter. Under such circumstances, how could the school intervene? Moreover, they claimed they would not harm Su Xiaoxiao and would provide compensation to the 3 injured girls while severely punishing the assailant. As for the allegation that the Su family intended to force Su Xiaoxiao into marriage, they outright denied it, asserting that it was entirely untrue. In the school office, Su Xiaoxiao's homeroom teacher and counselor, along with her 3 roommates, exchanged worried glances. This matter was undoubtedly more complex than what the Su family had suggested. But at present, they lacked effective solutions. You 3 should go rest for now. We will continue to monitor Xiaoxiao's situation, the homeroom teacher finally consoled them. The 3 girls nodded, just as one of them suddenly proposed. Should we inform Xiaoxiao's boyfriend about this? The other 2 girls recalled that when Chu Yuntian had brought Su Xiaoxiao to the dormitory the previous day, they had overheard her mention the name Chu Yuntian several times, realizing he was Su Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. Yes, we should tell him. He must have a way to help. The 3 exclaimed excitedly. The counselor and homeroom teacher looked at each other in confusion. Who are you talking about? The counselor inquired. Xiaoxiao's boyfriend, Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian, is it that Chu Yuntian? The homeroom teacher asked. The 3 girls nodded. Upon hearing this, the counselor and teacher exchanged glances. Soon, Lan Yin and Jie Zijun arrived. After understanding the situation, they decided that Lan Yin would inform Chu Yuntian of the news. Meanwhile, upon hanging up the phone, Chu Yuntian rode his Feng Su dog swiftly towards the school office building. At the base of the building, Su Xiaoxiao's 3 roommates, her homeroom teacher, the counselor, as well as Lan Yin and Jie Zijun awaited his arrival. The teachers felt a mix of emotions. Notifying Chu Yuntian could be either beneficial or detrimental. Would this lead to serious consequences? In no time, a loud roar echoed from a distance. Chu Yuntian, riding his Feng Su dog at breakneck speed, arrived before them. What on earth is happening? He demanded coldly as he dismounted. The 3 girls, intimidated by Chu Yuntian's icy demeanor, quickly recounted the events once more. The Su family. What a formidable family, he remarked, not bothering to greet the teachers as he mounted his Feng Su dog again and sped away without uttering another word. Watching Chu Yuntian and his Feng Su dog vanish into the distance, Jie Zijun sighed. We need not worry anymore. However, the Su family is in for a world of trouble. The others nodded in agreement, fully convinced. That Feng Su dog appeared to be level 25, Lan Yin whispered. What? I couldn't help but check my watch. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. The shiny Feng Su dog was already remarkable enough, let alone being at level 25. Did Chu Yuntian's Pokémon possess such high levels? Realizing this, the teachers began to feel sympathy for the other students in this cohort. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, a black business vehicle drove into the courtyard. The door opened, and Su Xiaoxiao calmly stepped out. How does it feel to be back after 3 years? Su Chun asked with a smile as he approached her. Still as nauseating as ever, Su Xiaoxiao replied. You're just being stubborn. Su Chun smirked coldly, walking ahead with Su Tian. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao could only follow behind. The room was filled with familiar faces. Glancing around, Su Xiaoxiao recognized nearly everyone. Su Qizhen, her father and the current head of the Su family, sat beside her mother, Lu Yin. The other attendees were all relatives of the Su family, none of whom she did not recognize. As Su Xiaoxiao entered, everyone's gaze turned towards her. Each person's feelings towards the girl who had been expelled 3 years ago varied. Su Qizhen glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, his eyes devoid of emotion. Everyone awaited his reaction. Take a seat, Su Qizhen finally said without looking at her. Yet, Su Xiaoxiao remained unmoved, calmly replying, "There's no need to sit. Just state your business, Su family head." This response left everyone in the room exchanging glances, as no one anticipated such a charged atmosphere upon Su Xiaoxiao's return. "Su Xiao, how dare you speak to your father like that?" Lu Yin shouted, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up. "My father has long been dead. Cast out of the house 3 years ago for some wretched individual," Su Xiaoxiao retorted, surveying the faces around her without the anger she had imagined. "You ungrateful wretch. To curse your father, how audacious!" Lu Yin scolded. Su Xiaoxiao was almost amused to the point of anger, scolding herself for her lack of upbringing. "What are you talking about, Lu Yin? Su Xiao is your daughter." Lu Yan's brother, Lu Ming, reminded him that insulting his own daughter was tantamount to disparaging both himself and Su Qizhen. "Mommy, please don't blame my sister. She has had a hard time these past 3 years, dealing with all sorts of people. It's inevitable she might pick up some bad habits," Su Tian affectionately said as she hugged Lu Yan's arm. Still, Tian is well behaved, unlike some rebellious daughters. Observing this scene, Su Xiaoxiao felt a wave of disgust. "Enough. Everyone sit down," Su Qizhen bellowed, startling Lu Yin and Su Tian, who quickly settled down. "Master Su, what is it that you need? My time is quite precious." Su Xiaoxiao asked once more. "It hasn't been easy for you these past 3 years, has it?" Su Qizhen squinted slightly. "It's been all right. At least I haven't starved." Su Xiaoxiao pouted, her gestures reminiscent of Chu Yuntian. "I heard you were accepted into the Imperial Capital University. You certainly haven't disgraced the Su family," Su Qizhen continued, speaking to himself. "If that's all you have to say, Master Su, then there's no need to waste time," Su Xiaoxiao replied sharply. "As for my matters, you jest. Do they concern you in any way?" Hearing the barbed tone in her voice, Su Qizhen scrutinized her closely. "Bringing you back this time is for your own good. Your aunt has been concerned about you being alone out there, and she found a good family for you. Soon, you shall marry into it," he said. After hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao glanced at her so-called aunt sitting nearby. "A good family? I fear I might not be worthy. Wasn't Luchan disfigured? TSK, that scar is still there, right? Perfect timing to marry into comfort. How wonderful." Su Xiao, Zhang Hui, Lu Ming's wife, stood up in agitation, trembling with anger. "If it weren't for you, how could my daughter have been disfigured? How can you still spout such cold words? Do you even have a heart?" Su Xiaoxiao merely smiled at her. "You think what you believe is the truth, so let it be." As the room erupted into chaos again, Su Qizhen interjected, "Regardless of what you say, this matter is not up for discussion. Consider it a penance for your wrongdoings over the years." "Penance?" Su Xiaoxiao, feeling fatigued, chose to pull out a chair and sit down, as she was in no rush to leave. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's calm demeanor, even somewhat audacious, Su Qizhen found it incomprehensible. Was she truly unafraid? "May I ask, Master Su, what have I done that warrants penance? Is it a crime to be despised by you? Or to be mistreated by you? Or perhaps to be framed by a shameless harlot?" Upon her words, the expressions of those in the room became quite dramatic. "Isn't it enough that my daughter was disfigured by you?" Zhang Hui shouted. "And not only that, she was the one bullying classmates at school." This was said by Su Xiaoxiao's aunt, Su Cheating, the sister of Su Qizhen. "She often bullied my sister, tortured Pokémon, and caused Grandpa's death. Truly, she's done nothing but harm." Su Cheating's son, Su Yun, looked at Su Xiaoxiao with disdain. "Is there more?" Su Xiaoxiao's gaze swept across the crowd. She even crawled into her own brother's bed. "Shut your mouth," Su Qizhen rebuked, causing Su Yun to shiver in fear, nearly revealing something he shouldn't have. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao chuckled. "Why did you stop? Is it because you feel ashamed? Or should I elaborate? Did you crawl into your brother's bed?" At her words, everyone's attention turned to Su Chun. Su Chun glared at Su Xiaoxiao, feeling disgusted and nauseated at the mere thought of his sister. "Shameless," he cursed. "Flattery. If we are to speak of shamelessness, I cannot compete with you," Su Xiaoxiao retorted, glancing mockingly at Su Chun and Su Tian. "You two must have rolled in bed together at least 99 times, right? I recall someone was supposed to be Li Yulong's fiancée. Do you not fear being exposed?" "You speak nonsense," Su Chen yelled. "How could she know about it?" He cast a guilty glance at Su Tian, who was also anxiously watching him, causing his heart to drop. "Then let us consider it mere nonsense," Su Xiaoxiao replied, disinterested in further arguing with them. "Sister, I don't understand why you're targeting me like this." Su Tian began to cry. "What is there not to understand? It's jealousy." Seeing his beloved Su Tian in distress, Su Yun couldn't help but speak up. Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao has the audacity to claim that Su Tian and Su Chun are involved. Such slander. It is he who is guilty. In his heart, Su Yun believed that Su Tian was pure, kind, and loved only him. "Enough," Su Qizhen said, growing irritated. "Laomo, take her away and keep a close eye on her. Do not let her escape." "Understood, sir," the butler Laomo replied, moving towards Su Xiaoxiao. I'm not going anywhere. Su Xiaoxiao coldly glared at Laomo. Sir, Laomo looked at Su Qizhan with difficulty. Regardless of the conflict between Su Xiaoxiao and the Su family, she still bore the blood of the Su clan, and he could not be forceful. Take her out, Su Qizhan shouted. With permission granted, Laomo turned and said, please. If not, I will have to resort to force. Su Xiaoxiao remained unmoving, prompting Laomo to reach for her arm. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the entrance. The villa's door shattered instantaneously, and numerous sparks crackled at the threshold. Everyone stood up in shock, gazing in confusion at the entrance. As the dust settled, a Dragonite appeared before them, accompanied by a tall and handsome young man and a golden Houndoom. Chapter 97. Brutality towards Su Tian. Try to touch her, came the young man's voice. At this utterance, a chill swept through everyone, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. What are you doing? This is the Su family. Su Yin shouted at Chu Yuntian. Fool. Chu Yuntian casually insulted him, then turned to Su Xiaoxiao, asking, are you all right? Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. I'm fine. Come here. Su Xiaoxiao dashed into Chu Yuntian's embrace. Upon witnessing this, Su Qizhan's mind exploded. He was no fool and had already guessed who had arrived the moment he saw the Dragonite. After a day of speculation, the news of the new student Chu Yuntian at the Imperial Capital University possessing a level 28 Froki had spread among the various families. Let me take care of this, Chu Yuntian said softly, gently patting Su Xiaoxiao's head. You stand aside. Roar. Dragonite extended its arms to shield Su Xiaoxiao, standing behind Chu Yuntian. Stretching his neck, Chu Yuntian surveyed the Su family members. Aren't you going to explain yourselves? Roar. Dragonite displayed a fierce demeanor, roaring at the room. Though Houndoom was of a lower level, its spirit was undeterred, echoing with a growl. The entire villa trembled slightly under Dragonite's roar, nearly causing Su Qizhan and the others to lose their balance. It's you. After regaining their composure, Su Tian scrutinized Chu Yuntian closely. Wasn't he the one who had refused to give her Pokémon earlier? Chu Yuntian noticed Su Tian as well, but chose to ignore her, his gaze fixed solely on Su Qizhan. Master Su, are you at a loss for words? Su Qizhan snapped out of his stupor, tentatively asking, still clinging to a shred of hope. You are Chu Yuntian, the young Master Chu? Su Qizhan inquired. Oh, so you are aware, Chu Yuntian sneered. I have long heard of your reputation. Su Qizhan spoke, but internally he began to devise a plan to navigate through this predicament. Is that so? Knowing this, you still dared to kidnap my woman? Have the people of the Su family grown so audacious? As Chu Yuntian's voice fell, the sound of the fast dragon's roar reverberated painfully in the ears of everyone present. Misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Su Qizhan quickly forced a smile. Chu Yuntian advanced step by step towards the members of the Su family. What do you intend to do? Su Tian shouted, while others anxiously watched Chu Yuntian's approach. I just heard many things. You claim that Xiao Xiao has committed numerous wrongdoings, correct? Noticing the silence, Chu Yuntian remained unfazed. I believe in Xiao Xiao. If that is the case, it implies that someone is framing her, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged looks. Young Master Chu. This is ultimately a matter of the Su family. Your interference seems rather intrusive. Su Qizhan inhaled deeply, feeling the pressure of Chu Yuntian's inquiries weigh heavily upon him. Get the hell out. He gasped. It had been years since anyone had dared to insult him so brazenly. Yet what could he do? Within the entire Su family, only he and his sister Su Cheating were formidable trainers. Furthermore, the highest level Pokémon he possessed was merely level 75, a status shared by thousands across the nation. Families like theirs could only bully the ordinary. Against the Chu family, what could they possibly use to fight back? Chu Yuntian, however, had no interest in considering Su Qizhan's dignity. His cold gaze swept over the crowd. You come here, he commanded, fixing his eyes on Su Tian. Su Tian's heart raced. No, please don't, she cried, retreating in fear. What do you intend to do? Lu Yin shielded Su Tian, declaring fiercely, do not harm my sister. Su Yin also rushed forward. Fast dragon, Chu Yuntian shouted. With a mighty roar, the fast dragon gathered terrifying energy in its mouth. Its dragon pulse. With a resounding crash, the attack struck the villa's ceiling, creating a massive hole and sending debris cascading down. The Su family members scattered in panic, while Su Tian, paralyzed with fear, was seized by Chu Yuntian amidst the chaos, pressed firmly to the ground. As the dust settled, the Su family members bore visible injuries. You have gone too far, Su Qizhan exclaimed, clutching his arm, his eyes bloodshot. Chu Yuntian pressed his foot on Su Tian's head, taunting, then why don't you come and hit me? Ah, let go of my daughter. Lu Yin, seeing Su Tian beneath Chu Yuntian's foot, frantically attempted to rush forward. Tian, my sister. Su Chun and Su Yun also hurried towards Su Tian. In the next moment, a flash of lightning zipped past them, accompanied by the fast dragon's roar. Who dares to move again? Chu Yuntian's cold voice echoed. The Su family members instinctively retreated. The intimidation of a champion-level fast dragon was overwhelmingly potent. Very well, moving forward. I do not wish for anyone to disturb me. No sooner had he spoken than the Su family members remained bewildered as to Chu Yuntian's intentions. With a thud, Chu Yuntian stomped down, crushing Su Tian's palm to the ground, instantly fracturing her fingers. Su Tian's anguished scream pierced through the air, striking terror into the hearts of all present. What are you doing? Release her. Although Lu Yin was terrified by Chu Yuntian's actions, she shouted desperately in an attempt to stop him. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Su Chun trembled in fear, their faces pale. No one, including Su Qizhan, dared to step forward to intervene. Others may have feared his wrath, but Su Qizhan calculated the potential gains and losses. To him, as long as he could quell Chu Yuntian's anger, sacrificing Su Tian was a trivial matter. Whether it was Su Xiao or Su Tian, whether biological daughter or adopted, as long as it brought him prestige, she was his good daughter. Moreover, as long as she did not die, it was inconsequential. With current medical advancements combined with Pokémon healing techniques, such injuries were easily treatable. At that moment, Chu Yuntian showed no signs of pity, yanking Su Tian by her hair and lifting her up. Speak, how did you frame Xiao Xiao? Su Tian, racked with pain, shed tears and mucus. Yet, even in her agony, she understood she could never confess. Otherwise, she would find no refuge within the Su family. Oh, you choose not to speak? Chu Yuntian disdainfully tossed Su Tian to the ground, following up with another brutal stomp. This time, it was not her fingers, but her wrist. My hand. Su Tian writhed on the ground, shocked by Chu Yuntian's ruthlessness. I will ask you once more, how did you frame Xiao Xiao? Aye. Su Tian's voice trembled, her body soaked in sweat. Chu Yuntian, uninterested in further pleasantries, delivered another kick, this time targeting her ankle. Witnessing Su Tian's plight, Su Xiao, protected by the fast dragon, could not bear to watch. She averted her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Su Tian. Chu Yuntian crouched beside the writhing Su Tian. I will give you 10 seconds. If you do not speak, I will break the other leg. I will speak, I will. Su Tian pressed her face against the ground. Her features contorted, mumbling incoherently. Terrified, she realized this man was truly capable of killing her. She did not wish to die? Very good. Chu Yuntian seized Su Tian's head. Under the cold scrutiny of his gaze, she felt a chill run through her body. Trembling, she began recounting how, after being adopted by the Su family, she systematically garnered the affection of its members while plotting against Su Xiao. Piece by piece, over nearly a decade, Su Tian had constantly schemed to usurp and replace Su Xiao. As Su Tian divulged her machinations, the expressions of the Su family members grew increasingly grim, and their gazes towards Su Xiao shifted, perhaps tinged with guilt. Among them, Lu Yan's countenance was the most expressive. She had never anticipated that the girl she had cherished as a proud daughter, even more than her biological child, could harbor such malice, manipulating their family with such ease. This cannot be. Impossible. Lu Yan cried, clutching her head in disbelief. If what Su Tian said was true, what did that make of all her actions over the years? Most importantly, Lu Yan turned her gaze towards Su Xiao, her eyes filled with a complex turmoil. Yet, Su Xiao regarded her as if she were a stranger. Perhaps overwhelmed by the revelation, Lu Yan fainted on the spot. Once Su Tian finished her tale, Chu Yuntian chuckled, is that all? If I am not mistaken, you were the one who climbed into bed back then as well. However, when Xiao Xiao inadvertently discovered it, you feared she would reveal the truth. So you acted first and found a way to frame her. As he spoke, he observed Su Tian's changing expression. No, stop. Su Xiao gazed at Chu Yuntian in terror. Although what she had just confessed was detestable, it did not fully plunge her into despair. But what Chu Yuntian revealed could indeed cost her life. Are you afraid? Chu Yuntian discarded Su Tian aside. As for the rest, I can hardly be bothered to speculate. If your Su family desires, uncovering the truth should not be too difficult, such as regarding the death of the former head of the family. He glanced at Su Xiao. What a pity. The entire Su family allows their eldest daughter to be slandered and framed, yet they do not discern whether it is the head's incompetence or if they are all useless. Listening to Chu Yuntian's mockery, the Su family members remained at a loss for words. Lastly, the individual who injured the student from the Imperial Capital University should step forward. Upon hearing this, the Su family members instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Chun. Aye. Suddenly called out by Chu Yuntian, Su Chun stumbled back in fright. What are you afraid of? Come here, I won't harm you. Chu Yuntian smiled kindly. Really? Su Chun asked hesitantly. Absolutely. Su Chun looked around, seeking assistance from others, but no matter whom he turned to, they immediately averted their gaze. Had he been abandoned? A wave of desolation washed over Su Chun. At this moment, gazing at Shioxio, a tinge of bitterness welled up in Sch's heart. Was this the feeling she had experienced back then? No. Perhaps it was infinitely more painful than what he currently felt. With a deep sigh, Schn slowly approached Chyntin. If you are going to strike, then strike, he said. I told you I wouldn't hit you, and thus, you shan't. Chyntin chuckled. Surprised, Schn lifted his head. Could this fellow be serious? I just feel that someone else would be more suitable than me, Chyntin remarked, pulling Shioxio closer. Come, hit him. At this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Schn smiled wryly at Shioxio, unable to utter a single word. However, Shioxio was not at all polite. She had long been utterly disappointed with this so-called brother. For both herself and her 3 roommates. Shioxio raised her hand and slapped Schn several times. Chyntin promptly handed over a tissue for her to wipe her hands. Thank you. Shioxio accepted it, then threw the tissue onto Schn's face. Seeing this, Chyntin smiled with satisfaction. Let us return to school. Shioxio nodded. The two turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Sqzichin, who had been silent, suddenly called out. Wait a moment. Is there something else, SGZH? Chyntin turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. Shioxio, no matter what. I am your father, and you are my daughter. From now on, you must come home often. Sqzichin looked at Shioxio. His eyes filled with expectation, even glistening with tears. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. From today on, our father-daughter bond is severed. Shioxio declared. SGZH, take care of yourself. With that, Shioxio took Chyntin's hand and left without looking back. Stowing away the Kuiling, the two rode on the FNGSGU back to DD University. What are you doing? Shioxio, nestled in Chyntin's embrace atop the FNGSGU, noticed him fiddling with his Pokémon watch and curiously inquired. Nothing much. Just sending out a few iron rice bowls, he replied. A few minutes later, the patrol team and the security personnel arrived at the residence. After safely escorting Shioxio back to her dormitory, Chyntin received a phone call. He then set off again on the FNGSGU, heading straight for the principal's office. The call had been from the principal's secretary. Chyntin speculated that it was likely regarding the earlier incident. Upon arriving at the office door, he saw JZHNGWI's name and portrait displayed outside, confirming he was at the right place. Chyntin knocked on the door. The secretary opened the door promptly. You must be Chyntin, please come in. Thank you. Chyntin replied as he entered. The secretary stepped out of the office and closed the door behind him. Chyntin regarded the middle-aged man seated behind the desk, his short hair neatly styled, attired in an administrative jacket. He held a pen in his hand, diligently engrossed in writing something. Please sit, JZHNGWI said, glancing at Chyntin before returning to his work. Chyntin made himself comfortable on the visitor's sofa. He was not very familiar with JZHNGWI, having only heard about him from CHNNF, who mentioned they had once been classmates. After a few minutes of silence, JZHNGWI paused his writing. How is your father's health? He suddenly asked. Chyntin was taken aback by the question, expecting him to inquire about the S family instead. He's doing quite well, Chyntin responded. JZHNGWI nodded. You resemble your father quite a bit. Is that so? Surely. I am much more handsome than he is. With JZHNGWI initiating small talk, Chyntin felt more at ease. Such shamelessness. Your audacious nature mirrors his precisely. JZHNGWI candidly critiqued the relationship between the father and son. Chapter 99, International Freshman Exchange Competition. You certainly know how to speak, Chyntin laughed heartily, asking, Uncle J, are you quite familiar with my father? Upon hearing the address, JZHNGWI chuckled and shook his head. What? Hasn't he mentioned anything about the past? Chyntin shook his head. Not at all. Then I shan't say more. Ask your father when you return home. Chyntin sensed a hint of teasing in JZHNGWI's tone. Picking up a document from the desk, JZHNGWI inquired. Do you know why I called you here? I do not, Chyntin replied honestly. He initially thought it would pertain to the S family, but it seemed otherwise. Tell me, aside from that QTUW, how is the strength of your other Pokémon? JZHNGWI questioned. They are all about the same, Chyntin answered. About the same? How much is that? At least level 24, Chyntin considered, excluding LULS. Are you certain? A look of astonishment crossed JZHNGWI's face. He had thought that possessing a level 28 QTUW was already quite rare. Of course, Chyntin took out a Pokeball. Would you like to see? Let's have a look, JZHNGWI responded. MNLing, come forth. Chyntin gently pressed the button on the Pokeball. As MNLing emerged, it nestled closely against Chyntin. Its adorable head nuzzling against his face. Level 28. JZHNGWI checked MNLing's level with his Pokémon watch and was taken aback. The boy had indeed been quite modest in his assessment. Furthermore, this MNLing appeared larger, excelling in both spirit and other aspects. Excellent, very good. JZHNGWI clapped his hands on the desk, then slid a document to the edge. Take a look at this. Chynti and immediately stood and moved closer. After perusing it for a moment, his expression grew somewhat peculiar as he closed the document. International Freshman Exchange Competition. You don't intend for me to participate, do you? What are your thoughts on this? JZHNGWI asked. This isn't some sort of bullying, is it? It wasn't that Chyntin was arrogant. After all, he possessed advantages. If it weren't bullying, why would I ask you to go? Dance. JZHNGWI shot Chynti in a look of exasperation. Dancing is not out of the question, Chynti chuckled. But only after winning. Well then, when exactly is it? In October. Upon hearing this, Chynti pondered for a moment and asked, this exchange competition must have some deeper significance, right? I expected you to catch on, JZHNGWI smiled. In the Pacific, a new A-level secret realm has emerged, and several major countries have been bickering over it for some time. Last month, the United States suddenly proposed to resolve the allocation rights of the A-level secret realm through a freshman exchange competition. The situation came rather unexpectedly. We suspect the U.S. has some strategies up their sleeve, so do not let your guard down. After JZHNGWI spoke, Chynti displayed an expression of I thought as much. Recalling a similar international exchange competition, it had also been about resource allocation. Though that time it was concerning oil. Understood, what are the rules? Each country sends one freshman representative, and they battle in pairs at random. The losers are eliminated, and the winners remain, JZHNGWI explained. Quite simple and brutal, Chyntin remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, it's me. How much pressure would it have been for someone else? Do not feel pressured. I am not, Chynti, and almost retorted. But JZHNGWI swallowed the words back. All right, since you have agreed, I will recommend you. You don't have the final say? Is that not obvious? JZHNGWI doubted whether this rascal was doing this on purpose. This matter still requires the approval of the military champion. Just wait. After the military training. It should be decided once we emerge from the secret realm. Chynti nodded at this, then inquired, is there any reward for winning? Winning an A-level secret realm would be a significant achievement. Chynti did not believe that the higher-ups would offer no acknowledgement whatsoever. We will discuss rewards later. I am not sure myself, JZHNGWI replied. You are not certain either? Chynti expressed his disappointment. JZHNGWI furrowed his brow. After a while issuing a dismissal, you may leave now. As Chyntin retracted his mini-dragon, he inquired, is everything truly all right? He paused, recalling. Your father entrusted you with that powerful dragonite. Please refrain from revealing it to others. Suddenly, JZHNGWI brought up the dragonite. Chyntin responded with surprise. How do you know about it? What do you think? A champion-level dragonite lounging on the dormitory balcony is not something easily overlooked, JZHNGWI retorted. Chyntin offered an awkward smile. I see now. I shall ensure the dragonite remains within your villa, avoiding unnecessary exposure. Very well, J-uncle, he replied cheerfully. Shall I take my leave? Off you go. JZHNGWI said, tapping the table as he dialed CHNNF, who was far away in our CHing. Hey, CHNNF's gruff voice boomed. You fool. Is that you rascal? The two, both nearing a century in age combined, engaged in a spirited exchange for 5 minutes. Now, let us discuss serious matters. What were you thinking, bringing the dragonite to your son's school? JZHNGWI began to admonish CHNNF, while others might regard CHNNF's status as a champion with reverence. JZHNGWI did not. After all, during their time in the same dormitory, Hu Henti played the role of a father. Is there a problem? CHNNF queried. JZHNGWI nearly choked, thinking to himself, these two are surely sent by the heavens to torment me. What do you think, you simpleton? That is a champion-level dragonite. Its mere presence at a school is a matter of concern. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to keep that information under wraps? CHNNF was perplexed. Why should it be concealed? To him, having the dragonite emerge to deter potential threats was preferable to waiting for danger to strike. JZHNGWI chuckled at CHNNF's naivety. Did you purchase your title as a champion? Firstly, your champion-level dragonite appearing outside the southwestern region without prior authorization is already a breach of rules. Of course, that's minor. No one would hold it against you. The significant issue is that you nearly disrupted our plans here. CHNNF's curiosity piqued. What plans? Do enlighten me. JZHNGWI's expression darkened. It does not concern you. Do not pry. You dare to speak to me this way now? CHNNF retorted angrily. Damn it, you fool. Their banter resumed. A remarkable sight considering one was the president of DD University and the other, one of Hushi's 8 champions. Chapter 100, Locked in the Black Room. Naturally, Chyntin was oblivious to the events unfolding at that moment. Departing from JCH-Wi's office, he made his way to Dormitory A. In Building 18, his independent villa awaited. After surveying the surroundings, Chyntn felt greatly satisfied. Perhaps it was by JCH-Wi's design that none of the other dorms nearby were occupied, ensuring high privacy. Furthermore, a swimming pool added to his contentment, providing a place for his Ling to stay in the future. Dragonite, we shall reside here from now on. Don't fly out unnecessarily. Let us maintain a low profile, Chyntn instructed as he released the Dragonite. The Dragonite yawned and let out a couple of roars. Possessing both the power of the dragon and the strength of Tngn, Chyntn easily comprehended the creature's intent. As long as I have a place to sleep, I am content. Indeed, what a slothful dragon. Next, he released his other Pokémon, preparing food for everyone. Since leaving home, he had not consumed a single morsel. Once filled, he left Ynrngu and the mini dragon behind in the villa to accompany the Dragonite. Ninetales, let us depart. Chyntn mounted his LLS and rode off on the Ninetales. The icy creature, with its pale purple body, shimmered beautifully under the sun, and the snowfall caused by its ability cloaked it in a dreamlike aura. The students passing by were instantly stirred by the sight. Upon arriving at the C District Apartment Building 47, where he had only spent a day, he encountered 3 roommates returning from their stroll. "You're back," they exclaimed, rushing toward him like baboons. "Wow, I see Ninetales. It's truly stunning." The 3 gathered around the Ninetales, squatting and standing, yet hesitating to touch it. "Hey, can you act a bit more composed?" Chyntn dismounted. "Move aside." Chng pushed him aside. "How would a young master like you understand the excitement of ordinary kids encountering rare Pokémon?" "Exactly," they echoed, completely in agreement. Seeing their antics, Chyntn promptly retrieved a Pokeball, returning the Ninetales with a flash of red light. "Huh." The trio turned, gazing at him with disappointment. "Hurry inside. Do not linger here," Chyntn urged, as the crowd around them continued to swell. Once inside the apartment building, Chyntn sighed. "Didn't you already learn of my identity yesterday? Why didn't you clamor to see it then?" Chng replied. "We thought you wanted to keep it a secret." Bizn added, "Yes. We assumed you were trying to maintain an air of mystery about LLS. Who would have guessed that the very next day, we would see a video of you racing through the campus on your shiny FNGU? Wing chimed in. Hearing this, Chyntn chuckled, realizing the trio had restrained themselves for an entire day. "Are you all foolish? My ownership of a shiny FNGU and an icy Ninetales had already been exposed online. What was there to keep secret?" Though he spoke casually, he recognized their concern for him. Indeed, the 3 were quite considerate. Hee, they laughed sheepishly. "Do you wish to see it now?" FNGU. Chyntn asked. They exchanged glances before Bizn replied, "No need. We have plenty of opportunities. There's no rush." Chnjng and Wing concurred, indicating they were not in haste to see it. "I have a question to ask." Chnjng suddenly inquired. "What is it? Didn't you get assigned a villa? When will you move in?" Upon hearing this, Wing and Bizn turned their gazes towards Chyntn. "Why would I move? It's so lonely there. It would be dull." Chyntn spoke genuinely. While he did not relish noise, he could not abide the solitude akin to that of an elderly recluse. That independent villa was merely a suitable residence for his Dragonite and others. "Really?" The trio looked at him in surprise. "We thought we were about to get new roommates." Chyntn shook his head. Having someone to talk to is always beneficial. Moreover, it's quite entertaining to have considerate roommates. The following day, September 4th, marked the commencement of military training for the new students at DD University. In Class A, comprising 20 young men, they boarded the school's exclusive bus under the guidance of GZHJ and LNYN, due to the D-level secret realm, where only Pokémon below level 40 could enter. Chyntn did not bring his Dragonite. Upon arriving at the entrance of the JMSNL in secret realm, all the new students from the Pokémon Academy at DD University had begun to line up under the supervision of their respective teachers and counselors. Chyntn noticed the school staff and professors continuously transporting various items into the secret realm. "Students, once we enter the secret realm, all of you must ensure that your Pokémon watches are activated for 24 hours. The positioning devices must not be turned off. In the event of danger, do not be reckless. Seek help promptly." Similar advisories were reiterated by the homeroom teachers across various classes. Remember to bring all necessary items, especially the antidote, as trainers have often succumbed to poison in various secret realms. Jie Zijuan circled the formation, continuously reminding everyone of the precautions. Chu Yuntian glanced around, noticing his companions Chung Junjia, Bizn, and Wang Tsong engaged in quiet conversation, their excitement palpable. After scanning the vicinity, Chu Yuntian finally spotted a group some distance away from Class A. Su Xiaoxiao, upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm with her class, was also searching for Chu Yuntian. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. At that moment, Jie Zijuan announced, "There are 10 minutes left. Everyone prepare yourselves. Once we enter, we won't be out for a month." With that, Class A disbanded on the spot, everyone eager to begin. Chu Yuntian and his companions crouched down, opening their backpacks to check their supplies. They had long decided to team up once inside the secret realm and even invited Chu Yuntian, but he had declined, as he had received a long-awaited mission from the system. The task was to explore the giant tree secret realm, with rewards distributed based on the extent of exploration. Not only the system, but also the Imperial Capital University would reward students based on their overall performance within the secret realm. The evaluation criteria were simple: the level of Pokémon captured and the degree of exploration. The top student would receive a starter Pokémon with champion-level potential as a grand prize, while second and third place would each receive a Pokémon with quasi-champion level potential. Hey, which starter Pokémon do you think the school will prepare with champion-level potential? Chu Yuntian inquired as he finished checking his luggage, shouldering his spatial backpack. I hope it's Xiaohuolong. Wang Tsong exclaimed. No, Xiaohuo is much cooler. The big brother is so handsome. Bai Ziyan chimed in. The three were animatedly discussing when they suddenly turned to Chu Yuntian. What about you? What Pokémon do you hope for? Chu Yuntian, wanting to engage, replied. Anything is fine, I am indifferent. At his response, the trio simultaneously expressed their disappointment. They had forgotten that for him, a starter Pokémon with champion-level potential was hardly a novelty. You should easily rank first in this military training. Why are you so unconcerned? Chu Yuntian remarked. Who can say for sure? Chu Yuntian retorted, just as he noticed Su Xiaoxiao standing directly in front of him, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Beside her were her three roommates. Tiangu. Chu Yuntian jogged over, poking Chu Yuntian's back. Tiangu. Wang Tsong and Bai Ziyan echoed, while they conversed. Their eyes remained fixed on Su Xiaoxiao's roommates. Control your drooling. Chu Yuntian scolded, delivering a playful kick to Chu Yuntian's rear. The girls witnessing this burst into laughter, covering their mouths. Hello, Chu Yuntian greeted the group, and Su Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to loop her arm through his. Hi, the three girls responded shyly, clearly affected by the memory of Chu Yuntian's imposing demeanor when he had ridden his wind speed dog. Chu Yuntian smiled, attempting to project a more gentle aura. Have you gathered everything? He asked Su Xiaoxiao. Of course, this isn't my first time in a secret realm, she replied. This time is different. A whole month is a long time, and we have no idea what we will encounter. As Chu Yuntian spoke, he retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and placed it in Su Xiaoxiao's hand. What is this? She inquired. It's Jiawei, keep it with you. It may come in handy if danger arises. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao accepted the Pokeball, then wrapped an arm around Chu Yuntian's neck, standing on her tiptoes to give him a quick kiss. This sudden display of affection left the bystanders in shock. I can't take it anymore, Chu Yuntian declared, resolutely striding towards Su Xiaoxiao's roommates. Wang Tsong and Bai Ziyan quickly followed suit, eager to make conversation. A few minutes later, under the teacher's guidance, students began entering the secret realm. Wow, it's so high. Upon entering, Chu Yuntian and his companions looked up in awe at the towering trees, each over 100 meters tall. Nearby, several girls immediately opened their Pokémon watches to start taking pictures. Do you have a destination in mind? Have you planned your route? Chu Yuntian inquired. The giant tree forest was vast, spanning the equivalent of 2 days' travel. This expansive secret realm was naturally divided into numerous distinct areas. Su Xiaoxiao opened her electronic map, showing Chu Yuntian the route they had agreed upon. As a month in the realm necessitated careful planning. Upon reviewing, Chu Yuntian noted that the route chosen by Su Xiaoxiao and her friends was primarily in safer, more accessible areas, likely making their camping spot secure. Our routes differ, so we must part ways now, Chu Yuntian stated. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, urging him to be cautious and prioritize safety. She understood Chu Yuntian well. Whenever he acted alone, he inevitably sought out perilous locations. You too, he replied, giving her a gentle hug before summoning his wind speed dog. Goodbye. As Chu Yuntian departed, Su Xiaoxiao signaled her roommates to start their journey. Compared to her companions, Su Xiaoxiao's experience in secret realms was considerable, making her the de facto leader of their group. Chu Yuntian and his companions also set off in a different direction, initially hoping to join the girls, but facing a merciless rejection. Riding his wind speed dog, Chu Yuntian swiftly veered away from the safer paths most students would choose, plunging into the dense giant tree forest. As he ventured deeper, guided by his innate sense, he began to notice an increasing number of wild Pokémon surrounding him. Windspeed dog, halt! Chu Yuntian commanded. The windspeed dog skidded to a stop, leaping onto a large rock ahead. In their path stood a large Dachao Bay, blocking the way. Come forth, Song Yen Ringue, he called. The striking Song Yen Ringue emerged, brandishing its fiery blades and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Song Yen Ringue, no need to be alarmed. Do you see that Dachao Bay in front of us? Chu Yuntian reassured, seated atop his wind speed dog. Song Yen Ringue turned its gaze forward, where a visibly injured Dachao Bei glared at Chu Yuntian with bloodshot eyes, seething with anger. This Dachao Bei seems unusual, Chu Yuntian murmured, activating his data vision to gather information. Dachao Bei, gender, male, type, rock. Steel, level, LV28, elite. Ability, magnet pull, skills, triple attack, electromagnetic levitation, rock blast, power gem. Potential, professional level, pseudo. Chu Yuntian had never encountered such a situation before and immediately inquired within his mind. System, explain this. What does it mean? Host. This Dachao Bei's potential has been forcibly enhanced. Forced enhancement? Chu Yuntian still found it puzzling. Aside from using corresponding treasures, could a Pokémon's potential be elevated by other means? Not through treasures. The exact reasons can only be discovered by the host personally. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yuntian felt that something was amiss regarding this forced enhancement of a Pokémon's potential. Just then, the Dachao Bei launched an attack. A massive rock plummeting from above toward Chu Yuntian's position. Fortunately, the wind speed dog was swift enough to react, dodging the falling debris with a burst of speed. Song Yen Ringue. Upon hearing the call of CHYNTN, the Seeing YN Ringu charged forth rapidly, enveloped in flames. Resembling a demon from the depths of hell, the fiery sword in its grasp struck fiercely against DHOBIB, forcing it back a considerable distance. CHYNTN promptly commanded a fiery vortex, which erupted around DHOBIB, ensnaring it within. Suddenly, a gem-like radiant light pierced through the flames, speeding towards Seeing YN Ringu with great velocity. It struck true. This was the power gem. CHYNTN recognized the technique employed by DHOBIB from the impact. Chapter 102, Living Experiment. The power gem, a rock-type move, inflicted double damage upon Seeing YN Ringu. Enduring this attack, Seeing YN Ringu did not emerge unscathed, suffering not only from the type disadvantage, but also from a 3-level rank suppression. Seeing YN Ringu. Engage in close combat. Close combat. A high-damage fighting move. After the previous mission to rescue Shio, the system rewarded a move-learning device, which was close combat. Following the command, Seeing YN Ringu seized the opportunity while DHOBIB remained ensnared in the fiery vortex and charged forward, abandoning all defensive measures. Bursting into the flames, Seeing YN Ringu unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon DHOBIB. It was not long before DHOBIB collapsed, unable to rise again. As the battle concluded, Seeing YN Ringu retreated with the food provided by CHYNTN. CHYNTN approached DHOBIB and crouched beside it, noting that its injuries were not solely inflicted during the recent skirmish. Host. I sensed the scent of conspiracy. The gaze DHOBIB cast upon me moments ago was rife with hatred and fear. Its current state is likely the result of human actions. As he spoke, CHYNTN noticed a small black square on DHOBIB. Upon removing it and inspecting it closely, he discovered it was a tracking device, albeit now devoid of power. Discarding the device, CHYNTN employed the power of JingBN to heal DHOBIB's wounds. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not bear to watch a Pokémon perish. Furthermore, it was evident that DHOBIB had suffered at the hands of humans. Having finished its meal, Seeing YN Ringu stood guard beside CHYNTN, flanked by FNSGU, vigilant against any sudden attack from DHOBIB. After the healing concluded, CHYNTN proceeded to administer bandages. After approximately half an hour, DHOBIB gradually regained consciousness. As soon as it opened its eyes, it let out a threatening growl towards CHYNTN. Don't come any closer. I will strike you. CHYNTN took a step back, positioning FNSGU and Seeing YN Ringu in front of him. Although DHOBIB was at level 30, it was severely injured and could not possibly contend with FNSGU and Seeing YN Ringu. CHYNTN believed this. Yet DHOBIB did not share the same sentiment. It surged forward, crackling with electricity, unsteadily charging at CHYNTN. Just as FNSGU and Seeing YN Ringu prepared to engage, DHOBIB collapsed midway. Such overwhelming animosity. Even in its current state, it still wishes to attack me. Observing the fallen DHOBIB, CHYNTN contemplated and placed some food and an energy cube beside it. Let us hide over there. He leapt onto a nearby large tree with FNSGU, surveying DHOBIB's condition from above. After a while, the exhausted DHOBIB struggled to rise once more. Not spotting CHYNTN, it felt a wave of relief. However, it soon detected the food and energy cube beside it. The enticing aroma compelled DHOBIB to inch closer. Yet its vigilance prevented it from immediately indulging. It observed for a considerable time before tentatively tasting a morsel. Witnessing this scene, CHYNTN patted FNSGU. Let us depart. FNSGU sprang into action, swiftly darting among the towering trees. CHYNTN extended a Pokeball behind him, a beam of red light striking CYNRNGU, promptly capturing it within the sphere. Leaving DZHOBIB behind, CHYNTN continued along his designated path. FNSGU moved with remarkable speed. Yet CHYNTN remained unhurried, activating his data eye to continuously observe any Pokémon that appeared nearby. Unfortunately, he did not encounter another Pokémon like DZHOBIB, which had been forcibly enhanced. Indeed, this was the route DZHOBIB had taken. What could be amiss? CHYNTN pondered, scratching his head. Having run such a distance without any discoveries, logically, DZHOBIB must have undergone some form of live experimentation at the hands of humans. Such experiments would require extensive manpower and equipment. However, despite his prolonged search, he found no signs of abnormalities. Reluctantly, CHYNTN decided to abandon his pursuit, but sent a message to the personnel stationed at the exit of the secret realm through his Pokwatch. At this time, at the entrance of the Giant Wood Forest, the Imperial Capital University had set up several large military tents. The largest tent served as the command center for this military training. All the instructors and counselors from the Pokémon Academy, including those specializing in training, gathered here. Their eyes were fixed upon the electronic screens before them. GZHJN and LNYN guarded one screen, where 20 green dots moved continuously, each marked with a corresponding name. Wow, this CHYNTN is quite fast, GZHJN remarked, observing CHYNTN's location. Indeed, in such a short time, he has covered over 100 kilometers, LNYN replied. GZHJN, considering the dazzling FNSGU, found this speed reasonable, even slightly slow. However, exploring a secret realm is not akin to a race. Speed is not the utmost priority. After expressing their admiration for CHYNTN's swiftness, they proceeded to check on the other student statuses. As they reviewed each one, no unusual circumstances were noted. At that moment, GZHJN's Pokwatch emitted a sound. Upon opening it, he found a message from CHYNTN. As he read, his brow furrowed. Forcibly enhancing a Pokemon's potential? How can such a thing be possible? His first reaction was disbelief, but as he calmed down, he understood that CHYNTN would never jest about such matters. This is real. After reviewing CHYNTN's hypothesis once more, GZHJN's pupils constricted, sensing a grave situation. If there truly exists a person or organization conducting live experiments on Pokémon within the Giant Wood Forest, encountering them would spell disaster for the students undergoing military training. Without a moment's hesitation, GZHJN sprang to his feet. The sudden commotion drew the attention of everyone present, but GZHJN could not afford to dwell on that. He directed his gaze toward the frontmost seat. JZHW, I also looked at GZHJN. Every year on military training day, he supervised the work within the secret realm, as the safety of numerous students was at stake, demanding utmost vigilance. Upon seeing GZHJN's demeanor, JZHW, I instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. He approached GZHJN, who quickly recounted the situation. Where is CHYNTN now? JZHW, I inquired. GZHJN immediately requested LNYN to retrieve CHYNTN's coordinates. So far away. JZHW, I remarked. Yes, but we have located DZHOBIB just over 30 kilometers away. JZHW, I pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It is futile. Even if we go now, we may not find them. As CHYNTN suggested, we shall seal off the entrance and conduct stringent checks on everyone departing. Should we notify the security officers? GZHJN asked. JZHW, I shot him a glance and replied, what do you think? Clearing his throat. GZHJN offered an awkward chuckle. The forcible enhancement of Pokémon potential, the live experimentation on Pokémon, and the existence of a nefarious organization. Each of these matters is of utmost significance and must be reported promptly to both the Pokémon League and the authorities. The military immediately dispatched personnel to the secret realm to relay this information, while Ji Changwei returned to his tent to locate his secretary. He instructed her to notify all trainers and instructors at the rescue points within the secret realm to remain vigilant regarding everyone they encounter, and to report any suspicious individuals without delay. Upon hearing this, the secretary, though taken aback and curious about the situation, promptly set to work. Furthermore, this information was to be communicated to every student participating in the military training, urging them to exercise utmost caution. Certainly,